Paid for by Majority Forward.
The judge sentenced the father of the Appalachia High School mass shooting to 15 years in prison. Colin Gray is the father of convicted high school shooter Colt Gray. Colin Gray was convicted of second-degree murder for giving his son the gun that was used in the shooting. Barrow County District Attorney Brad Smith.
These kids are not in a position where they are able to make rational decisions when it comes to things like firearms. And we need as a society to step up and realize who should and who should not have access to them.
The 2024 mass shooting left 4 people dead. The search has resumed for a 10-year-old girl after 3 children were swept into New Jersey's Passaic River. The body of a 10-year-old boy was recovered Wednesday. His 11-year-old sister made it out. Passaic Mayor Hector Lora.
As you can imagine, the family is overwhelmed with grief, not just the mother and the sibling that recently lost their father. So this family's going through a lot, and they express their deep appreciation for everyone's support.
Mayor Laura says a man tried to save the children, but the current was too strong. Spain is deploying its military to restore order at its border with Morocco and Ceuta after thousands of migrants breached the border fence, leading to chaos and at least 9 deaths. Global news 24 hours a day, and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg, Karen.
All right, Michael Barr, thank you. And S&P futures are up 0.4% this morning, up 33 points. Dow futures up 0.6% or 318 points. And NASDAQ futures up 1.2% or 327 points. 6:36 on Wall Street. Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update. Here's John Stashower. John, good morning.
Good morning, Karen. 2 extra inning losses for the Yankees in a less than 24-hour span. Ryan Weathers threw 7 scoreless innings, but the Yanks also couldn't score until the 10th. White Sox tied it in the 10th and then won 2-1 in 11. Fernando Cruz walking in the winning run. The game saw a combined 21 men left on base. They went a combined 3 for 24 for the runners in scoring position. So a split of the 4-game series, and now it's on to Wrigley Field for a weekend series with the Cubs. Mets beat the Marlins 4-2 on a Luis Robert 2-run single. 8th inning. Red Sox got back-to-back 8th inning home runs. Wilyer Abreu, then Wilson Contreras. The Sox beat the A's 4-2. And while the Yankee game had a walk-off walk, the Royals and Twins had a walk-off grand slam.
Clemens in the air to right center field and deep. Back it goes. Deep it goes. And gone! Cody Clemens wins it. And the Twins walk off the Royals once again at Target Field. Can you believe it? 4-3 the final. Down to their final strike. Twins win.
That's Twins TV. Roger Clemens' son, Cody, the hero, with 2 outs, 2 strikes, and his team down 3-0 in the 9th. Twins didn't have a hit in that game until the 7th. In West Virginia, Giants held their second day of practice. 13-38 over the last 3 seasons, but there's optimism with a new proven winning coach and an impressive young quarterback. Here's Jackson Dart on John Harbaugh.
His intensity, his love for the game, his leadership. There's a lot of things that stand out as to why he's been so successful in this league, and all of us are just focused on buying in and taking the necessary steps for all of us to grow each and every day.
Meanwhile, some NFL teams locking up veterans. The latest, wideout Chris Olave staying in New Orleans. And the 49ers are bringing back Deebo Samuel. He was with them for 6 years and then played last season in Washington. John Stashower, Bloomberg Sports. Karen, Nathan.
All right, John, thank you. Well, now we want to take a look at some of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal, which you can find by going to our EAD Go. And getting some attention this morning, Nathan, is this report about Tesla.
Okay.
So it turns out the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Tesla is weighing a potential separation of its China business to pave the way for a possible merger with SpaceX. It reports some Tesla executives have been told to prepare for the move. Tesla advisors have discussed options, including a spin-off, sale, or closure of the China business, according to the Journal. Tesla chief executive Elon Musk said in a social media post on X, though, that the report was fake news. And separately, a Tesla China representative said it was false information, but separating Tesla's China operations would be necessary before any merger, given SpaceX work as a major U.S. defense contractor and a critical role in NASA's project to return humans to the moon. So that is on our EAD Go if you want more information.
Yeah, and it's on our radar, certainly, with the idea that Tesla-SpaceX merger may be the next step. So we'll definitely be watching that. This story, Karen, just crossed the Bloomberg terminal about 15 minutes ago. It's already already top 10 most read this hour. The opposition to FIFA President Gianni Infantino's plan to sell stakes in the soccer giant's commercial business really snowballing. We've been reporting that FIFA's liaison to the White House during the World Cup, Carlos Cordero, resigned in protest this morning. Now the opposition has reached the club level. Real Madrid, Juventus, two of the biggest clubs in global soccer, have just come out and said they oppose the plan as well. This could be a big blow to tournaments like the Club World Cup at FIFA. And they join German powerhouses Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund, who've also publicly criticized the plan. Like I say, this is snowballing, and you can read more about it at READ Go.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm Karen Moscow, and we continue to watch shares of ExxonMobil. They're falling. They're down 1.8% right now. This is after results missed analysts' estimates on maintenance costs. Meanwhile, Chevron is higher, up 2.4%, and that outperformed expectations as prices for crude, gasoline, and diesel surged amid war-driven supply disruptions. Meanwhile, technology shares, they're rallying as a rebound in chip makers carries into today. Watching shares of Amazon after its earnings. Those shares are up 13% this morning, while Apple is lower, down 7%. Meanwhile, NASDAQ futures are higher, up 1.2%, up 332 points. S&P futures up 0.5%, or 34 points. Dow futures up 0.6%, or 336 points. 10-year Treasury, little change, yield 4.67%. The yield on the 2-year, 4.25%. NYMEX crude oil is up 0.8%, up 64 cents at $84.23 a barrel. COMEX gold is down 1.2%, or $50 at $4,109 an ounce. Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up 0.2%. The euro 1.1503 against the dollar. British pound 1.3449. The yen 159.94. And Bitcoin's down 1.4% at $63,800. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now here's Michael Barr with more on what's going on around the world. Michael.
Karen, thank you very much. President Donald Trump said the U.S.-led Board of Peace had reached an agreement for Hamas to disarm, though questions remained about the extent of the accord, and officials suggested it would not be implemented immediately. U.S. and Board of Peace officials said details of the deal would have to be refined over the next couple of weeks. President Trump says he may withdraw and delay Todd Blanche's nomination as Attorney General until Republican senators who are seeking concessions from the top prosecutor leave office. John Cornyn and Tom Tillis have sought additional assurances in writing that the Justice Department will not revive an anti-weaponization fund created to resolve President Trump's lawsuit against the IRS. At least 34 people are dead after Tuesday's 7.1 magnitude earthquake in southwestern Japan. The quake caused a big explosion at a mall and collapsed houses. In baseball, the Yankees and Nationals lost. The Mets and Red Sox won. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Karen.
All right, Michael Barr, thank you. It is 6:42 on Wall Street. Let's turn to news and science and technology now with the Bloomberg NJIT STEM report. It's brought to you by New Jersey Institute of Technology. NJIT makes STEM professionals across every field, from engineers, architects, and scientists to designers, software developers, and business leaders. Learn more at njit.edu/success. And here's what's making news in science, technology, engineering, and math. Minimax Group and ByteDance released updates to their dueling AI video generation models within hours of each other, underscoring the aggressive advances that have made China the leader over the U.S. in the burgeoning arena. Minimax says its latest H3 offering could produce more natural and coherent videos, while ByteDance touted enhanced editing functions in the upgrade to its CDance 2.5 model. Alphabet's Google DeepMind unveiled a new artificial intelligence model for robots that allows humanoid machines to coordinate movements across their entire bodies and marks its latest effort to extend its Gemini AI technology to allow robots to reason, plan multi-step tasks, and adapt to human environments. And you might soon be paying more for blueberries. Peru is the world's largest exporter of fresh blueberries, and what could be the strongest El Nino in more than 75 years is expected to pick up during Peru's peak blueberry harvest. East. Higher temperatures and heavy rains threaten to interfere with the fruit's flowering, reducing yields, and yes, driving up costs. And that is a Bloomberg NJIT STEM report. Nathan.
I'm paying enough already for blueberries. Thank you, Karen.
You're going to pay more.
I guess. Thanks. 644 on Wall Street. Let's check what's going on in D.C. Some of the top stories in our nation's capital include President Trump saying Hamas will disarm as questions linger about the deal. The president facing escalation conundrum in Iran, and President Trump putting immunity from probes over his fight for Attorney General nominee Todd Blanche. Let's bring in Bloomberg government Capitol Hill reporter Maeve Sheehy for more on these stories with us this morning from Washington, D.C. Maeve, I'm sure you saw the Truth Social post from President Trump last night talking about this Board of Peace deal with Hamas. Tell us more about it. What's the significance? Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, President Trump said on Truth Social, like you mentioned, that the U.S.-led Board of Peace reached an agreement for Hamas to disarm. This would obviously be a pretty big step forward in the conflict between Hamas and Israel, although there are still a lot of questions about the extent of the accord, the details of it, and whether it would be implemented immediately. The U.S. and Board of Peace officials kind of said the details would have to be refined over the next couple of weeks. They were hoping for progress in the next month or two. So there's still a lot of things that could come out about this, a lot of details that remain to be seen, but this would obviously be a pretty big step forward. And Trump touted the deal as a, quote, monumental step toward lasting peace and security. And he basically said that it would clear the way for Gaza to have a new Palestinian government that would work closely with the Board of Peace.
I guess one of the big unanswered questions surrounding this deal is, where's Israel in it? The president mentioned the Board of Peace reaching this agreement. Have we heard from Israel?
Yeah, we actually have not heard from Israel on this. We've kind of it's a bit in the early stages that we're seeing this come to fruition, but it will be very interesting to hear a reaction there.
Well, of course, a lot of the focus from Israel this week with Prime Minister Netanyahu in Washington, of course, for the late Senator Lindsey Graham's funeral, has been on Iran. We saw the president promise to hit back very hard following that surprise ballistic missile attack this week. Where could things be going in Iran now, Maeve?
Yeah, the U.S. has kind of an issue here with they've had another night of massive strikes last night, but the options are either to escalate the conflict or to focus on restocking kind of their strained munitions. We've seen that the U.S. does have waning materials for this war, basically depleted munitions. And so there are a lot of questions on both sides about what will come next and whether the U.S. and whether Iran, frankly, can continue to fight this escalating war.
Now, I know that Congress is, or at least the House certainly is on recess this week, but we've seen the Pentagon come to Capitol Hill asking for billions more dollars to continue the Iran war. What's the feeling on Capitol Hill at this point about how the war is progressing and the White House strategy?
So we actually saw the House last week before they left for recess. There was a war powers vote that did succeed, basically rebuking the president's war powers in Iran. I'm not necessarily rebuking the war itself, but saying that the president needs to confer with Congress more. And there were 4 Republicans who crossed the aisle to vote for that. So we are seeing a little bit of dissent within the Republican Party on this. However, in the Senate, a similar effort, though it had succeeded in the past, has failed. So we're really seeing a kind of Republicans who have criticized this in the past continuing to, but not necessarily a growing GOP turmoil about Trump's war.
In our last minute here, Maeve, we also saw the president float this idea of temporarily pulling Todd Blanche's nomination to take acting off his attorney general title with those 2 Republicans holding out. Where does that go from here?
Yeah, this has been the big story on the Hill this week in the Senate because, we saw this committee vote on Blanche's nomination get pushed because Senators Cornyn and Tillis were saying that they wanted written changes to this Trump IRS settlement, which is very controversial. Trump has said that he could wait until 2027, which obviously would be a big somewhat of a risk because we don't even know who's going to control the Senate in 2027. Republicans are favored, but it could very well be in Democratic hands.
Okay. Appreciate this, Maeve, as always. Maeve Sheehy of Bloomberg Government covering Capitol Hill for us from the nation's capital. Karen.
Nathan, let's repeat some of our top stories this morning. A chip rebound is giving stocks a lift around the world. South Korea's Kospi index jumped an unprecedented 18% on big gains from Samsung and SK Hynix. The stock 600 in Europe is near an all-time high. NASDAQ futures are leading the gains on Wall Street.
And Amazon soaring after a fifth straight quarter of growth in AWS. Apple is falling. Component shortages and rising memory costs are crimping the iPhone maker sales outlook.
And a mixed bag from the oil giant. Chevron is up 2% after beating earnings estimates. ExxonMobil missed projections.
We have more of those stories coming up on Bloomberg Daybreak as NASDAQ futures lead the gains up 1.1%. Crude oil back on the rise as well. Brent crude up 0.6, trading close to 90 a barrel. This is Bloomberg.
Get the news you need to start your day with the Bloomberg Daybreak podcast. Today's top stories with context, all in just 15 minutes. Listen to Bloomberg Daybreak each morning in your podcast feed by 6 a.m. on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
A return to mostly sunny weather in the Boston area today. There may be a stray shower this afternoon. It'll be up around 80. Skies are generally clear tonight, 65 to 70. Tomorrow, partly to mostly sunny, a little warmer, highs near 85. We're partly cloudy, 65 to 70 tomorrow night. Outlook for Sunday, partial sun, 80 to near 85. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
6:51 on Wall Street. Bloomberg surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney coming up in just about 9 minutes' time. No shortage of topics with tech leading the way once again as far as the earnings go. Crude oil back on the rise with some of the things happening in the Middle East.
Can we
Good
do
morning.
But talk about the Fed. Yesterday was a Fed-a-thon.
Yes, we did a lot of Fed
Major shout out, Church. We had to take over people from Nathan's team to make this show go yesterday.
You're welcome.
We took 2 of your interns over. It really worked out. Unfortunately, we're going to continue that. We start incredibly strong with Gregory Dacco. He is with EY Parthenon, and he's the president of the National Association for Business Economics.
Wow.
So we got to address so much of what. But then we finally get back to the real world. Anurag Rana, OMG Microsoft, OMG Amazon, and Apple. I'm not as gloomy about Apple as
I'm not either. I mean, we know the demand is out there. They just need the chips.
They're going to have a foldable phone.
Yeah,
really interesting. We have a rock star with us today.
Oh.
But we've waited and waited. She works for Sarah Vellis over at Deutsche Bank. Malika Sachdeva.
Oh, boy.
Brilliant academics. She's at Deutsche Bank.
Okay.
And the research is just clairvoyant on foreign exchange and all that.
All right.
She's never been on before. We'll give her a try. Leslie Vinja-Murray's been on. She is outstanding on the moment.
Absolutely. And in 7 minutes, you're going to hear all those conversations, much more on Bloomberg Surveillance on a Friday morning with Tom Keene, Paul Sweeney, Alexis Christoforous, and Michael Barr. Listen here. Watch live. Bloomberg Podcasts on YouTube's how to do it.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm Karen Moscow. Tech stocks are rallying as a rebound in chip makers carries into the day, ending a month marked by a steep derating in this year's most popular trade on an upbeat note. And Amazon, it's jumping 12% after its earnings. We also got earnings this morning from oil giants ExxonMobil and Chevron. And details on all those are straight ahead. But first, we check the markets all day long here on Bloomberg. S&P future is up 0.5% up 35 points. Dow future is up 0.7% or 350 points. And NASDAQ future is up 1.2% or 331 points. 10-year Treasury, little change, yield 4.67%. The yield on the 2-year, 4.25%. NYMEX crude oil is up 0.7% up 57 cents at $84.17 a barrel. Brent at $89.55. COMEX gold is down 1.2%, down $49.90 at $4,110 an ounce. Bloomberg dollar spot index is up 0.2%. The euro 1.1502 against the dollar. British pound 1.3446. The yen 159.99. Bitcoin's down 1.3% at $63,900. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now here's Michael Barr with more on what's going on around the world. Michael.
Aaron, thank you very much. President Trump says a deal has been reached for Hamas to disarm and Israel to withdraw its forces from Gaza. Negotiations between Israel and Hamas had largely deadlocked over the implementation of its second phase, including the disarmament of Hamas and the reconstruction of Gaza. Iran said U.S. strikes killed 3 of its soldiers Thursday. The U.S. has thousands of troops based in allied Arab countries that have been targeted. Anthropic says its AI models hacked into 3 organizations during testing. This comes just days after OpenAI said its AI models went rogue and hacked into another company. Senior FIFA advisor Carlos Cordero, who represented the soccer body on the White House task force for the World Cup, resigned today in protest at its private equity plan. In a statement, Cordero says, "I cannot stand by while FIFA considers selling a stake in the World Cup." In baseball, the Yankees and Nationals lost. Mets and Red Sox won. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with the Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Nathan.
Okay, Michael, thank you. It is 6:55 on Wall Street. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. I'm Nathan Hager, joined by Bloomberg's Dan Curtis on a good news, bad news Friday morning with big oil and big tech earnings. Let's start with the big oil just because we lead with the new. Do we start with the good news or the bad news, Dan? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, Chevron would be the good news, and that stock is up nearly 2% in the pre-market under ticker CVX. The company running its U.S. refineries flat out, a utilization rate above 97%. That led to record U.S. production offsetting a 10% decrease in international refining due to supply disruptions from the Iran war. It is part of a consortium exploring options for a new pipeline to the Mediterranean as an alternative to shipping through the Persian Gulf, so it's looking ahead on how to kind of counter some of that disruption. And the company produced a windfall. That windfall is also being used to reduce its debt by $8.4 billion. So the company really taking advantage of the refining costs, profits. On the other side, we have Exxon. Those shares are now down 2% in the pre-market, ticker XOM. Profit of $14.7 billion was the largest since Russia's 2022 invasion, but 2Q adjusted earnings of $3.52 were 2 pennies short of the average estimate, and that came from a dent in refining profits, which were $4.1 billion, over $1 billion lower than Wall Street expected. Despite record diesel production, scheduled maintenance offset the earnings. So they're seeing large margins on what they're refining, but they had some maintenance which ate into the earnings, and that is resulting in the share dropping in the pre-market.
Okay, so we're going to be keeping an eye on those major oil companies throughout the day, and I'm thinking we're probably going to be keeping an eye on big tech as well. We got good news, bad news there with Amazon, the good news this morning.
Yep, we'll lead with the good news here as well. So Amazon Web Services revenue jumped 37% to $42 billion. That's the fastest growth since 2021 and the 5th straight quarter of faster growth. AI and chip businesses both topped $25 billion in annual run rate. That has the shares up 12% in the pre-market under ticker AMZN. Now, that result has investors shrugging off heavy spending, including the increased 2026 CapEx projections of $220 billion. That's up from the previous guidance of $200 billion. So the company is starting to show revenue for the investment that it's making in the AI business. Investors giving that a clear bump in the pre-market.
Okay, and we've got a big hit to Apple stock this morning. I guess this is all about the rising prices, component shortage, that sort of thing.
That's exactly right. So Apple is battling companies like Amazon for these components because AI and the iPhone maker are both trying to get as much hardware as they can. So the iPhone, so the component shortage is weighing on the company's sales forecast. That has shares of Apple down 7.5% in the pre-market, and the supply crunch has led to longer waiting times for computers. And Tim Cook said it would also affect iPhones and iPads this quarter. iPhone revenue was a bright spot. It rose 22%, topped estimates. But again, we have that potential supply constraint coming up, with and it's expected to hit more iPhones, more iPads, and Macs this quarter. China's sales were also a bit weak. The revenue came in below estimates. And also to note, this is the last quarter with Tim Cook serving as CEO. He hands over the reins to John Turnus in a month.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of big names closing out a very busy week on the earnings front. Thank you for this, Dan. As always, Dan Curtis of Bloomberg News with stocks to watch in the pre-market. And for more conversations like this, subscribe to Stock Movers to get 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Stocks as a whole on the rise, led by NASDAQ futures up 1.1%. This is Bloomberg Daybreak. I'm Nathan Hager with Karen Moscow at 6:59 on Wall Street. Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Paul Sweeney, Alexis Christoforous, and Michael Barr starts right now.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Bloomberg 92.9. Programming paid for by Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney.
Do you just ignore all the noise that's out there right now?
We think about the tech as one monolithic kind of trade here.
With Alexis Christoforous on markets.
We're talking about inflation not really being under wraps yet.
And Michael Barr with news.
New calls to lower the temperature in the Persian Gulf.
The best in economics, finance, investment, and international relations. Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Originals, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good morning, everyone. Tom Keene, Paul Sweeney, Michael Barr, Alexis Christoforous. We made it to Friday.
Sure
Feels good.
Yep.
It's the summer, the middle of the summer.
Yep.
Right, we made it to Friday. That's all there is to it. Alexis, did you make it to Friday?
I think, yeah, I'm in one piece, I think.
You're in one piece. Yesterday was just extraordinary. I talked to Mike McKee this morning. I told him, I said, the press conference was his best moment.
Yep, absolutely.
Across the arc of his career.
He's been doing it a long time.
His coverage on September 11th, what he did with Gorbachev as a child at Reykjavik and all, and what McKee did yesterday in the press conference was great. We're going to start with Greg Dotko on that here with the EY Parthenon, but we're really going to try to do more today than just econobabble. I do want to note that at 12 noon today, Scarlett Fu and I will have a conversation with Richard Clarida, the former vice chairman of the Federal Reserve System, and that will be a really important, almost as important as talking to Greg Dotko.
Sure.
That's the way we roll. Green on the screen here. Is it like a tech moment?
Yeah, why not? I mean, we had some numbers last night. Amazon, just crazy return on invested capital.
Anurag Rana, victory lap.
Yes.
We'll do that here in the summer.
Apple, I'm not worried about Apple.
We'll do that as well. Let's get to it right now. From the Interactive Broker Studios across America, the Bloomberg Business Flash, Alexis Christoforous.
Thanks a lot, Tom. Stocks are higher in the pre-market as Wall Street gets ready to close the book on a volatile month, especially for chip stocks. Despite a recent bounce back in the sector, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index is down more than 20% this month, its worst performance in about 2 decades. Investors are returning to the AI trade here early this morning. We've got S&P futures up 36 points or 0.5%, Dow futures up 0.6% or 320 points, NASDAQ 100 futures up 1 1/3% or 358 points. Amazon jumping pre-market on strong earnings, while Apple is lower on supply shortages. Also out moments ago, ExxonMobil narrowly missing profit forecast despite soaring crude prices. Scheduled maintenance dented profits in its refining business. Shares of ExxonMobil down about 2%. Shares of Chevron, though, getting a nice pop after earnings beat estimates on record U.S. production. Brent crude now at $89.69 a barrel, up 0.75%. WTI crude up 0.7% or 84.23 a barrel. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up 0.25% at 1209.45. And we've got the Japanese yen down 1/3% at 160.08 against the U.S. dollar. Tesla weighing the separation of its China unit ahead of a potential SpaceX merger. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. Elon Musk calls the report, quote, fake news. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Bob.
Okay. I haven't looked at it. SpaceX, are they open for business? 112, 114.
Yeah. Yep.
114. Yep. Okay, we're going to get to Interact Ron on tech, which is, for sort of front and center. And we gave it short shrift yesterday. But scheduled is Greg Dacko. Let me explain this, folks. The National Association for Business Economics, of which I was a member for years, is really viscerally within the economic dialogue of American business. Mr. Dacko is served gloriously as president of the shop, and he joins us this morning. Greg, let me start with the boom economy before we get to the Fed. John Riding writes to Ethan Harris this morning on LinkedIn that consumption plus business investment is something like an 8% GDP. Do we have a too boomy of an economy right now? Is it too effervescent?
I don't think it's too effervescent, but we are seeing strong growth in underlying momentum when it comes to consumer spending activity and business investment. I would actually flip it slightly. I would say that we have too much of a concentrated growth environment because when you look at what's driving growth, it's really more the affluent consumers and AI-driven business investment. If you exclude those, you don't really have much of breadth in terms of economic momentum, and that's really the risk.
To get to the press conference disaster that we saw this week, if we see yields shift as they shifted in the press conference, what will that mean for American business?
I think that's a key element to focus on. That's really one of the key points that I've been highlighting with a lot of the CFOs I talk to, which is this notion that the cost of capital is going to be structurally higher going forward, not because of what the Fed's next move is going to be, but because we have fiscal imbalances that are likely to be present for the foreseeable future, because we have a very large pull for private capital that's putting upward pressure on yields, including the big AI investment surge, because we have inflation that is much more volatile in this environment of layered supply shocks, and because we have questions about central bank credibility, and those were even more visible after the most recent Fed press conference. So those elements are likely to keep long-term interest rates higher than they've historically been and be a constraint in terms of private sector investment.
And Greg, your higher for longer was echoed by a note from Torsten Slok at Apollo this morning, who's basically said the exact same thing here. We'd love to get your thoughts, Greg, as it relates to what we saw from the Federal Reserve this week, what we saw from Fed Chairman Warsh. What were your takeaways?
I think we have to distinguish two elements here when it comes to the critics as to Fed Chair Warsh's performance. You can essentially have a view that maybe a rate hike is not necessary in September. That's very possible. You've seen the likes of Governor Waller, Governor Cook, Vice Chair Jefferson, New York Fed Chair President Williams, all arguing that we'll have to watch the data. If core inflation does not show signs of moving back towards the 2% target, then a tighter monetary policy stance will be required. I think what markets are penalizing right now is essentially the inconsistencies. Having a new Fed chair that's criticizing the old Fed, but not doing much about it, saying that inflation is a choice, but not doing much about it, that's a risk. Talking about resolute commitment to the 2% inflation target and then delivering watchful thinking, again, an issue. And then finally, saying that you're going to deliver on the 2% target, but then talking about moving the goalpost at the next strategy review is another inconsistency. And those are the real issues, not so much whether you tighten or not in September.
I have no idea, folks, the academic credibility, I should say, here. Greg Dacko came out of Louvain in Belgium, and that is where the giant Mark Blaug was on economic epistemology and theory. Let's layer on that, Greg, as one final question here this morning. The chairman is trying to do economic philosophy. He's trying to do almost economic politics with his comments. Can he get away with that? Or like Claudia Sam says, should he just look at inflation and PCE as a data point, a measurement point, and not a lot of, Mark Blaug, George Soros theory?
I think you have to be very careful in trying to be too intellectually out there in terms of trying to comment during the press conference in particular. The questions from the journalist, including Mike McKee's question, were very clear. what is your reaction function? How would you react in terms of monetary policy in different circumstances? That's not very complicated. That's the basic for a Fed chair. If inflation moves in one direction, what are you going to be doing? If inflation moves in another direction, what are you going to be doing? You can't hide behind, the Lucas critique or potentially the Goodhart's law. I mean, these are valuable laws and valuable theories, but they're not going to help you when it comes to setting policy in the very near term.
Greg, thank you so much. Thank you for your service to NABE as well. Mr. Dacos with EY Parthen. And we have been remiss in the last 48 hours. Paul put me in the timeout chair. There is a surveillance timeout chair. It's over, what's the bar?
Yeah.
Between Fifth Avenue and Madison. I'm kidding, folks. Anyways, I'm in the timeout chair because there's so much going on in tech. Paul, why don't you lead it off with Anurag Rana?
Absolutely, Tom. Anurag Rana, Senior Technology Analyst of Bloomberg Intelligence. It's been a busy week, Anurag, for the technology space, for the AI story. Let's start with Amazon last night. I think they made, if I'm judging by the stock's pop here this morning, a pretty good case for generating pretty good returns on their AI investments. What did you take away from Amazon's print last night?
So let me give you some context. A year ago in the second quarter, AWS growth rate was 17.5% in constant currency. Last night, it was 39%. Wow. So just give you some context of growth acceleration of the biggest cloud provider of quarterly revenue of $42.2 billion. So that's annualized revenue of about $170 billion. And with operating margins of 39%.
Yep.
Absolutely stellar.
So what's the story going forward for Amazon as it relates to capital spending, maybe their view of free cash flow? What's their strategy these days?
So one of the biggest and the most important things about AWS is, given that it is the largest cloud provider, it houses most of the corporation's data that are on the public cloud. So if you really need to infuse AI into your day-to-day operations, AWS is one place to go. Moreover, they are the preferred cloud provider of Anthropic, which has seen an absolute stellar increase in their ARR over the last few months.
Anurag, we saw from Microsoft, I can't imagine the inertial force it takes to lift Microsoft almost $500 billion. You absolutely nailed this call. Every fancy guy in a Bruno Cuccinelli?
Cuccinelli.
Thank you, Bruno Cuccinelli. Thank you there. Anurag, every fancy tech boy in a black Bruno Cuccinelli t-shirt today has to take a lesson away from Fortress Nadella. What did we learn from Microsoft that every other tech company has to do?
But one of the most important comments we heard on the conference call was how forceful he was about telling people not to depend on just one model or two models for their future and control their data internally, make sure everything that they own remains there and is not given to the only the frontier models. I think that is going to be a message that's going to resonate a lot, especially with new open weight or open source models coming in, because he wants to keep control of everybody's or their client's destiny and not let the labs get away with all the intellectual property.
Anurag, I'm doing my amateur take here, folks. I use the Bloomberg Professional Service. Tom Secunda taught me the WACC screen. Whoa. Okay, Anurag, here we go. The return on invested capital of Microsoft is 24-ish%. Apple's is 60%. Apple's popping cash of $140 billion up 2 quarters in a row up to a new level. Amazon is doing what Amazon's doing. Do we still not understand the profit-making machines they are that allow for the future investment?
You're absolutely right about it, but there is also a question, and you have to, think about the other side of the argument as well. At what point the number becomes very big? For Amazon, for example, we are expecting $220 billion just in this year. Next year, it's going to go up. So it's about $260 billion. What happens after that? So you have to come to an idea, because very soon these numbers will get to a point, it'll be very difficult to fund them. So we don't know whether that year is 28, 29, 30. And if you are doing a DCF, you do need to have that framework in your hand as well. Apple probably the easiest one to understand right now. The only issue they are facing is supply issues, which means if you can't buy the computer today, you will buy 3 months from now. It's okay, but it's not changing their business model as we know.
Paul, we need to be clear on jargon. DCF, I think, is discounted cash flow.
That's what I remember from business school days.
Nailed it.
Anurag's way ahead of us. Anurag, as to the Apple story here, stock's trading down 6-7% here in the pre-market here. Talk to us about what you learned on the call last night from Apple and their business outlook.
I think the results were very good, and barring one minor miss, I think overall things were very good. But the call actually told us a lot of different stories that FX is hitting them quite a bit. But the bigger problem is that they are really supply constrained right now, which means the parts they don't have to take care of the strong demand of the phones and the Macs that they are seeing. Yeah. And what that is going to do is it's just going to delay growth rate. So it is very much likely they've already given guidance for the next quarter, which is September. But if this thing doesn't get resolved, I think there is risk to the December quarter growth numbers also.
Okay, I'll go with that. But, I love this guy out on Twitter, Hedgie Markets, had a beautiful summary of this, the cash, the balance sheet, etc. Isn't there supply constraint good news because they have a massive demand reality? I mean, the reality is Michael Barr wants a new Neo, right?
Yes.
But I'm completely with you on that. There is no doubt about it that you're not going to lose those customers. But you also look at Apple's valuation vis-a-vis Microsoft or Google or Amazon at this point. I mean, it's in the 30s compared to, low 20s for all the others. So there is almost a 30, 40, 50% gap between the two companies. So you got to, you have to take that into account as well.
Anurag, where, as we sit here, the CapEx build for AI, is there an end in sight? Because if I'm an investor, I get it, but at some point I need to see this CapEx cycle kind of play out. Is that anywhere in sight?
Paul, that is the biggest thing I am personally confused about as to when this stops. I cannot tell you. It's not stopping in 26. It's not stopping in 27. These 2 years, we feel very comfortable. It's on the upward rise. Now, what I do not know, 5 years from now, Microsoft will have to spend $200 billion to maintain these growth rates? Because if that's the case, then it becomes a utility business. Then it does not remain a very high margin software business. And that's what we need to see is, how long is this ramp up going to last? And I think that's really the biggest question for us.
Well, a Standard Oil and the John Rockefeller roll-up of 150 years ago, do you just assume, Anurag, that some of these businesses don't work and we get, I'm going to use an amateur phrase, that we get an AI roll-up?
It could be the case, but it's not going to be the 4 or 5 companies we are discussing right now, because they have other businesses that are massively cash generating businesses, whether it's Google with search or Microsoft with software and Amazon with, its core cloud business. The problem is going to be some of the very small companies that are up and coming right now. And those are the ones where we'll have to see how that shapes up, because at this point, all of them are being funded by NVIDIA to basically resell the GPU chips that NVIDIA is producing.
What have we heard from Anthropic and OpenAI, the private companies? Hopefully we'll get Anthropic in the public market sometime this year. Have we heard anything from those private companies, which are such big players?
So both of them are doing very well in terms of the ARR growth or people embracing their models. But at the same time, they are the ones with the biggest cloud commitments out there. So for example, OpenAI has over $700 billion it has committed to multiple cloud vendors. So that's a big question for everybody. And if Microsoft or everybody is going to go down and push open source models or open weight models to people, you have to understand what would happen to them. So far, we have not seen any slowdown. In fact, things look okay. Right. But the big question is whether they can continue at that rate.
Anurag, one final question. Are you able to go see the White Sox play the Yankees, or this weekend the Cubs play the Yankees?
It's going to rain this weekend. I'm not sure it's going to happen.
Oh, that's good.
That's good for the Yankees.
Yeah.
Anurag Rana, thank you so much. I can't say enough, folks, the literally the joy that we have with the commitment of Bloomberg Intelligence to technology. And what's amazing is Anurag's got 6 people working for him.
Yeah. Absolutely.
They're all double electrical engineering, Georgia Tech.
And they're in London, they're in Hong Kong,
they're everywhere.
They're in Singapore,
Imperial
they're
College. It's just an amazing. Mandeep Singh, Anurag Rana there, driving all of our technology coverage. We'll dive into that next week as well. Futures advance up 30. With our news in New York City, Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Tom, Paul, and Alexis. President Donald Trump says a deal has been reached for Hamas to disarm and Israel to withdraw its forces from Gaza. Today, Hamas officials said they have reached an agreement on disarmament. More with David Gura, host of Bloomberg This Weekend on Bloomberg Radio and Television and the Bloomberg Big Take podcast.
The sticking point here is disarmament. And you look at sort of what we've heard from Hamas officials about these talks and the order that they want to see things proceed in. That is, they're not going to disarm until Israel removes itself from the Gaza Strip. And Israel hasn't weighed in officially on this yet, but Israel's saying basically the opposite. Hamas has to disarm totally before Israel would consider leaving the Gaza Strip.
Bloomberg's David Gura. President Trump said he is open to the possibility of temporarily withdrawing Todd Blanche's nomination as Attorney General amid opposition from two Republican senators. John Cornyn and Tom Tillis have sought additional assurances in writing that the DOJ will not revive an anti-weaponization fund created to resolve the president's lawsuit against the IRS. Senator Tillis.
Somebody's telling them to not do what Blanche said they were going to do. Whoever that person is giving the president bad advice. The only reason why we wouldn't move forward with this language is because that same advisor wants to bring it back to life at some point.
Senators Tillis and Cornyn met with Blanche last night. No word on what came out of that meeting. The senior advisor to FIFA President Gianni Infantino has resigned. Carlos Cordero released a statement saying, "I cannot stand by while FIFA considers selling a stake in the World Cup." And opposition to FIFA's spin-off plans has reached the level of powerful clubs, including Juventus and Real Madrid. The clubs, alongside other teams, contend that FIFA lacks authority to spin off its commercial business and sell a stake to an outside investor. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom, Paul, Alexis.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. Michael Barr, 6 p.m. Monday, the trade deadline in Major League Baseball. Without question, everyone's talking about school ball. I love what Jeff Passan does at ESPN. He says, Dodgers, Tampa Bay, the Milwaukee Brewers, if he went there with a guy Mizorowski or whatever, he says it will be the best righty-lefty duo since Randy Johnson and Kurt Schilling.
Wow.
This is like a huge deal where school ball goes.
Yeah, oh my goodness. A lot of teams are in play. I'd go back to what you said earlier, that if the Dodgers get him, oh yeah, it's lights out. In fact, I got to order today to get my school ball jersey that still has the Detroit logo on it.
I mean, here he's got, if it's lefty and he goes to Atlanta, it's the best trade and duo of Chris Sale and school ball since Rube Waddell and Eddie Plank. Yeah. Michael, you're the only one I know that saw Rube Waddell play. Folks, it was like 1920. But this is like a huge deal in baseball where this gifted kid goes from Detroit and the magic it'll be into the World Series, into the autumn. You're going to come in Monday?
Yeah.
From New York, Bloomberg surveillance.
Big Tech reports earnings.
Apple earnings, third quarter revenue, $109.42 billion. That's a beat.
Microsoft, everything is in the cloud growth, better than expectations.
And Bloomberg brings you the headlines first.
Amazon Web Services net sales, that's a beat.
Meta Platforms did miss estimates.
For breaking earnings news and expert analysis.
The AI euphoria is being questioned across the board.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg 92.9.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th, as global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power. You'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
The entertainment business is changing fast. At Bloomberg Screen Time, we'll bring together the executives, creators, investors, and entrepreneurs shaping what's next in Hollywood, music, sports, and gaming. We'll talk about the biggest stories in media, like the merger of Paramount and Warner Brothers, the booming live events business, and the potential impact of AI. I'm Lucas Shaw, and I'll be hosting Bloomberg Screen Time in Los Angeles September 30th and October 1st. Join us and request your invitation today at BloombergLive.com/screentime/radio.
Trade your portfolio with the power of prediction market probabilities. With interactive brokers, trade prediction markets on election, climate, and economic outcomes, right alongside stocks, options, and bonds. Prediction market prices reflect probability, and correct predictions receive $1 per contract. Plus, earn interest on your position. Prediction contracts are not suitable for all investors. Visit ibkr.com/predictions.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure out over Ohio's headed our way. It leads to mostly sunny weather today, though there could be an isolated shower later in the afternoon near 80. Clear sky 65 to 70 tonight. Tomorrow, a fair amount of sunshine will be up around 85. It'll be partly cloudy, 65 to 70 tomorrow night. Sunday looks to be partly sunny and 80 to 85. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Every weekday, Bloomberg brings you the best in politics twice a day.
The president spent time with the Prime Minister of Iraq.
Join Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines for Balance of Power. Every weekday at noon and 5 p.m.
Washington is looking to take steps against China.
Should people start bracing for an indefinite conflict in the Middle East?
Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
The midterms are literally around the corner.
Weekdays at noon and 5 p.m. on Bloomberg 92.9. Context changes everything. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
7:24 on Wall Street. I'm Alexis Christoforous from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Investors are jumping back into the AI trade, putting stocks on pace for a higher open on this final trading day of the month. S&P futures up 0.4% or 30 points. Dow futures up 0.5% or 282 points. And NASDAQ futures now up more than 1% or 326 points. South Korea's Kospi surged by a record 18% as SK Hynix hit the 30% daily limit and Samsung soared. Brent crude 90.25 a barrel, now up 1.33%. WTI crude up 1.33% as well, or 84.75 a barrel. The Bank of Japan held interest rates steady and signaled the possibility of a move in September. Earlier, authorities were said to have intervened to prop up its currency from 40-year lows. Right now, the Japanese yen at 160.11 against the U.S. dollar. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up 0.33% at 1209.80. Microsoft is down about 0.5% one day after making history, up 16% on surging cloud revenues, adding nearly $500 billion to its value, the most by any stock in a single day. And Jersey Mike's up about 1% here after slumping 6% yesterday in their Wall Street debut. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Back to Tom and Paul.
Alexis, thank you so much. Victoria Fernandez's wonderful and clear talk about the emotions of the weekend. You get to the weekend, you reassess your portfolio.
Sure.
You know, there's arguments across the kitchen table and out on the deck and that. Victoria Fernandez she's deck police, chief market strategist, Crossmark Global Investors. What's the biggest argument, Victoria, families or couples are having in this booming economy, this big bull market?
Look, Tom, it's got to be how they're going to invest around tech, right? Do we buy chips? Do we not? Do we buy memory? Do we not? With the volatility that we're seeing in these markets, I think that's going to be the biggest conversation people are having. And really and truly, we need to be tactical. It's what we're doing for our investors. There is so much going on underneath the surface right now.
Right.
Even though you've got a VIX that's like an 18 handle, the correlations are not high in anything except energy and utilities. You don't have high correlations, so stock picking is important.
Bloomberg money question, then. We'll do that at 12 noon today. Victoria Fernandez, what does it mean for rebalancing? Do you less rebalance and let tech go, or do you have increased scrutiny on rebalancing a portfolio?
I think it's going to be more of the latter, Tom. And I think that's because of what we're talking about in regards to these correlations. I mean, every day a stock can change, right? I mean, we've seen that with Microsoft. We've seen it with SK Hynix. We've seen it with a ton of names. You have to be able to be tactical. So little bites at the apple is what we're saying. Don't go in and make big bets because it can turn around the next day and kind of bite you in the rear. So little bits and pieces here and there. When the stock comes down, add a little bit to your portfolio. When it runs high, say thank you very much, take some profits off the table. That's what we're doing for our clients. I think that's the best way to approach this volatility we're seeing in the tech sector.
Victoria, we're right in the teeth of earnings here. We got a lot of tech earnings this past week here. What's your view of kind of how corporate America is delivering on the earnings front?
It seems like they're doing quite well, right? When we look at the blended earnings expectations, those that have reported plus expectations, I mean, you're close to 30, a little over 30% earnings growth for the second quarter. That's amazing. And I think we have to be a little bit worried about, is that as good as it gets, looking at coming up quarters, but they're actually performing quite well. The problem is they're not all getting rewarded for that. We've seen that in some of the hyperscaler names, a lot of that coming down to the communication around what the ROI is on these names, what the future looks like in terms of the spending that we're seeing. When you're upping your CapEx by 10, 20%, investors want to know exactly how they're going to get rewarded for that. But all in all, earnings so far and profits, I mean, look at the energy names this morning. Profits are off the chart. So far, so good.
It was also a big week for central bankers, particularly the U.S. Fed and Chairman Warsh. What did you take away from this midweek meeting?
Paul, it's interesting. After the press conference, you had so many people coming out saying how horrible it was, all the credibility issues around Warsh and what's happening. And I had to kind of do a double take, because isn't this kind of what we expected? Isn't this what he told us was going to happen? I mean, he's not going to front run these task forces that he's put in place. So we shouldn't have expected there to be a lot of discussion around that. We didn't think there'd be hikes. The market wasn't pricing in really a hike for this meeting. So I'm really kind of surprised at the reaction that we've seen. I do think it sets up a lot more from now till the September meeting in terms of Fed speak and what we're going to hear. People will be listening closely.
Do you take advantage of price down, yield up, out the curve, 10-year, 20-year, 30-year paper?
Well, I am in our fixed income portfolios. I want to lock in some of that because our clients are using fixed income, high quality fixed income for cash flow. So if we're going to get some better yields, then why not go ahead and lock a little bit of that in, maybe up to 10 years or so, and have that in your portfolio, set it aside, and just collect your coupons.
That's like Sweeney Gospel.
Yeah, right away. Why not? What are the risks here, Victoria, to this economy? The consumer seems to be kind of hanging in there. Earnings seem pretty solid. I don't know. What are the risks here?
Those are the exact risks, Paul. If we see earnings start to turn next quarter, or even later in the second quarter when we start to get more of the consumer-facing retail names report, if those are weak, then I think we have to start getting a little bit concerned, because we've got consumption higher than incomes, right? Real disposable income was down with consumption higher. That's unsustainable over the long run. So I think let's watch earnings. If they start to drift a little bit, we have to start worrying a little bit more about the consumer. And we did see credit and debit spending up over 6% last month. So let's keep an eye on that.
And now, folks, on July 31st, we look towards August. The first tinge of the leaves across Central Park.
No, not even thinking
and
about
You're not even thinking about it. Why are you here on a Friday?
I know, that's a good question.
Let's start with that. The autumnal glow is upon us, and we do that always and only with Victoria Fernandez. First of all, do you have your Texas A&M tickets for November 27th?
I do not have them yet, but don't worry, it is on my to-do list. So we will have them.
I'll bet it is.
Are you going to come join me? Are y'all going to come
Well, we would love to do a remote down there. Hullabaloo, Canuck. We would love to do that.
You go.
Texas at College Station, folks, November 27th. That's Friday, day after Thanksgiving.
Oh, that big.
Small. That's like a state holiday.
I'll be working
in Texas, to say the least.
I won't be joining you on that day for the radio.
As we get to Q3 ending September 30, as we stagger into Q4, in your research note, Victoria, you say it best, sometime this earnings joy is going to end. Is it going to end Q4, or do we stagger into 2027 as Texas A&M goes to the Rose Bowl?
I like the way you think, Tom, for the Rose Bowl at least. I do think that we'll probably do a little bit of staggering here at the end of the year into the first quarter of next year, mainly because we know how consumers are. We don't underestimate the U.S. consumer in the fourth quarter of the year around holidays. They spend whether they have it or not, unfortunately, and we know that the bottom consumer and some of the younger consumers are being held up by baby boomers and Gen X money supply there. So I think we'll continue to see a little bit of support in the fourth quarter. but we'll need to be cautious going into the new year.
Victoria, thank you. Victoria Fernandez with us, the Crossmark Global Investments this morning. Paul, I look at it through the summer and the shock of these earnings, and, John Golub writing and others summarizing in the earnings season. I look at GDP like 1.5%, except domestic final sales, call it like more consumer-based, more domestic-based, was a ginormous number. John writing again with that note I mentioned with Greg, looking at an 8% plus consumption plus investment statistic. This is in none of the textbooks we ever had.
No, and I'm wondering where a lot of this spending is coming from. I'm just looking in Victoria's notes here. Much of the spending from young adult demographics is not coming from increased wages, but from support from the baby boomer and Gen X generation.
Why are you looking at me?
I'm not doing it. I'm not supporting any of these offspring here. They're on their own. But
can I suggest we got to get the points guy in here?
Yes,
Brad. We got to get him in. Can we do a thing that when dads buy plane tickets for their offspring, that they get? I don't want them to get the miles of the trip, but like a bonai 10,000 miles for being the dad.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm doing 2, not 1. 2 this weekend, and maybe a 3rd.
I just did 1 this morning. Yep.
You did 1 this morning.
I'm bringing them back from Tokyo.
Did you get your stuff? Oh, from Tokyo.
Yep.
It's real money. Yeah. Did you get like a little stub add-on from Delta or whoever?
Oh yeah. So we'll be United. United taking care of us. We're in good shape. So
they do that. They have the Pacific. I mean, their heritage is to do the Pacific.
We'll do them Economy Plus. That's
what we're doing. Alexis, is that the way you roll when you're buying the offspring tickets? You try to nudge them up to Economy Plus or Premium
to
economy.
give him a little more leg room. One of my guys is 6'2", so it's tough for him to squeeze in. You would relate to this, Tom.
The only time I've flown economy, folks, was to my father's funeral, emergency 1-day flight. And I sat in economy and I couldn't fit the chair. I had to sit up the entire trip across America.
I believe it.
And Tom's going 6'5".
It's like
at least
ridiculous. Anyways, for those of you booking tickets for your cherubs this weekend, Sweeney, Christopherus, King, we give you our deepest sympathies. We're going to continue great conversation. At 12 noon today, the former vice chairman of the Federal Reserve System, Richard Clarida, on Bloomberg Money. Good morning.
I'm David Weston. This week on Wall Street Week, Harvard's Jason Furman on the Fed decision. The European Union moves to reform its merger regulation, but will it get the tech industry going? Johnson & Johnson gets into the robotic surgery business a bit late, but with what it thinks is a better mousetrap. And what are all those think tanks doing?
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, tonight at 6 at your #1 source for news on the FM dial in Boston, Bloomberg 92.9.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Next week on Leaders with me, Francine Lacqua. I speak with investor and entrepreneur Amanda Stavely on the boldest deal of her career.
That was brave.
Walking away from Newcastle.
It was the toughest decision I've made.
And what she's looking for in her next football club.
I just want a challenge, and that's what excites me.
Listen and watch Leaders with me, Francine Lacqua, on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, Jose Minchero here, Head of Portfolio Analytics Research at Bloomberg. Are you looking for a risk model that adapts quickly to today's volatile markets? One capable of providing accurate risk forecasts and efficient optimized portfolios, all while mitigating those pesky correlations between idiosyncratic and factor returns? If so, look no further than the Bloomberg Mac 3 risk model. Visit bloomberg.com/risk-modeling to learn more.
On a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast, Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway speak with Branko Milanovic, author of The Great Global Transformation.
The backlash against globalization, in your description, has been, I guess, tearing down the liberal aspect of international economy and international trade, and not domestically. So domestically, you still preserve large parts of capitalism. It didn't have to go that way, right? You could have had domestic changes in terms of income redistribution and things like that. Why do you think so much of it was just focused on the international order rather than domestically?
I don't know, but let me try to answer that question. I'm very often asked, probably you would have asked if I don't bring it up first. That was the elephant chart. The elephant chart.
Yeah, the great elephant chart. That one's so viral.
I was going to ask if you're annoyed every time anyone mentions the elephant chart.
I'm actually tired of it, but still I have to use it. The elephant chart, what it showed, the bottom line is middle classes of the West have not been doing well. Growth rate of 1% per annum per capita, not very well. The top of the Western distributions are doing very well, under Clinton especially, 3% and more. And then, of course, China is doing very well. So you are sitting there, you are a government of the United States, let's say. You have two possible options. You have, we go for policies that would actually tax the rich, that would transfer the money, that would do, serious start of reskilling of labor, public education rather than private, get rid of all these fancy schools that are being bankrolled by billionaires and do a serious effort. Or you say, look, China is screwing us, so let's go after China.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's coming up on 7:40 on Wall Street. I'm Alexis Christoforous, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by IBKR. Trade election, climate, and economic outcomes with IBKR prediction markets right alongside your stocks and options. Earn interest on your position and receive $1 per contract if you're right. Learn more at ibkr.com/predictions. Chip stocks are leading the way higher this morning to close out the month of July as AI-related stocks are back in fashion on Wall Street. S&P futures up 1/3% or 23 points. By the way, S&P is down about 1% for the month. Dow futures up 0.4% or 228 points, and NASDAQ 100 futures up 290 points or 1%. ExxonMobil and Chevron reporting a surge in second quarter profits on rising oil prices due to the Iran war. Chevron's net income soared to $12 billion. ExxonMobil's net income topped $14 billion for the quarter. Brent crude now up 1.3% at $90.27 a barrel. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5% at just under $85 a barrel. And the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up 1/3% at 1210.14. The loser du jour may very well be Universal Music Group. Shares tanking here, nearly 25% after the music company's subscription revenue growth fell short of expectations. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Paul.
Alexis, thanks so much. We'll talk about that here in a bit. Right now, this is really important. We're going to dovetail a couple conversations in here. It is one of the most coveted jobs on Wall Street. If you're a young kid, what's it like to work for Edward Yardeni? Yardeni, of course, definitive across economics and the markets. The trophy winner this year is Elias Greifentrag, senior economist, Yardeni Research. You're all of 22 years old. We have a 24-year-old blowing up in the hedge fund land right now, selling off his portfolio. He didn't understand risk, to say the least. Leopold Aschenbrenner. What have you learned about risk from Ed Yardeni?
Well, at Yardeni, we started working together.
Elias, the microphone's over there. You got to get closer to the mic. Okay.
I started working together with him about 3 months ago, and it's been a fantastic experience so far. Learned a lot from him. And speaking of risk specifically, I mean, in this business, we can talk about the Federal Reserve right away, I guess, because that's a hot topic. And
No, we ask the questions. You do the answers. What have you learned about risk?
Well, it's always important to manage it, to to think of different scenarios, what could happen in the macro economy. And then ultimately, you have a base case, you determine what the tail risks are, and
move from there.
Move from there.
So, I mean, you guys, as it relates to the Fed, you guys at Yardeni Associates, you guys pulled no punches. Here's the title to your note. Warsh fails first credibility test. Bond vigilantes won more than hawkish squawks. Wow. What did you take away, you guys at Yardeni, from the Fed this week?
So prior to the Fed meeting, our anticipation was that the Fed would shift to a tightening bias at the June FOMC meeting, right? And this whole thought was based on the premise that in the current macro environment, upside risks to inflation clearly outweigh downside risks to the labor market, right? And we track a bunch of also high-frequency indicators for our clients, and they all suggest to us that this is a very resilient economy. We're seeing consumer spending that is growing at a resilient pace. Capital investments are strong. The $700+ billion in capex that are expected to be spent this year alone from the hyperscalers, so basically their own fiscal stimulus program, right, for the economy. And then on the inflation side, there are a few risks that we track. We think the AI build-out will continue to be inflationary here over the near term. We also think tariffs, of course, are back in focus. The New York Fed released a very interesting note saying that a lot of firms do still plan to pass on higher prices from tariffs to consumers. And so you have the AI build-out, you have tariffs, the resilience of the economy also continuing to exert upward pressure on underlying inflation. And then, energy prices are back up in July here, back up around 20%. So inflation risks are elevated, downside risks to the economy are quite contained. So we anticipated this shift to a tightening bias back in June. But then we said the Fed ultimately has to follow up with a hike in July. They didn't, unfortunately. The 2-year yield rose about 75 basis points above the Fed funds rate. And that was an indication to us that the bond market heading into that July meeting believed Kevin Warsh has some credibility, right? He is going to deliver what we think he should based on what the balance of risks to the Fed's dual mandate is. But he failed to deliver that. And then you saw that shift in higher yields from the short end to the long end of the yield curve. And the bond vigilante said, well, if you're not going to tighten, we're going to tighten for you.
So what does this Fed do with it? They got a September meeting. That could be political risk with the elections coming. They have a December meeting. Are they already behind the cue ball? What do you think they're going to do here?
So our anticipation is that in September, if we go into that meeting with the same balance of risks to the dual mandate, then the Fed ultimately has to tighten in September. We don't think they can pull this off again, where Kevin Warsh just goes out and says, we're committed to price stability. We ultimately think he has to act. Otherwise, the bond vigilantes will become unhinged, and we'll see the 10-year surge to levels that Kevin Warsh certainly doesn't want it to be at. And something else that we found interesting, I mean, President Trump, Scott Bessent specifically, they talked about wanting to get the 10-year down, right? And we actually think if Kevin Warsh would have delivered that hike in July already, the 10-year would have likely declined. So ultimately, September is currently, if the current balance of risks persist, then they have no choice but to hike.
Your academics at Amsterdam is a huge residence of quantitative finance, quantitative mathematics. How are you using math right now in what I'll call quantitative financial risk measurement? How are you using that with Ed Yardeni?
So for us, it's mostly we do use statistics quite a bit, but we don't do any sophisticated modeling at Yardeni Research. It's mostly qualitative analysis.
This is really important. I mean, the prodigious chops are there. You're Amsterdam, Yardeni's Yale, etc. But you're not doing a lot of black box. And you don't have a slide rule out, right, at 8 a.m., do you?
No.
Wait, do you know what a slide rule is?
No, I do not, Tom. I'm too young.
Nor should he know.
Oh, I feel old right now. You don't have an HP 12C calculator out at AM.
No, he does not.
No, I do not.
No, they've moved on from that. That was our generation.
Oh, I just got run over there by a 20-year-old. Save me in the control room.
Exactly. All right, very good, my friend. Elias Griepentrog is senior economist at Yardeni Research. Thanks so much for making the trip over from Amsterdam. Some good stuff here. Should we go to our friend, Mr.
Oh, we have Mr. Barr. Quickly here, do you follow football?
I do.
What's your team?
Well, I mean, I watched the World Cup. I'm a fan of VfB Stuttgart.
Who?
That is my hometown.
Stuttgart.
Okay, great.
So I support them.
Should the FIFA guy go? Should Infantino go?
That's a tough question. I think capitalism is beautiful. Why not bring it to the World Cup?
There you go.
Whoa! Wow. That's headline making here at Bloomberg.
He made headlines.
Elias, thank you so much. Elias Creeper Truck with us, working with Yardeni at Research. With our news in New York City, Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Tom, Paul, and Alexis. President Donald Trump said the U.S.-led Board of Peace had reached an agreement for Hamas to disarm, though questions remained about the extent of the accord, and officials suggested it would not be implemented immediately. David Gura, Bloomberg This Weekend co-host.
This was a surprise announcement, an unexpected one from the president. That post on Truth Social yesterday, and he said that group that he created a few months ago, this Board of Peace, had reached what he calls an historic, and that's in all caps, agreement for the complete disarmament, again, all caps, agreement for with Hamas here. Look, I think there's a lot that hasn't been hashed out here, and we're going to see what happens here in the months ahead. The timeline that we're seeing cited by sources that Bloomberg has spoken to say this is going to take 250 to 300 days for it to be fully implemented.
David Gura, co-host of Bloomberg This Weekend on Bloomberg Radio and TV and the Bloomberg Big Take podcast. 15 years in prison is the sentence a Georgia judge handed down to Colin Gray, the father of the Appalachia High School shooter. Earlier this week, Colt Gray was sentenced to life without parole for the 2024 mass shooting that left 4 dead. Colin Gray was convicted of second-degree murder for giving his son the gun that was used in the shooting. Barrow County District Attorney Brad Smith.
I own guns. I'm not against people owning guns. I own them myself. But when you see someone in distress, please take away their access to guns.
DA Brad Smith. Spain is deploying its military to restore order at its border with Morocco in Ceuta. After thousands of migrants entered the Spanish territory, large crowds breached the border fence, leading to chaos and at least 9 dead. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom, Paul, Alexis.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. Okay, out on Twitter, World of Statistics. About 9% of people skip breakfast daily.
9%?
Like when we're doing this, I don't have breakfast. I just get.
You're one of the 9%.
Like too much.
Okay.
Do you have breakfast like at home every day?
I don't actually. I start my day with some water and coffee because I need to stay hydrated, and then I eat probably 2 hours after I've come in.
Yeah. Generally. I mean, Michael Barr, you don't have a full English. You have a full Detroit breakfast, right?
Yeah, but I don't eat breakfast either.
Yeah.
Well, we're not the right group because we're up at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. That's not
hours. This is true.
Yeah, strange. So. Thank you for that, World of Statistics. From New York City on YouTube, it's our new digital experience. Subscribe to Bloomberg Podcasts.
Today's AM radio is stale and repetitive.
Stay with Bloomberg 92.9, your best source for news on the FM dial, and get breaking global news with context. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI. Because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era. Learn more at everpuredata.com.
A new chapter in global growth is being written, and much of it is happening in Africa.
Africans need to invest. There are deals to be done and business to be won.
I'm Jennifer Zabasaja. Every week on the Next Africa podcast, we track capital flows and political shifts shaping the continent's future.
The digitalization of Africa is going to power its growth.
Ridding the world of something like HIV is possible.
Population growth is so enormous in Africa.
Listen to Next Africa on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Join us for Bloomberg Power Players on September 10th in New York. Set against the backdrop of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, Bloomberg convenes the leaders shaping the future of sports business. From athletes and team owners to commissioners and investors, hear the market-moving conversations driving the multi-trillion-dollar sports economy. Register now at BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio. That's BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Sunshine today, though some afternoon cloudiness could lead to an isolated shower, a high of 80. Clear tonight, 65 to 70. Weekend starts with sunshine tomorrow and a high of 85. Tomorrow night, we're partly cloudy, 65 to 70. Outlook for Sunday, partial sunshine, 80 to 85. Perhaps some showers and thunderstorms arriving Sunday night and Monday. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Get essential news on the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers. Hi, I'm Ed Ludlow. Join me for Bloomberg Tech, a daily podcast focused exclusively on technology, innovation, and the future of business. Every weekday, we bring you the latest insights on Silicon Valley's top companies and conversations with tech's biggest decision makers. Listen to Bloomberg Tech on your commute home and stay ahead of the news cycle. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
Is passive investing costing you more than you think? Active ETFs aim to beat the benchmark, while passive ETFs just settle for them. Embrace an active strategy that helps you build stronger portfolios. Invest with a global leader in active fixed income ETFs with JP Morgan Asset Management. Visit jpmorgan.com/getactive to learn more. JP Morgan Asset Management is the brand name for the asset management business of JP Morgan Chase & Co. and its affiliates worldwide. This communication is issued by JP Morgan Distribution Services Incorporated, member of FINRA.
Donald Trump is shaking up the global economy.
I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs,
rewriting the rules, moving markets, even rupturing long-standing alliances. To understand what's happening, listen to Bloomberg's Trumponomics podcast. I'm Stephanie Flanders. Every week, I bring you laser-focused conversations with experts from Wall Street, Washington, and beyond. Listen to new episodes every Wednesday and follow Trumponomics wherever you get your podcasts.
Get the news you need to start your day with the Bloomberg Daybreak podcast. Today's top stories with context, all in just 15 minutes. Listen to Bloomberg Daybreak each morning in your podcast feed by 6 a.m. on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Now a look at the front pages. What's making news around the world? Your daily roundup of today's headlines on Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Paul Sweeney, and Alexis Christoforous.
Good morning, everyone. To show the good market we've had the last 3 days distracted by the Fed, the VIX 20 for a cup of coffee, I think Tuesday or Wednesday, 16.94, a much better, much more attractive VIX than what we saw, a number of days ago as well. Right to it with the newspapers. It's a Friday. Alexis Christoforous.
And there is a lot of chatter about this Wall Street Journal report, guys. The U.S. considering a $100,000 fee for foreign students who want to work after graduation. So apparently the Trump administration is considering this. It would be attached to a program called Optional Practical Training, or OPT, which allows international university grads to work for 1 to 3 years on their student visas. And there were about 300,000 international students on OPT as of last fall, roughly a quarter of the foreign student population in the U.S. So it is a big deal for them. This is going to make it, if it happens, much less attractive for foreigners to study in the U.S. And they're saying it would particularly hurt universities, which rely on recruiting these students and the reliable source of revenue that comes with them. And also Wall Street firms and Silicon Valley companies, they tend to disproportionately hire international college students to fit some technical roles.
Yeah, I mean, from my work at the Duke University board, already seeing it. I mean, kids don't want to come for a variety of reasons. One is, the basic one is they just don't feel welcome and they don't feel like they're going to be supported here, and they're going to other parts of the world. And it's a problem because they are full A students, and universities rely upon them. And it's a big problem.
Full disclosure, folks, I'm living it personally. So Afterthought is one on a couple time zones away. Alexis, the key thing there is the idea that there's no other place to study, no other place to work. And I just think it's baloney. I mean, there's like 6 other countries they'd go to in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
It's a huge deal.
And look, we don't know if this is going to happen, but if it does, it's unclear who's going to be on the hook to pay it. Would the companies who hire these people pay it or not? Yeah. Right? That's an outstanding question. Yeah. All right, we're going to do a hard turn because it's a Friday. And do you guys know that the cassette tape is having its moment?
Really?
Yeah, all the things that we grew up with is actually cool again. So there is this move to physical music. It's a revival that has made vinyl a billion-dollar market in the U.S. for the first time since 1983. So the return to cassettes is driven by nostalgia, with Gen Z buyers out there buying the physical albums, shopping in physical stores. So Gen Z, just, you have to have been born between 1997 and 2012.
Okay.
And the return of cassettes is proof that nostalgia sells, because retro tech is everywhere you look. Typewriters are big again, Polaroid cameras, and I couldn't believe this one, landline phones are making a comeback in living rooms of Gen Zers across the country.
Do they know how to use them?
Maybe they just leave them there as a conversation piece, but all the things that we grew up with. So it's not just a music thing. They say independent bookstores in the U.S. are also making a comeback. I like to hear that.
Love that. Yeah, very good.
Gift an actual book.
Yeah.
Give us one more. What do you got?
All right. Now so we did one for Gen Z. Now we're going to do one for Gen X. Bar owners have a new favorite customer, and they are the Gen Xer. Why? Because younger Americans, like the Gen Zers, they're not drinking as much. So Gen Xers born between 1965 and 1980 have largely maintained their drinking habits. So a lot of bars are jumping on that bandwagon and coming up with nostalgia-themed nights. So there's 80s dance nights, and they are catering to this group and making sure that events are wind down well before midnight. Why? Because we like to party on our own terms, but we also like to go to bed at a reasonable time.
Okay.
So I just have to share this meme, this popular internet meme I saw that I think sort of encapsulates this. So it says, Gen X, we straight up raised ourselves. And then there's a photo of a kid on a rickety bike popping a wheelie with no helmet on. I think that sums it up.
Yep.
Alexis Christophers, thank you so much. Newspapers here on a Friday. I rumor she'll do it again on Monday.
Oh, good. Excellent. It's a highlight for me.
See, it's a highlight.
Don't threaten me.
She now goes into deep. She takes 2 of her interns and they go do an intense study now to get 40 minutes away to stock movers. We'll look forward to that in the next hour.
Is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston, WNBP Newburyport, Bloomberg 92.9. Programming paid for by Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney.
Are all eyes still on American revenue growth?
Other than electricity, there's been nothing more important than AI.
With Alexis Christophers on markets.
The stock up 47%.
And Michael Barr with news.
President Trump's clout within his party was tested.
The best in economics, finance, investment, and international relations. Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Originals, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good morning, everyone. Paul Sweeney, Tom Keene, Michael Barr, Alexis Christophers. Futures up 23 right now. The VIX comes in ever so slightly. I learned a lot from Anurag Rana about this tech boom.
Yeah, I mean, we had the Amazon numbers last night, which really impressed people in terms of their cloud growth and generating a return on all that capital investment. So they got the thumbs up.
Is it doing a Microsoft lift? Is it doing like the stupidity Microsoft?
Not quite as good as Microsoft, but very good, very solid numbers there.
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, we stagger to the end of the week. Earnings continue next week. Thank you. The control room on top of it today. Amazing for a Friday. Up 11% right now on Amazon. Good conversation coming up. Odetta Kushi joins us. First, Freya Beamish, and of course, Alexis with us in a moment. Bloomberg surveillance across America brought to you by IBKR. For the past 3 years, Interactive Brokers, their individual clients, they average 24.3% annually, beating the Standard & Poor's 500, lower costs, and access to 170 plus global markets. It matters. Visit ibkr.com/performance. From the Interactive Broker Studios, the Bloomberg Business Flash, Alexis Christophers.
Thanks, Tom. And stock futures are pointing to a higher open on this final trading day of the month of July as AI-related stocks fall back in favor. We've got S&P futures up 0.33% or 23 points. Dow futures up 0.5% or about 258 points. And NASDAQ futures up 1% or 286 points. For the month, though, the tech-heavy NASDAQ is down about 4%. We have got shares of Amazon surging this morning after reporting second quarter results that beat the street on key metrics, including revenue at its Amazon Web Services business. But Apple, meantime, sliding more than 7%. The iPhone maker's results featured disappointing reads for its services business as well as China revenue. It also gave a forecast for revenue growth that was weaker than expected. And Microsoft made market history yesterday, soaring 16%, adding nearly $500 billion to its value, the most by any stock in a single day. Let's move over to the oil pits. Brent crude up 1.5%, $90.36 a barrel. WTI crude up nearly 2% at $85.15 a barrel. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up 1/3% at 1210.78. Japanese yen down 0.4% at 160.20, and Bitcoin down 1.5% at $63,700. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Paul.
Thanks so much, Alexis. Appreciate it. A little inside baseball here. Freya Beamish joins us, chief economist, head of macro research at TS Lombard. And I want to go a little bit off track for you here to one of your wonderful research notes at TS Lombard, which is on United Kingdom full faith and credit bonds, notes, and bills. You call them gilts. If you see the actions of the chairman of the Federal Reserve System and American bonds go price down, yield up, does that affect gilts? Does that affect Japanese paper? Does that affect the global bond market?
Yeah, it disproportionately affects gilts because we have quite a lot of, the UK has quite a lot of sort of different fragilities that seem to compound each other. So you get these nonlinear responses. I think you can boil it down to the fact that we've had like continuous negative supply shocks in the real economy. So there's no faith in the ability to process inflation that is precisely the wrong type of inflation for bond markets, in that it creates positive correlation between bonds and equities. So we have the bad type of inflation, not the good type of inflation, where you have sort of demand-led inflation, and that can at least drive a strong equity market performance. And then the second sort of part of the non-linear response that we get in the UK in the gilts market to global shocks is the ecosystem of the sovereign bond market. The marginal buyer at the long end of the curve is a leveraged hedge fund. So whenever the central bank in the UK is responding to these global shocks, whether they're emanating from the US, whether they're emanating from the Strait of Hormuz, wherever they're coming from, they respond quite hawkishly because they think that's going to feed through into inflation expectations. But that is also increasing the cost of clearing the 30-year gilts market. So you can tell, all you can tell from the 30-year gilts market is that we have quite a hawkish central bank, and that the marginal buyer of that 30-year gilt is a hedge fund rather than a liability matcher that has more sort of stable demand. Is the precise opposite message from what we get from for instance, the Fed on and U.S. Treasury yields on Wednesday, when the Fed sort of failed to be hawkish enough. Right. And the long end of the card said, actually, the U.S. economy, not the sort of the oil market, but the U.S. economy could do with some compensation from inflation, actually, I think.
Sure. So, Freya, you mentioned it was a busy week for central bankers here. You mentioned the Fed holding rates. The Bank of England also held the bank rate steady here, but there's dissent in both groups there. How do you look towards the remainder of the year in terms of rates from maybe the Bank of England and the U.S. Fed?
Yeah, I think this year we're sort of waiting for the Fed to start hiking, and we're expecting the Bank of England to sort of kick the can down the road. But over a 12-month horizon, that's where I see the greatest divergence here. I think the Bank of England is probably a good 100 basis points above where it needs to be, and the Fed is probably a good 100 basis points below. So you literally have a 200 basis point spread between where these central banks are going to be dragged by, respectively. In the UK case, the economy will drag the central bank in that direction. It will just, inflation will just dissolve after this energy shock, and probably markets and the economy in the US will drag the Fed in the direction of hiking.
How do you view underlying inflation out there, Freya? There's concern certainly here in the US that, yeah, there's energy sways back and forth here resulting from the war, but if you take that out, there's still some core inflation now we need to stay on top of here. How do you think about that?
Exactly. It's the domestic economy in the US where the inflation is coming from. And in the UK, it's all imported. And then you have this sort of irony that Bailey spends the first sort of 10 minutes of the press conference literally recounting what's happened in oil prices, and it doesn't get mentioned at all it hardly gets mentioned at all with respect to the Fed. So right. the UK is focusing on these imported shocks that are probably going to dissolve a lot more quickly than the most recent sort of shocks over the past few years, because the labor market is weak in the UK, whereas you have the opposite situation in the US.
Freya Beamish, T.S. Lombard with us here. We're efforting Mike McKee right now. We're trying to get him in here some serious breaking news in the Fed. But Freya, your global sense, your experience in China, what's the prism that you believe central bankers worldwide look now at this Donnybrook in America? How does Lagarde, BOE, BOJ, even the secondary bankers, New Zealand, Norway, how do they perceive the U.S. central bank right now?
I mean, I think that the thing is to draw a distinction between forward guidance and the reaction function. And at the moment, there's this kind of conflation of the two that is coming out of the Fed that makes it very difficult for not just central banks, but markets as well, to really get a handle on things. And you get sort of excess volatility as a result of that. Essentially, you've got no sort of explanation of even how the Fed thinks about what's happening right now coming out of Wash, let alone how they would respond if things move in one direction or another in the future. So even the reaction function is unknown, and that's what causes this kind of volatility in the long end of the curve, and other central banks sort of have to deal with that. So that comes up in the press conference in the Bank of England.
Freya, thank you so much. Freya Beamish with us with T.S. Lombard this morning. We have a release moments ago, often typical, where the dissenters of a given Fed meeting put out short paragraphs explaining it. This is two dissenters who were expected, Hammock and I'm getting it here. No, not Kashkari. He was not expected. He was a bit of a surprise. But Kashkari comments as well. Let me go to that. This is the aerospace engineer from the Minneapolis Fed. Basically, he says Kashkari, quote, would rather tighten policy incrementally as we gather more data. And there he is on the timeline, which you'd expect from an engineer. But the dissenters are beginning to speak, and you wonder how many more there would have been, except everybody wanted to play nice with a new chairman.
Well, Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammock is out with a statement saying, quote, the longer that high inflation persists, the more challenging and costly it can be to bring it back down, end quote. So there you go.
Right. Joining us now, getting ready for he goes out west. He does this circuit of conferences.
Yeah.
You and I are toiling away, and he's out west getting himself to Jackson.
Hopefully you can join him out there for one of those.
Michael McKee with us. Michael, let me just cut to that. There's 3 dissents, 2 known. Kashkari piles on. Do you think there were a few others that wanted to join them? but wanted to play nice?
I don't know about the cast of voters, but I can tell you Jeff Schmidt from Kansas City has made it clear he would raise rates as well. He's not a voter this year, but I suspect there may be a couple of others who are leaning in the direction of wanting to raise rates.
Paul, jump in here, but dumb question to get us going. Do you know what a hawk or a dove is anymore?
It's funny. For a couple of years, I've been saying there was really no difference because the rates were low enough that you didn't really have much of an impact from any of this. But I think it's become a little more delineated. It's now the people who want to raise rates versus the people who think that interest rates at this point are set appropriately and you don't have to raise rates to bring down inflation.
Some folks are even claiming that perhaps Fed Chairman Warsh lost some credibility this week. My question is, do you agree? And B, do you think he cares?
Two interesting questions. I wouldn't be able to tell you whether he lost credibility because I think that's a decision that the markets have to make, and they do seem to have been concerned about what he did not say more than what he said. But they'll have to decide whether they believe him and believe the Fed will bring down inflation, which is the ultimate bottom line of the question. Now, the problem for Warsh is how do you deal with that if it's indeed there? When they come upon September, depending on the inflation data we get between now and then, they may be in a situation where if they raise rates, then they'll be seen as caving to bond market pressure to save their own credibility. And if they leave rates unchanged, then the same complaints about kowtowing to President Trump would be in place.
To that point, we haven't heard anything really from President Trump as it relates to the Fed, have we?
Not since the decision. But on the day of the decision, he said in the morning that Kevin Warsh will do what Kevin Warsh needs to do, and I hired a good man, and he'll do it. So we really haven't had any complaints from the White House about it at this point. But of course, holding rates steady is about as good as the White House could have expected.
You're not here because of the Fed. Should the Red Sox trade for Gleyber Torres?
No.
Of the Yankees Detroits?
No.
I mean, it's just too delicate. I mean, he's still a Yankee.
It's not even that. It's that he isn't that good to lose other players for. That's my personal opinion. I would say this is my personal opinion here.
Over at ESPN, they're saying Otto Lopez, the Marlins, or this superstar Jeremy Pena, I guess, or Neto at the Houston Astros. But who would we give up for that?
Well, the problem for the Red Sox is that what all teams want is pitching. The Red Sox have pitching, but they already lost one.
They lost early.
They lost Connolly early, and so do you want to really reach into your depth to trade people away?
The worst thing is Odetta Cushy's on the phone, and she's saying, "What show am I on?" Michael McKee, thank you so much. No doubt following the Red Sox this week and driving all of our economic coverage. Again, Richard Claret at the 12 noon hour today on Bloomberg Money. Odetta, thank you so much for being with us here and waiting and to come on. I got 8 ways to go, Odetta, but I just, what's the state of the economy that First American sees? Do you just see an extended boom economy?
Well, we focus specifically on the U.S. housing market, and the U.S. housing market, especially on the existing home side, has really been sort of in the doldrums. Existing home sales have been hovering around 4 million annualized, really struggling to break much higher than that. We do see some slightly positive momentum, certainly earlier this year, as affordability was improving and inventory's been improving, and those have all been positives and helping to bring sales a little bit higher, but certainly the recent pickup in rates pushes back on that momentum.
Paul, 30-year mortgage, my study, 6.55%. Moonshot up to 6.72% in like 12 days.
Yeah, it is not good. Odetta, I mean, it feels like the bond market's telling us, hey, it is higher for longer, folks. Just get used to it. Has that type of mentality got, kind of wound its way into the residential real estate market? The buyers and sellers realize the 3%, the 4% mortgages, those just aren't coming back here, folks.
I do think there's been a re-anchoring to this new normal of 6 to 7%. I think the days of hoping and wishing that rates would come back to 3% are firmly behind us. And we see that in some of the price adjustments. When we look at our data, about a third of the top 100 markets are experiencing year-over-year price declines, as high as about 6% year-over-year price declines, mostly concentrated in Florida, Texas, and some markets in the Mountain West. Meanwhile, markets in the Midwest and Northeast are actually demonstrating relative resilience with positive price growth. So I do think that buyers and sellers are sort of agreeing a little bit more on prices. We're seeing some of that price adjustment in the residential housing market, but even with that, affordability is still quite constrained from a historical perspective.
And where are we in terms of the existing home market? Again, the phenomenon we've seen over the last several years is that baby boomers and the like, they're just not moving out of their houses for a variety of reasons. Maybe it's interest rates, maybe it's they're living longer, maybe it's they've got kids living there. I don't know. How does that dynamic play out, do you think?
Yeah, the demographics of housing are particularly interesting right now. As you mentioned, baby boomers are aging in place, certainly when we compare them to previous older generations. We do expect them to age out of homeownership. We know the population of 80 plus is expected to about double between now and 2040. So that will certainly add more supply to the housing market. The other dynamic, of course, is that millennials continue to age into their prime home buying years. They're buying homes a little bit later in life than previous generations. So, maybe previous generations bought in their mid to late 20s, millennials are buying in their early to mid 30s. And that's in part a function of the fact that they're making key lifestyle decisions that are highly correlated with buying a home, like getting married and having kids. They're doing that later in life. But this is a demographic tailwind, is this millennial generation, because they're so big.
Does First American have in your head a 30-year mortgage rate where things unravel? Like, is it a big round number, or do you have some fancy math equation that says at this, hundredths of a percentage point, this is where it gets difficult?
I think, as we get closer to 7%, that certainly makes it a more challenging housing market. And then, of course, the closer we get to 6%, you start to see applications and demand really start to pick up. So mortgage rates are certainly one piece of the equation. I think where we have a little bit more of a positive story is that we're still seeing income growth outpace house price growth in this country. And that's been a positive for affordability.
Odetta, thank you. Too short a brief. We'll do it longer next time. Join us in New York City. Odetta Cushy, Deputy Chief Economist, First American, this morning. Futures up 17. With our news in New York City, Michael Barr.
Tom Paul, Alexis. President Trump said the U.S.-led Board of Peace had reached an agreement for Hamas to disarm, but there are questions about the extent of the accord. Bloomberg government Capitol Hill reporter Maeve Sheehy.
The U.S. and Board of Peace officials kind of said that details would have to be refined over the next couple of weeks. They were hoping for progress in the next month or two. So there's still a lot of things that could come out about this, a lot of details that remain to be seen, but this would obviously be a pretty big step forward. And Trump touted the deal as a, quote, monumental step toward lasting peace and security. And he basically said that it would clear the way for Gaza to have a new Palestinian government that would work closely with the Board of Peace.
Bloomberg's Maeve Sheehy. President Trump says he may withdraw and delay Todd Blanche's nomination as Attorney General until Republican senators who are seeking concessions from the top prosecutor leave office. The Republican senators, John Cornyn and Tom Tillis, have sought additional assurances in writing that the Justice Department will not revive an anti-weaponization fund created to resolve President Trump's lawsuit against the IRS. Spain's prime minister is expected to arrive at its border with Morocco in Ceuta after thousands of migrants entered the Spanish territory. Large crowds breached the border fence, leading to chaos and at least 9 deaths. Many swam from nearby Moroccan towns like this man.
We don't have a good medicine, and we don't have a good teachers, and it's a bad life.
It isn't clear what prompted the rush on the border. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom, Paul, Alexis.
Michael Barr, thank you so much. I'm trying to bring this up right now. No, I did not lose it. I have it.
There you go.
This is important, folks. This is just on a Friday. We're all yammering away about the Fed and that. There are reporters reporting at Bloomberg. We have a team of people in Singapore and around the world reporting on radiant world. It is a commodity shop based out of Singapore. And all of a sudden, there's real questions about their trades. The headline is Intesa and a Jefferies fund are reviewing Radiant World exposure. Just an example of the reporting at Bloomberg News that will shake the commodity business this morning.
Breaking news first. The Fed decides.
No change in rates, 9 in favor, 3 dissents.
All 3 of those voting for an interest rate hike.
Where necessary and appropriate, we will not hesitate to act.
Reaction first to the Kevin Warsh press conference.
The market is trying to tell you the direction of travel is going to be higher.
I do think we do get rate hikes in September.
They're starting to migrate towards tightening policy.
For the latest headlines from the Fed, stay with Bloomberg 92.9.
You research your investments, you analyze markets, but have you researched your broker? For the past 3 years, Interactive Brokers' individual clients averaged a 24.3% annual return, beating the S&P 500. Lower costs, competitive rates, and access to 170-plus global markets help investors keep more of what they earn. The broker you choose matters. Interactive Brokers, member SIPC. Learn more at ibkr.com/performance.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th, as global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power. You'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Hello, I'm Michelle Hussein, and each week on my show, I have one thoughtful conversation that brings the world into sharper focus.
I always trust in the president. He's playing three-dimensional chess.
Every time you say something tough to Mark Zuckerberg, he looks like you killed him. I just never want to talk about Vladimir Putin again.
Every week, one conversation that helps you make sense of the moment. The Michelle Hussein Show from Bloomberg Weekend, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
A return to mostly sunny weather in the Boston area today. There may be a stray shower this afternoon. We'll be up around 80. Skies are generally clear tonight, 65 to 70. Tomorrow, partly to mostly sunny, a little warmer, highs near 85. We're partly cloudy, 65 to 70 tomorrow night. Outlook for Sunday, partial sun, 80 to near 85. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Bloomberg This Weekend. News, politics, and the lighter side of Bloomberg.
What's better on a warm day? Some ice cream, maybe?
Sure.
Okay. How about ice cream dipped in butter?
Butter.
For $9.50 a cone.
And then another treat that I get is the vanilla ice cream with olive oil.
That I can get down with. So butter, why not then?
Why not? If asked, I will try it.
Bloomberg This Weekend. Saturdays and Sundays on Bloomberg 92.9, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
8:24 on Wall Street. I'm Alexis Christoforous. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That's goldencrestmetals.com/guide. Chip makers and other AI-related companies are set to extend gains following some positive signals from hyperscalers on their CapEx plans to continue ramping up AI infrastructure. Some analysts also saying the recent AI sell-off may have run too far. In Asian trading today, shares of SK Hynix and Samsung each surged over 25%, staging a strong recovery after a turbulent week. And its peers here in the U.S. also higher. We've got Marvell, Intel, and Micron all rallying this morning. We check the markets all day long here at Bloomberg for you. And at the moment, S&P futures are up 0.25% or 18 points. Dow Dow futures up 0.5%, a gain of 257, and NASDAQ futures up 245 points, a gain of 0.8%. The oil companies are raking in profits. ExxonMobil and Chevron reporting surging second quarter profits on rising oil prices due to the Iran war. And shares of Rivian driving up higher after the electric vehicle maker reported revenue for the second quarter that beat the street. Analysts are positive about demand for the company's new midsize SUV. Brent crude 90.33 a barrel, up 1.5%. WTI crude now up 2% at 85.30 a barrel. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Paul.
Thanks so much, Alexis. Again, the VIX 17.10 shows a sprightly market over the last couple of days. So she has the worst job in London. Can you imagine waking up at Deutsche Bank over by the wall, like the Roman wall is across the street, and you have to work with George Saravelos? I mean, it's like difficult. Joining us now at Queen Victoria Street, finally, Malika Sakeva joins us, FX strategist at Deutsche Bank. Her research just jumps out of the screen, of course, coming out of Chicago. I got to start with something I didn't think I'd start with, Malika. When you talk to Matt Lazzetti in New York at the Deutsche Bank building, at the southwest corner of Central Park, it's not the Time Warner building. It's not anymore? It's the Deutsche Bank Tower. Malika, when you get briefed by Lazzetti, how did the chairman of the Federal Reserve System change our foreign exchange strategy at that press conference?
There's been a lot of focus on central banks this week, especially in the currency market. Certainly the Fed meeting earlier in the week was a big focus for the dollar, which weakened after we didn't perhaps get the degree of commitment to immediately acting on some of the price stability conviction that we'd heard in June. But the other central bank, which has been in focus this week and where I spend a lot of attention, is the Bank of Japan, which met this morning and had a hawkish hold and put a lot of emphasis on the currency. Obviously, going into the Bank of Japan meeting this morning, we had some signs of FX intervention in dollar yen yesterday. And so they certainly are sort of growing signs of policy discomfort with where the yen is.
But, off Dornbush 101, can an intervention be successful if it's alone and repeated?
So I think for the yen to truly strengthen back, the path really is the Bank of Japan has to lift rates. But if officials want to give them a bit of a runway, give them some time to raise rates, then FX intervention can be very helpful. Japan not only has a lot of central bank reserves, they also have a tremendous amount of other FX assets across pension fund, insurance balance sheets. So I would say Japan does have the resources to defend the currency if they so wish to do that.
Malika, Bloomberg News is reporting that Japan likely spent around $53 billion US dollars intervening in the currency market on Thursday to prop up the yen. That would likely be the biggest ever intervention on a single day by Tokyo. The question I think a lot of people are asking, is that enough? Do these interventions really work, or are they just kind of short-term in nature typically?
So it's not the first time that we've seen intervention in Japan this year. The Bank of Japan did intervene in April and in May. I would actually argue that considering what we've seen this year, we've seen a war, we've seen an energy shock, we've seen a tremendous amount of Fed volatility. Dollar yen has actually been relatively stable around 160. I do think the market will need the Bank of Japan to walk the hawkish talk that we heard today. They will need to accelerate the pace of rate hikes. They are talking about inflation being north of 2% over their forecast horizon. So keeping rates at 1% is simply not enough. But I do think that there is a runway here for them to use FX intervention to provide some room and some support for the currency.
And Malika, as we came into 2026, I think as it relates to the U.S. dollar, the consensus was probably weaker dollar. But then the war in Iran started, and that kind of reversed pretty suddenly. But now I'm looking at the DXY index at 100.3. We did trade a little bit below 100 today on the DXY. How do you think this plays out?
So I think the focus of my research over the last few weeks has been something very interesting is happening in the US dollar. We are seeing a sort of a swap from a lot of interest in U.S. treasuries to a lot of foreign interest in U.S. equities. And this tremendous amount of inflow into the U.S. stock market over the last year or so has actually provided a good amount of support for the dollar. Now, my thesis is that looking ahead, the risk profile of the dollar could start to change. So in the next big equity correction, it's not necessary that the dollar will necessarily do well, because the dollar is now much more linked to and much more sensitive to equity capital than it has been in the past. So I think the changing correlations between stocks and the dollar is really going to be a big focus for the market.
Okay, so where are we 6 months or a year out? Give us levels there. Where are we on euro dollar? Where are we on sterling?
So I think when we think about the dollar, I mean, the interesting things about currencies are their relative prices, right? So the dollar is strong because something else is weak against it. And if we look across the global currency universe, the currencies that are particularly cheap at the moment are Japan, are Korea, and a lot of other currencies in Asia. So really, I would argue that the outlook for the dollar in 6 months and 12 months is not really about what happens to the euro or what happens to the sterling. It's what happens to currencies in Asia. It's what the BOJ does. It's whether we see repatriation from Japanese investors back into Japan, where the dollar yen is significantly lower from here. That's what's going to drive the broad dollar.
So is Chairman Warsh central banker to the Pacific Rim?
So I mean, I think, you know, we're central banks everywhere. There's a lot of focus on whether they're going to be really, really serious about price stability. And I think what we've seen this week is, you know, where the market catches a whiff that they may not be, then currencies could come under pressure. So I think Japan is going to be very focused on that. Probably in the U.S. as well, the central bank is going to be very focused on that.
Malika, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for being on. Malika Sacheva with us, FX strategist with George Saravelis at Deutsche Bank. Bloomberg Surveillance this morning brought to you by IBKR, Trade Election, Trade Climate, and Economic Outcomes with IBKR Prediction Markets. Right alongside your stocks and options, earn interest on your position and receive $1 per contract. If you're right, learn more at ibkr.com/predictions. I got a crystal ball out, Paul. I'm deep into the second week of August. I don't have a clue where we are the end of the year with all that's going on, war and the rest of it. I have no clue.
No, I mean, I think the underlying economy remains solid. Inflation is a concern, but maybe we're going to get some moderation, as a lot of folks are talking about. So that's probably a decent base. But again, the geopolitics out there of Iran, I think a lot of folks would like to see that thing wrapped up, you know, as quickly as possible, and let's move on. Let's try to open up the Strait of Hormuz to some degree.
Thank you. That's really in the zeitgeist, starting about 6 p.m. last night.
At least at this point, I'm not sure I see a path here, unless, you know.
I've been remiss. I haven't done this. Let's do it right now. American oil, 85.11 up $1.51. Brent, that global price, 90.20 up $1.17. And that thing I introduced, Brent plus the ICE future in Europe, which is a compendium of diesel, jet fuel, and other distillates. That number is shocking. It's a 164.63 rounded up, 165. Okay, it's just a number, America. What you need to know is a record high for that barrel of diesel in Europe is only a 168. We're $3 or $4 away, Paul, from breaking through to a new expense in that barrel of diesel jet fuel in Europe.
As Freya Beamish was saying earlier, that's a particular problem for Europe, for parts of Asia that import, that are net importers of fuel. For the U.S., less so, because we're
way
an
less so.
Exporter. Yep.
And I'm going to say this, folks. We're totally wrapped up in the Fed, and we'll do it again with the former vice chairman and Bloomberg Money at 12 noon. Forget about it. The interview of the week in this room was Paul Sankey.
Always.
On oil. He was fabulous. And the stress he painted of the greater Eastern Mediterranean era world was shocking.
Yeah, he doesn't see it going back to to pre-war. He can't see a scenario where that happens. So.
Well, you said what happens to Hormuz, and he said he doesn't know.
Yeah, there's this.
It won't go back.
It won't go back, and we broke it, and now the world owns it, and so that means presumably some premium that's going to be put into fuel no matter where the supply and
Look for our coverage. Josh Wingrove, Jeff Mason at the White House, Zach Cohen on Capitol Hill, and many others. Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons with their coverage later today. From New York City on YouTube, it's Bloomberg Surveillance.
Tired of the same tedious traffic reports on AM radio?
Traffic every 10 minutes with Chip Rhodes.
Bob, we've got slowdowns on the Mass Pike and Storrow Drive.
Back to Chip. What's going on?
Still traffic on the Mass Pike and Storrow Drive, Bob. I told you 10 minutes ago there's traffic on the Mass Pike and Storrow Drive. Get a GPS.
Replace your old preset today with Bloomberg 92.9 and get news that matters.
The stories our listeners rely on.
Your new preset on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Stay connected with Bloomberg wherever you are with Bloomberg Podcasts. On The Big Take Asia, how India's cockroach party became a political force. On Zero, how should we navigate a world in which anxieties about AI, climate change, and capitalism collide? And on Trumponomics, why the biggest consequences of Trump's trade war may be the ones no one predicted. Listen to Bloomberg Podcasts on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
The entertainment business is changing fast. At Bloomberg Screen Time, we'll bring together the executives, creators, investors, and entrepreneurs shaping what's next in Hollywood, music, sports, and gaming. We'll talk about the biggest stories in media, like the merger of Paramount and Warner Brothers, the booming live events business, and the potential impact of AI. I'm Lucas Shaw, and I'll be hosting Bloomberg Screen Time in Los Angeles September 30th and October 1st. Join us and request your invitation today at bloomberglive.com/screentime/radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Masters in Business podcast, my conversation with Lori Heinel, Global Chief Investment Officer at State Street, managing $5.7 trillion.
At the margin, we might favor large cap or favor Europe or favor emerging markets at different points in time based on relative value trading. But we do think that it's incredibly difficult to time those inflection points perfectly. And as you noted, coming into this year, you still had a lot of momentum and flows into the things that had done well in the past, including some of those large cap names that you mentioned. I'm kind of a traditionalist in that way. I do believe you want to be diversified and have exposures to multiple places. But I do think that this AI enthusiasm, I believe in it in terms of a technology. But when you look at the massive amount of spending that is now being undertaken by some of these companies, they've gone from leveraging balance sheet cash to make those investments to now accessing fixed income markets in a massive way, and even in some cases issuing equities. So you do have to sort of wonder whether that vein alone is going to be where the money is going to be made going forward. I'm not saying that they can't still generate good earnings, but there are plenty of other places. If you think about energy, if you think about utilities, you think about all the ecosystem required to enable that AI transformation. And then perhaps most importantly, the real economy and how sectors like finance or healthcare or other things are going to benefit from these technologies. I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Masters in Business podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Coming up on 8:40 on Wall Street, I'm Alexis Christoforous from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Investors are jumping back into the AI trade, putting stocks on pace for a higher open on this final trading day of the month. S&P futures up about 11 points. We've got Dow futures adding 161 or 1/3%, while NASDAQ 100 futures climbed 0.7% or 213 points. South Korea's Kospi surged by a record 18% overnight as SK Hynix hit the 30% daily limit, and shares of Samsung also soared. The Bank of Japan held interest rates steady and signaled the possibility of a move in September. Earlier, authorities were said to have intervened to prop up its currency from 40-year lows. At the moment, Japanese yen 160.39 against the U.S. dollar, and the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index is up nearly 0.4% at 1211.07. Shares of Microsoft a little changed here one day after making history, adding about $500 billion to its value in a single day on strength in its cloud business. And checking shares of Jersey Mike's up more than 1.5% pre-market after shares slumped 6% in their Wall Street debut at the New York Stock Exchange yesterday. Sorry, I know it's a Jersey-based sandwich chain, Paul.
Okay. All right.
And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Tom and Paul.
Alexis, thank you so much. Did you get shares, Paul, or did you just get a sandwich?
I got my allocation. Don't worry. I got the friends and family. The Jersey Shore allocation.
We're going to pause here. Can we do like my inner Ed Ludlow?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like Bloomberg Technology folks. On a Friday, we're going to do this. This is a valuable effort. He's out of it's like where the perplexity people are.
Is that right?
His academics are out of Berkeley.
Oh, boy.
It's like Sir Lewis Hamilton's driving around in an F1 car with a perplexity symbol on the top of his helmet. And it's 4 thugs out of Berkeley. Joining us from that group, Ankit Jain joins us, co-founder, CEO of Infinitus Systems, to explain AI. Okay, I perceive it simply, Ankit, as like a closed model and an open model, and they're battling right now. Let's just begin. Describe the two open-closed models of artificial intelligence, and then tell us who's going to win.
Well, this is the debate of the week, the month, the year. For when all of these scientists got together and said, let's build neural networks, things that work like the human brain. We thought that it was going to be magic. We thought that these models and all of the initial ones were open in nature, meaning everybody could see how they worked. And that's how the ecosystem of researchers was helping each other out to get better. But then we saw this moment in time when OpenAI decided to stop open sourcing what's called the weights inside the models, the weights and biases of the models. So now no one knows how OpenAI's models actually work. And the same thing then happened at Anthropic. And the research community kind of was up in arms. They said, we helped you get where you are, but you're now not giving us access to improving it as a open community. So now you've got these two rifts of the world, the open source community and the closed source companies, the Googles, the Anthropics, the OpenAIs, who are constantly improving their models, fighting the open source community. And for the last 3 years, it seemed like the closed source companies were going to win. OpenAI's ChatGPT, Anthropic's Claude, Google's Gemini were just on a tear. But in the last 6 months, we've seen a huge shift the other direction. We've started seeing the open source models come back with a force that we didn't think they'd be able to, because whether it's the ones out of the Chinese labs or the ones coming from around the world, there's some out of Spain and other parts of the world that are performing almost as well as the closed source ones. And that's why there's such a debate around which one will win right now.
What does Infinitus try to solve for in the healthcare space, Ankit?
Well, what we've done is we've built AI that helps make sure that patients get the care and the treatments that they need by automating the conversations that happen between the different stakeholders. For example, that could be following up on patients quickly after a discharge. That could be making sure a prior authorization gets approved. All the things that typically delay a patient from getting the care that they need.
So who's a customer? How's you guys define the marketplace?
So we sell to 3 major groups of customers. First are the pharmaceutical manufacturers who have billions of dollars set aside for what are called patient support programs, being able to give copay assistance for those that can't afford these expensive therapies, or in many cases, free drugs to those in the underserved communities. The second constituents that we sell to are the health insurance companies who are trying to make sure that patients stay adherent to their therapies. They're trying to make sure that their members have access to all the knowledge and information that they need. And of course, the third group are the provider groups that are trying to make sure that their patients actually go down the paths that the providers, the doctors want them to go down. But for each of these, they want to make sure that any communication that happens can be AI first, but human when it matters.
And Kate, Aravind Srinivas out of Berkeley doing Perplexity. Have you ever worked with him? Was he like an intern for you?
He wasn't an intern for me. You know, the Berkeley community when it comes to AI is pretty robust. We're doing a lot of very interesting things. But many of us in the late 2000s were doing the research that now is the basis, along with the researchers from many other top universities, is the basis for what we now see in the world of AI.
What's in the oxygen at Berkeley? It's amazing. I mean, what is it about Berkeley developing this entrepreneurial spirit of all this computer stuff we don't understand?
If you rewind about 20 years, the joke at Berkeley was that we did all the hard research work, but the entrepreneurship came from the other school on the other side of the bay, a la Stanford.
I can't remember the name of that.
Exactly. But there was a huge push inside Berkeley to say, how do we make it so that all of our researchers also get that entrepreneurial mindset? And it's changed. And now I think there was some statistic late last year that the #1 school for entrepreneurs now is Berkeley. And that it took 20 years to change.
Okay, I want to pin you down 15 seconds. Who's going to buy Perplexity?
It's a good question. If I was a betting guy, I'd say it's Amazon.
Very cool. Got to have you on again. Ankit Jain, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Infinitus Systems there. Bloomberg Surveillance this morning. It's brought to you by IBKR. For the past 3 years, Interactive Brokers individual clients averaged 24.3% annually, beating the S&P 500, lower costs. Access to 170 plus global markets. It matters. Visit ibkr.com/performance. Right to it. With our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Tom Paul Alexis. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche met last night with 2 Republican senators at the center of the fight over his nomination to get the job permanently. John Cornyn and Tom Tillis have raised concerns about the so-called anti-weaponization fund and the scope of the president's immunity deal with the IRS. Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand says Blanche is a bad pick from the start.
Todd Blanche isn't qualified to be the Attorney General, and even Republicans have great pause with putting him forward. And so I hope that President Trump removes him as a nomination for that position.
Meanwhile, President Trump said he is open to the possibility of temporarily withdrawing Blanche's nomination as AG, suggesting he could re-nominate his pick after Tillis and Cornyn leave office. The U.S.-led Board of Peace and the mediating countries of Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey said that Hamas has agreed to a detailed roadmap for implementing the next phases of the Gaza ceasefire. President Trump touted the deal as a monumental step toward lasting peace and security, saying it would clear the way for Gaza to be placed under a new Palestinian government that will work closely with the Board of Peace. A Georgia judge sentenced the father of the Appalachia High School mass shooting to 15 years in prison. Colin Gray is the father of convicted high school shooter Colt Gray. Colin Gray was convicted of second-degree murder for giving his son the gun that was used in the shooting. Barrow County District Attorney Brad Smith.
These kids are not in a position where they are able to make rational decisions when it comes to things like firearms. And we need as a society step up and realize who should and who should not have access to them.
The 2024 mass shooting left 4 people dead. Seattle's police chief has resigned amid criticism that the city was slow to release key information about a fatal shootout at a food festival last weekend. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom Paul Alexis.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. My cruel childhood, like the water temperature was 52 degrees. Up in Maine, there was still ice in the water in July. You're rocking 74 degrees?
Yep. It's phenomenal.
Is that that's like 1 degree above normal, I read.
2 days ago, I was swimming and surfing. It was the cleanest water I've ever seen in my life at the Jersey Shore, standing chest deep, absolutely crystal clear. I've never seen it like that. So I don't know what's going on out there.
Okay.
But it's good. We'll take it.
But it's magical.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Come on down this weekend.
It's been a really interesting summer with some of the heat waves. Did you get your utility bill? You probably don't have one because you just got the windows
open. Sure, we get the ocean breeze. We're good.
We're going to have to sell one of the children. That's all there is to it. Futures deteriorate, up 20. Futures up 9. From New York City, Bloomberg surveillance.
The news doesn't stop on the weekends, and now neither do we. This is Christina Raffini. Join us on Bloomberg this weekend. Watch and listen to our new show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI. Because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era. Learn more at everpuredata.com.
Stacey Vanek Smith here from Everybody's Business. This week on the podcast, we talk about the holding pattern in the U.S. economy.
I think this AI hype and this AI bubble comes to an end.
You're saying there is an AI bubble?
Yeah.
What happens when this bubble pops?
I think then we are left with a massive amount of overinvestment, and it'll be a long clean out of the cycle.
Listen to Everybody's Business from Bloomberg Business Week on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, Jose Minchero here, Head of Portfolio Analytics Research at Bloomberg. Are you looking for a risk model that adapts quickly to today's volatile markets? One capable of providing accurate risk forecasts and efficient optimized portfolios, all while mitigating those pesky correlations between idiosyncratic and factor returns? If so, look no further than the Bloomberg Mac 3 risk model. Visit bloomberg.com/risk-modeling to learn more.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure out over Ohio's headed our way. It leads to mostly sunny weather today, though there could be an isolated shower later in the afternoon near 80. Clear sky 65 to 70 tonight. Tomorrow, a fair amount of sunshine will be up around 85. It'll be partly cloudy 65 to 70 tomorrow night. Sunday looks to be partly sunny and 80 to 85. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Big Tech reports earnings.
Apple earnings, third quarter revenue, $109.42 billion. That's a beat.
Microsoft, everything is in the cloud growth, better than expectations.
And Bloomberg brings you the headlines first.
Amazon Web Services net sales, that's a beat.
Meta Platforms did miss estimates.
For breaking earnings news and expert analysis.
The AI euphoria is being questioned across the board.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg 92.9.
Hi, how can I help? Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Get Get the news you need to start your day with the Bloomberg Daybreak podcast. Today's top stories with context, all in just 15 minutes. Listen to Bloomberg Daybreak each morning in your podcast feed by 6 a.m. on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning across America. For the next 5 minutes, 4 seconds, we're Fed free. Oh, that must mean it's stock movers.
Sure.
It's a podcast. Alexis, what do you have?
I'm going to start with a big loser on the day, and that is Universal Music Group. It is down 25% in Amsterdam, its steepest decline since going public in 2021. So remember, Universal is the music label behind Taylor Swift, Lady Gaga, Bad Bunny, as Tom, you like to refer to him. And the problem is revenue from subscriptions and streaming disappointed. So those are two key metrics that they focus
Paul,
on.
Is it also about copyright? They're buying up all the copyrights and all that stuff, and it's just not working out? Is that part of the discussion?
I don't know. I think the big thing here is just, what saved the music industry is all these streaming services and subscription services. That saved the music industry and reversed almost a 30-year decline in revenue. But that just slowed a little bit. I'm
ignorant. On Spotify, on Apple Music, I use Tidal. It sounds better, period. But on all of those, does anybody make any money?
The artists certainly don't. That I know. A lot of these artists, especially independent artists, don't. It's tough out there.
So, but these streaming services do in a big way. And the music labels that own it all, they do. Because they own the rights and all that kind of stuff. But it just grew at 16% versus 19%. Why you take off 25% of the value?
I don't know. It feels a little overdone, but I got to tell you, the stock is already down 40% over the past 12 months, so it's piling on today. Remember, 2 months ago, they rejected the takeover bid from Bill Ackman.
It's tough.
Pershing Square wanted to buy them for $65 billion.
Interesting.
These companies don't really
That was just too much. Next.
Roblox. I have to say, I've never played it. I gather you guys have not?
No.
Okay, but my kids have.
Okay.
And so I've seen it. But the stock is down 20% today, down 40% year to date. Not often we have two stocks back to back down 40% year to date. This is the video game company. Second quarter results disappointed on key metrics, including users and hours engaged. Boy, if you don't have those two working for you, I don't know. It also gave a forecast for both bookings and revenue that was weaker than expected. So they are looking for their next big game. There were
Are
hits.
they like Minecraft?
Exactly. Yeah. Some people say kids say, you know what, they got into architecture because of like spending time on Roblox. And so maybe there's an educational component here.
I'm still throwing Minecraft stuff out. I mean,
I don't know.
Like 8 years ago, it was all the rage. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have another one?
I do.
Yes.
Reddit. We all know it. We've read it. Maybe we haven't been on it. Like we don't like write on it.
I have it on my phone now.
I do. You know
I'm
what?
starting to use it because all the kids, the Bloomberg News reporters, will come in here and shame me that I'm not using it. So what I found is I use it to kind of get gossip as opposed to news or information.
True. Right.
So I'll type in one of my schools or something and just to see what people are saying about it.
Get a feel for like what the zeitgeist is saying about it, right? Like sort of the vibe about it. So. Right. Well, the vibe today is not good because shares of Reddit are down 10%. The company's U.S. daily active users, which I guess include you, Paul, but they came in below expectations. That offset a strong third quarter forecast. It also did not announce new data licensing agreements, and Wall Street was really hoping for this. Remember, Bloomberg recently reported that Reddit was going to explore a new potential deal with Google. But they didn't announce that today, and that was a disappointment. So they're saying, Wall Street's saying, look, Reddit needs to make these licensing agreements because of AI and how AI is going to change, what it does day in and day out.
The first 7 or 8 stories on the Bloomberg News scroll for Reddit are downgrades of price targets all across Wall Street. So there you go.
There you go.
Yep.
Okay, I like that.
So there you go. I mean, I'm using it.
Coinbase,
I thought the stock would have popped.
I don't get it. I've
about Reddit.
I tried. Yeah, it's in my feed. All right. It's in my email feed, and I just simply because I'm a fossil. I just don't get it. It's for the kids.
You're our fossil. Wait, I said it, and somebody's going to say, why'd she say it? Coinbase down 5%, crypto exchange revenue for the second quarter missing estimates, and a lot of it's because of look what crypto's been doing lately.
Right.
Now I'm done. Okay. Thank you.
63,000. We hardly mentioned crypto this week. We failed.
We don't talk about, or at least I don't talk about Bitcoin.
Okay.
Maybe 10% of what we did 2 years ago. I mean,
this is a great story. It's a band from Canada. Columbia signed him and they ignored him. And they were touring like budget touring, and they kept noticing that their album was sold out. And they had to convince Columbia to press more albums.
Oh, geez.
OS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. W291 CC Haverhill. W221 EE Topsfield. Programming paid for by Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney.
Are we breaking right now in our endless corporate debt?
Does anybody have any momentum going into these midterms?
With Alexis Christoforous on markets.
Geopolitical risk in focus.
And Michael Barr with news.
President Trump continued social media attacks.
The best in economics, finance, investment, and international relations. Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Originals, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good morning, everyone. Tom Keene, Paul Sweeney, Michael Barr, Alexis Christoforous. Okay, I think I should open with a quote on the 30-year bond. What a nerd show. 5.23%.
Yeah.
That's price down, yield up, a solid basis point, nudging out near recent yield highs.
And look at the 2-year,
30-year
Tom,
bond.
up 4 basis points. So you got that yield kind of flattener there, as Ira Jersey talks to us.
Nice. Yeah, Ira does that. But, we're starting with bond quotes today because it's sort of like a bond week after what we saw at the press conference on Wednesday. What's important here is the real yield barely budges 2.42%. So there's some dynamics going on in the bond market on a summer Friday, to say the least. Futures up 11, Dow futures up 183, the VIX 17.27. Let me frame oil here, because this is where we're going with Ellen Wald, Paul. $86 Brent crude, $90, could be to 91 here, $90 on Brent, $86 American oil, Brent crude, $90. I'll get it right. And critically, this distillate study in Europe is a 165. There's more of a tension here, Paul, than just a Friday in New York City.
Yeah, I mean, we had oil kind of drifting down here, but let's be honest here. There's really doesn't seem to be any closer to any meaningful peace negotiations moving forward. So what do you get? Oil drifting higher.
Major shout out to all of our team in Dubai and across up to Istanbul and over actually to Dublin, Ireland, for the coverage on the war. Ellen Wald is definitive on this. She's senior fellow at Atlantic Council and has a 1-volume on Saudi Arabia that is a required read for those that need to learn of the Arab Peninsula. What does the media get most wrong, Ellen Wald, about the Arab Peninsula from the Persian Gulf over to the Red Sea?
I think the media, I would say that the most common misperception is that everything is defined by the Sunni-Shia conflict. I think that that's a very a simplistic way to look at it. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on between different, sects, Islamic sects that kind of it really transcends it. On the other hand, I would say that the one thing that has really stood out for me in conversations with people in the Gulf right now is that they, at least the people, are fairly united in their sentiment against Iran, that a lot of the attacks that Iran has leveled against these countries in Saudi Arabia, in the UAE, in Kuwait have really kind of solidified at least popular sentiment against Iran, and that they are potentially much more united in efforts to fight Iran than is, I think, being really portrayed in the United States in the media and from think tanks at this point.
Ellen, if I were an insurer whose job it is to insure these tankers, I think my base case today has to be, as long as this leadership is still in position of power in Iran, the Strait will never be open. Is that a fair assumption?
That's what I would advise. If I was an insurer, I would not be insuring these ships. I think you're taking an absolutely massive risk if you are going to, provide insurance for a ship that's transiting. I really think right now we are at basically kind of a status quo kind of standstill impasse. Iran is not going to give up any way to control this strait unless something really, really shifts internally or with their firepower ability. They're not going to give it up. And the United States seems like it's not going to give up its position either. So either we have to just dig in here for the long haul until something changes economically on either side, or we have to, change something militarily. And but otherwise, we're kind of stuck. This is going to become a situation of attrition, and the world may have to adjust to this new normal.
But if I'm Saudi Arabia, not to mention all the other countries in that region, can I live with that? Can I live with that reality that the strait is closed? I would like to think those neighbors could exert some type of pressure on Iran.
I think that they absolutely do have that ability. I think that the pressure they can exert is really finding the workarounds. And it's an interesting situation because Saudi Arabia is actually, differently positioned, I would say, than, say, Kuwait or Iraq or Bahrain or Qatar or even the UAE, because it has a different geography. It has access to the Red Sea, and it's been using that, and it can continue to use that access to its advantage. Now, that has all come into question now that we're getting other actors and in other geographic regions involved. The Houthis getting involved in the Red Sea absolutely threatens that. And then we have militias, apparently Iranian-backed militias in Iraq that are now threatening ports in the Mediterranean. And so that definitely, enlarges the regional aspect of this conflict.
Okay, here's why you watch Bloomberg Surveillance, folks, and we're thrilled to do this. Our team, it wasn't Eric Mullo, it was one of the interns.
Oh, was it? Okay.
They put Ellen Wald back to back with Leslie Vinjamuri. It's too much, folks. Ellen Wald, senior fellow of the Atlantic Council, and joining us now, dropping in with Ellen Wald. It's a panel, folks, a surveillance Bloomberg panel. Leslie Vinjamuri, Chicago Council on Global Affairs. Ellen Wald, explain to Dr. Vinjamuri the relationship of the tribes of the Arab world. Does Saudi get along with the UAE? Does the UAE get along with Bahrain? Does Bahrain get along with Kuwait, etc.? Ellen, discuss that.
So they definitely do get along, but it's not like they're all just brothers here. They're definitely different sects, and they've definitely taken different approaches in, particularly in modern times. But there's absolutely, you could say kind of long-seated bad blood in some respects. One particularly fascinating part, it has to do with Jordan. Okay, Jordan is actually, the Hashemite kingdom of Jordan. That comes from a family that the Saudi king, the original king, Abdulaziz ibn Saud, he actually kicked out the ancestor of the current king of Jordan from Mecca to take over Saudi Arabia.
We're going to stop the show. Ellen, in Lawrence of Arabia, was the Hashemite king that went to Jordan, where their great-grandfather, was that played by Anthony Quinn?
I believe so.
You believe so? I nailed that. Leslie's impressed. Leslie Vinjamuri helps us out with Ellen Wald this morning. Leslie's been just on fire with discussion at Chicago Council on Global Affairs, all of her work previously at Chatham House. Leslie, the question every listener wants to know, including Ellen Wald, how do we extricate ourselves from this mess?
If you mean the United States, I think the answer is we don't. We started, it's a little bit of the Pottery Barn rule, Tom. You break it, you own it, you have to fix it. President Trump, I'm sure, and many Americans would like nothing more, quite frankly, than to return to the pre-late Feb status quo. But I think we all know at this point it's not on offer. So this is a manage it, try to get things into a stable position And I think from the U.S. administration perspective, sooner rather than later, and certainly sooner than the early November midterm elections. But there's no sign right now of any plan coming into place that brings that stability. The U.S. is kind of doubling down on sanctions, force, and Iran has demonstrated that it is in it to win it. It can bear those costs. It has that leverage over the strait. And it doesn't seem to be flinching. So at the moment, again, we're seeing escalation, tit for tat. And the few proposals on the table don't seem to be getting the kind of traction that we need to see to get back to some sort of stability.
Leslie, with a little bit of time here that we've had to kind of study this last few months, how did we misread this so terribly wrong?
I would ask, who is the we here? I think if you go back to the very deep bench of U.S. Geopolitical experts, Middle East experts, folks who've worked in the national security and intelligence agencies for decades, they've played out this scenario of Iran weaponizing the Strait of Hormuz. They understood the very disproportionate power advantage, the asymmetric leverage that was possible. And I think, we're sort of telling the same story that we've been telling for a while. Originally, it looked like the United States was being pulled in by Israel, Trump by Netanyahu, and that equation has changed. That's one of the more surprising things that has come out of the last few months, that Donald Trump no longer seems to be playing along with that playbook, but now he has his own considerations and concerns.
Ellen, well, brief Leslie Vinjamuri and all of us here on a royal family that goes back to 1727. Those of us, Leslie and you are too young to remember this, but I remember Faisal clearly, hugely dominant in the minds of Americans coming out of World War II, Jurgen and the prize and all that. Brief us now on the royal family of Saudi Arabia. How stable is it? How dominant are they in the discussion?
I would say that the Saudi royal family is quite stable. I don't think we're concerned really about any destabilization in terms of the leadership there. But it is interesting to see, as the conflict has gone on, that they really have not been the most vocal, at least publicly, in terms of the Gulf states. I mean, I think we've seen the UAE maybe taking much more of a vocal stand on certain issues, particularly concerning the fact that free passage through the Strait of Hormuz is not negotiable for them. And they've been the ones really taking this stand, though Saudi has also borne the brunt of a lot of the damage. Also, obviously, Kuwait and Bahrain have too, but they do seem to be pretty resolute in their opposition, and I don't think that we're really concerned about any kind of destabilizing measures taking place at least in Saudi Arabia.
Leslie, one of the, I think, objectives of the administration for the initial attack on Iran was regime change. And granted, there are different players now leading Iran, but they are still theocrats. Is there any reason to believe that with continued military action on the part of the U.S. that the pressure would be so great that there may be an uprising of the people to change the government? How do we look at that these days?
I mean, I see no evidence of that. And my reading of those who have been following this for a very long time is that they see no evidence of that. It is not really in America's gift. I think, unfortunately, coming out of the removal of Maduro, Venezuela's leader, that President Trump perhaps was kind of leaning into America's unwielding power. And, power is very contextual. Right. And so we haven't seen that delivered in this case. But I think we're long past the moment where we believe that this is going to lead to regime change. At best, we're hoping for, getting into a direction which can lead to some sort of stability over the strait. I even think the question of getting to a nuclear deal is, very far away at this time.
Leslie, help us with how we've shattered our relationships. I mean, you were at Chatham House and now doing this wonderful work in Chicago. Like Britain, can Britain show up along the Persian Gulf like they did in 1809, 1810? Or we just shattered the West in the Arab world?
Well, first of all, the West was already dividing internally. First thing first, Tom, you know it better than anyone. The UK, also the United States, but not nearly as much, has had its own domestic internal problems. And, the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, has got to be very focused internally on, as Gillian Tett told me earlier this week, growth, and growth, top 3 priorities. So the West has a lot of internal economic problems, but that division has been a long time coming. Europe is leaning in not to the Gulf. It's leaning into, what it perceives to be its number one security threat, which is coming from Russia and from Putin. And Donald Trump has been back and forth on that one.
I want to do one final question to both of you. This has been so special, folks. Leslie Vinger-Murray and Ellen Wald with us. Ellen, let me start with you. Same question then to Leslie. We seem to have a new diplomacy out of the State Department running out of the Oval Office in the White House. Ellen, how is our diplomacy perceived in the world of your book, Saudi Inc.?
I would say there's probably a lot of confusion because it does seem like there's one kind of diplomacy maybe coming out of the State Department and another kind coming out of the White House. And I think for states in the Gulf who are looking at for security, this is a really volatile thing and is probably a bit concerning.
Leslie, along that line, can we repair our shattered diplomacy?
Not under this administration, I don't feel, unfortunately. We're not seeing the strategy. We don't see quite frankly, the interest in doing that. If anything, the current administration is aiming to do exactly the opposite, to disrupt America's most, recent longstanding alliances, to really rethink how they do diplomacy.
Right.
That's just simply not the goal. It's not the project. So I don't see it happening anytime soon.
You two have made a Friday morning in the summer special. I mean, that's a world-class panel, Paul.
Yep.
Ellen Wald, Senior Fellow, Atlantic Council. Leslie Vinger-Murray, President of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. Just really special to have the two of you together. Ellen Wald and Leslie Vinger-Murray, thank you so much for working. That's a panel. It's a Bloomberg surveillance panel.
You do it right on the fly. We can do that here.
We can do that here. Futures up 18. Thank you to the control room for making that happen. We make jokes about it, but every
once in a while they
takes, it takes some stress to get linked up with Chicago and Ellen, I think's in Washington. Can't remember. Futures up 18. With our news in New York City, Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Tom, Paul, Alexis. President Donald Trump says a deal has been reached for Hamas to disarm and Israel to withdraw its forces from Gaza. And today, a Hamas official said they have reached an agreement on disarmament. However, many hurdles and uncertainty remain. They laid out a timeline of 200 to 350 days for implementation, but cautioned that it could still change. President Trump is taking his cabinet meeting to the historical Camp David presidential retreat in Maryland. The meeting will be the first cabinet meeting the first cabinet meeting there for Camp David in President Trump's second term after an earlier attempt in May was canceled due to bad weather. Warnings are going out to water systems across the country from federal officials about possible cyber attacks. There is word the attacks may be linked to Iran. Earlier this week, officials in Minnesota revealed that dozens of water systems in the state had been targeted by hackers. Braham Mayor Nate George says they figured out early on that this was not a local issue.
We had our inclinations initially, just in our initial conversations with the state and FBI officials.
Water utilities in at least 7 states have reported incidents. The Trump administration is weighing a plan to charge international students $100,000 to stay in the U.S. and work after graduating. Bloomberg's Amy Morris reports from Washington.
The fee would affect the optional practical training visa extension that allows student visa holders to extend their stays to gain relevant work experience. But the administration has targeted that extension. They say it enables visa fraud and overstays. This is the latest effort by the Trump administration to curb the number of international students on U.S. campuses. The administration has also proposed a $100,000 fee for H-1B visas. In Washington, Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
The senior advisor to FIFA President Gianni Infantino has resigned. Carlos Cordero released a statement saying, "I cannot stand by while FIFA considers selling a stake in the World Cup." Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom, Paul, Alexis.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. Got not one, not two, but 3 emails. Thank you, Bloomberg 1130. Tom, way too much Red Sox talk. Let's get to the Yankees.
Yep.
You're 20 years old, you're doing a routine physical, and they stop the physical to tell you you're diabetic.
Oh.
Like big time.
Okay.
And you're throwing the baseball, and you're magical out of Pittsburgh, and you're not throwing the baseball like you used to throw the baseball. So you heal.
Yep.
And you lose the academics, and you struggle through 21, 22, 23, and then you become Mason Miller of the Padres, the hottest young kid in baseball.
Yeah.
And I guess he's up for trade right now. And the question is, did the Yankees pick this guy up, even though they got tons of pitching?
The answer is they absolutely take a look. I mean, this is what the Yankees do. The benefit of being the Yankees, you're in it every single year. In it, meaning you're going to be in the playoffs. You have a shot. So what Brian Cashman does every year at the trade deadline, he figures where he's got some holes, and he goes out and more times than not, he does a decent job filling those holes every year. Net buyers every year. They're not sellers.
I like that phrase. That's really how the Yankees do it. They just load it up like the Dodgers.
Yeah, now they have, financial constraints, which they didn't have back in the day. They do have them. The Dodgers do not. They have zero financial restraints, and that's the difference here. So,
can you imagine being 20? The kid is probably the best pitcher in Western Pennsylvania,
right.
Maybe all of Pennsylvania. Yeah. I'm sure he's got 42 colleges calling on him.
Yep.
Oh, stop. You're serious diabetic. We really have to work on this.
Yeah, it's been a great comeback.
Wow.
Yep.
What a Mason Miller with the Padres. Thank you, Cy, for that. That really helps out. Futures up 20, they advance. From New York City, remember on YouTube, subscribe to Bloomberg Podcasts.
Bloomberg Radio brings you influential voices on the stories that matter. Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan.
People are borrowing because they see opportunity. Nobody borrows money just to have it sit around.
NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang.
The computer industry that's built on top of the chip industry surely is not big enough.
Wells Fargo CEO Charlie Scharf.
So goes the U.S., so goes us, and we're big time bullish on the U.S.
The names that matter on the news you need. Listen on Bloomberg 92.9 or anytime on the Bloomberg Talks podcast.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th, as global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power. You'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Want to understand what's really driving Australia's economy?
The RBA are still alert to inflation risk.
China-Australia relations have been deteriorating.
The ongoing discussion over the rising cost of everything.
Listen to the Bloomberg Australia podcast, winner of the 2026 Australian Audio Award for Best Money and Business Podcast. Each week, we bring you smart conversations with leaders in business and our journalists here and around the globe. Subscribe to the Bloomberg Australia podcast wherever you listen.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Sunshine today, though some afternoon cloudiness could lead to an isolated shower, a high of 80. Clear tonight, 65 to 70. Weekend starts with sunshine tomorrow and a high of 85. Tomorrow night, we're partly cloudy, 65 to 70. Outlook for Sunday, partial sunshine, 80 to 85. Perhaps some showers and thunderstorms arriving Sunday night and Monday. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
I'm David Weston. This week on Wall Street Week, Harvard's Jason Furman on the Fed decision. The European Union moves to reform its merger regulation, but will it get the tech industry going? Johnson & Johnson gets into the robotic surgery business a bit late, but with what it thinks is a better mousetrap. And what are all those think tanks doing?
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, tonight at 6 at your number one source for news on the FM dial in Boston, Bloomberg 92.9. You're listening to Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. Everybody's Business is a really interested, twisted podcast. It's Stacey Vanek Smith and Max Jeffkin, and they just do really, really eclectic stuff. I was just on with AI Dude out of Berkeley. Paul, we proved once again I'm the dumbest guy on AI on the planet. It was really, really interesting trying to explain stuff I don't understand. You've got a lot more courage at this. What are you doing on Everybody's Business, Stacey, around AI right now? What's your biggest mystery?
Well, I guess the biggest mystery is going to sound a little bit boring, but it is how much are these AI companies actually worth? I do think that is a mystery that is being questioned all across the global economy right now. And we should be worried about it, because if the companies are seriously overvalued, that could really knock our economy to the side.
And Max, it's not just the Wall Street aspect. It seems like AI now has kind of a bad image. People think it's going to take their job. Speakers are getting booed at college graduations. Nobody wants the data centers built in their backyard.
Yeah, we'll see. I think this is going to end up being a big issue for the midterm. I mean, it already is, but even for 2028. I mean, I think the combination of just sort of the background wealth inequality, and then this massive wealth creation in Silicon Valley, it's kind of all being focused on these, hulking buildings that are being built all over the country. And when you talk to people, it's in places you would not expect where they have very strong feelings about this stuff. And when you talk to AI executives, it's a real challenge. Just getting these data centers built is going to be a challenge.
Okay, Max, let me go to here, because we got to get you up to get the market open in a minute. It's the way we roll here on a Friday. Okay, so they co-opt the public. Why are we not hearing fancy tech bro say we'll pay the electric bills for Indiana for the next 20 years? That's like common sense, right?
They are sort of saying that. They're kind of halfway saying that. They're saying, well, we don't expect things. There are statements from tech companies like that. I'm not sure they can really, I'm not sure those promises, if they could actually make those promises, I think they would, but part of the problem is, as I understand it, is capacity, right? They need to build more power plants. So this would be a huge undertaking. And the dynamic we've had with these tech companies is not them going around to different states asking, what can I do? It's them going around to different states asking, what can you do for me? And they are going state to state, competing, trying to make Indiana compete with Florida and so on to give the most subsidies. So that dynamic is just, it's reversed.
Max Jeffkin and Stacey Vanek Smith with us. We're going to continue Everybody's Business. Great podcast. Max, you have to get up, because Alexis's people emailed me and said Alexis needs to sit in her chair to get the market open here. So we're going to do that in 2 minutes here. So Max, you get up for a moment. Alexis is going to sit down. We're going to continue with Stacey right now. I mean, I look at the AI thing. Where do you guys perceive it in 2 years? Which seems like forever out there.
It does seem like forever out there. I mean, I think ideally it's getting integrated into all kinds of businesses, and hopefully, I mean, in an ideal situation, it is creating jobs. It's helping people do their jobs more efficiently.
There's no question about that.
Yeah. But hopefully it's creating jobs and not taking jobs away.
Do you think, Paul, we have any clue where this is in 2 years? I do not.
I do not. I kind of just feel like it's a net job taker, but I've been told by the experts that over the long term, no, it's not. And there's precedent for that, saying that. The internet created all kinds of new jobs and industries and things like that.
But then Visa's laying off 7% of their people.
Yeah, I mean, what you're talking about, Paul, is absolutely right. New technologies, they do eventually tend to create more jobs than they destroy. The problem is there's often a lag. Yeah. And how long that lag's going to last, we don't know. And I think the promise of AI is so exciting, but I think there's going to probably be a price. Hopefully we won't be paying that for too long.
What are you else working on this week? What do you have coming out next week? Give us a tease.
Well, we talked about prediction markets in elections.
Are they gambling?
Well, they are basically in Wisconsin. They have said that voters who have bet on the election cannot vote in the election.
Oh, wow.
And they are. And Kalshi has fired back, saying that this is voter suppression.
No, it's fascinating.
It's really interesting. Now. Yeah, it is getting.
I've never even thought of that.
It's an old
does that mean if I bet on the Red Sox, I can't play for the Red Sox?
I don't know. That's a good point.
I wouldn't risk it.
All right. So
yeah.
All right. Interesting. Can we keep Stacey for a little while?
Yeah, we keep Stacey for a little while.
Max out.
Where do you think this is going in Wisconsin? Is somebody going to say, no, you can't do that?
Well, this is a big issue because prediction markets are such a big national business. And this is an old state law from Wisconsin that they're drawing on. And so this is probably going to be a fight that's going to have big implications for states all over the country.
Don't go away. We're going to come back with Stacey and Max. Everybody's business. Really, really intense, eclectic conversations to get you through the weekend. Futures up 22 right now. The VIX under 17 is really quite remarkable. It has been an interesting earnings week, I should say. Joe Feldman, Telsey Advisor Group, publishes moments ago. He has an outperform on Amazon and a price target up $100. To get the market open here on a Friday, Alexis Christoforous.
Thanks, Tom. And investors are jumping back into the AI trade on this, the final trading day of the month of July. S&P 500 up 38 points to start our Friday. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 270 points, and the NASDAQ Composite up 204 points, or about 0.8%. We have got yields higher this morning. 2-year up 4 basis points, 4.28%. The 10-year 4.7%, and the 30-year 5.23%. Brent crude up 1.33% at $90.22 a barrel. West Texas Intermediate up more than 2% now at $85.39 a barrel. Bitcoin down nearly 2% at $63,620. Spot gold at $40.41 the ounce, and the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up 0.2%, 1208.97. Japanese yen now 159.52 against the U.S. dollar. An early winner, Amazon up 12%. After blockbuster earnings. That is your Bloomberg Opening Bell Report. Tom and Paul.
Alexis Christoforous, thank you so much. Stacey Vanek Smith with us, and Max Chavin as well. It's everybody's business. It's a really interesting podcast of an eclectic way. How are you people going to cover interest rates higher and what that does to our housing market across America? That's like one of your wheelhouses.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. It's affordability. It's people. It's the value of people's homes, which of course is for many people, it's the most important asset they own, and it's also the sort of potential for home ownership. It's why President Trump has been so focused on this. Has been talks about interest rates all the time because it is just this enormous kitchen table issue. Maybe not as important as grocery prices, but right up there.
All right, here's what I really want to get the opinion of you two on this topic, because you guys have a pod, Why Wall Street is Getting Angry. Let's talk about the Fed chair. What did you take from this performance this week? How did you guys view it?
It was very interesting to me. Obviously, this is just the first of, we're just in early days of Kevin Warsh's chairship. But it was interesting to see how much the markets reacted to this kind of new style, because for the last 3 Fed chairs, Bernanke, Yellen, and Powell, things have been so transparent, so open, lots of forward guidance. Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're thinking. Warsh was very clear he doesn't want to do that. And so I thought it was really interesting that even though what we expected to happen happened, because there was a little bit under the surface, and because Warsh was not as kind of explanatory and transparent as I think Powell would have been in the same situation, markets really reacted.
Yeah, I guess I'm in the camp of it's just different. He kind of told us what he was going to do, and now he's doing it. And it just feels like there's a generation of economists out there and strategists that have been used to getting a certain level of disclosure. Now they may not be. We're going back to the old days, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, it also just feels like there's some level of sort of very complicated 3D chess happening between, demands that the president has made and then the demands that the market has made, and in between that whoosh, trying to navigate that and really having very little room to operate.
I got like 30 seconds left. Can I ask you guys to do a show? I mean, I never do this, but you guys are rocking such eclectic views. Can you do a show on the efficacy of what the mayor of New York City wants to do with small grocery stores?
Oh, the state-owned grocery stores?
Yeah, can you
we actually did a show on that, but looking at Atlanta, but we can go for you, Tom, we will come back to it.
Will you guys come on the show?
I mean, you walk into a place in Queens, right? You're in Queens. Yep. You look in the refrigerator, something's not there. What do? You walk out and you walk into one of these small stores. Is it going to change?
I mean, I think when you talk to when you talk to people in Atlanta where they've tried this, I think what you realize is it is in certain ways, I think, a stunt, right? It communicates something politically. This is not going. I don't think it's going to have a huge change, even if it's 5 grocery stores. But, like you said, Tom, there is that, lower prices in one store will affect these small bodegas for sure.
I need to be informed on it. I guess I'm skeptical.
All right, well, for you, or we will come back to this topic.
Next week, we're switching chairs, so Stacey has to get up when Alexis doesn't stop.
That's fair. That's
we
only
like this.
fair.
Stacey Vanek Smith in the cut and chisel. Max Chafkin with us today. It's everybody's business. Apple craters -10%. Amazon up 13%. Microsoft lifts fractionally after a ginormous day yesterday. Chip stocks having another good day. The Dow up 200 points.
Breaking news first. The Fed decides.
No change in rates, 9 in favor, 3 dissents.
All 3 of those voting for an interest rate hike.
Where necessary and appropriate, we will not hesitate to act.
Reaction first to the Kevin Warsh press conference.
The market is trying to tell you the direction of travel is going to be higher.
I do think we do get rate hikes in September.
They're starting to migrate towards tightening policy.
For the latest headlines from the Fed, stay with Bloomberg 92.9.
Trade your portfolio with the power of prediction market probabilities. With Interactive Brokers, trade prediction markets on election, climate, and economic outcomes, right alongside stocks, options, and bonds. Prediction market prices reflect probability, and correct predictions receive $1 per contract. Plus, earn interest on your position. Prediction contracts are not suitable for all investors. Visit ibkr.com/predictions.
Join us for Bloomberg Power Players on September 10th in New York. Set against the backdrop of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, Bloomberg convenes the leaders shaping the future of sports business. From athletes and team owners to commissioners and investors, hear the market-moving conversations driving the multi-trillion-dollar sports economy. Register now at BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio. That's BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Next week on Leaders with me, Francine Lacqua. I speak with investor and entrepreneur Amanda Stavely on the boldest deal of her career.
That was brave.
Walking away from Newcastle.
It was the toughest decision I've made.
And what she's looking for in her next football club.
I just want a challenge, and that's what excites me.
Listen and watch Leaders with me, Francine Lacqua, on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast, we talked about the rebound in big tech and earnings from Amazon and Apple with Dan Ives, partner at Yorkville Ives.
Look, I mean, it's really about hyperscalers. I mean, if you think about Alphabet, what we saw from Microsoft now, in terms of Amazon, it's about the cloud growth. Because that's really the validation of the AI revolution that's playing out front and center. And I think, as long as you're showing these numbers, the CapEx, investors are fine and willing and understand why they're spending. And I think that's sort of the narrative from this earnings season, what we've seen across the hyperscalers, worrying about monetization across tech, but now you're starting to see it.
So why do you think we're seeing a different reaction when it comes to Amazon's boost to its capital spending forecast, as well as Microsoft, compared to what we saw last week from Alphabet?
Yeah, look, I think if Alphabet reported results this week, it would be a different reaction. I think part of that was just investors were so nervous going into those numbers. And I think what you saw there was maybe a little bit too much of an increase from a CapEx perspective, but now it's a different narrative. Because you when you look at Alphabet, you look at Amazon, you look at Microsoft, now you're seeing the clear narrative around hyperscaler growth.
Well, what's the narrative for Apple then? Obviously, their revenue came in short of Wall Street estimates. Well, how does that set the table for John Ternus once he takes the reins from Tim Cook later this year? Got about a minute left.
Well, for Ternus, the challenge is going to be supply. You have limited memory, and that's something that they talked about on the call.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Coming up on 9:40 on Wall Street, I'm Alexis Christoforous from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. The dip buyers are moving back in to pick up the pieces in the chip sector, and that is what is leading stocks higher here in the early going on the final trading month of July. S&P 500 up 30 points, Dow Jones Industrial Average up 132 or 0.25%. NASDAQ is up 196 points, but the NASDAQ 100 is up by 330 points or 1.25%. We have got gold higher as well this morning. Brent crude up 1.5% at $90.30 a barrel, and West Texas Intermediate up 2% or about $85.59 a barrel. Taking a look at some stocks on the move, Microsoft adding to yesterday's 16% surge, gaining 1.6% here in the early going after strong earnings, particularly good results in its cloud business. Amazon up 13% after strong earnings, but Apple down nearly 10% after earnings failed to impress Wall Street. Apple also talking about supply shortages for chips for some upcoming products. We've got Jersey Mike's up now about 1.8% after shares slumped 6% in their Wall Street debut yesterday. Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up 1/3% at 1210.83. Yields are higher with the 10-year at 4.71% and spot gold at 40.29 the ounce. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Paul.
Alexis, thanks so much. I put this in. There I am. I put this in this morning, Paul. I may take off all of February, all of March, and half of April.
Okay.
Mrs. Keene says you have no life. All you do is work. She starts screaming about Jody Lurie, our cruise analyst here. And she goes, Mrs. Keene has lined me up 81 days, free business class airfare, 10 countries, the Arctic to Antarctic Explorer trip with Viking Holdings. Ready?
Boom.
$77,999.
Oh, it's a bargain.
We can do it. Joining us now, Jody Lurie. How is the state of the cruise business, Jody, looking from Arctic to Antarctica?
So, Tom, I think it depends on the company you ask, because Carnival and Royal would tell you that momentum is strong, things are good. Viking would say the same. And Norwegian yesterday, though, was a little bit disappointing, not so surprisingly, because they had a sort of last-minute change in CEO. They've been lagging a lot of their competitors, and the strategy they've taken to delever has not been in sync with their peers. They've said cost-cutting is the way to go. They haven't really cut debt. And so there's only so many costs you can cut before customers notice, and I think a lot of customers have noticed.
What's the industry doing, the cruise business doing in terms of capacity? Are they ordering new ships, building new ships? Are they holding pat? What are they doing with capacity?
A mix, Tom. Sorry, Paul, because, I think that it's really, at the end of the day, some of the companies like Carnival are taking the strategy of not having new ships for a few years, and instead they're refurbishing ships. So they took an AIDA ship, for example, they completely redid it, and they said that extends the life of the ship. But then you have other companies like Royal that's venturing into river cruises with Celebrity, and you also have Norwegian that's been very aggressive with adding ship capacity. And that's something that we've been concerned about, is that, you know, when you order these ships, a lot of it is financed, but you still have to pay a lot of it with cash. So if you have this high capex, I mean, you gotta get the cash somewhere.
I mean, I'm looking at Carnival, Paul, and I'm ignorant about this. To be honest, folks, I've never been on one of these trips. They make 11 cents, 12 cents in the dollar down the income statement. They're modeling some kind of single-digit revenue growth. They're delivering free cash flow, but they're enjoying a 41% debt. 4-1.
I know. Well, that's why
this is like old school.
That's why you got to have Jody Lurie's of the world, because I mean, there's a lot going on there in the capital structure. Talk to us a little bit about an area that I think is really interesting in the travel biz, which is U.S.-Canada travel. I know when the tariff started and the name calling started on behalf of President Trump, 51st state and all, the travel from Canada down to Florida, down to Arizona when it gets cold, that used to be a mainstay, but that kind of dried up there. People were upset. Where are we today on that whole thing?
So Paul, I mean, I think a lot of the conversation last year was around the fact that Canada travel was not what it once was. And I think that the thing about Canada travel is that it's improved since a year ago, but it's nowhere near what it was in 2024. And what's so interesting about that is we had the World Cup, where people were definitely going to games across borders, right? People were going to games in Canada and the US, and so you would think that would encourage additional travel, but we haven't seen that as much. Now, where Canada has benefited is from the international travel to go to the games there, so from Europe, from other countries, but in terms of that cross-border, it's still not what it once was. It's getting better, but we're not still seeing that home run. And what's so interesting, or at least what I found interesting, was that the gaming companies have felt it in Vegas. I never thought of Canadians as huge gamblers or huge visitors of Las Vegas, but apparently they are, and that was felt by both MGM and Caesars. Yeah,
I was always of the opinion, when that first Arctic wind came into Canada, like November, December, they would just fold like a tent and come back down to Arizona to Florida, but that did not happen. I was wrong there. They're pretty serious about this.
Yeah. They Canadians are not happy, I think, with the political situation. Obviously, it fluxes also with foreign exchange rates. That's a big thing. And immigration policy. I mean, it makes it harder to come to the U.S. if you're concerned about the immigration policy that's going on. So, but at the same time, domestic travel is pretty strong in the U.S. And what we found so interesting, though, is like Avis reported yesterday, and we cover Avis, and they talked about the fact that they were disappointed by World Cup travel and by international inbound into the U.S. And living in a city that hosted some of the FIFA World Cup, you would not think that, that the World Cup was not a success. In fact, I think it's just that either people used public transit a lot more, or the companies that benefited were more the hotels, like Hyatt, which talked about that, as opposed to Avis, which apparently people weren't renting cars.
Jody, thank you. Jody Lurie, surveillance cruise correspondent with Bloomberg Intelligence as well. Right to it, Dow up 123. Our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Tom, Paul, Alexis, President Trump is now suggesting that he may pause the nomination for acting Attorney General Todd Blanche to get the job permanently. The president now says he may wait until the new year, when two senators who have not committed to supporting Blanche yet will be out of office. Republican Senators John Cornyn and Tom Tillis both sit on the Senate Judiciary Committee. They have demanded that Blanche offer written assurances that the so-called anti-weaponization fund proposed as part of the president's settlement with the IRS over the leak of tax returns will be eliminated for good. Senator Cornyn says, though, the president's plan to keep the nomination on ice until the next Congress is sworn in may not work.
It doesn't really solve any problems, because there's no guarantee he's going to have enough Republican votes in January to confirm him.
Meanwhile, Cornyn and Tillis met with Blanche last night. President Donald Trump says a deal has been reached for Hamas to disarm and Israel to withdraw its forces from Gaza. Today, a Hamas official said that they have reached an agreement on disarmament. More with David Gura, host of Bloomberg This Weekend on Bloomberg Radio and TV and the Bloomberg Big Take podcast.
The sticking point here is disarmament. And you look at sort of what we've heard from Hamas officials about these talks and the order that they want to see things proceed in. That is, they're not going to disarm until Israel removes itself from the Gaza Strip. And Israel hasn't weighed in officially on this yet, but Israel's saying basically the opposite. Hamas has to disarm totally before Israel would consider leaving the Gaza Strip.
Bloomberg's David Gura. Today, President Trump will hold a cabinet meeting at the historic Camp David in Maryland. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says today's meeting will be a lot of fun and something different for the cabinet to experience together. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom, Paul, Alexis.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. At this time, yields move. I just went to Ira Jersey, our expert on this. It's serious, folks. 30-year bond out to a new high level, 5.25%, 5.25%. Printed on the 30-year bond. Ira says a 10-year yield is critical, up 5 basis points, 4.73%. This is exactly from Mr. Jersey. The break of 4.69% is going to see a lot of stops getting hit. So part may be technical. Next target, Paul, are you ready? 10-year yield, 4.81%.
Wow.
That's a wow level.
Yep. This looking at the 30-year, it's the highest since 19 years ago. It's material moves here in the rate markets for sure. Doing the work that maybe the Fed didn't do this week.
Conversation driven forward by Paul Sweeney and Scarlett Fu here. Coming up in 11 minutes, they'll flesh that out. And also the equity move, big move in Amazon as well. At 12 noon today, the Fu and I will have Richard Clarida and Lori Calvasina with us on Bloomberg Money. We will have very tense questions to the former vice chairman of the Federal Reserve System. From New York City, Bloomberg's surveillance.
Say goodbye to old school AM radio. Listen to Bloomberg 92.9 for speed, analysis, and global context on the biggest stories. Your best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI. Because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era. Learn more at everpuredata.com.
Hello, I'm Michelle Hussein. And each week on my show, I have one thoughtful conversation that brings the world into sharper focus.
I always trust in the president. He's playing three-dimensional chess.
Every time you say something tough to Mark Zuckerberg, he looks like you killed him. I just never want to talk about Vladimir Putin again.
Every week, one conversation that helps you make sense of the moment. The Michelle Hussein Show from Bloomberg Weekend, wherever you get your podcasts.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
A new chapter in global growth is being written, and much of it is happening in Africa.
Africans need to invest.
There are deals to be done and business to be won.
I'm Jennifer Zabasaja. Every week on the Next Africa podcast, we track capital flows and political shifts shaping the continent's future.
The digitalization of Africa is going to power its growth.
Ridding the world of something like HIV is possible.
Population growth is so enormous in Africa.
Listen to Next Africa on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Mostly sunny this afternoon, but there will be a little cloudiness around, and a few of us may see an isolated shower before the day is done. Highs will be near 80. It's clear overnight, 65 to 70. Partly to mostly sunny, a little warmer tomorrow, 85. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy, 65 to 70. Partly sunny Sunday, highs are 80 to 85. Could have a few showers and thunderstorms Sunday night. I'm Rob Carrollton with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Today's AM radio is stale and repetitive.
Boston's Frog Pond Play Pool opens.
More pickleball courts in Peabody.
The truth behind Frankenfish.
Don't wait through boring and irrelevant topics on the AM dial. Listen to Bloomberg 92.9 for stories that matter.
Talking politics with our eye on the financial markets.
Plus, breaking global news with context.
These are the stories that shape the global economy.
Your best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
Did you know that passive fixed income ETFs only capture about 50% of the U.S. public bond market? But with JP Morgan Asset Management's active fixed income ETFs, we can help you capture 100% of the U.S. public bond market and explore twice as many opportunities. Visit jpmorgan.com/getactive to learn more. JP Morgan Asset Management is the brand name for the asset management business of JP Morgan Chase & Co. and its affiliates worldwide. This communication is issued by JP Morgan Distribution Services Incorporated, member of FINRA.
The entertainment business is changing fast. At Bloomberg Screen Time, we'll bring together the executives, creators, investors, and entrepreneurs shaping what's next in Hollywood, music, sports, and gaming. We'll talk about the biggest stories in media, like the merger of Paramount and Warner Brothers, the booming live events business, and the potential impact of AI. I'm Lucas Shaw, and I'll be hosting Bloomberg Screen Time in Los Angeles September 30th and October 1st. Join us and request your invitation today at bloomberglive.com/screentime/radio.
Get the news you need to start your day with the Bloomberg Daybreak podcast. Today's top stories with context, all in just 15 minutes. Listen to Bloomberg Daybreak each morning in your podcast feed by 6 a.m. on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. Randall Williams drops by. I'm going to get right to this because it's a mystery to me. I'm the dumbest guy in the block. 211 member countries are the, quote, supreme power of FIFA. And then there's a board of 37 members, the main board. It's like the Politburo. And then there's the president, Mr. Infantino. And there's an uproar, like the pushback is extraordinary. Explain what Mr. Infantino wants to do and explain why Harry Kane's Germany, I can't believe I'm saying that, and England and Mbappe, they're all wicked upset. Go.
Sure. So Gianni Infantino and FIFA had been negotiating a deal with Joshua Kushner Strive Capital many months before this was announced. Shortly after the World Cup closed, they bring in a record $15 billion. And Gianni says, hey, listen, I have even more money for you. We're going to raise $4.2 billion, and we're going to split it amongst the 211 members, which would roughly be around $20 million to each of them. UEFA, who is over Europe, and CONCACAF, who's over the North America, Central America, and the Caribbean, have all said no.
What is FIFA proposing to sell? Like, what are they selling? Part of FIFA, like selling NASCAR, like selling NFL, or is it something different?
Not quite. So they're going to try to do something similar that the PGA Tour did, which was spin off their commercial business into a different arm, and it would be called FIFA Forward Enterprises, and that would be the for-profit arm, and then you would have the regular FIFA on the other side. However, what's different about this is that there is no threat to FIFA the same way there was a threat to the PGA Tour. Of course, you had Live Golf, who was bringing all these golfers over, and that was a legitimate threat. The PGA Tour has since revitalized, and they're in a much better shape now.
Is UEFA, which represents the European soccer federations, are they upset with the fact that FIFA is considering selling equity just in general, or are they upset that they're selling equity to certain individuals?
Well, I think it's a mix of both. If you were going to raise this amount of money, you would want to have a conversation. If I had a fundraiser, I would be talking to you. I'd be talking to Tom. I'd be talking to you, and over and over and over again. There's no money
in this room.
But with that in mind, you want to talk to as many private equity firms and potentially rich individuals as well. That didn't happen. And so UEFA is looking at this and they're saying, first of all, we don't feel really good about your relationship with President Trump to begin with. And also, we don't trust you with this money. Why? Where did this money come from? There was no, they were not briefed on this before it was announced earlier this week. And so they don't feel comfortable with it at all.
So how do I think this is going to play out? You can't really have a FIFA if you don't have UEFA and CONCACAF or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, to cut to the chase, Spain and Argentina are on the same page on this, right?
Argentina hasn't said anything because they're in South America, but do you think the 3 of the 4 finalists, Spain, England, and of course France, were in there? Without them, what does this tournament even look like?
And with all your experience, like your serious Randall Williams cred, does soccer have a pop now or a permanence in America off what we just witnessed?
I think it's larger, but I still think it's punching upwards. And the reason for that is because the MLS is just 30 years old. You think about the leagues that we all know and love, the NFL, MLB, NBA. They've been around for 70 plus years.
I got to ask for a Washington audience. You just interviewed the owner of the Commanders, am I right?
The president of the Commanders.
What did you learn?
That they are going to try to make the new stadium that they're building as affordable as possible. They're promising, luxury experiences, but also they don't want to push out the average fan who's going to attend a game. So I thought that was really, really interesting because you don't see that a lot with new stadiums. And granted, it remains to be seen if they're going to actually be able to do that.
15 seconds. Who's going to be worse, Giants or Jets?
Oh, Jets by far.
There's the authority.
Yeah, there you go.
Randall Williams, thank you. Seriously, folks, covering his FIFA debacle, and we'll have much more on that in the coming days, I'm sure. Okay, it's beautiful summer. John Tucker, Paul Sweeney, and I, we have no life. But if you're like Randall, or some of the women out there, you get the Whispering Angel Rosé. There's like 42 rosés, but you get the Whispering Angel Rosé.
Wow.
And you're there at the Surf Lodge in the Hamptons. And it starts Thursday, but it really starts tonight about 4 p.m. Have a good weekend.
Let him be told, let him buy all the things my pretty heart wants. Make his eyes like the sea, so it's easy to fall. And he's all over me. For a man in finance, trust fund, 6'5", blue eyes, finance, trust fund, 6'5", blue eyes, finance, trust fund, 6'5", blue eyes, finance, trust fund, 6'5", blue eyes.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Programming paid for by Bloomberg. Now, an update from our partners at ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Stocks surged this morning at the open. The S&P was up 0.5% right off the bell. The Dow adding about 41 points this hour. NASDAQ showing gains after Amazon reported a much stronger profit in the last quarter than expected. Also collecting some big profits in the second quarter. Big oil.
The U.S.-Iran conflict has reduced tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz to a trickle. In response, the major oil companies have raised the price of their refined products, pushing gasoline past the $4 mark. For U.S. and European oil companies, the strategy has worked. Most reported massive increases in second quarter profit as the war drags on.
ABC's Jim Ryan. Exxon profits up 105%. Chevron's profits up more than 300%. President Trump holds a cabinet meeting at Camp David today, and there in the Attorney General's seat will be Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, whose confirmation is still being held up by two Republican senators, John Cornyn and Tom Tillis.
The senators are refusing to back Blanche until they get written proof that a $1.8 billion fund, which would have paid taxpayer dollars to Trump's political allies, including January 6th rioters, is officially dead, something Blanche already told Congress 2 weeks ago. But that wasn't enough for Cornyn, who claims the White House is standing in his way.
ABC's Jay O'Brien. Senator Tillis says one of Donald Trump's advisors want to revive the fund, which would also provide IRS immunity for the president and his family. A heat dome across the West, putting about 70 million people under warnings. As for the Pacific Northwest, wildfires are the main concern.
Oregon may be started on what could be their worst fire season in history. That's how hot and dry it's been here. What makes this worse? Wind gusts anywhere from 40 to 75 miles per hour.
ABC meteorologist Sam Champion. State of New York suing Kalshi, alleging its prediction market is nothing more than illegal, unlicensed gambling. You're listening to ABC News.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Storm system that's been impacting the area the last several days now well up north and east of the area. We've got drier weather filtering in. Still have the last vestiges of the upper level system over us, so we're still just a little bit unstable. That's going to result in a little bit of fair weather cloudiness this afternoon, and a few of us may see an isolated shower. Otherwise, we're just partly to mostly sunny with temperatures around 80 degrees. Tonight, skies will become clear. We'll fall back to 65 to 70. High pressure builds across the area tomorrow. We'll enjoy partly to mostly sunny skies. It should be very close to 85 tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow night, skies are partly cloudy. Lows are 65 to 70. We'll hang on to partial sunshine into Sunday. Sunday's highs are going to be 80 to 85. Then a new storm system tracks towards the region for Monday. Showers, thunderstorms, they may arrive across the area as early as Sunday night. I'm Rob Carolyn, and that's your Bloomberg 3-day forecast. Now back to the latest headlines from ABC News.
Chaos overseas as thousands of migrants surge into a Spanish enclave from Morocco.
Thousands of people swimming around border fences or using boats. A number of them we know have drowned. Spain has deployed its military to try and restore order here.
At least 3 people were killed. It's believed the rush began with a recent Supreme Court ruling, says ABC's James Longman, that those who reach the area by sea cannot immediately be returned without due process. It's unclear, however, if any of those who came in will be able to claim asylum. New details into the death of Nolan Wells, who was found dead after a July 4th boat trip with friends in Mississippi.
Officials familiar with the investigation say the medical examiner has now completed the official autopsy, but it's not been made public. The report will be sent to a grand jury for review. The family's attorney says his team is analyzing audio tapes and ocean data from the day Wells disappeared to try to determine how he died.
ABC's Sophie Flay. People aren't reaching for wine so much these days, and grape growers are taking drastic steps because of it.
California vineyard owners say they've been forced to rip out their grape crops or burn them because of slumping wine sales. They say they've removed thousands of acres, hoping to rebalance the market's oversupply. They blame the slump mostly on a shift in drinking habits. Studies show demand for wine has dropped significantly, especially among younger consumers.
That's ABC's Hannah Battah. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, Originals and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good Friday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. To our worldwide audience, we're streaming live on YouTube and streaming live at Bloomberg.com as well. It's Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney. This is the Bloomberg Intelligence program. We got red and green on the screen here. Coming up, we're going to check in with Joanne Su. She is the University of Michigan Surveys of Consumers Director. Got some UMich data out today. Came in a little bit better than expected. We'll break it down with Joanne. Rob Barnett, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Energy and Commodities Analyst here. We got oil moving higher yet again, up a couple of percent here. We'll break it down with Rob. Joy Yang, Head of Index Product Management and Marketing at Market Vectors Indexes, discuss her outlook for the markets. Gene Munster, Managing Partner and Deepwater Asset Management, joins to discuss Apple earnings and anything on the tech front. He is a go-to voice. Brenda Williams, Bloomberg's Business of Sport, he's going to join us here to talk to us about what's going on in the world of global soccer. UEFA, FIFA, all this kinds of
Everyone's
people
mad at each
arguing.
other.
Yeah, everybody's arguing. It's just, there's like 100 countries you got to keep happy. I don't know what's going on, but Brenda will follow it. And a programming note, Bloomberg Radio is introducing a new feature exclusively for Bloomberg.com subscribers and terminal clients. You can help shape our conversations by submitting questions for our analysts and experts to answer live on air. Subscribers can go to Bloomberg.com/AskRadio to send in questions, and you may just hear them asked on air. That's Bloomberg.com/AskRadio. There you go. Let's break it all down here. John Tucker and a Bloomberg Business Flash. John.
All right, guys. Happy Friday. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by IBKR, trade election, climate, and economic indicators with IBKR prediction markets right alongside your stocks and options. Earn interest in your position. Receive $1 per contract if you're right. Learn more at IBKR.com/predictions. Well, you'd be forgiven if you're a little dizzy at the end of this trading week and month after some intense swings. Beaten down chip makers getting a bit of a bid right now, but even off the best levels of the session, even though the session isn't that old, the stocks right now up 0.4%. Best performing stock in the S&P 500 right now, Amazon up 14%. One of the worst performing stocks in the S&P 500. Apple down 9%. Avalon's going to take a deeper dive into these in just a moment. Roblox reporting second quarter daily active users missing analyst expectations. So this ongoing impact of the new child safety measures, that's having an impact. The shares right now, 29, well, let's call it 30% lower. Overall, everything has just turned negative. S&P 500, there goes my script out the window, down 22 points, down 0.3%, 74.17. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 134 points. The NASDAQ 100 down 48 points. That's down 0.2%. Dan Greenhouse at Solus Alternative Asset Management, he says he's encouraged by the economic backdrop out there.
I'm trying to find some corporate commentary that says things are not great. And the best you can find is that a couple of companies here or there say things are flat. That's pretty good to me.
And after the Fed meeting Wednesday, 10-year yield right now, almost 6 basis points higher, 472. The long bond up 4 basis points. That is at 5.26%. The more policy reactive 2-year, that is up 4 basis points at 4.28. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Paul, what did you say the water temperature was?
72 degrees, Jersey Shore ocean water temp. Perfect.
Oh, yeah. I've been digging
John,
my toes in the sand.
It was the cleanest I've ever seen the Jersey Shore water in my lifetime. Chest deep, almost, shoulder deep. Absolutely clear, see the bottom. Unbelievably.
you can see the bottom. That's our metric.
That's our metric.
And the air quality is decent now, too. Remember, 2 weeks ago, we couldn't go outside without masks.
It's all good.
Now
Come
it's
down
better.
there, sure, it's all good. We'll have some fun down there this weekend. All right, very good, John. Appreciate that. Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Boy, we started the morning with stocks higher. Now they've kind of rolled over. I don't know what's going on up there. Let's check in see what some of the stocks are on the move today. We can do that with Avalon Purnell, color-coordinated Avalon Purnell, equities reporter for Bloomberg News. Avalon, what do you got for us?
We have to start off with Apple. That's ticker AAPL, currently dropping about 9.2% most intraday since last April.
Crazy.
And while Apple did report third quarter results that largely surpassed expectations, bears are largely focused on the misses, mainly Apple services and also China-based revenue, which fell short of expectations. It also forecasts revenue growth that was a little bit weaker than expected. Part of this is all coming from softer mobile gaming trends and also meaningful pressure from the memory crunch. If you remember, just last month, supply chain shortages and also really fast rising memory costs forced Apple to raise prices on MacBooks and iPads. Vital Knowledge writing earlier that the results are underwhelming given the weakness in those segments, especially since services account for so much of Apple's premium PE.
But Apple has a way of turning those shortages into a good thing because people lining up to buy this stuff is always like signaling to everyone else, must have, must have.
I mean, if you're a hedge fund manager and this is your core position, you're buying stock today. And that's on a separate P&L. Like where I worked, the portfolio manager had the P&L for the main position. The trader had a separate P&L to trade around it. When it got a little cheap, you buy a little bit more. Got a little bit above where you guys thought it should be near term, you sell it, and you take a big cut of that.
So you keep adjusting that position. Yep. All right, next up, Avalon.
Amazon, another Mag 7, that's ticker AMZN, currently soaring about 14% most intraday since 2022. And that's after the company reported its 5th straight quarter of cloud computing revenue acceleration. The second quarter results are definitely easing some investors' concerns about how much Amazon is spending to meet that increasing demand for AI. Morgan Stanley writing that AWS delivered accelerating growth, surging profitability, and a better backlog to give the market even more confidence moving forward in the return on investment cost ahead.
All right, one more.
Last one is Replimune, that's ticker REPL, have to bring in a biotech. It is currently surging 91% most intraday since October, and that's after an advisory panel at the FDA voted to support the drug last night. The positive outcome already spurring upgrades at Cantor and also Piper Sandler, which note that the positive vote materially increases the likelihood that the FDA may actually reverse its previous rejection of their skin cancer drug. It really has been a roller coaster ride for the stock this week, though. Earlier, it sank more than 30% after the FDA released briefing documents that showed an uphill battle for the drug. And now after this, the FDA's decision, which could come as soon as later today, some analysts say, could actually end up being positive.
Okay, well, watch for it. Thank you so much, Avalon Purnell, with our movers for today. She is our Bloomberg News equities reporter. And for more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers reports, 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. We got some economic data at the top of the hour, and it shows that the move lower in oil prices, for the most part in July, is helping to boost consumer sentiment. In fact, consumer sentiment now at a 5-month high in July, according to the University of Michigan. So Joanne Shu, she is U of M's Surveys of Consumers Director, joins us now from Ann Arbor. Joanne, a 5-month high for consumer sentiment sounds positive, but then when I chart it out, when I look at it on a chart, it looks like we're kind of bumping along the bottom. So just give us some perspective on this.
Absolutely. So we are definitely better than they were in the previous months, particularly with the initial shock of the Iran conflict. And with the recent decline in gas prices that we're seeing from part of the last month, that's definitely something that consumers noticed, they internalized, and it made them feel a little bit better about what was happening on their pocketbooks. But they remain just really frustrated by the persistence of high prices. And yeah, we are really treading water at this point, not as bad as a few months ago, but still not doing great either.
What's the, do we know what the energy swings mean for the consumer here? We know they're important. We know it's a big part of people's budgets, particularly on the lower end of the economic scale. That's kind of the stuff that you see immediately. How does that impact the sentiment in general?
In general, when we have these fluctuations in gas prices, particularly when gas prices are high, it does affect pretty much all consumers, but it disproportionately affects those with lower incomes and lower wealth. And so what we are seeing is just a surge in the share of consumers who are spontaneously mentioning gas prices during interviews. So this is something that's very much top of mind because most Americans, they can't really avoid gas prices, and it's really affecting the rest of their budgets as well.
Within the report, AI has become what you guys call a salient factor for consumers. What did you learn from consumers about AI?
So over the past year and a half, we've had a gradual increase in the share of consumers mentioning AI during interviews. But that gradual increase actually hides the fact that it's increased tenfold from the beginning of 2025 to now. It's really a mix of views. We have some people who are mentioning the positive effects on stock markets, on productivity, on efficiency, but we also have a lot of negative mentions as well in terms of potential negative effects on labor markets, job loss, and potential negative externalities coming from data centers, for example, possibly increasing electricity prices. So on balance, the mentions are broadly negative. But again, it's about 10% of consumers right now compared to the 30% of consumers who are talking about gas prices.
The outlook for inflation on a 1-year basis, 4.2%, on a 5 to 10-year basis, 3.3%. That's probably higher. That's a lot higher than the Fed would like to see it. What's the inflation concerns out there?
Consumers are quite concerned that what's going on right now with the shipping constraints in Hormuz and the elevated energy prices, that could spill over to the rest of the economy. Their inflation expectations are not as bad as they were in March from the initial shock of the Iran conflict. And they've come down a little bit since then, but 4.2%, we don't really want to see that. 3.3% is still higher than what we were seeing in 2024. And so, consumers really are expecting higher inflation for the foreseeable future.
And before we let you go, Joanne, you also look at sentiment by political party, and there's a huge jump among Democrats from June to July. Do we chalk that up to gas prices?
Well, part of that is that Democrat sentiment was pretty low to begin with. The thing to note is that all three political groups, Democrats, independents, and even Republicans, everyone saw an improvement in July. So, we're really seeing quite a bit of consensus, and the same increases we saw across all groups by age, education, income, and wealth. So overall, people feeling better than June, but considerably worse than a year ago. All
right, Joanne, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Joanne Shu, Surveys of Consumers Director at the University of Michigan. Here's a red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal that is interesting. Former New York Fed President Dudley says markets show loss of Fed credibility. That's kind of harsh. when one of your own kind of says the Fed kind of lost some credibility with their actions this week.
Given what Kevin Warsh said and did on Wednesday when he held his second news conference as the Fed chair, he talked a lot about a family fight, the disagreements and the debating within the Fed. But in the end, it feels like he confused the bond market because they weren't quite sure, why the Fed didn't raise rates if he's so hell-bent on containing inflation.
Yeah. I mean, the other way, I've heard some folks say, hey, he told us he was going to do this. He told us he was going to pull back dramatically on guidance, and that's kind of what he's doing. But you've got a whole generation of strategists and economists who have been used to the Fed giving them some pretty
spoon feeding everything.
Yeah, and there's a new sheriff in town. Maybe that's the way to look at it. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Big Tech reports earnings.
Apple earnings, third quarter revenue, $109.42 billion. That's a beat.
Microsoft, everything is in the cloud growth, better than expectations.
And Bloomberg brings you the headlines first.
Amazon Web Services net sales, that's a beat.
Meta Platforms did miss estimates.
For breaking earnings news and expert analysis.
The AI euphoria is being questioned across the board.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg 92.9.
This is a Bloomberg Business of Sports report. Adidas shares fell after the company's marketing spending for soccer's World Cup resulted in lower than expected quarterly profits. The German brand released jerseys and related merchandise months before rivals Nike and Puma, and putting out a flashy brand campaign featuring actor Timothée Chalamet, Lionel Messi, and singer Bad Bunny. That splurge yielded strong sales of World Cup merchandise, but also resulted in a $243 million increase in marketing spending, causing operating income to fall well short of expectations. The Washington Commanders are now among the top 10 National Football League franchises in corporate sponsorship revenue. Franchise President Mark Klaus says the team aspires to close a revenue gap with peers while playing in a deteriorating stadium for at least 4 more seasons. Naming rights for the new stadium remain undecided. With a Bloomberg Business of Sports report, I'm Michael Barr.
I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th, as global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power. You'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure moving from the Ohio River Valley towards New England, resulting in sunshine and a few clouds through the rest of the day, maybe an isolated shower. Temperatures near 80. It'll become clear, 65 to 70 overnight. Tomorrow, a fair amount of sun. Will be up around 85. Sunday's going to be partly sunny, highs anywhere from 80 to near 85. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with his Bloomberg Business Flash. So the initial rally on Wall Street that we saw earlier this morning, that's faded fast. Major averages have turned lower. You have 9 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 down right now. It's being led down by materials and information technology. Consumer discretionary, the best performing industry group, that's home to Amazon. Amazon.com, best performing stock in the S&P 500, jumping close to 14% after, of course, they reported fifth quarter of cloud sales growth. And then you have Apple. It's one of the worst performing individual stocks in the S&P 500 right now, tumbling 9%. Component shortages weighing on the sales forecast. And the index of semiconductor stocks, right now, the SOX, it's up 1%. It's been bouncing in between gains and losses this morning. Pretty volatile there. Right now, the S&P 500 down 15 points, a decline of 0.2%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 116 points. That is down 0.2%. The NASDAQ 100 pretty much flat. It's up only 4 points right now. And as far as bond yields, 30-year, the long bond up 4 basis points, 5.25%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Paul.
All right, JT, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well here. All right, we got oil up again here. We got WTI crude oil at $85. My question is, why isn't it even higher, like a lot higher? Because there is no crude getting through the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not sure that thing's ever going to be opened up again like it was before. So let's check in with an expert here. Rob Barnett, the best hair on Global Wall Street. He's also a senior energy and commodities analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Rob, why isn't oil higher? Because, boy, I just don't see, again, any oil getting through the Strait of Hormuz, maybe ever again. I don't know. The Red Sea, I don't know about that either. What's your take here?
Well, so the really bullish predictions have turned out to be wrong, and I think the market has proven to be much more resilient than folks anticipated at the start of the conflict. And in many ways, I would characterize this as a story about how the economy is much less dependent on oil today than it was during the big shocks in the 70s, right? So oil contribution to GDP tends to get lower and lower every year. And so what you're seeing is that perhaps the world can adjust and live with less oil. It seems to be that's the narrative. But, when I look at the price trajectory over the last month, we started at 70, we hit over 100. Now we're closing out the month at 90 for Brent. And really, it all comes down to geopolitics. You can kick out your supply demand models. You can everything that, you might think about in a economics 101 context. None of it matters. It just matters, are we at war? Are we not at war? Is the Strait open? Is it not open? Does the Red Sea matter? These are the questions that are really driving the market.
So things like OPEC, OPEC plus, different countries' strategic oil reserves, those don't matter at all?
I think, look, in equilibrium, all of those things matter, right? So if you have a coherent view of the oil market, you certainly are thinking about what's going on with inventories. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve in the U.S. is at lowest point in decades right now. Normally, that would be a very bullish indicator for prices, right? And so, to Paul's point, why haven't prices gone higher? I mean, I think there's the market is reconciling a couple of things. One is that the physical market's very tight today. We don't have enough oil to go around. But there seems to be this sense, well, if everything gets resolved in some way and we get normalization in the Middle East, generally, then we end up just flipping to an oversupplied situation in, say, 2027. And so you've got very tight physical market. Everything is sort of screaming red alarm fire right now at the current moment. But if we get a peace deal, if we get normalization, then we're going to be swimming in oil in 12 months. And so just, I guess $90 is the reflection of those two very different kinds of signals.
If I'm Lloyd's of London or some insurer that's got to insure these big boats that get the energy in and out, there's no way I'm doing that. I'm not going to insure anything. I don't care what Iran says. Is that a downside scenario? Is that a realistic scenario? I'm kind of asking, is the Strait ever going to be open again?
It's a great question. And certainly we've been thinking about that, right? I mean, one of the perhaps enduring outcomes of this conflict, no matter whether we get a peace deal next week after, years into the future, right? There's going to be lingering questions about insurance. Already, any operator that's going to take a vessel into that region is going to be charging much higher rates for operating there. I think what you might see emerge is that some of the countries in the region might have to offer some kind of sovereign backstop on shipping through the region. So you raised the question around Lloyd's, but what if Saudi Arabia, UAE, these countries have deep pockets? Maybe they have to back the shipping in ways that they hadn't had to do in the past.
Rob, really appreciate your perspective here. Rob Arnett, he is our senior energy and commodities analyst on oil. Next hour, we're going to be talking to Vincent Piazza about ExxonMobil and Chevron's latest results. Yep, because they came out with their numbers. All right, let's move on to the markets overall, because it was a collision of macro and micro factors this week. We had the Fed, we had specific earnings from big tech companies. So we want to welcome right now Joy Yang. She is head of index product management over at Market Vector Indexes, and she joins us right now in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Joy, great to see you.
Thank you, Scarlett.
So we have this collision between macro and micro, and investors are left to deal with a lot of different factors, grapple with a lot. And we're seeing a bit of volatility as we close out the end of July. What's going to be the theme for the rest of the year? I mean, has macro overtaken micro because there's just so much confusion?
I know what we've seen is these two headlines dominate, media attention, investor attention, which is AI and geopolitical risk. And largely, markets tend to ignore macro shocks because they don't seem to get in the way of the market trending up. But this week, we're seeing AI, big tech earnings, Fed announcements all collide into one, and that's created this volatility and this great unwind and leverage plays we've had in this optimism about AI, which now cannot ignore, these headlines just keep coming back, whether it's the Iran war, tariffs, or inflation. So as you said, Paul, when is this strait going to open up? And I think we can't ignore that. So investors have to refocus back on costs, not just how big AI is, but how much is AI going to spend on costs. So we've seen this week the differentiation between how investors are looking at Amazon versus Meta, or Google versus the players that are more disciplined around their spending and costs.
So how are you guys? Again, we did have a bunch of the big tech companies report. And Amazon traded up, but Meta traded down, and Google traded up. Kind of all over the place. Or Apple's trading down a little bit here today. What did you learn? What did you take away from that may continue to inform your AI call here?
I think it's important to think about costs, not just this financing costs that are, going to become higher because interest rates, inflation is still out there, but also just this kind of revenue circular dependency we have between, hyperscalers and the whole value chain. What happens when they stop growing, when they stop their CapEx flows? How does that impact semiconductors, data centers? And then we have to think about hidden costs. We're just now learning about the SPVs, the private credit that's coming in, off balance sheets, and people are focusing on that. But also, with this unleveraging around the world, I think it's good to kind of have this cleansing, because I think we're having this reset. People are repricing their outlook on risk. People are rethinking how to look at costs, versus just focusing on revenue.
For the hyperscalers themselves, though, the costs will keep adding up. I mean, no one is saying there's going to be a slowdown in how much they spend, and they're going to have to borrow a lot of that money. And we see that in the U.S. credit markets and increasingly in overseas credit markets. At what point does it become too much, where the borrowing costs become, I don't want to say prohibitive, but something that causes them to rethink their strategy? Would it?
I think, they have to rethink their strategy and investors have to, because now they have this, they have this risk exposure both on the equity side as well as on the bond side. So, their total portfolio is going to be highly correlated to these macro shocks. And if that continues, then it will have an impact on the cost side, on the debt side, and certainly on the financing and maintenance of AI infrastructure.
Okay, so this week was really dominated by the big tech names, the AI story. How about folks that might be looking for opportunities, maybe value outside of the AI story? How do you guys think about that?
I think, it went quietly unnoticed, but, we had strong earnings from, whether it's Coca-Cola or Starbucks, so these are the, boring consumer staples or consumer discretionaries. And I think people have to focus outside of the opportunities around large tech, and, consumer staples have been strong performers year to date. We've seen strong performance in small caps. So equal weighted S&P has outperformed the market cap weighted S&P. We've also seen cheap AI relative plays outside of the US. And I think, with the return of DeepSeek, of Moonshot, of CXMT, investors are taking notice that there are cheaper opportunities out there. And with China funding their own AI infrastructure, we look at our China Semiconductor Index, it will start to diverge from US Semiconductor Index.
Speaking of Asia, I think about what's happened in Korea, and that market is just bananas. All over the place, right? Up 16% overnight. Earlier this week, it was down 10%. We know South Korea is a market where retail investors play a big role. That's increasingly the case in the U.S. Is South Korea kind of a picture of what the U.S. market could become down the road?
I think definitely the volatility and how much it's attracted leverage, single stock ETFs has, amplified that volatility. But, you have to think year to date, that market, the Korean market is still up 50%. These SK Hynix, these semiconductor indexes are still up over 100%, even after they fell, 30, 40% over the last few weeks. So I think it's a wild ride, but this is the volatility of the space that people are playing in.
All right, Joy, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Joy Yang, Head of Index Product Management at Market Vector Indexes, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Kind of red and green on the screen here, no direction. We started out strong this morning. We sold them off. And now we've got kind of no real movement in the S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ.
Although small caps, which had been outperforming the big caps, is laggard today, with the Russell 2000 off by about 1%, while the S&P is just marginally lower.
Yep, I'm keeping my eye on the bond market. We've got the 10-year Treasury up 5 basis points here, so we're 472 on the 10-year. Keep an eye on that one. This is Bloomberg.
Faster, smarter, better. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. President Trump saying U.S. negotiators have reached a deal in Gaza. Hamas would lay down its weapons if Israel agrees to withdraw from the territory. Mick Mulroy is a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East.
If this does happen, then this is a big deal for the 20-point peace plan and for the people of Gaza. It needs to happen. It should be a public acknowledgement, and they couldn't, of course, put those caveats on when they make those public acknowledgments.
Nearly 3 dozen migrants dying in a chaotic crossing. They were from Morocco trying to make it into Spain. The prime minister is visiting the enclave where it happened today. A heat dome settling in over the west. Las Vegas could reach a new record high temperature this weekend, and Oregon is on high alert for wildfires. New York's attorney general is suing the online betting platform Kalshi, saying the prediction market is essentially gambling because it's based on chance rather than skill. Kalshi describes it as sad political theater. This is ABC News.
Hi, I'm David Gura, inviting you to join us for Bloomberg This Weekend. Catch the show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. Make Bloomberg #1 on your weekend to-do list. Watch and listen on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
You research your investments, you analyze markets, but have you researched your broker? For the past 3 years, Interactive Brokers' individual clients averaged a 24.3% annual return, beating the S&P 500. Lower costs, competitive rates, and access to 170-plus global markets help investors keep more of what they earn. The broker you choose matters. Interactive Brokers, member SIPC. Learn more at ibkr.com/performance.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast, we talked about the rebound in big tech and earnings from Amazon and Apple with Dan Ives, partner at Yorkville Ives.
Look, I mean, it's really about hyperscalers. I mean, if you think about Alphabet, what we saw from Microsoft now, in terms of Amazon, it's about the cloud growth. Because that's really the validation of the AI revolution that's playing out front and center. And I think, as long as you're showing these numbers, the CapEx, investors are fine and willing and understand why they're spending. And I think that's where the narrative from this earnings season, what we've seen across the hyperscalers, worrying about monetization across tech, but now you're starting to see it.
So why do you think we're seeing a different reaction when it comes to Amazon's boost to its capital spending forecast, as well as Microsoft, compared to what we saw last week from Alphabet?
Yeah, look, I think if Alphabet reported results this week, it would be a different reaction. I think part of that was just investors were so nervous going into those numbers. And I think what you saw there was maybe a little bit too much of an increase from a CapEx perspective, but now it's a different narrative. Because when you look at Alphabet, you look at Amazon, you look at Microsoft, now you're seeing the clear narrative around hyperscaler growth.
Well, what's the narrative for Apple then? Obviously, their revenue came in short of Wall Street estimates. Well, how does that set the table for John Ternus once he takes the reins from Tim Cook later this year? Got about a minute left.
Well, for Ternus, the challenge is going to be supply. You have limited memory, and that's something that they talked about on the call.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. You know what really stood out to me? I just checked the volumes. Very high volume trading day today.
On a Friday?
In July. The end of July. Major averages, they were higher earlier. They turned mixed, a little changed at this point. The S&P 500, you had, well, let me check exactly, 177 stocks higher, 324 are lower right now. And of course, Amazon remains the best performing stock in the index with its fourth biggest weighting in the index, keeping things afloat with a 15% pop after the earnings, where we learned they enjoyed a fifth quarter of cloud sales growth. The Mag 7 index up right now. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 1.5%. And if you didn't get enough of Dan Ives at Yorkville Ives, he sees the AI investments by hyperscalers definitely paying off.
As long as you're showing these numbers, the CapEx, investors are fine and willing and understand why they're spending. And I think that's where the narrative from this earnings season, what we've seen across the hyperscalers, worrying about monetization across tech, but now you're starting to see it.
The S&P 500 dead flat, 74.38 right now. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 3 points. NASDAQ 100, 41 points lower. That's up just about 0.2%. Back to the yield space with the long bond up 4 basis points. 5.25% on the 30-year. Polls of American voters consistently have showed housing costs among their top priorities. And here's one, kind of a sleeper issue. I don't know, maybe not, but home insurance costs, making already expensive housing unreachable for some, and Americans starting to notice. So 58% of voters say rising home insurance costs are making them more likely to turn out for the midterm elections. This is a poll by the comparison site Insurify. Home insurance premiums have risen 46% since 2021.
So what's the thinking here, that you want policymakers to pressure insurers to reduce the cost of your insurance?
I don't know. I mean, I was dropped by, what's the big one?
Allstate, State Farm?
Allstate, and because I'm like, within a mile of the water.
Yes.
So
they're all worried about flooding.
And boy, they gave me every excuse. You don't have shutters. You don't. I'm like, whatever.
Well, when I owned a home in Carmel, California, I got dropped 3 times. So fine, because of the fires. Finally, I was going with Lloyd's of London, the same people that insure like these tankers going through the Strait of Hormuz. It was like, you got to be kidding me. But it's a scam.
Oh, wow. Well, now I'm secure because I have Joe's Insurance of New Jersey.
Yeah. All good.
All right, good stuff. John Tucker with our Bloomberg Business Flash this morning and other stuff. It's always the other stuff that takes up most of our energy and time, which I appreciate. Going back to the markets, the Dow not doing anything, the S&P not doing anything. But within the Dow, the best performer is Amazon, up almost 15%. The worst performer is Apple, down about 9.3% following yesterday's quarterly results and the outlook. Gene Munster is the authority on Apple. He is managing partner at Deepwater Asset Management. And of course, years before that, he was a sell-side analyst on Apple, one of the most well-known. Gene, good to speak with you. Partially, I'm guessing that Apple's decline today, outsized decline, has a lot to do with the fact that it was an outperformer in the lead up to these results. What did we really learn from Apple that can be attributed to decisions it made versus things that are beyond its control, like really high memory chip prices?
Well, this is less about the high memory prices and more just simple numbers about where the guidance is going. So, Scott, just to take a step back, they guided to 12, or the street was at 12% revenue growth through September. They guided to 9 to 11. Now, when you find this subtraction key with a company, a stock that's been up 22% over the past month versus the NASDAQ up 1%, when analysts go to that subtraction key, that is negative for the stock. There's just no explanation that can get investors comfortable. And I think that's kind of where the conversation ended. But I want to go through that a little bit and answer your question about like what's the substance of what's going on? Is this about memory costs? The answer is a little bit about memory costs. Maybe if you think about the 10% decline, probably 1 or 2% is about just higher memory costs. It's going to have a 50 bips negative impact on their margins in the September quarter. The bigger picture is on revenue. And effectively what happened, this is a pretty unique dynamic, but it makes a ton of sense, is that the iPhone has been on fire. It was up 22% in the June quarter. If you look at over the past year, it's been up 22%. That compares to over the past 5 years, it's up 3% on average. So we've got this huge surge in iPhone demand, and separately the Mac up almost 30%. Typically it's up a few percent. And what that means is that they have essentially been pulling through inventory. Remember how tight inventory is? In part because of these pricing deals that they have to try to keep costs low. They're limited to the amount of capacity that they've had. So they pulled inventory essentially from September into the June quarter. And that means they just simply don't have as much. And the way that I'm going to back test this, and it'd be pretty easy for your listeners to do this, is just look at what the lead times on the products are. Right now, they're running a few weeks. Now, that typically would be same day on many of their products. And that's an indication that they are, in fact, constrained. And so effectively what happened is they stole demand from the September quarter and pulled it into the June quarter. There's still a ton of demand out there, stole supply, and pulled it into the June quarter. There's still ample demand. And I think at the end of the day, just to put it in the most basic terms, Street was at 12% revenue growth for September. If they would have kind of had currency constant and supply constant, I bet they would have guided to better than 15% growth for the September quarter.
So, Gene, you were busy this week, as a lot of tech investors were with all the earnings, but I got to ask you about this. story. Wall Street Journal story about Tesla spinning out its China business to maybe pave the way for a SpaceX merger. Does that seem reasonable to you?
Yeah, I would say it's reasonable, and it is going to increase the probability that I have put on this happening in the next few years from 90 to probably 92%. Okay. About a week ago, I had it at 80%, and then the Tesla earnings call, they let a question in about the two companies coming together, which surprised me. Elon started to answer the question, and then legal took over and said, really, we can't say much. And then Elon grabbed the mic back and started to kind of pontificate about the benefits of these two companies being together. That took me from 80 to 90. Now I'm at 92. And the answer is, it just makes a ton of sense. Like, this China piece, I think, is grossly underappreciated about the tensions from the technology companies geopolitically, as I've been meeting with many companies that have ties and these leading private companies that have ties to China. It's pretty clear that they want as much separation as possible. And so my view is that we're probably a couple years away. Elon's has always structured the China business to be easily separated from the U.S. business for a lot of reasons, and one of them is his master plan. It's very simple. He's going to just keep rolling up his businesses into a master company. And so, to answer your question, Paul, is I think that this it makes a ton of sense. And even though they're saying it's not going on, I think it very much is in the cards.
It sounds like it'd be good for Elon Musk from the way he operates and runs his company. Would it be good for investors?
Now, that's the key question, and I think the answer is the simple answer is yes, from two levels. On an operational piece, which is most important, is that when you bring things together, you reduce redundancies. And there's this long-standing view within tech companies that are highly innovative that smaller teams are more effective. And so when you have smaller, tighter teams, and effectively you can do that, I think that's one piece of bringing all these together. I think their visions are very similar, obviously around being AI first, space AI with SpaceX, physical AI, terrestrial with Tesla. All of that makes sense. The other reason why I think investors would be rewarded is that the dynamic around Tesla and SpaceX, to a lesser extent right now, is really about investor confidence around the long term, retail investor confidence. And I think that unwavering confidence would only increase if they brought some of these together. And that has really explained how Tesla can still be a $1.2 trillion company despite having many of its targets pushed back for years. And so I think you put these two together, it would undoubtedly be the biggest company. I think you put them together, I think the path to a $10 trillion company is well laid at that point.
Wow, there you go. Geez, that's kind of what a lot of the folks are thinking about. Gene Munster, thanks so much for joining us. As always, appreciate getting some of your time. Gene Munster, managing partner, Deepwater Asset Management. He's based out there in Minneapolis out there. So good stuff there. S&P up 11, Dow up 25, NASDAQ up 110. That's 0.4%. So kind of bouncing all around here this morning. So we'll keep an eye on that. Coming up, Randall Williams, Bloomberg Business and Sports reporter. What's going on with FIFA and UEFA? Why even pronouncing them right? So much going on. We'll have that coming up.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
With high pressure now in control, the weather will enjoy sun, though there could be an isolated shower this afternoon. It's kind of leftover energy from the storm that impacted us earlier this week. We're near 80. Clear tonight, 65 to 70. Sunshine tomorrow, a few clouds and 85. Sunday's going to be partly sunny, 80 to 85. There may be a few showers and thunderstorms around late Sunday night. I'm Rob Carrollton with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
No one needs AM radio traffic reports when you have GPS.
The Tobin Bridge is looking good.
Or lame stories that waste your time.
Flavored sea salt taking Duxbury by storm.
Say goodbye to old school AM radio. Listen to Bloomberg 92.9 for speed and analysis.
Another breaking news day in Washington.
And the context you need.
The essential stories investors rely on.
The details you need to stay ahead.
Your best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
Donald Trump is shaking up the global economy.
I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs,
rewriting the rules moving markets, even rupturing long-standing alliances. To understand what's happening, listen to Bloomberg's Trumponomics podcast. I'm Stephanie Flanders. Every week, I bring you laser-focused conversations with experts from Wall Street, Washington, and beyond. Listen to new episodes every Wednesday and follow Trumponomics wherever you get your podcasts.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40 and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Hi, Jose Minchero here, Head of Portfolio Analytics Research at Bloomberg. Are you looking for a risk model that adapts quickly to today's volatile markets? One capable of providing accurate risk forecasts and efficient optimized portfolios, all while mitigating those pesky correlations between idiosyncratic and factor returns? If so, look no further than the Bloomberg Mac 3 risk model. Visit bloomberg.com/risk-modeling to learn more.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Let's get right to it. FIFA has plans to privatize some of its commercial business. I think I've got that right. Okay, that's the global FIFA. UEFA, they're the European dudes. Mm-hmm. They're not happy with it. And look at this, just across the tape, I think this is AP. Senior FIFA official resigns over Infantino's World Cup sell-off plan. Second says it deceived staff. Wow. Randall Waves joins us here, U.S. Sports. This is a big story, Randall. This is global soccer. We just finished with the World Cup. People have a great appreciation for football maybe now than they had before the World Cup. What's going on here?
Listen, FIFA is trying to make as much money as they possibly can. And, for me personally, I thought the World Cup was going to come to a close. I would be able to take a deep breath. But obviously, we're witnessing a global fight right now. We have FIFA, who is over the World Cup, which is the biggest, largest tournament and the most famous tournament. It's the one the players love the most. It's the one that the teams participating, they have a deep desire to win it. But now they're saying, we can raise up to $4.2 billion from Joshua Kushner, Strive Capital. And of course, he is the son-in-law of President Trump, who, FIFA catered to.
Brother of the son-in-law.
Brother of the son-in-law. Thank you for correcting that. Who, FIFA catered to President Trump all while he was here. And you have UEFA, who's over many of the countries who were participants, France, England, Spain. So many who are just like, hold on, enough is enough.
Enough is enough. So UEFA is now talking about boycotting the World Cup. That's not for another 4 years. So is this kind of an empty threat? Because there's a lot of time between now and the next World Cup.
I don't think it's an empty threat. I think that they're very, very serious about this because CONCACAF, who is over North America, Central America, and the Caribbean, is also in it. We have yet to see what South America has to say as well. And so if everyone raises their hand and says, we're done with this, then now, of course, these are membership organizations. These aren't the members themselves. Mm-hmm. But of course, to be a part of UEFA, you have to be a member, and I think FIFA as well. So if England, France, Mexico, the U.S., all of these organizations are saying no, who is going to be participating in this World Cup? And it's not just the 2031, it's next year's Women's World Cup that, of course, is top of mind as well.
One of the surprising aspects to me is J.P. Morgan is advising FIFA here. I'm surprised J.P. Morgan would get within a million miles of this.
Well,
It's not a lot of money, and the potential political fallout is ugly. Yep.
It's true. That's true. However, J.P. Morgan tried to do the Super League years ago that fell apart as well. Context. And then outside of that, the upside is tremendous. FIFA's talking about expanding the World Cup to 64 teams. I believe there was a report from the Times of London that just dropped a couple hours or maybe minutes ago that said that they're trying to do this by August. And the vote for this $4.2 billion would be in September. So who stands to profit between now and then if you expand it before this investment goes in? Of course, the investors immediately make a ton of money.
Your colleague, Giles Turner in London, wrote a really interesting newsletter where he said FIFA's mistake was to value its spinoff at $20 billion. What it should have done is value it at 5 times that amount and make it so that the members, each country, would get even more of a payout so that it'd be uneconomical for them to say no.
We were talking about this before, we went live. And if you are France, if you are England, if you are Spain, if you're Portugal, if you're Croatia, $20 million is nice. But a good portion of these soccer federations can make that money in their sleep. And $100 million goes a long way. You can, might be able to build a training facility. You might be able to hire coaches that can better develop talent, all of those things. Whereas 20 million, I'm not so sure.
It's harder to say soccer's not for sale if you get 100 million.
Exactly. And of course, you have to remember that some of the issues that exist in global football outside of Europe are often the money distribution. So after you send this check, who's going to be distributing the money? Is that person going to be like, oh, we got $20 million. I'm going to take 5 of it. Oh, no one's looking. I'm going to take another 2.5. And now, you have 12.5 left to distribute amongst the players, amongst other officials and everyone else like that. There's no governance over that. It would just be a blank check to these federations, and then they would have to deal with it. So it's on life support, I would say.
Is UEFA and the other critics of the FIFA's plan, are they critical of the fact that they're selling a piece of FIFA in general, or is it to whom they are selling?
I think it's both.
Okay.
I think it's both. Number one is that if you were going to sell a part of this, then you would want to consult them to begin with. You would want to consult UEFA. You would want to consult CONCACAF. Say, hey, we're thinking about doing this. Then you could get some preliminary thoughts on it. Everyone was shocked, a week ago or earlier this week when they dropped this and said, you know what, we're going to be raising this money.
But your reporting has shown that these discussions have been going on for a while. It's not like it was last week.
Exactly. So now that makes you think. You go back all the way to December of last year, President Trump gets a peace prize. And then we have, these different wars that go on. But also, how long has FIFA been considering this, knowing that this was going to be the most successful World Cup of all time? And why did FIFA not have conversations with other private equity firms, such as CVC, such as the Sixth Street? There's a bunch of them who might be interested in doing this, but those conversations probably did not happen.
It's called running a process. Why did they not run a process? And the process is, here's a pitch book. We're going to send it out to 200.
You cover yourself, right?
Yeah, and do it. And then you create competition. You drive up the value and all that kind of stuff.
And you brought up JP Morgan really quickly. What about the other banks? Yeah. Why? And not saying there's anything wrong with JP Morgan, but I imagine that there are other banks who might want to be in this, and they're not.
Interesting.
So many questions and so much anger.
Yeah, exactly. Randall, thank you so much for joining us. Randall Williams, he covers the business of sports for Bloomberg News. And again, not a quiet time after the World Cup with this news story breaking. In the world of global soccer, this is big. This goes to the existential kind of aspect of who's running things out there. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Bloomberg 92.9. Programming paid for by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
Concern about rising prices spooking investors.
What does renewables investment look like in the U.S.?
More tariff talk coming out of this administration.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
The president wants lower interest rates. He wants a rate cut cycle.
How do you broaden out the AI play?
Are people just looking for something to worry about when it comes to China?
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, originals, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good Friday morning, TGIF from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in Midtown Manhattan. This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney, Scarlett Fu, and John Tucker. All right, we have a lot to react to. Certainly earnings, as well as oil prices. It's the end of the week, end of the month as well. So a lot to discuss when it comes to markets too. Coming up in this hour, we've got Vince Piazza. He's our senior equity research analyst, talking to us about Chevron and Exxon's latest results. They did report today, and of course, Exxon and Chevron seen benefiting from the movement in oil prices over the last couple of months. We also have Tom Keene making a return to the studio.
Wow.
I know. He's coming back with his man bag. He's going to talk to us about what we're going to look forward to, what we're going to talk about in Bloomberg Money today, airing at 12 p.m. New York time on Bloomberg Television.
Cool.
Eric Kazatsky is our go-to guy for Munis. It is Munis in Focus. He's going to talk to us about the latest developments there. He is, of course, with Mackay Municipal Managers. And Frances Newton, she is our economic strategist and CIO of Tuttle Wealth Partners, in town to talk about, just to take stock of everything that we learned this week when it comes to the macro drivers in the market and the micro as well. Earnings, the Fed, geopolitics, all of that. Of course, we want to remind everyone that for our listeners, if you want to participate and engage with us, Bloomberg Radio is introducing a new feature exclusively for Bloomberg.com subscribers and terminal clients. Help shape our conversations by submitting your questions for our analysts and experts to answer live on air. Subscribers can go to Bloomberg.com/Ask Radio to send in questions, and you might just hear them asked on air. That is Bloomberg.com/Ask Radio. All right, let's head over to John Tucker for Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, let's start with this, Scarlett. Earnings season past the halfway mark, so time for your earnings report card. 86% of the 291 S&P 500 companies that have reported have beaten estimates. So this tracks the highest pace in 5 years, according to Bloomberg Intelligence. And I sound like a broken record with these, but the best performing stock in the S&P 500, Amazon, one of the worst, Apple. Amazon revenue jumping 37% at the Amazon Web Services. And that generates about a fifth of the company's revenue, most of the operating profit there. So Amazon is up 14.7%. Different story for Apple, tumbling by the most in 16 months. They had component shortages weighing on the sales forecast. Meantime, Victoria Fernandez at Crossmark Global says investors facing lots of questions.
Do we buy chips? Do we not? Do we buy memory? Do we not? With the volatility that we're seeing in these markets, I think that's going to be the biggest conversation people are having. And really and truly, we need to be tactical. It's what we're doing for our investors. There is so much going on underneath the surface right now.
Big volume day also. S&P 500 up 6 points right now, 74.43 on the index. The Dow up 56 points. The NASDAQ 100 54 points higher. That's up about 0.2%. 30-year yield continues higher, up 5 basis points right now at 5.26%. This one's kind of scary. Halloween getting an early start this year. Hershey's hoping this means a sweeter season ahead. Sorry. The candy giant says the rise of, now this is what they're calling it, Summerween. Please.
What?
So this gives the holiday a longer runway. Hershey says 67% of parents have already purchased Halloween candy. More than half are in Halloween mode well before, no kidding. The number one Halloween candy, by the way, what is it? You want to guess?
Reese's Pieces?
Reese's
peanut butter cups.
Cups, yeah.
Which they've diluted by not using real peanut butter and real chocolate.
What?
Yeah, there's a story about this in Bloomberg Business Week. Yes, because all of this costs money, and they need to reduce costs.
I like to freeze mine.
Yes.
Oh, really? I have not tried that.
Oh, no. At least refrigerate them. You don't want to eat them when they're like all mushy.
Yeah, that's true. Are there some upstairs? Sometimes there's some upstairs.
Okay. Happy Summerween. We check the markets for you all day long. Right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. As John was just reporting, we got some green on the screen here. It's Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. We can do that with Tatiana Darrier strategist for Markets Live. Join us here in our studio. Tatiana, what are you looking at today?
Well, we'll start with Apple, as it was a big earnings week, as John mentioned. Shares under pressure. They're 9% lower after earnings, and guidance was a little bit shy of earnings of analyst estimates. So earnings for the third fiscal quarter were okay. However, looking ahead, the company said revenue will rise 9 to 11%, which is lower than the estimated growth of more than 12% that analysts were expected. However, this is not a demand issue, but rather it's a supply issue, as they cannot get a handle on enough computer processors and enough memory chips, as we've heard all along, and this is leading them to extended wait times for their products, hence to this lower outlook. But the good news is that this company is a cash cow. $32 billion in free cash flow there. That's more than Microsoft, Meta, Alphabet, and Amazon combined, with the disclaimer that the latest two have posted negative cash flows. But that discipline not rewarded today by investors.
Certainly not. Worst performer in the Dow Industrials. What's next?
Well, Amazon is doing quite the opposite here, surging 15% after its report, after it posted accelerating cloud revenue for the fifth straight quarter here, helping ease some of those concerns that AI bets are not paying off. Revenue jumped nearly 40% to over $40 billion at AWS. This segment now generates a fifth of its revenue, and it's the leading source of operating profit. That marks the fastest pace of growth since the fourth quarter of 2021. So investors really rewarding the company for its growth, even as it has boosted its capex to $220 billion from a previous estimate of $200 billion. And despite negative free cash flows, we are seeing Amazon truly rewarded here today, and that may be because it has been lagging this year.
NVO, what is that ticker for?
That is Novo Nordisk, as ADR's shares are down by 9% here after one of its experimental drugs failed to reduce the risk of heart disease and strokes in a large study. It did target the protein that it wanted to in the body. However, it didn't post that significant result when it came to cardiovascular problems. And this is really a blow to the company as it tries to diversify away from those obesity drugs, as that market got really, really competitive. And if you look at the stock, it has been lagging this year, but if you really zoom out, you'll see that the company really needs a new source of growth because shares have been lagging badly since that peak in 2024.
It's remarkable, given this company had the first mover advantage.
I know, that's a good point. Usually you can keep that for a while. Tatiana, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Tatiana Dari giving us the big report here. For more conversations like this, you can subscribe to our Stock Movers Report. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Earnings coming out of the energy patch here. ExxonMobil, Chevron, some of the big boys reported here. Let's get in touch with an expert on this stuff. Vincent Piazza, he's the senior research analyst. He covers all the oil and gas companies for Bloomberg Intelligence. No idea where he is. It could be Philly, Princeton, Wilmington. You never know where this guy is. Vince, what's going on in your world of big oil?
And good morning from Wilmington, Delaware. But it's always sunny in Philadelphia. Remember
there you go.
Yeah. So look, if you think about coming into the quarter, Exxon and Chevron, significant optimism coming into the quarter, just considering where we are on WTI and Brent. But, Chevron posted a much, much cleaner quarter operationally, significant free cash flow, buybacks and dividends were up. The debt side, Chevron bought back roughly $8 billion of debt. So, strong quarter operationally for Chevron, a little more optimism coming into the quarter for Exxon. It's down roughly 2%, little softer on the downstream side. But Paul, combined $32 billion of free cash flow in the quarter for both companies. You're getting that back in dividends. You're getting that back in buybacks as well. But for Exxon, Paul, a little bit more of an impact from Hormuz in 3Q. Some thorny issues that they have to deal with, but for Chevron, much, much cleaner quarter.
So does this windfall help them do anything that they wouldn't be able to do otherwise? You talked about how Chevron is going to reduce debt and increase share buybacks, but operationally, can it think bigger than that?
Yeah, so if you think about Venezuela for Chevron, Chevron's output in Venezuela will likely grow through 2028. Again, put the geopolitics aside, definitely an operational ambition for them, but one that will see production grow from roughly 280,000 barrels to 400,000. Not a big mover right now, but think about over the next couple of years what could happen there with a more sanguine political backdrop in the country.
Hey, Vince, what are your companies saying about the Strait of Hormuz? I'm kind of the opinion that this thing's never going to be really open again because it just takes the threat of an attack to kind of shut things down. What are your companies saying?
Well, I can tell you what they've met, and consider that most of my coverage universe is U.S. and domestic. But what we see the industry doing is recasting those capital flows, rejiggering, reordering seaborne maritime logistics to dilute the impact of the region. And what does that mean? Well, it means extending transit times by up to 2-3 weeks and moving barrels away from geopolitical and conflict zones. What does that mean in general, though? It means a higher floor price. And it also means a logistics environment that provides for greater redundancy, whether it's floating storage, whether it's more land storage as well. But it does suggest that over time, we do see that part of the world being diluted so that you get away from those conflict zones. It means more capital coming to North America, whether it's capital invested in the U.S. or Canada to get those molecules out in the export market. It means more dollars heading down to South America too, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Argentina, and even Brazil as well. So you could see over the next several years greater capital flowing to the Western Hemisphere, more barrels in floating storage, more barrels in land storage to dilute the impact of subsequent geopolitical events.
All right, good stuff. Vince, always a pleasure speaking with you. Vince Piazza is our senior equity research analyst on oil and gas, joining us from Wilmington. All right, in about 45 minutes or so, if you tune in to Bloomberg Television, Tom Keene and I will be hosting Bloomberg Money. It's our new show focusing on personal finance, retirement, wealth management. And Tom has come back to the studio to join us. He's all excited. You're really excited about our guest this week.
All sorts of news flow. One of our guests may be Donald Trump, the president of the United States, and he joined Bloomberg Money. He's at Camp David on his way to Bedminster to play golf.
Jersey, yeah.
But I thought Camp David always was west of Washington. It's directly north, up on the Maryland border. And in my youth, it was a big deal. It was David Eisenhower, the father and the grandson, the son of Dwight Eisenhower.
Okay, didn't know.
Hugely historic, and he's there talking big, weighty issues with the cabinet. We may be interrupted with comments by the president.
Okay, but normally he doesn't even deign to show up at Camp David. I mean, he goes straight to his own resorts.
Second term, a little, it's not really like, he's not into making s'mores and sitting around the campfire.
The Trump place out in Jersey is very nice.
Is it? Oh, yeah. You've golfed there. Of course you have.
Yes.
We got a great show. Lori Calvasina will be with us. Scarlett had a tantrum last week and said, we got to get Lori on.
Yep.
She'll be on to explain the tech thing and, where we go forward in equities. I would note, Scarlett, the bond market has moved since about 9 o'clock this morning.
Oh, it certainly has. You look at the 30-year yield, it's now at 5.26%. It's pretty incredible. This is a 19-year high. So this global bond sell-off has all kinds of implications.
Just since I exited to the power surveillance English breakfast, Paul and you have seen the real yield join. Just in the last hour or so, the real yield has popped up, the inflation-adjusted yield. We have a special guest today. We will do Bloomberg Money with Richard Clarida, the former vice chairman of the Fed. But Scarlett and I agree, Paul, that we have to address this press conference of the chairman. With Richard Clarida.
It was confusing.
Hugely confusing. And he's, without going into it in detail, we will not on the show as well, Clarida's directly involved in the academic battle that's going on between economists and with the chairman of the Fed, led by Anna Wang, I might point out.
And the chairman of the Fed is not an academic. That's not his tradition. That's not his.
I would not be as harsh as you. This is typical food.
What, I just cut to the chase?
He is not one of the brethren like Anna Wang out of Chicago, the laureate Robert Lucas out of Chicago.
Or Ben Bernanke.
Ben Bernanke out of Princeton.
Or
and
Janet
all
Yellen.
Of his Yellen out of wherever. But the bottom line is no, he's not of that cloth. But he'll be with us, and that will be a really important global interview.
Well, we saw on Bloomberg News just earlier this morning, former New York Fed President Dudley says markets show loss of Fed credibility. I thought that was pretty strong language.
Yeah, but we see it again. We saw the pop on Wednesday at the press conference.
Yep.
And we sort of been waiting around, and you and I saw the pop at 9 o'clock or whatever.
Yep. So we're starting to see the market is doing the work for the Fed. If the Fed's
and you see it in the real life indicators, right? The 30-year mortgage, fixed rate mortgage is now at 6.66%, the highest in a year.
I live vicariously through your social life. Are you going to see Rush this weekend at Madison Square Garden?
I'm not. But I'm interested in hearing how this replacement drummer does for Neil Peart, because I feel like Rush is, you got to go with the OG, and of course Neil Peart passed away.
I think they'd be offended if we called her a replacement drummer.
Okay, well, how do you call it?
I don't know
Fill-in
right
drummer?
Now. But this is like wicked awesome.
The guy who's filling in for the dead guy.
Getty Lee sits behind home plate for the Dodgers. So, he's
Canadian.
Right,
shouldn't he be rooting for the Blue Jays?
I don't know. He likes. I don't know. He likes.
Rush is Canadian.
I think he likes the
Yes,
Dodgers.
I know.
Yeah, I'm telling Tom Keene because he doesn't seem to know. BTS is also performing this weekend.
Really?
Yes.
Where?
The Korean boy band at MetLife Stadium. This is like their first big, tour. They did make an appearance at the World Cup.
We can chop you to that. No problem.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't know if I want to be there. There's a lot of teenage girls, and the screaming is very hard on the ears.
8 rows back, Amy Wu Silverman and her daughter. Gotta be there.
Yeah.
Gotta be there.
You know how much the stage right tickets are for BTS? Take a guess.
Big. $1,000.
$1,800.
Okay. Yeah. It's big.
$176 for the nosebleeds.
Just to get in the door. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys will reunite at 12 noon.
Yes.
Tom Keene, Scarlet Food, on the Bloomberg Money Show. So that's going to be some good stuff.
Favorite Rush song?
I'm not like Rush.
John Tucker?
I'm not a Rush fan.
You don't know any Rush songs?
I do know a ton, but I just can't think of the.
Okay, Tom Sawyer, Limelight, Spirit of Radio.
Yeah,
Come on, guys.
All those, yep.
Keep up.
All those.
I'm David Weston. This week on Wall Street Week, Harvard's Jason Furman on the Fed decision. The European Union moves to reform its merger regulation, but will it get the tech industry going? Johnson & Johnson gets into the robotic surgery business a bit late, but with what it thinks is a better mousetrap. And what are all those think tanks doing?
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, tonight at 6 at your number one source for news on the FM dial in Boston, Bloomberg 92.9.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI. Because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era. Learn more at everpuredata.com.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th, as global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power. You'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com. Stay connected with Bloomberg wherever you are with Bloomberg Podcasts. On The Big Take Asia, how India's cockroach party became a political force. On Zero, how should we navigate a world in which anxieties about AI, climate change, and capitalism collide? And on Trumponomics, why the biggest consequences of Trump's trade war may be the ones no one predicted. Listen to Bloomberg Podcasts on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Join us for Bloomberg Power Players on September 10th in New York. Set against the backdrop of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, Bloomberg convenes the leaders shaping the future of sports business. From athletes and team owners to commissioners and investors, hear the market-moving conversations driving the multi-trillion-dollar sports economy. Register now at BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio. That's BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Mostly sunny this afternoon, but there will be a little cloudiness around, and a few of us may see an isolated shower before the day is done. Highs will be near 80. It's clear overnight, 65 to 70. Partly to mostly sunny, a little warmer tomorrow, 85. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy, 65 to 70. Partly sunny Sunday, highs are 80 to 85. Could have a few showers and thunderstorms Sunday night. I'm Rob Carrollton with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash, brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver information guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That's goldencrestmetals.com/guide. Major averages mixed to little change on a high volume day. The S&P 500 dead flat, 74.37 right now. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 85 points at 52,292. The Nasdaq 100 11 points lower right now. Amazon's cloud computing revenue accelerated for a 5th straight quarter, so that's up close to 15%. Apple, meanwhile, warned of chip supply shortages. They also forecast weaker than expected revenue growth. Those shares are down close to 9%. The chip makers, they are getting a bit of a bid today after this whipsaw week. The SOX index right now is up just about 0.5%. 3 Federal Reserve officials who've dissented in Wednesday's decision to hold interest rates steady are warning that waiting too long to act could risk the need for more aggressive policy. Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack among them, saying the longer that high inflation persists, the more challenging and costly it can be to bring it back down. The long bond up 5 basis points right now, 5.26%. The 2-year yield up 4 basis points. The 10-year yield up 6 basis points. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Munis in Focus.
Munis Focus on Munis is brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your portfolio with BAM insured municipal bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Mutual. We have bonds on the move here again today. Treasury market selling off here. Yields pushing higher. 10-year Treasury yields are up 6 basis points here, 4.73. We'll keep an eye on that, but that's a big move in the bond market, which was similar to what we saw when the Fed reported earlier this week. Let's see what's happening in the world of municipal bonds. For that, we check in with Eric Kazaski. He's a managing director and client portfolio manager at Mackay Municipal Managers. He's based in Princeton. Eric, we see yields pushing higher. What's going on in the municipal market recently?
Hey, Paul, how are you? It's been a tough month for municipals. If we sort of go back in the numbers, this is probably the worst monthly performance going back to 2003. So it's been quite a while since we've seen a down July, but, it's technically driven, right? It's really a lot of what's going on the negative side, and treasuries is sort of bleeding into the muni market. But, for us, all is not lost, right? Always pointing out the silver linings. Yields are higher. This means a higher starting point for investors coming into the muni market, and that has a really high correlation with forward returns. So we're liking where things are sort of setting up from that standpoint.
We're going to get into the heart of the summer. I mean, we're already in summer, but it feels like things really slow down. Also in the mini market for the month of August. So how's it going to change things up here?
Hopefully we get a little bit finer balance or sort of like, a fine tuning of like what's coming in on the demand front and what's coming in on the supply front. Next week's calendar looks pretty heavy as well. But, thankfully, retail flows have still been able to absorb a lot of what's come to market. You're right, though. August tends to be a slower period for the muni market, but on a historical basis, returns have still been strong looking back, averaging about 60 basis points over time. Our hope is that the market sort of calms down from a rate volatility standpoint and we return to those sort of, normal return expectations for the muni market in the next 30 days.
How are the fundamentals out there in the municipal bond market here? It seems like most issues are looking pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're still constructive on the muni market as a whole, right? This down month really wasn't driven by, muni credit souring or the sentiment on the sector souring. It really has been technically driven, and a lot of the negative rate sentiment has just bled in. Look, our view from the beginning of the year has been sort of leaning more heavily into revenue bonds, and we still think that that's the sort of better marker of relative value. They have assignable revenue streams, better covenant protections, pricing power in some instances. So, from that standpoint, we still like that area of the market, and the issuance is sort of flowing in there as well. So, giving us a lot of opportunities and at bats.
Eric, what worries you right now when it comes to the muni market?
Yeah, I mean, for us, I think like what worries us is just sort of thinking ahead, and it's like, telling people that it's not broad municipal credit, that's souring right now, and just sort of reinforcing the fact that with, negative returns, that really means that yields are going higher, and that sort of opposite correlation there. The risk rewatching for the market are really just around the technicals, and it's sort of getting investors comfortable with that higher yield and that, higher starting entry point, and just knowing that, that high correlation to 5-year returns going forward is actually something that hasn't been achievable in the past 12 months. So, I don't say that it's worrisome for us. It's more just about getting people comfortable and just sort of starting that re-education process again.
The infrastructure play in this country gets a lot of political headlines, certainly, that investing in America. How does that get reflected in your world?
A lot of the issuance we've seen this year has come onto the revenue side of the equation, and inevitably some of the financing is going to fall into that infrastructure category, right? Whether it's water and sewer projects, toll roads, airports, that all sort of funnels into that story. And, again, it creates opportunity sets where we're seeing the best relative value. Looking where the issuance has been really strong this year, and I think you and I have touched on this in previous conversations, it's those prepaid gas forward bonds that continue to sort of surprise. Year-to-date issuance in that sector is almost at where we were on a full-year basis last year. So it continues to be strong, and that means demand for those kind of bonds is even stronger, that the bankers keep bringing those deals.
All right, Eric, thanks so much. Appreciate that. Eric Kozatsky, Managing Director and Client Portfolio Manager at Mackay Municipal Managers, based there in Princeton. We've been talking a lot about Amazon because they put up some really good numbers last night, and stock trading up higher today. And we focus on the cloud business and the AI angle to that story because that is the driver of shareholder value for that company. But let's not forget, it's got a retail business too. All those boxes showing up at our doors every day. So get a handle on kind of how that's going and what that means for kind of the consumer economy out there. We check in with Poonam Goyal. She covers all the retailers and e-commerce companies for Bloomberg Intelligence. Poonam, what'd you learn with Amazon's results as it relates to the core Amazon.com retail business?
Yeah, I think the retail business was very strong this quarter. The Prime Day shift clearly helped them drive that 15% increase in the retail side of things. But I would say, more importantly, I think just the integration of AI, whether it's Amazon Alexa for shopping and the old Rufus, I think they're gaining a lot of traction there. They're also expanding their grocery business. It's a business that Amazon's been targeting for a very long time. And outside of Whole Foods, they really hadn't gained any traction. The fact that they are gaining traction through their own marketplace is encouraging, but it's a long way to go from here.
What did they do differently by growing it organically as opposed to trying to scale Whole Foods?
Yeah, so I think the biggest change came about a year ago, where when you go online to Amazon.com, today you can add in an avocado to your phone case charger. Before you couldn't do that. The the fresh order was completely separate. So the bundling of these categories has increased the adaptability, and consumers today are shopping Amazon more and more so for their everyday needs beyond the paper towels and into the perishable category.
All right, you got to explain to me this AI story, the AI angle as it relates to kind of what Amazon's doing on the retail side. How are they implementing it?
The AI angle is across the board. It's in their search. So you don't even know that you're talking to a chatbot today, and you are. When you go to Amazon.com and you search for anything, it could be, last time we spoke, Paul, it was a power washer, right? So if you go in and you search a power washer, it can give you not just the best power washers out there, but it can track the pricing for you. You can go ahead and say, when was this power washer the cheapest in the last 6 months? And how does that compare to today? When it drops to this price or whatever price you're willing to pay, have it sent to me. So a month from now, a power washer could show up at your door and you'll be like, oh yeah, I wanted this. And it was at the right price that I wanted it at. So there are a lot of things happening.
Sorry, I have to cut this short, Poonam, but we're going to go to the president at Camp David. Poonam Goyal, thanks so much. We appreciate that covering on the Amazon numbers. Let's go to Camp David right now. President Trump meeting with his cabinet. He's making some comments. Let's listen in.
This is one of the most talented teams ever to serve the United States and in the United States. This is a talented group of people. Let's see, I'll go one after another. Yeah, there's a couple of steps, but that's okay. No, it's an amazing group, and America is safer and stronger and far more successful than it was 2 years ago, and I think, frankly, that it ever was. I don't think it's ever been anything like this. And we're building more factories, plants in this country than we've ever built before. And we're going to be leaving this position. We're going to leave this country in very, very good shape. When we took office, we inherited a total catastrophe. The last administration created the worst inflation in 48 years, the most dangerous and insecure border in history, and exploding trade deficits like we have never seen before, rampant crime, men and women's sports, transgender mutilization of your children, and chaos and bedlam all over the world. Other than that, they did quite a good job. In less than 18 months, we've turned around 4 years of disaster, and we now have the strongest border in American history. We went from the worst border, I believe, of any country in history. 25 million people came through in 4 years. And these are people that, in many cases, you don't want. They were murderers, they were drug dealers, they were people that you do not want. But now we have the strongest border in American history, and for the last 15 months, the report just came out again, we've had no people coming in through our southern border, zero. And it's almost hard to say, because you'd say, is that even possible? They had 25 million people came in. We have no people coming in illegally through our southern border. And that's in history, so think of that, zero, a big, beautiful zero. The murder rate saw its single largest drop ever recorded to the lowest in 125 years. That goes back to, think of it, it goes back to 1900. Lowest murder rate in the history of our country. So that's something. Today, I just want to mention that we heard in Minnesota there was a cyber attack, and they blame it on Iran. I don't think so. I blame it on Minnesota because they're grossly incompetent. There was a cyber attack of 30 water plants, and I would blame it on Minnesota and the governor, the corrupt governor of Minnesota. They like to say, oh, it was Iran. Iran should be so lucky. Iran's got bigger problems than worrying about Minnesota. This month it was announced that inflation is dropping at the fastest rate in more than 6 years. Walmart, Sam's Club, Giant Eagle, and others are slashing prices by hundreds of grocery stores, and all of the stores, I mean, throughout the country, they're slashing prices, something that you haven't seen for a long time since my last administration. The stock market has set 73 all-time record highs since the election. That means all-time record highs, 73 days out of a very short period of time. And the typical 401k is up by more than $30,000. And when you think of that, if you add another $1,000 to it, it will be, we set the record in the last administration, a record still standing. This administration is going to blow my last administration away. When the factories that we're building at record, and we're not building them, all over the world they're building. They're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Germany with the cars. They're coming from Germany. They're coming from Japan, South Korea, Canada, Mexico. From all over the world they're building auto plants here because otherwise they have to pay tariffs. The tariffs have made our country rich and successful. And all of this, I mean, I'd like to say it was the election. On November 5th, it was the election, and that's fine. But without the election, you wouldn't have what I've done economically. So we have the most successful environment that we've ever had. There's never been anything like it from the standpoint of investment into our country. It's 5 to 6 times higher than anybody has ever seen, than any other country, not just us, has ever had. On July 4th, we launched Trump accounts, a key provision of our great, big, beautiful bill. And these tax-free investment savings accounts have already been activated by over 7 million children. These are investments made in our future, which is our children. Our children are the most important aspect of our future, with more being added each day. So it's a tremendous hit, over 7 million, and really just got going, I would say, Scott, about 2 weeks ago when it was, we got the final approvals. And we have over 7 million. Actually, there's never been anything quite like that. But millions of accounts are pre-funded with $1,000 from the U.S. Treasury or generous gifts from private donors like Michael and Susan Dell and others who have given billions of dollars, billions. People are putting up hundreds of millions and billions of dollars into it and buying really a great future for children. When they turn 18 or when they turn 21, instead of having no hope, no future, they will end up with hundreds of thousands of dollars and maybe even more than that. So it's going to be something to see. With modest additional contributions, they'll grow by numbers that should be, it could be over $200,000. We're looking at the timeline. I wish we had an economy like we have now with the stock markets going up, but they will benefit by our country being successful. And we're going to give every child a head start on the American dream. So go to trumpaccounts.gov. They're really something. The whole world's talking about it, and it's far ahead of schedule. Nobody thought it would be as successful as it's been, but it should be. It should be. And we start them off with $1,000, and this was part of the great, big, beautiful bill. With my most favored nation policy, you could say this is even a bigger thing, if that's possible. On drug prices, we're achieving record discounts on prescription drugs. The prescription drugs were going through the roof for many years, and now we're getting record discounts with price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600%. Nobody's ever heard of a thing like that. And what this is all about is that we had the highest prices anywhere in the world by far. Most expensive drugs, prescription drugs, and others. The highest in the world. The whole world was laughing at us. We paid for the rest of the world. We subsidized the whole world, and I said, we're not going to do that. And I started it in the first administration. I took it up. Obviously, Biden wasn't able to do anything about it because you had to get the consent of the drug companies, and you had to get the consent. More difficult would be the consent of other nations. The other nations had to agree, but they were paying a fraction, sometimes 10%, 20%, 40%, 70% less. So I had to call them and I had to get them on, and I said, if you don't do it, we're going to have to charge you tariffs. And they all said no at first, very politely said, sir, we can't do that. We're not going to double our prices. They had to double their prices, and in some cases triple their price, and we would come down. So a pill that sold for $10 in Germany would sell for $130 in New York. Same pill from the same company, the same factory, the same plant, same laboratory, from $10, and we pay $130. I say, no. Now the world is a bigger place, so it's not as bad as it sounds for them. So they went up to 20, and we came down to 20. So we now have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world. We're tied with the lowest, but we're basically its favored nation. So we have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world from the highest drug prices anywhere in the world. Now, what that does for your health care, I mean, I see these fake polls where the Democrats have wonderful numbers on this stuff, and they are horrible what they've done. Obamacare is a total disaster. It's a costly wreck. It's unaffordable. We call it the Unaffordable Care Act. It's a disgrace. They never even thought of being able to do something like this. They didn't even try. They didn't even try. So I got the drug companies first, and then I got the countries. And the drug companies agreed because they knew the countries wouldn't agree. And when I called Germany, France, when I called the UK, when I called all of these countries, I said, you got to do it. It's unfair. We're paying 10 times more than you're paying for the same drug. You can't do this. And they said, well, we're not going to do that because we're going to have to double our price in order to make you happy. I said, no, maybe you're going to have to triple your price. They said, well, we can't do it. I said, that's all right. If you can't do it, then I can't do something also. And I'm going to charge you very substantial tariffs, which are far more than we're talking about. And they all said, we'd love to do it. We'd love to do it. It would be a great honor to do it. So nobody else would do this. This would have never happened. So your drug prices have gone down by numbers not even thinkable. In my first term, I had the privilege of having lower drug prices from the beginning of the year till the end for the first time in 28 years, you remember. And I called a news conference to announce it. So the year had ended, and I was turned out 1/8 of a percent. 1/8 of a percent, little tiny this much. It went down that much during 1 year. First time in 28 years it went down. It was always like this, just up, more expensive. And I called a news conference. I was so proud of myself, and I said, ladies and gentlemen, first time in 28 years drug prices have gone down from January till the end of December. And I want to just congratulate everybody for being a part of this wonderful experiment. And 1/8 of a point. Now we're talking about 400, 500, 600% coming down. We pay the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world from the highest. So, and I'll say it again and again because the press doesn't want to report it, the fake news doesn't want to report it. They don't want to talk about it. What that does for healthcare, Bobby, is unbelievable because medicine's a big part of healthcare. So I wish that people would understand that, and I hope they're going to vote for us in the midterms because you'll see some stuff that will be horrible because they can blow it very fast if they don't know what they're doing. So your drug prices are great. I saw Spain yesterday, and I watched the catastrophe that took place. It looks like an invasion of a country by hundreds of thousands of people. And that same thing's going to happen to us if the Republicans don't get elected, except worse. Much bigger, much easier to get into, despite the fact that we have built thousands of miles of wall, which I said we were going to do. But we didn't have that, forget it. But we have the safest border in the world. If we're not in office, our country will be invaded at levels that made Spain look small time. When I watched it, I said, boy, I'm going to say it because I knew you were going to be at Camp David. And I say, that's going to be a talking point for the midterms. Because when you look at what happened to Spain, they don't know what to do. And it's happening again today. They're coming in by the tens of thousands. They're just invading the country. And what that is weak law, bad management, but very liberal law. They passed a couple of laws, and people read. People are smart. They read from other countries, and they swam that 3-mile swim or however they got in, but nobody's seen anything like it. That will look good compared to what's going to happen to the United States. The biggest thing, the worst thing that Biden did is allowing 25 million people into our country, because many of those people are criminals. They're murderers. A lot of murder. 11,888. A lot of them are gone now. We got them out. But they allowed people to come into this country that you can't allow to come into a country. We're also making an unprecedented investment in the United States Armed Forces, where we're doing great. And we rebuilt the armed forces. We rebuilt our military in my first term. But we are doing great with our military. They spent a lot of money in our military. They gave away $300 billion worth of ammo and everything else in Biden's term, but we're building it up fast, and we just have a great military. That's all there is to it. But we rebuilt it in my first term, and we're using it in my second term with Venezuela and other places, and Iran now. Iran is doing very poorly. Just in case you read incorrect stories, they're doing very, very poorly. They're having a hard time. They've been very dishonest. They've been very dishonorable to deal with. But that makes no difference. They're doing very, very poorly. We're also making that investment and looking forward to getting, Pete, $1.5 trillion next year. And people see now how important it is. We want to keep a safe country. We have to keep a safe country. And the good news is all of that equipment is made in the USA. So we're making it here. It's jobs. And each one of our defense groups are building literally at least 4 new massive plants as we speak, because we want them to move faster. We have the best equipment in the world, but we want them to move faster. We don't want to wait a year or a year and a half. We want to wait a week, maybe. So that's happening, and I think the results are very good. They're building at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And we've had tremendous success, and our military was just proud of it. Again, Venezuela was a one-day war, and we have a great relationship with Venezuela. We're partners with Venezuela now, taking out tens of millions of barrels of oil and going to Houston, going to Alaska, going to Louisiana, going to different places for refineries, and it's been very much amazing. The administration's done more in 18 months than most administrations have done in 8 years if you had a 2-termer. We've done more in 18 months than anyone's ever seen before. Nobody's ever seen. This is the golden age of America. And we have a war that's going on. I guess you call it a war. Maybe I call it a military operation, because they have no Navy. It's been obliterated. Their Air Force has been obliterated. They have no planes. Their missiles have been largely, they have some left. They have some, but they have far fewer than they had 4 or 5 months ago. Their manufacturing capacity is almost gone. The drone capacity is almost gone. They're very few, but they have some. If they have one, that's too many as far as I'm concerned. But we've done an amazing job with Venezuela. We've done an amazing job here. We're in there for 5 months. You know, I know that people like to say, because we've done a much bigger job, much more important job than we originally anticipated. So we're in there for 5 months, and if you look at Vietnam, they were in there for 20 years. You look at Afghanistan, they were in there for many years. You look at any one of the wars, Korea, any one of them, they're in there for many years. We're in for 5 months, and we have obliterated their military capacity. Again, they've got some left, but soon they won't have some left. So I just want to thank everybody around this table. You've been very special. I want to thank a lot of the media people, because many of you have been very, very fair and that's one of the reasons you're here, frankly. But you've been very fair. You've covered me this time, I mean, much more fairly, I think, than the first term. The first term was a great success. We had the greatest economy in history in the first term, and this term is going to blow it away. I think this term is going to actually blow it away. So it's an honor to have you, and I'd like to ask our great Vice President, J.D. Vance, to say a few words, followed by Marco and Pete and Scott and Bobby Kennedy. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Please, J.D.
Well, great. Thanks, Mr. President. First of all, thanks for having us at this historical and beautiful place. And it's an honor to be on the team, an honor to be able to work on fraud, which is what I'm going to talk about today, though I know we have a lot of things going on. This has been an amazing team, from Kelly Loeffler at SBA, to Doug at the VA, to Todd and Bobby Kennedy. This really has required a whole of administration approach to try to tackle fraud. There are a few things that I want to talk about and celebrate. The first is that just since the beginning of the fraud task force that I started under the president's leadership and direction, we have identified $230 billion of fraud that's being perpetrated against the American people, and we have halted already $56 billion of that. It's sometimes hard, once the money has already gone out the door, it's hard to get it back. But stopping it from going out the door is how we save the American people. $56 billion, and of course we're going to keep on working on that. Just today, Mr. President, we will announce 17 new anti-fraud actions that will total about $1/3 billion, and that's added to the $230 billion that we've already uncovered. And I want to just talk for the benefit of the American people about why do we care so much about this? Because what I always try to remind people is that fraud has 2 victims. So, to give one concrete example, there is a program that is administered by Medicaid, and that program ensures that low-income moms and low-income babies have access to neonatal care. Now, I think most Americans probably share my view that this is one of the great things about the United States of America, that if we see a baby and we see a young mother that requires help, we help our fellow Americans. That's a good thing. It's something that we should be proud of. And yet, there is a program that has defrauded the moms and the babies who benefit from these. You've gotten people who've gotten rich by setting up false companies that are providing false services. So who loses in that equation? Number one, of course, is the American taxpayer that is $230 billion poorer because of the fraud that this country has let go on. But I actually think most importantly is that we've seen that program run out of money. So we've seen moms and babies unable to access the health care that they need because the fraudsters have gotten rich. That is a disgrace. And until the president ordered us to stop it, no one was doing anything about it. So we've made a lot of progress, Mr. President, in just under a year. We're going to keep on working at it because we believe the American people deserve to have their money spent as you and the Congress have directed.
There's big numbers you're finding, tremendous numbers. They look like Elliot Ness. Does anybody know? They look like that group of people you have lined up behind you. They're doing a great job.
Yes, sir.
Billions, think of not millions, billions of dollars is being recovered, billions. And you haven't seen anything yet. We have things happening that people aren't going to believe. The level of corruption and fraud that took place under the Biden administration is unprecedented. And Minnesota, California, Maine, believe it or not. You think of Maine as this wonderful place?
Yep.
It's the level of corruption is incredible, all over. So, great job. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, please.
Oh, my turn. Well, first of all, thank you for bringing us out here. I got the chance to drive for the first time in a year and a half, which is the golf cart. It was fun. It was great. And so just a couple points that we all know. We followed in the news, obviously, the events in the Middle East and others who can talk about that. Not that they're not important, but there's some other issues happening around the world, Mr. President, that you've shown great leadership in that have not gotten nearly as much attention. I think they deserve to mention today. The first is the International Criminal Court is an illegitimate international organization that, frankly, illegitimate. They've made themselves illegitimate because they claim that even if you're not a member of that court, they can come after you. And what that literally means in the future is that American servicemen, political leaders, and others could find themselves under indictment by this International Criminal Court. Did you want to know a little bit about it? Jack Smith used to work there. These are the people that think they can go out and basically indict any world leader and haul them into The Hague. So we tried to get them to reform and listen to us. They wouldn't do it. They're very arrogant. We've now begun an effort to really try to bring that court to heel.
Boy, there's no information that they're after me. It could happen. But just so you know, just keep talking about it. I'm saying that means that maybe he's not trying to defend me. He is trying to defend Bibi and various other people. But there are many people that shouldn't be looked at that way. But there is no indication that I'm one of them at this moment.
Well, and I actually think the people who are in biggest danger in our system are servicemen, people in uniform. That they'll try to go out for the rest of their lives, will not be able to travel anywhere in the world with their families because they can be arrested on one of these items. Imagine, you're a soldier, you fought in a war, and 20 years later they try to come grab you. So this is a big problem. So we've had dozens of countries already join us in this effort. Since we started 2 weeks ago, 5 countries have already quit the ICC and notified them that they're leaving, and we think there'll be more. The second thing is we had an unprecedented ministerial. 60 countries came to Washington, and we're a part of an effort where we were shedding light on far-left terrorism and violence. You know, the bomb goes off somewhere and it's tied to some right-wing group, or what I don't consider neo-Nazis right-wing, I consider them Nazis, right? But you're going to get a lot of attention on that. But if it's a leftist group, an Antifa group, that gets no coverage, or they ignore the ideological spin and the ideological reason behind it. So we've got 60 countries came up here and hopefully creating a strong coalition to go after far-left violent terrorism. Go after it and call it by name. I think we're building a very strong coalition there. We've had some successes in the Middle East, Mr. President. As you know, in the diplomatic front, the deal with Lebanon and Israel is unprecedented. President Ayoun was here a week ago. I think that was the first visit by a Lebanese president in over 30 some odd years. In fact, this is the first time the Israelis and the Lebanese government have spoken at the official level in close to 30 years. And that was thanks to your leadership. A lot of work to be done to keep that peace and build on it, but it's a real achievable. And of course, as you announced last night, point, Mr. President, this disarmament deal that you brought about with Steve and Jared's work on Hamas is another big step as well. It's something a lot of people thought would never happen. It needs to happen, but the fact that even agreed to it is real achievable. Last point is on the Western Hemisphere. For the first time in 15, 20 years, the overwhelming majority of the countries in the Western Hemisphere are now led by pro-American leaders and pro-American governments. It's an extraordinary achievement, all of it happening through virtually every election that's happened in the Western Hemisphere since you were elected president has elected someone who is pro-American. And I think this is an incredible situation. And last but not least, and I have to thank a number of agencies here, particularly the Department of War, after that terrible earthquake in Venezuela, within 36 hours, the full force of the American government was on the ground providing humanitarian assistance. It was a sight to behold. The USS Ford, I think, was in their port. Our Marines and armed service personnel were helping run their airport and their tower. It is one of the fastest, most dramatic, and most effective humanitarian responses, certainly in recent history, if not ever. And they came at the direction of the president. In fact, within an hour of that earthquake hitting, I remember because I was overseas, the president called and said, make sure we go in there and help these people recover from this. And we did. And thanks to your leadership, Mr. President. It's a great story. Enough needs to be told about it because the credit goes to so many agencies represented here today, but really the Department of War's effort was phenomenal. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. And just before we continue, I want to just congratulate Jay Clayton. He's with us today. As you know, he's had a big victory. He's going to do a fantastic job. He's only done his whole life has been about doing a fantastic job. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for the invitation, the opportunity to be here. It's an honor for the War Department to help run this facility, also from the food to defense line. It's an honor to have you, and it's great Americans here and all around the country and all around the world who are the core of what keep us safe. But in order to do that, you have to have a leader that's willing to put them in a position to do it. And that's my takeaway, Mr. President, is sort of 3 points. One, it takes courage. 2, it takes restoring a spirit, which you have done. And 3rd, it takes investment, and not just an investment, but a generational investment. And I think people miss that. The courage it takes to seal the border, to say we're going to do it, and we're going to do it every single day, and we're going to do it on behalf of the American people. The courage to bomb the Houthis and say we will maintain freedom of navigation, and wonder why they're not involved in this conflict, the Houthis, even though they're a proxy of Iran, because they felt the weight of American power for 45 days, and you had the courage to do that. The courage to do Midnight Hammer and conclude the 12-day war by obliterating their nuclear sites, something other presidents had the option on their table to do, but they never pulled the trigger because of the complications, because of the challenges, because of the risk. Courage. Courage to take on the cartels and drug boats, and now forming the ACCC, the America's Counter Cartel Coalition, with all those friendly governments that Marco talked about, who want to be shoulder to shoulder, not just with America, but with a bold, strong America with clear leadership. The courage to go get Maduro in the most dangerous, most heavily guarded house, inside the most heavily guarded fort, inside the most heavily guarded town in their capital city in the middle of the night, and change the entire dynamic of that country and that region. And the world saw what the American military was capable to do, but that doesn't happen unless the commander-in-chief says you're authorized to do it, and will take the handcuffs off when you do it to ensure that Americans come home. The courage to undertake epic fury and this Iranian regime and ensure they never have a nuclear weapon, which remains your commitment. And frankly, the courage to negotiate with people that have shown no willingness to do so honestly, incredible negotiators who are the best in the world, and give them every opportunity to do it, give those things up peacefully. All of that takes guts. But that comes on the backs of a change in the spirit of our department. You talk about spirit all the time, and you're right to do so. When you rip out DEI, when you rip out social engineering and social justice, and you put in merit, and then you untie the hands of commanders to be commanders, to enforce discipline and accountability, to get back to basics, then you get historic re-enlistment inside our ranks. Our best people, Mr. President, are staying because they want to be in that kind of department. And then historic recruitment record amongst young Americans. Every month, our department breaks records. And when did that trend line start? On Election Day, 2024, when the American people said, I want to serve under this president. And that new name, the Department of War, has become the ethos, the warrior ethos of our department. Again, spirit. And I will note, the flyovers will indeed continue until morale improves. But that's also spirit. Parades, 250, flyovers, the American people seeing and feeling their military in ways they have not in the past. That's spirit. And then finally, Mr. President, a generational investment. You rebuilt the military in your first term, and you've spent in your first year $1 trillion, and now we are committed in working with Congress to get $1.5 trillion. But this is not the same way we funded our department in the past. This is a businessman in charge. This is a deputy secretary of our department who's a turnaround guy, just like the president is, saying we will not fund money, we will not fund the department the way we have in the past. In fact, so far, $75 billion in private investment from defense companies who are now investing in new plants, new equipment, new assembly lines to build the munitions of the future faster than ever possible. That's saving taxpayer dollars because the companies themselves are investing. That would never, the arsenal of freedom would never happen without you. So just like we use a lot of things Ronald Reagan's building was a part of, in this administration and in future administrations, they will look back at Donald Trump and the buildup that he has done, and that will be, the deterrence of the future will be established because of your investment. So thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership.
Thank you. Scott, please.
Mr. President, it's an honor to be here in this historic place as we celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary. And I think if we look back, whether our founders was President Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton could not have imagined the economy that we would have created. It is the envy of the world. And as you said, we have record investment coming in. We've never seen anything like it. And we're pulling away from the rest of the world because of your leadership, the policies that you did from day one in terms of digital assets, in terms of technology, and bringing back American manufacturing. You've done it again. You've had the incredible economy during your first term, and we are seeing that carry over here. And it is in stark contrast to the Biden economy, which was government jobs, government spending, and high inflation, the worst inflation in 50 years. And with the working families tax cut, which I will add, every Democrat voted against. It is the perfect barbell for this economy. On one side, you have full expensing for factories, for equipment, for farm structures. On the other side, your four signature policies, promises made, promises kept, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans if you buy an American-made car, and the Americans are starting to feel it. Core inflation is low, consumer confidence is strong. We have the highest consumer confidence, came up today, in 5 months, and Main Street is back. Small banks are lending, thanks to your policies. Small banks, community banks are lending again, and the Americans are starting to feel it. As you said, these Trump accounts are the most successful program launch in government history. We've had 7 million families sign up with them. We're going to get to open enrollment, and we will have 70 million families who have signed up for this. 38% of American families, households, have no exposure to our great equity market. And thanks to you, we're going to have an ownership society. An ownership society. You were one of the first presidents to create assets for the American people, not more debt. We had the biggest tax refund season ever. Trade deals, tax cuts, energy dominance, and the regulatory efforts. America is ushering in the greatest reshoring wave in our history. In June, our manufacturing sector expanded for the 6th straight month. We've got construction jobs, and they're going to lead into manufacturing jobs. We've got Main Street prosperity. Real wages are up $1,000. And sir, what you've done again too is the bottom 25% of wage earners, just like in your first term, are outperforming the top 25%. This is a working families administration. In the past year, that group had wage increases of 5.5%. They have 3 times what the top end has done. So you've done it again, and these are private sector jobs we are creating. As you often say in these meetings, we could have created 1 million, 2 million government jobs, but we didn't. The private sector is creating. We've got incentives, we've got money coming in, and we are rebuilding. So, and then our energy dominance, thanks to you and these policies, you can come to the U.S., you can have regulatory certainty, tax certainty, and energy certainty. So it's the best place in the world to build your factory. And finally, I want to add, it has been a pleasure to be a part, or a privilege to be a part of, as we've gone from ethnic fury to economic fury, to constrict, on your orders, constrict the Iranian regimes, the financial tentacles all around the world. We started it on your orders. We started it in March 2025. In December of 2025, the largest bank in Iran collapsed. The central bank had to print money. That caused inflation. Now they got 180% inflation. They aren't able to pay their troops. And on your orders, we are searching for their assets all around the world. And that money will go to the Iranian people, Americans who have been harmed by the Iranians, whether the USS Cole or the barracks in Lebanon, or it will go back to when the Iranians attacked these ships coming out. So it's been a privilege to be part of that, and I look forward to the rest of it.
Thank you very much. And I want to just add that today there are more people working in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. We have more people working today. We'll think of that number. I mean, more people working today by far than at any time in the history of our country. So it's been something very, very special. Bobby, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just take a moment to take note of the historical significance
What's that now?
of this occasion. Before the press came in, you asked all the cabinet members who had been to Camp David before, and I think about 3/4 of them had. I raised my hand, but I haven't been here for 62 years.
All right.
I came here.
So live coverage of the cabinet meeting at Camp David. RFK Jr., the health secretary, jumping in there. And thank you, Kaylee. Yeah, we're live on Bloomberg Radio, streaming live on YouTube. Not very often we see that site at the iconic Laurel Lodge at Camp David. Now, we might go back there because if the president starts to take questions, you know, we want to keep an ear on the conversation here with a very rare cabinet meeting at Camp David, and an even more rare situation to have cameras in the room. Are we going to Tyler, or what are we doing here? Charlie Pellet, okay. Well, now we know Tyler is there. We're going to talk to her in a moment. Charlie Pellet's watching Wall Street for us, and I got to tell you, Charlie, I thought this was bounce back day, but our gains are being challenged. What's up?
Indeed. We are seeing stocks waver, Joe Matthew, but right now, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all higher emphasis on right now. It has been that kind of a day. Check back with us in a few minutes. We'll see what's going on. The big stories, though, earnings out of Apple and Amazon. We got Amazon leading the NASDAQ 100 index higher. Amazon right now up 14.4%. We've got Apple lagging the NASDAQ 100 index. Apple after earnings down 9.6%. The NASDAQ 100 index higher, little change right now, up by about 0.1%. The NASDAQ composite index up 0.2%. S&P up 12. That is a gain of just about 0.3%. Dow Industrials up 156 for a gain of 0.4%. We are seeing an advance for the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, up now by 0.5%. Your 2-year 4.29%, the 10-year 4.73%, and the 30-year now at 5.26%. Gold down 1.5%, $4,042 the ounce. Crude, big story there. WTI 84.50 a barrel, up now by just about 1.1%. Oil majors, we are seeing gains, losses for ExxonMobil after earnings, down 2.1%. Chevron after earnings up 1.3%. ConocoPhillips reports next week, and it is down by 0.1%. That, Joe Matthew, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. We'll get back to Charlie Pellet 10-15 minutes here, watching Wall Street on the Friday edition of Balance of Power. It's good to see you. Thank you for joining us. We're live in Washington, although the president is up at Camp David. Tyler Kendall is live on the North Lawn of the White House. Now, the news, if there is going to be any from this cabinet meeting, may have yet to emerge. If he does go to questions, we've got a lot of questions about a lot of things, from the war with Iran, of course, to everything that's been happening on Capitol Hill, this potential deal with Hamas that is being reported on, affordability, the economy. Tyler Kendall is our Washington correspondent. Tyler, not much news coming out of this yet. What was the point of bringing the whole cabinet to the top of the mountain?
Joe, that's a good question because, of course, this is a particularly rare event that press is being able to be inside of this cabinet meeting at Camp David. President Trump made his way over there alongside Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, putting perhaps this heightened focus on the conflict with Iran, out with some rhetoric earlier today characterizing the U.S. as winning the conflict. So perhaps this is going to serve as some sort of status check, at least behind closed doors, as the war in the Middle East continues to dominate the conversation. To your point, not much news quite yet. President Trump did reiterate that he feels that Iran is being dishonest when it comes to the deal, going on to add that he thinks Iran soon won't have any military capacity left. But pair that with comments he then made about how he is urging defense contractors to ramp up their production when it comes to replenishing U.S. stockpiles, giving us a little bit more insight into how the administration is thinking about the timeline for this conflict. Because, Joe, as you well know, we're continuing to see escalation, including new this morning with Iranian state media reporting that the IRGC rerouted at least 6 vessels that were not using the Iranian-approved route, but the U.S.-coordinated route, now saying that they are advising any commercial shippers or insurers to not listen to CENTCOM's demands.
Well, I'll tell you what, I thought, to be honest, Tyler, that the president would come out of the chute today with news on Gaza and Hamas, with reports that there is a framework here, he's the one reporting it on Truth Social, for demilitarizing the Gaza Strip. Is this real?
Well, if the agreement does hold, it would be a very significant breakthrough when it comes to that 20-point peace plan to resolve the conflict in Gaza after really what's been months of stalled progress. But to your point, there are questions here on exactly how this would be implemented. According to the U.S., absolutely pivotal here, of course, is that Hamas needs to disarm. An Israeli official tells Bloomberg News that Israel is also looking for this deal to include a total demilitarization of the Gaza Strip. Then Israel would start to withdraw its forces. But, Joe, we're already starting to hear some conflicting views on the sequencing of this agreement. Hamas did come out and they confirmed that they did agree to a deal, but they are saying that how I just laid it out, that's not what they agreed to. They're saying that Israel needs to withdraw its forces first before it takes any steps. So a lot of big questions here. The U.S. says that they still need to refine the details, according to an official.
Well, Tyler, I want you to come with us back to Maryland because the president just went to questions at Camp David. We'll compare notes with Tyler, see how long this goes. President Trump now live again at Camp David.
What comes first? Mr. Infantino speak to you about a proposal to sell a stake in the World Cup, and is that something you support?
About who?
Did FIFA or Mr. Infantino speak to you about their proposal to sell a stake in the World Cup? No, I never spoke to him.
Mr. President, you said this morning on Truth Social that victims of government abuse should be paid back. Yeah. Even if it's not the anti-weaponization fund, would you still want the acting attorney general to find a new way to do that?
Weaponization against large numbers of people in our country by the Biden administration and by Obama, but by the Biden administration in particular in this case. But large numbers of people, their lives have been ruined, they've been destroyed, families have been, decimated, they've gone to prison for no reason whatsoever. There's never been a group of people, most likely, I can think of a couple that were treated pretty badly, groups, but there's essentially never been a group of people treated so badly as these people. And this fund was not for me. This fund was for those people that have been weaponized, that have been abused. Now, I was abused. They attacked my house, Mar-a-Lago, where I live. And I was, big damages should have been given to me. I don't want anything. I'm not talking about myself. I think that there's a group of people in this country, history will show, that were treated like nobody else has ever been treated. So badly, so horribly. Their families have been ruined. Many, many suicides. They've committed suicide. People that were very successful that wanted to go to a rally or an event and ended up spending the rest of their lives in horror. No, so I mean, you can say what you want about the fund, and they've agreed to not have a fund. But there are a lot of people that are very upset about it. A lot of Republican people, a lot of Democrat people are very upset about it. A lot of people were covered. I wasn't covered by that fund. I don't want to be covered by the fund. I probably was abused more than anybody in the history of our country. But I wasn't looking for that. But there were a lot of people. And I'll tell you something, Todd Blanche is a very, very good man. And he shouldn't be in the middle of this. He should get approved, because you will never get anybody like him. You're never going to get anybody. And to make him a pawn in this whole thing, this is being done by a senator. And I don't really blame him, to be honest with you. I endorsed his opponent. And as soon as I endorsed his opponent went through the roof, and he won the primary election in Texas for the Senate. And the man that lost, the man that I didn't endorse, has become very angry, and that's okay. I mean, I understand that. I probably would do the same thing. You want to know the truth? I think I'd do the same thing.
Mr. President, on that, though, do you agree, just to be clear, do you agree with the acting attorney general that the anti-weaponization fund is dead? And why not just put that in writing?
It is dead, but, you know, I wish it weren't, to be honest with you. I think people were horribly treated, horribly abused. This has nothing to do with Todd. This was me. Horribly abused, and I'd like to see them compensated for the pain. They lost their families. They committed suicide. Many people committed suicide. They went down for an innocent journey. And I'm not only talking there, I'm talking about not even having to do with that. The way they were treated. The Biden administration and the Obama administration weaponized government and destroyed lives.
But should they put it in writing?
Willing to accept limits on the scope of the audit immunity deal in order to get Attorney General Blanche confirmed?
Well, no, he should be approved forthwith. I mean, you're never going to get a person like that. Everybody agrees to it. Don't forget, Senator Cornyn thought he was phenomenal until he lost. You know, when he lost, is that a correct statement? You come from Texas. I mean, he thought this was the most incredible person. And then when he lost, now he lost because of me. I endorsed somebody else. And as soon as I endorsed the other person became a rocket ship upward. And he lost. And, you know, I think I'd be the same.
But would you
I mean, I shouldn't say that, but I'd be upset also. And so I fully understand it. He shouldn't be that way. I shouldn't be that way. But he is that way. He's become a very angry person. And I understand you have a couple of others that caused their defeat too. And, you know, you'll probably hear from them too. Yeah.
Mr. President, back on, there's a report that you got a proposal from the military to go big and hit them hard over 10 or 14 days.
Well, we're going big.
Are you going to consider?
We've already gone big. Look, I mean, what's big? They had 159 ships. That was their entire Navy, 159. Their entire Navy is laying at the bottom of the sea. I'd say that's going big. They had 200 airplanes. They're all gone. Every one of them. They're not one airplane. They had anti-aircraft weaponry, very good, but it didn't work. And it's all gone. Their radar is all gone. Their leaders are all gone. Everything's all gone. But they'll fight onward.
Mr. President, on Ukraine, you said the other day that you're not sure about whether to grant Ukraine the Patriot missile license that have been discussed. Do you want to see more from Zelensky before you take that action?
Well, it's a big step. Look, we have the greatest weapons in the world. We have the greatest drones in the world. People don't know that. We have the greatest weaponry in the world. We have, in the case of President Zelensky, he'd like to have some Patriots. He'd like to have some Tomahawks, which are, you know, lethal, one offensive, one defensive. But give somebody the... I mean, the Patriot, as an example, the other day you read that 5 missiles were shot. They were going 8,600 miles an hour. Think of it, 8,600. Now a car, if you go 60, it gets to be a little faster. If you go 100, 8,600 miles an hour. And they were big missiles. And they were shot at Jordan. And our guys were there. Bing, 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 bing. 5. Bing, 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 bing. I don't want to be minded. I had to be very careful. That would have been a great sound bite. There were 5 missiles, and we shot all 5 down before they got close. Nobody else has that capacity. These weapons are incredible. We have to be very careful about letting somebody build them. You know, it's very important now. We are building many plants now to make those, and the Tomahawk missile is the most incredible thing. You can go into a doorway, you can put it through a window of a house. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. You have to be very judicious, but you have to be very careful. Now, we have not agreed to that. We're talking about it, but it's a hard thing to give away that kind of technology. And I don't think this would ever happen, but you know, those people that you give that technology, they can someday turn on you. You know, that is possible. You look at war, it's happened a couple of times over the years, right? So we have to be very careful. I mean, we guard that. We have the greatest military in the world, but we have the greatest weapons in the world. Now we have to make them a little bit faster because we've given a lot away. You know, President Biden, unfortunately, gave a lot away to Ukraine. And he gave, and so did I. I mean, I gave them the javelins and the tank busters. Without the javelins, that war would have been a one-day war, would have been over. They wiped out the tanks going up to Kiev when they got stuck in the mud. They had a general that decided to go through the mud instead of going up the highway where they were going very nicely. It would have been over. But no, I gave them the javelins. The javelins are unbelievably. We have the greatest weapons in the world. We have to be very careful about giving out the secrets to those weapons. And they're not, you can't copy them. It's a little like NVIDIA. They have a chip. They say you cannot copy it. The complexity is so great you cannot. You know, most things you copy. China's known for it, other countries, we do something, and I guess we copy also. Most things you can copy pretty easily. There's a chip that they made, their ultimate chip, and they always have the ultimate chip. And I say, well, why doesn't somebody copy it? Because they can't, the complexity. They can't copy our weapons. We have the greatest weapons in the world, many of them. Those are just 2 or 3 that I mentioned, but you cannot copy them, so we have to be very careful.
As Hamas disarms as part of this plan, who do you see as taking possession of those weapons that they have? Does that go to the new government?
It's going to be the Board of Peace, mostly. It's going to be run by the Board. This Board of Peace has been it's led by some amazing people. Board of Peace.
Mr. President, you said they do have some capabilities left.
Yeah.
Should Americans be prepared for these back and forth attacks to continue until Iran simply isn't able of striking back?
They'll get weaker. They'll get a little stronger maybe now, but they'll get weaker, and then they peter out. Yeah, sure, I think so. I mean, it would be foolish to say no. You know, you always have to keep your guard up.
What is the status of talks? Who from the administration?
Well, they always want to talk, but they break their word so often. Steve is talking, Jared, we have very good people. JD's involved, very strongly involved. We have great people talking. Marco's involved.
Because they say talks aren't happening.
Very good people. We have the best people, but they'll make a deal. As an example, we'll talk about nuclear, and we'll be in there talking about nuclear for 7 hours. I say, why do you need 7? You can take 10 minutes. You have 5 minutes. You should solve it. But 7 hours, and then they'll go out, and I'll say they discussed nuclear, and they'll go out and they'll say, we never discussed nuclear. And I say, why? Why did they say that? All they do is make me angry. You know, they just make me angry. Any other questions?
Do you believe that you can reach a deal with Iran, given that you talked about how
yes, you can. I mean, look, I'm losing faith in them because they do lie and they do misrepresent. Well, the other day, the 5 missiles were shot. We knocked them down, but we were in the midst of a negotiation. I mean, I'm waiting for Steve to call me. How's the negotiation going? And instead, I got a call from Pete that they just shot 5 missiles at one of our bases in Jordan. And we have bases in Jordan. Fortunately, our people operated the equipment. It's also very complex to operate. You know, you talk about the equipment. It's you have to be, oftentimes you see, where did you go to school? MIT, Caltech. I mean, you know, they go to schools that are not as normal for the military, to be honest with you. We have unbelievably brilliant people operating that equipment. And when you don't, you know, the equipment, the shots miss, the safety misses, or the accuracy misses. We have unbelievable people. Think of it, we had 111 at one point, a couple of months ago. 111 over a short period of time, missiles were shot at the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. Great, beautiful ship. One of the most beautiful ships to me, design ones. 111 missiles going out. Out of the 111 missiles, 111 missiles were shot down quite a bit earlier than they got. I mean, long before they got there. They were shut down. It was almost, in a couple of cases, they were shut down almost as they were taking off. It's incredible technology. So you have a ship that costs billions of dollars, and you have missiles heading to it. 111 missiles were shot down, routinely shot down. And I spoke to the people. I like to reward people. I call them up on the president, and they were cool as a cucumber.
Mr. President, the last 2 weeks of strikes by CENTCOM has said that those were meant to degrade Iran's ability to disrupt the Strait of Hormuz. How many more strikes will it take to significantly?
Well, you never know. Look, I mean, most people would have given up by then. You know, they've got no Navy, they got no Air Force. Most people would have given up. They haven't. So I give them credit for that. I mean, they're known as being tough. They're tough.
Back on Ukraine, what did you tell President Zelensky about the Patriots? Did you explain all that to him?
I did. I spoke about Patriots. I spoke to him about Tomahawks. I spoke to him about everything. I also spoke to him about, let's get this war over with. So last month they had 25,000 people. It's averaging about 25,000 people a month die. Mostly soldiers. Almost entirely. But, you know, missiles are hitting areas also. But mostly soldiers. They had 25,000 soldiers. The month before that it was 32,000 soldiers. I said, you got to get this war over with. I think he wants to make a deal, and I think Putin wants to make a deal. But there's a lot of dislike, as you probably noticed.
He seems very reluctant to make concessions, President Putin.
Well, nobody wants to make concessions, but they're both going to have to make some concessions. I mean, you got to make a deal. 25,000 young, beautiful people, soldiers, mostly soldiers, are dying a month. It's. I ended 8 wars. That was the war I thought would maybe go first. And it really hasn't. It's gone less. I mean, I ended wars that were, in theory, much more difficult to end. We had a couple that were into the 30-year category. Well, the Congo, look at the Congo and Rwanda. That was our nasty war. And they have peace. I don't know how long that one's going to stay. But we ended India, Pakistan. 11 planes were shot down. That was raging. That was done. I used tariff. I said, if you're going to go to war, 250% tariff to each of them. And they screamed and yelled and were very angry. They were both angry about it. And a day later they called and they said, we will not go to war. And then I ended up, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan said I saved 50 million lives. Because that's 2 nuclear powers, serious nuclear powers. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. No, I think Minnesota is behind it. You know who's behind it? Minnesota, because they're grossly incompetent. I think the governor's behind it. I don't think there was an Iranian cyber attack. I think that Minnesota ought to get its act together. It's one of the worst run states. JD will tell you. He found tremendous corruption in Minnesota. And by the way, just gave me a report. Massive future things having to do with corruption in Minnesota are happening right now. Thank you.
All right, there you have the end of that conversation. A rare cabinet meeting live, televised, and broadcast live on the radio from Maryland. President Trump there taking questions actually started making some news. That's why we brought you back to the gathering at the top of the mountain, specific to Ukraine. Not sure that this was something he even planned to bring up. Of course, he was asked about it by a reporter, suggesting that there is no agreement for Ukraine to make its own Patriot missiles. He said it's hard to agree to give away that technology. There's a risk of giving it away and them turning on you. We have the greatest weapons in the world. We have to be very careful about giving out the secrets to those weapons. He compared, having referred to the Patriots and Tomahawks that Zelensky would like to have, compared them to chips made by NVIDIA. Fascinating moment. He was asked immediately after that, did you tell Zelensky about the Patriots? He said, I spoke with him about Patriots, Tomahawks. I also spoke with him about ending the war. I think he wants to make a deal, going on to say they both have to make concessions, referring to Russia and Ukraine. We're going to unpack more of what we just heard. When we connect with Tyler Kendall at the White House, first we want to update Wall Street, where we do see indexes holding positive here. And Charlie Pellet has details as we look under the hood, live from World Headquarters in New York. Charlie, take it away.
Right now, we are looking at gains for the U.S. stock market. Joe Matthew, we heard the president talking about Patriot missiles. They are made by Lockheed Martin. Lockheed shares, they're up today by 0.9%. Again, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. S&P right now up 27 points. That is a gain of 0.4%. Dow Industrials also up 0.4%. NASDAQ up by 0.5%. And the NASDAQ 100 index up 0.4%. That index being led higher right now after earnings from Amazon. Amazon shares surging by 15%. At the other end of the NASDAQ 100 index, the top laggard, Apple, after earnings. Right now we got Apple shares. They are plunging by 9.9%. But bottom line here, stocks are moving higher. They have been wavering. A rally in chip makers is easing somewhat. Further losses in bonds showing the market is struggling to process the message from Fed Chair Kevin Warsh this week. Right now, we have got the SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, up by 1%. The VIX back below 17 now. The 2-year 4.29%, the 10-year 4.73%, and the 30-year at 5.26%. Spot gold $4,047 the ounce, down 1.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude 84.54 a barrel, up by 1.1%. Barrel of Brent just below $90 now, higher by 1%. Keeping an eye on crypto-linked companies such as Strategy, it reported a second quarter net loss of $8.2 billion as Bitcoin prices declined during the quarter. Bitcoin now down 2.9%, 62,860 on Bitcoin. Also, Coinbase Global reported last night. It reported a third consecutive quarterly decline in revenue, with second quarter revenue dropping 19% to $1.22 billion. ExxonMobil and Chevron both out with earnings, and right now we do have Chevron shares up 1.6%, ExxonMobil down 1.8%. That, Joe Matthew, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Okay, Charlie, thank you, sir. Smack dab in the middle of earnings reporting season. Charlie Pellet has the answers for us on the markets. We'll get back with Charlie in 10 or 15 minutes to see how things are going. It is interesting, the dichotomy that we're seeing here, the contrast in these stories. Big day for big oil. Chevron impresses everybody. Stock is up. Exxon had some trouble. The stock is now down 2%. It's kind of like what we're seeing in tech. Apple's fallen off. And, of course, Amazon is in rally mode here. The way it's playing for the indexes is interesting as they hold positive. Micron, what happened there? Amazon reassures everybody it's going to keep spending money. It's making money from AI. Apple can barely pay for the chips because of the shortage, and Micron is still somehow down 4%. NVIDIA's kicking up, though. Maybe thanks in part to the moonshot. I want to get back to the cabinet meeting. We just brought it to you live here on Bloomberg Radio. The President of the United States with his top lieutenants at Camp David in the iconic Laurel Lodge. We're told the president doesn't love going to Camp David. And to be honest, I still can't figure out why they just went all the way up there for that. It was a cabinet meeting, not unlike one that would take place at the White House. Maybe they're having races with the golf carts or something up there, but it's pretty unusual. We don't tend to see a live television camera anywhere at Camp David, and the president made a bit of news, whether he planned to or not, when it comes to Ukraine and our support for Ukraine. This idea of giving them license to make their own Patriot missiles may not be fully baked. Tyler Kendall's on the North Lawn right now to tell us a little bit more about this. And I know, Tyler, you're trying to read between the lines just like we are here, but the president did make clear that this is not an actual deal. He says, we've not agreed to that. It's hard to agree to give away that technology. There's a risk of giving it away and them turning on you. Should we assume that President Zelensky understands this?
There's a few points of context that we should provide here, Joe, including that on July 8th, during the NATO summit, President Trump had pledged that the U.S. was going to grant those licenses to allow Ukraine to build these Patriots. It's important because Ukraine really wants the already built Patriots, but they had at least wanted to start building them on their own. In fact, the Ukrainian President Zelensky was here at the White House on Tuesday, and while he was in Washington, we have reporting that he had met with officials from Lockheed Martin to talk about what potential production would ultimately look like. And at the time, we heard from the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine saying that they thought that they could get this production up and running in 10 to 12 months. This is important because Ukraine had come to the U.S. this week asking for 300 Patriot missiles to be given over to them amid what has been some gaps in their air defense systems as the conflict with Russia continues on. So very interesting and newsy comments from President Trump here, since the two leaders had just met, though perhaps it's not so surprising. Joe, we have some reporting from Bloomberg News that broke overnight that the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine did say that they did not get that hard commitment because of U.S. shortages, knowing that earlier in his remarks, President Trump did talk about those stockpiles and the need for U.S.-based defense companies to start replenishing them here at home before he can think about sending them abroad.
Great reporting, Tyler. Thank you so much. Keeping us abreast here of an ever-developing situation with Ukraine. We thought we might get more news on Gaza and Iran, but it brings us back to Ukraine and Russia. We'll assemble our political panel coming up next. Jeannie Shanzano and Leslie Shedd are with us. As ExxonMobil and Chevron both put up boffo earnings, Wall Street may not love everything they're seeing from Exxon, but you better believe that Democrats on Capitol Hill are paying attention. Get ready for the next debate over a windfall profits tax. We'll play it to the panel next, only here on Bloomberg.
Faster, smarter, better. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. President Trump holding a cabinet meeting at Camp David right now, saying this about the midterm elections and immigration.
If we're not in office, our country will be invaded at levels that made Spain look small time.
About 60,000 migrants have entered a Spanish region from Morocco in the past 24 hours, says a local official. About half have gone back voluntarily, says Spain's government. On President Trump's announced deal on Gaza, he says Hamas agrees to disarm. But Hamas says only later if a Palestinian state is created, something Israel adamantly rejects. New York is suing Kalshi, alleging its prediction market is nothing more than illegal, unlicensed gambling, saying outcomes depend more on chance than skill. Kalshi insists its event contracts are federally regulated derivatives outside the scope of state gaming laws. American oil and gas companies report massive spring profits. This is ABC News.
Today's AM radio is stale and repetitive. Stay with Bloomberg 92.9, your best source for news on the FM dial, and get breaking global news with context. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI. Because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era. Learn more at everpuredata.com.
Trade your portfolio with the power of prediction market probabilities. With Interactive Brokers, trade prediction markets on election, climate, and economic outcomes, right alongside stocks, options, and bonds. Prediction market prices reflect probability, and correct predictions receive $1 per contract. Plus, earn interest on your position. Prediction contracts are not suitable for all investors. Visit ibkr.com/predictions.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th. As global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power, you'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
On a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast, Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway speak with Brian Kalachi, chief economist at the Open Markets Institute, on how franchise restaurants open the door to the gig economy.
We have all this new technology, and Joe and I have done plenty of
trucking episodes where we talk about, tech that monitors whether people's eyes are open and things like that. Does that new technology play a role in, I guess, exerting more control over some of these franchises?
It absolutely does, and it started in the 1990s with broadband internet, and is accelerating now with AI for sure. So think about the 1960s, right? You want to have this legal structure where this independent operator is operating the restaurant. They kick me back a royalty. I try to control everything they do, but how can you really control it? There's fax machines, there's telephones, you can send secret shoppers, but there's only so much you can really do. By the 1990s, particularly with broadband internet connected to the cash registers through point of sale systems, there's a steady data stream now going back to headquarters where they have an intense amount of control. And I think one of the interesting things about that technological change is, first of all, in terms of the motivation for these kinds of outsourced industrial structures, it's usually technology is a story. But they started doing this way before the technology. But now that technology exists, it allows, just think about like a truly vertically integrated corporation like U.S. Steel or General Motors in 1950. The control they have over all of their plants is less than McDonald's that they own. And they employ those hundreds of thousands of industrial workers. McDonald's now hardly employs anybody, but they have way more control because they're able to get that stream of data. And now the AI has made that surveillance of workers themselves. And by the way, you don't have to fire them if they're too slow at the register. You just send a note to the franchisee, hey, so-and-so, they even know the names of the employees, is a little too slow. Do something about that.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 1240 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing right now. Yes, we are on track for a winning week as we wrap up the trading month. For the week, S&P 500 index on track right now for a gain on the week of 0.8%. Green across the board today with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index all advancing. Let's begin with the NASDAQ 100 index. Leading that index higher, Amazon after earnings up 15%. The laggard in the index, Apple, it is down by almost 10%. Keeping it all in context, the S&P up 32, now it's 74.70, up by 0.4%. NASDAQ higher by 0.6%, while the NASDAQ 100 index advancing now by just about 0.5%. The Dow also is up by 0.5%, up by another 250 points. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index is gaining 2.2%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index up by 1%. By the way, AMD will be among the chip names reporting next week. We've got the 2-year currently yielding 4.29%, the 10-year 4.73%, and the 30-year 5.26%. Again, that 10-year bears repeating, 4.73%. Gold down $58 the ounce to $4,044, down 1.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.3%, $84.64 a barrel. Brent just below $90 now, higher by 1%. Amy Wu Silverman is head of derivatives strategy at RBC Capital Markets, and she told us when it comes to the markets, you cannot ignore the political landscape.
I'm looking at midterms. I know that sounds really early, but I actually think the sentiment is focused on that, especially if there is any anti-AI sentiment building and how that impacts the overall market.
Amy Wu Silverman saying look out for data centers and AI, head of derivative strategy at RBC Capital Markets, a guest on Bloomberg Daybreak. ExxonMobil, right now after earnings, we do have shares of ExxonMobil tumbling by 1.8%. ConocoPhillips will report next week. It is up by 0.1%. Chevron higher now, also reporting earnings up by 1.8%. Miami Mike, our Mike McGlone, will have a whole lot more coming up on energy for you, specifically crude oil, in just a moment. Recapping, looking at gains for the S&P up by about 0.4%. The SOX up 0.7%. And Amazon bears repeating, it is surging after earnings up by 15%. Lots going on. That, Joe Matthew, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
My good friend Charlie Pellet, thank you, sir. He'll be back coming up at the top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Charlie Pellet knows how this is done. He's a broadcaster. And my radio brother. He's up there in New York. I'm in Washington. And frequently the stories we talk about collide. And this is a great example today with the story Charlie was just talking about. ExxonMobil, Chevron blowing the doors off, right? The numbers are incredible. Unless, of course, you ask Wall Street. Exxon's trading lower. It's down 2% right now. Chevron's doing great. It's up 2%. And it's all about their earnings results. Now, we're going to try to kind of put this all together into a story, when I talk about how I get to work with the brightest minds every day in Washington and around the world here at Bloomberg, you're going to see what I'm talking about over the next 90 minutes here, starting with, yes, Miami Mike McGlone, who's going to talk to us about the reaction that we're seeing in oil because crude is up today. We're up a little more than 1% for WTI, just south of $85. Brent just south of 90, because we're still shooting at each other. And the Strait of Hormuz might be getting some oil through, but there's so much confusion about where we stand right now. And by the way, we're adding the Red Sea to this with the Houthi rebels. A war that has been seeing escalation is rattling nerves in the energy market. And what this means for the corporations is important here through the eyes of the market and Washington. I'll connect the dots there with our political panel in a moment, because there are a lot of Democratic lawmakers, many of whom you've heard of, Elizabeth Warren, who are talking about a windfall profit tax now because of what's going on here. And not just that, they want to know to what extent these companies are profiting on the war. Mike McGlone covers the sector for us here, our energy and senior commodities strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence. Great to see you, my friend. Welcome back, as always, to Balance of Power. Let's start with the commodity itself. Crude oil has seen much higher prices, but we've been ticking up since the resumption of hostilities in the Middle East here. Do you see us retesting highs? Are you surprised that we're at the levels we're at now?
I guess the answer is no and no, Joe. I don't think we're going to get near that high at 120. We could bounce to 100 and something bad happening in the Gulf. But as you pointed out, there is hostility still in the Gulf. And crude oil at around $84, $85 a barrel is the same price as first traded in 2007. That's what we're looking forward to. We're looking forward to what this is doing. It's accelerating that process of excess supply to the U.S. But you mentioned profits from corporations. One of the main ways they're doing that is the crack spreads. Like gasoline price around $4.11, that's 2008's high, and crude oil is very low. That spread is where they're making a lot of money, and just normal forces will pressure that lower. Obviously, it's distorted by the Gulf at the moment. So I like to lead in and enter that by the time we get the midterms, the bottom line is what does Mr. Trump need? He can help make crude oil go lower. Gasoline might be a little harder, but what also he has in his favor is natural gas still goes down and is going down, and that's the number one source of heat, electricity, and fertilizer in this country.
I still say Crack Spread, great band name. Somebody's going to start like a punk rock band named Crack Spread, and Mike McGlone's going to be the lead singer. Exxon, I know I don't want to go too, I'm not going to drag you through the earnings. I'm taken by the excuse today. As lawmakers want to investigate the extent to which oil companies are profiting off the war, Mike, Exxon is trading lower, and because the war, in part, itself. Earnings per share missed the average analyst estimate as disruptions from the Middle East war and downtime challenges impacted results. Just broadly speaking, is this scenario good or bad for big oil?
It's so repeatable, Joe. It's so expected. It's very silly. We have a free market capitalism in this country. It's part of the reason we're great compared to Venezuela and Russia, is because we're allowed the companies to make profits and produce all this energy. And if they don't make profits, then they're not going to produce energy, and we got a big problem. But it always happens when prices spike. But the key thing to always remember in commodities is you're almost always better off as an investor holding those commodities, like as measured by the XL ETF, versus the underlying commodity, because they create more with less every day. And I'm just a big fan of free market capitalism and let investors make some money. And by the way, a lot of pension funds endowments are doing well because of their allocations to energy.
Okay. You're the greatest, Mike. Thank you. Have a great weekend. Where every day is sunny in Miami at Bloomberg Intelligence. Now, we want to bring our panel in on this because, as I mentioned, Sheldon Whitehouse, Democrat from Rhode Island, Elizabeth Warren, Democrat from Massachusetts, are out with a letter to oil executives demanding details of how they have profited from the war or lobbied the White House in ways that benefit them to actually comport and prosecute this war in a way that benefits big oil companies. I'm not saying that this is happening. This is what they're asking for. Enter Brad Sherman. You've heard from him before on this program, a Democrat from California. He is up with legislation that would impose a windfall tax on U.S. oil companies until the war with Iran is over, the strait is reopened, and crude oil goes back below $75 a barrel. You think that's going to pass this Congress? Our great panel today includes Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor. She's back, democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center, and happy that Leslie Shedd is back with us, president of Rising Communications. As I mentioned, our Republican strategist who is also a fellow at the Atlantic Council and has great insights on geopolitics. Great to see you both here. Jeannie, is Brad Sherman for real in this Congress?
He is for real in this political context, and he is right to do this. This is going to be a midterm fought out over the economy, and the economy is struggling. And the number one way in which people feel that is the price of gas and the price of oil. So when people hear that yesterday the oil companies had earnings through the roof and they are profiting, of course, they are reminded once again that while in this country it is a very good time to be a millionaire or a billionaire, it's not such a good time to be a working American who's struggling to pay for gas. And of course, Joe, this is coming as mortgage rates hit 6.66% yesterday. We are at about 1.5 in growth. I mean, these are really tough numbers. Inflation, jobs, all of these things concerning. And so he is right politically, as is Elizabeth Warren and Sheldon Whitehouse, to say we need to know why you are profiting at this time when the rest of the United States and the American public, the regular folks, I won't say regular Joes, but the regular folks are suffering.
No such thing, Jeannie. Hey, Leslie, Exxon and Chevron together report a combined $26.5 billion in profits. This is from the quarter. People were paying a lot more for gas than they were a couple of months ago. So is there some populist politics here for Republicans, or do they have to be in line with drill, baby, drill and the president's energy agenda?
I mean, I don't know what Brad Sherman is smoking if he thinks something like that is going to pass in this Congress, but it's absolutely not. First of all, it's just bad policy to put a tax on companies that are successful. As your previous guest was saying, this is a capitalist country. We want to encourage American businesses to grow and thrive and make as much money as they can. And keeping in mind, too, this isn't some evil corporation that's hoarding all of this money for itself. There are millions of Americans, including some of these middle-class teachers, farmers, nurses that are invested in companies like Exxon and Chevron. And when they do well, that helps them. It helps them make money in their 401k. It helps them make money in the stock market. So this idea of putting some massive tax on energy companies right now, it's just silly.
Well, okay. By the way, Brad Sherman always struck me as a very sober man. I don't know if anyone, I mean, I know it's California, but Jeannie, the numbers that we're talking about here are impressive. $26.5 billion. Is this something for the Sheldon Whitehouse and Elizabeth Warren wing of the party, or is this something that moderate Democrats can talk about around the country, knowing that people are probably going to be paying at least $4 a gallon through the midterms, unless something big changes here?
Yeah, I mean, if Democrats and Republicans don't talk about it, people are still feeling it. It's a reminder every day. You get in your car, you fill up, it's incredibly expensive. And everything is expensive. But I just want to go back for a minute to the politics of this thing. This is interesting because you also have a Republican Party that, while Leslie and other people are talking about free markets, that's not where Donald Trump's wing of the party is going. Let's look at what the Department of Commerce did yesterday. They're talking about taking equity stakes in 7 companies under the CHIPS and Science Act. That is a populist move. So while they're critiquing Democrats and the left wing of the party for being socialist, they themselves are acting in the most socialist way possible, that our government is going to take over or take equity stock in companies. And this is where this is a fight between the populists. And I have to say, if the question is, do you want to be a populist in terms of the government taking equity stock in private companies, or do you want to be a populist who's arguing that our healthcare costs should be lowered? I go on the side of the healthcare costs being lowered and the oil prices being lowered and groceries being lowered. And this is the problem that the Republicans have at this point. politically. And so, yes, every Democrat, and if they were wise Republicans, would keep talking about the mess the president has created when it comes to costs and what they can do to help average Americans while millionaires and billionaires are benefiting to an enormous amount. And that's not something that people need to be told. They see it and feel it every day.
Yeah. Interesting story on the terminal about what Exxon and Chevron are doing with this money, because, look, these days are not going to last forever. While it might seem like this war could do so, they are putting profits into debt reduction as opposed to buying back shares or investing it into research and development, due to caution about the duration of war-driven price rallies. Again, we are up a bit today when it comes to the actual commodity. Leslie, I want to tap your geopolitical bona fides here for a moment. When you see crude oil rising back again toward $90 a barrel, where we are, gas today, I haven't checked till right now, $4.10 nationally. It's up a couple pennies from when it fell back earlier this week. Do people need to just brace for this as the new normal? I mean, we're looking at a conflict in the Middle East that's showing no signs of stopping. And the president just indicated in this cabinet meeting that this sort of rolling on again, off again just could be going on for a long time. We have less than a minute. What do you think?
I think I've mentioned this before. I think that eventually we will be able to route around the Strait of Hormuz as much as possible. You're already seeing something like 9 or 10 million barrels a day. So about 50% of the oil that was going through the Strait before is being rerouted on these pipelines. More of these are being rehabilitated. Others are being built. It feels forever, but I do believe there will be an end in sight, even if the conflict continues to last longer.
Could take some time to build those pipelines, but it would be remarkable to render the Strait of Hormuz irrelevant. Might be a way to end this. Jeannie, Leslie, thank you so much. They'll be back in our second hour. Kaylee Lyons will join us, as will our global television audience, only here on Bloomberg. Make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast. Get to Apple or Spotify, wherever you do your podcast. We'll be there. Watch us live on YouTube. Listen anytime at Bloomberg.com.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Mostly sunny this afternoon, but there will be a little cloudiness around, and a few of us may see an isolated shower before the day is done. Highs will be near 80. It's clear overnight, 65 to 70. Partly to mostly sunny, a little warmer tomorrow, 85. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy, 65 to 70. Partly sunny Sunday, highs are 80 to 85. Could have a few showers and thunderstorms Sunday night. I'm Rob Carroll with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Tired of the same tedious traffic reports on AM radio?
Traffic every 10 minutes with Chip Road.
Bob, we've got slowdowns on the Mass Pike and Storrow Drive.
Back to Chip. What's going on?
Still traffic on the Mass Pike and Storrow Drive, Bob. I told you 10 minutes ago there's traffic on the Mass Pike and Storrow Drive. Get a GPS.
Replace your old preset today with Bloomberg 92.9 and get news that matters.
The stories our listeners rely on.
Your new preset on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
Looking for a sharper edge in today's investment markets? Then look no further than Franklin Templeton's private market platform to unlock a broad universe of income potential, diversification, and growth strategies, helping investors pursue their long-term goals. Add some ingenuity to your portfolio with the time-tested wisdom of Franklin Templeton. Learn more at ftprivatemarkets.com. Again, that's ftprivatemarkets.com. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe,
meant be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hi, I'm Christina Ruffini, inviting you to join us for Bloomberg This Weekend. Catch the show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. Make Bloomberg #1 on that weekend to-do list. Watch and listen on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston.
WNBP Newburyport.
W291 CC Haverhill. W221 EE Topsfield.
Programming paid for by Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
President Trump heads for the top of the mountain. Welcome to the Friday edition as the president gathers his cabinet for a rare televised meeting at Camp David. It just wrapped up and making news on Ukraine, which apparently does not have a formal agreement to make Patriot missiles, as had been suggested. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Kaylee, we're going to unpack this with General Wesley Clark ahead. This would be pretty significant for the war effort in Ukraine.
Well, certainly so. The president's suggesting you have to be careful with giving away that kind of technology, who you give it to, even after being at the NATO summit in Turkey, where he himself suggested that he wanted to see these licenses go to Ukraine as they continue their fight against Russia. So interesting message from the president, message switching. That is, he was consistent on one other message, though, at his cabinet meeting at Camp David, which is that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. A lot of the same rhetoric we've heard repeatedly from the president on that.
It's true. After the escalation we've seen this week, Haley, we talked about it with former Defense Secretary Mark Esper last evening. Oil prices are kicking a bit higher today, and gas prices are following. We're back at $4.10, and this is a thorn in the side of the administration, or frankly, anybody running for re-election at the moment.
Yeah, there's a few thorns in the side of this administration. There's also 2 thorns specifically in the United States Senate, in Senators John Cornyn and Tom Tillis, who are holding up the process over the confirmation of Trump's AG pick, Todd Blanche. It seems that both sides are doubling down today as the president is going on attack against the senators, defending the so-called anti-weaponization fund that they want to see killed in writing. And no surprise, the likes of Tom Tillis are firing back.
Yeah, there was a funny back and forth there with reporters. The president suggested he'd probably do the same thing if he was John Cornyn, but that's just the way people are.
It's the way it works here in Washington, and boy, don't we know it. And as we go from Washington to Wall Street now, we want to kick things off this hour as we turn to Charlie Pellet with a check on the markets on this Friday. Charlie, how are we looking?
Right now, we're higher across the board. Do want to stick with the thorn theme, though, and that is Apple. Yes, we've got stocks rallying today. We are looking at the NASDAQ 100 index. Amazon leading the way higher there after earnings. Amazon shares, by the way, up by 15.2%, but to the downside big time. Apple certainly weighing on that index, on the NASDAQ 100 index. It is the laggard. We've got Apple shares after earnings plunging by 9.7%. The company reported cloud computing revenue, or Amazon reported cloud computing revenue accelerated for a 5th straight quarter. That news sending Amazon up by 15.1%. We did see Apple shares after earnings tumbling by 9.7%. But bottom line, stocks are higher. Let's begin with the NASDAQ 100 index, up 0.6% right now. NASDAQ Composite up 172. That is a gain of 0.7%. S&P up 38 on the S&P 500 index, up 0.5%. Dow Industrials also higher by 0.5%, up by 248 points. The SOX picking up steam, up by 1.3% right now. The VIX below 17. The 10-year 4.73%. The 2-year 4.28%, and the 30-year right now 5.27%. Spot gold at $4,045 the ounce. Right now, gold is down 1.4%. Crude up 1.5%. WTI 84.84 a barrel, and Brent right at $90 the barrel. Barrel of Brent crude up by 1.1%. So again, recapping here, we got Amazon rallying. We have got Apple selling off.
Bottom line, S&P up by 0.5%. Joe and Kaylee, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet with an eye on the Friday trade as we close out the week on Wall Street and here in Washington. Charlie, thank you very much. Of course, it has been a very busy week here in D.C., including this week, the funeral of the late Senator Lindsey Graham that happened on Tuesday. Along with it, the leaders of many countries around the world, multiple heads of state were in town for that, and two of them met with President Trump at the White House while they were in town, including the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who, while it didn't happen publicly before the camera, said afterward that one of the things he discussed with the president is Ukraine's need for Patriot missile systems, interceptors, to help them defend against Russian attacks. Of course, while they need Patriots urgently, there was also an ongoing conversation about them being able to build these systems themselves for licenses to go to Ukraine to produce these in country. We thought that agreement had been made. Trump talked about it at the NATO summit in Turkey just weeks ago. And yet today, he suggested at a cabinet meeting at Camp David that that is not, in fact, a done deal.
We have to be very careful about letting somebody build them. You know, it's very important now. We are building many plants now to make those and other. The Tomahawk missile is the most incredible thing. You can go into a doorway. You can put it through a window of a house. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. You have to be very judicious, but you have to be very careful. Now, we have not agreed to that. We're talking about it. But it's a hard thing to give away that kind of technology. Give that technology, they can someday turn on you.
Important development here. We want to get right to Tyler Kendall ahead of our conversation with General Wesley Clark. Our Washington correspondent is at the White House right now on the North Lawn. Tyler, did something change here, or did we misunderstand this arrangement to begin with?
That's an interesting point, Joe. At this point, I think that's one of the questions that we have to pose to the administration, because as you're both outlining, President Trump did pledge on July 8th that the U.S. would be granting these general licenses to allow Ukraine to build these Patriot missile launchers on their own. In fact, that was considered to be perhaps the most tangible development that we had gotten out of the G20 summit earlier this month in Turkey. But this comes after Zelensky was here in Washington meeting with President Trump on Tuesday. In fact, we had reporting that he also met directly with officials from Lockheed Martin about what potential future production would look like, with Ukraine coming out and saying it would take probably up to 10 to 12 months to get that up and running. Now, there is a difference here, as Kaylee outlined, between the licenses to build them on their own and actually getting those weapons immediately, as we continue to see these gaps in Ukraine's air defense systems. Though, Joe and Kaylee, perhaps Ukraine knew that this was coming, because we have new reporting overnight from Bloomberg News that Ukraine is looking to turn to other allies and reach into their stockpiles of Patriot missiles ahead of the winter months, when we are expecting there to be an increase in attacks as we start to move out of the summer. And then they would look to replenish those allies back with anything that they are able to procure. We did hear from Poland's officials saying earlier this week, after we saw that Russian projectile land in Polish territory, saying that they would be willing to give Ukraine some Patriot missiles.
Well, it sounds, Tyler, like they're getting all the lawn work done at the White House while President Trump is not, in fact, in the residence or in the Oval. He's obviously been dispatched to Camp David, and they're getting the leaf blowers fired up in his absence. When we think more about what we've heard from him at Camp David, though, what we heard in that cabinet meeting, it wasn't just on the subject of Ukraine, but Iran as well, suggesting once again that he's losing patience, losing faith in the negotiators. What does that mean for the diplomatic process?
Well, Kaylee, at this point, we heard again that there seems to be these dual tracks. On one hand, he didn't rule out the potential for diplomacy. He gave us a little bit more insight, saying that negotiations were happening at that more senior leadership level. He said that Special Envoy Steve Witkoff was involved, as well as his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and also nodded to the Vice President, J.D. Vance. Yet at the same time, he said that we should expect further strikes on Iran to continue, calling them acting in bad faith, saying that that they haven't upheld their part of the deal after we really saw the latest lull in the fighting re-escalate earlier this week when Iran issued that surprise attack against U.S. forces. At this point, there has been very little public indication that the sides are getting any closer toward a diplomatic breakthrough, considering Iran isn't letting up its leverage when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, the biggest point of contention at this moment, as we've seen Iran knew overnight turning around at least 6 vessels that were transiting through the U.S. coordinated route and not that Iranian route that the IRGC is overseeing, just further heightening the tensions in the region.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall on the North Lawn of the White House, a North Lawn that probably is going to have fewer leaves scattered on it. Tyler, thank you very much. And as we continue the conversation on both Iran and Ukraine, we turn now to General Wesley Clark, who is joining us once again on Bloomberg TV and radio. He's, of course, a retired 4-star general in the U.S. Army and served as commander of U.S. Southern Command. General, it's great to have you back on Balance of Power. I'll quote the president from earlier today to you directly. He says, "We'll be hitting them very hard," referring to Iran, "and at some point they'll say, we just can't take it anymore." What makes them reach that point?
You know, most of the experts on the region, and I've been with the region off and on and in various roles for 25 years, most of the people don't believe you're going to get a capitulation from the Iranians. They've taken the punch. The IRGC has survived it. They lost their top leadership. They've still got their missile cities intact. Pickaxe Mountain, which is president's talked about, is intact. And so you could take out oil refineries. Most of their water is not from desalination. You can tear down some bridges. But if the idea is that you would punish them enough that they would say, oh my gosh, I just can't take one more punch in the nose, most of the people who really understand it say that's not likely to happen because you're dealing with real zealots. And let me put it this way. Look at what the Ukrainians have taken over the last 4.5 years from the Russians. And you would have said, my goodness, how could they stand it? Well, because for the Iranians, like for the Ukrainians, this is an existential battle. The president announced early on that we were looking at regime change. He's a couple of times suggested he was going to blow them back to the Stone Age. So they take those comments seriously. They see it as existential. I'm not talking about the Iranian people now. I'm talking about the IRGC. They're hanging on for dear life. And so if you knock out a few more bridges and take out a couple of oil refineries and so forth and reduce their money flow, okay. But they think they're winning right now. And they think they're going to continue to hold the Strait of Hormuz, strike our friends and allies in the Gulf, drive us back out of military positions there and back into the arms of Israel, and then by that time have sufficient missile strength to simply launch 1,000 missiles at Israel. Israel expends all its anti-missile ordnance, and that's the end of it. And the longer this goes on, the greater the support they're getting from China and Russia. So I don't think that you can punch them in the nose and get them to surrender. But we've got to find a better way, I think.
General, what do you make of the trip to Camp David today? We carried the president's cabinet meeting, a rare Camp David cabinet meeting, and a rare visit there in general for this president who tends to not go to the top of the mountain very often. But we know that Camp David is typically or has been reserved for delicate conversations, for sensitive negotiations, for deliberations away from the public eye. Knowing there was a TV camera there, which was a bit unusual to see today, I wonder if this cabinet meeting took place because the president was there to speak quietly with his top lieutenants. He's got Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, and others up there with him about next steps and potentially escalating this war.
Well, I think the administration, I think the president recognizes he's at a crucial decision point here. He's tried 5 weeks of airstrikes. He's tried to pause and ask for negotiations. Negotiations were undertaken. There was an MOU, and it wasn't very well written, and it was violated immediately by the Iranians, who didn't open the Strait of Hormuz. And then there's been tit for tat and now surprise attacks and response. And I think the administration recognizes this is a fork in the road. if the more you want negotiations with the Iranians, the stronger hand they believe they have, and the worse the outcome of the negotiations will be. So, do you continue to be the demandeur of the negotiations? Do you apply force? But if you apply force, what targets do you go after? And so there's some speculation that maybe we do one more round of really heavy airstrikes, a couple of weeks, take out all the remaining targets that we have in a 14,000 target base, refineries, bridges, everything that we think is significant. Probably hit a couple of empty warehouses along the way. And then at that point, you're going to have to go in on the ground. At least that's the thinking. And that's one of the strands of thought that's hanging out there. So you're at a real inflection point here. And the question is, which way do we go? And if we move forward without isolating Iran from reinforcement, supplies, technology, targeting, and all the other assistance from Iran, China, and some of it coming through Pakistan, we're in for a long, tough fight.
Well, that's incredible to consider as we consider the fight directly between the U.S. and Iran. There's also the questions of the conflicts that have been going on in parallel with it in many ways, including, of course, with Hezbollah, between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. And then there was the question of Gaza as well. The president announced yesterday, General, that the Board of Peace has reached an agreement for the complete disarmament of Hamas, that the president says, to use his words, will be a monumental step toward lasting peace and security. How much faith would you put in it?
Well, this is, I think it's a triumph of hope over reality. I'd be very surprised if Hamas would agree to that. And certainly if they're getting any help from Iran or through Hezbollah, I'd be doubtful that they'd agree to it. It's been a tremendous, tremendous burden on Israel, not only from the military side, but also from the public relations side and international support side, as Israel has struggled to deal with the terrorist organization. So it'll be in the interest of all the outside actors who are opposed to Israel to tell Hamas, don't disarm, drag this thing on, take another month, 2 months, 3 months. So the problem with disarmaments is always, how do you actually do it and then verify it? And then that's, until you see the fine details, you don't know whether it's going to be real or not.
I want to ask you about the president's comments today about Ukraine, General. We didn't think we'd be talking about this, but he's casting doubt, in fact, openly doubting this deal to provide general licenses for Ukraine to build its own Patriot missiles. He said, we have to be very careful about giving out the secrets to those weapons. There's a risk of giving it away and them turning on you. Did you understand that this was a deal in place? And without those Patriots, what next for Ukraine?
President Zelensky has asked for just a few Patriots. He said he wants 30 before he gets into the winter, or maybe a little bit more than that. And really, we have been withholding these because we have a shortfall. So it's natural that we would allow someone else to manufacture. Okay, if you don't trust Ukraine, give it to Poland, give it to Britain, give it to somebody. Under the Defense Production Act, the president could have that authority. So, and the idea that the Patriots would be turned against us, I'm not sure about that. Actually, it looks like the more effective missile than the Patriot is a French-Italian anti-aircraft missile that's been around for a few years, continuously updated. And while some of the Iranian missiles can slip through the Patriots, we think this French-Italian missile won't let the steerable Iranian missiles or Russian missiles through. So it might be more effective. And Ukraine is going to develop its own anti-aircraft missiles or anti-missile missiles very quickly if we don't allow them to do it. They've already got their own TLAM. They've all long-range cruise missile. They're testing their ballistic missiles that would be able to hit Moscow. So let's get real here. We're moving into a situation where we're going to have at least two interlocking and perhaps three interlocking global crises, all with military force, in which they're engaged with Iran bridging between the Middle East and Ukraine. Russia supporting Iran as well as attacking Ukraine. China feeding both Russia and Iran to fight the United States. Yeah. So this is not a skirmish. This is a real serious inflection point in U.S. power abroad.
General Wesley Clark, it's great to have you back. Retired 4-star U.S. Army. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. This is Bloomberg. Make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts, and listen anytime at our website. It's Bloomberg.com.
I'm David Weston. This week on Wall Street Week, Harvard's Jason Furman on the Fed decision. The European Union moves to reform its merger regulation, but will it get the tech industry going? Johnson & Johnson gets into the robotic surgery business a bit late, but with what it thinks is a better mousetrap. And what are all those think tanks doing?
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, tonight at 6 at your number one source for news on the FM dial in Boston, Bloomberg 92.9.
Want to understand what's really driving Australia's economy?
The RBA are still alert to inflation risk.
China-Australia relations have been deteriorating.
The ongoing discussion over the rising cost of everything.
Listen to the Bloomberg Australia podcast, winner of the 2026 Australian Audio Award for Best Money and Business Podcast. Each week, we bring you smart conversations with leaders in business and our journalists here and around the globe. Subscribe to the Bloomberg Australia podcast wherever you listen.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40 and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
The entertainment business is changing fast. At Bloomberg Screen Time, we'll bring together the executives, creators, investors, and entrepreneurs shaping what's next in Hollywood, music, sports, and gaming. We'll talk about the biggest stories in media, like the merger of Paramount and Warner Brothers, the booming live events business, and the potential impact of AI. I'm Lucas Shaw, and I'll be hosting Bloomberg Screen Time in Los Angeles September 30th and October 1st. Join us and request your invitation today at bloomberglive.com/screentime/radio.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure moving from the Ohio River Valley towards New England, resulting in sunshine and a few clouds through the rest of the day, maybe an isolated shower. Temperatures near 80. It'll become clear, 65 to 70 overnight. Tomorrow, a fair amount of sun. Will be up around 85. Sunday's going to be partly sunny. Highs anywhere from 80 to near 85. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Say goodbye to old school AM radio. Listen to Bloomberg 92.9 for speed, analysis, and global context on the biggest stories. Your best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long. Here at Bloomberg, we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing right now. Chip stocks pushing higher. We've got the SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, up now by just about 1.4%. The S&P putting it all in context, providing a baseline up by 0.5%. The Dow Industrials also up by 0.5%. NASDAQ up 0.7%, while the NASDAQ 100 Index up by 6%. 0.6%. Two big names at either end of that index. We have got Amazon after earnings, surging now by 15%, leading the NASDAQ 100 index higher. But at the other end, we've got Apple. Apple shares down now by 9.6%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index rallying 2.7%. 6 out of 7 names are higher in that index. The lone declining name, of course, is Apple. The SOX up 1.2%, with the VIX now below 17. The 2-year, 4.28%. The 10-year, 4.73%. And the 30-year, 5.27% on the 30-year. Gold, meanwhile, down 1.4%, $4,045 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude, $84.84 a barrel, up 1.5%. Barrel of Brent just above $90 a barrel now, up by 1.1%. Among some of the chip names, NVIDIA advancing 2% now. Micron is tumbling by 3.4%. AMD, which reports earnings next week, up by 1%. Intel up by 1.1%. Again, the SOX is pushing higher, up by 1.3%. Again, stocks higher, S&P up by 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet. Joe and Kaylee, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you very much. Wrapping up another week on Wall Street and here in Washington, where time is short. There's only 1 week left until the Senate leaves for its elongated August recess. That, of course, happens every year, and there's a lot that they're trying to get done before they actually break for recess this time around. It's not clear whether or not that will include confirming Todd Blanche to be the next Attorney General of the United States. He, of course, was Deputy AG. He is now Acting AG. And it's unclear whether or not he's going to remain in that acting capacity for some time. The president has threatened, as of yesterday, to pull his formal nomination and allow him to serve as acting for the time being, or at very least until Senators Cornyn and Tillis are out of office, because they are the ones that are standing in the way here over specifically the so-called anti-weaponization fund and the audit immunity deal that was secured for the president and his businesses as part of it. The president seems to double down on that on True Social today, and again in the cabinet meeting at Camp David. On True Social, he suggests that the fund needed to go to, quote, great American patriots. He says perhaps there has never been a group of people treated so badly in our nation's history. And that doesn't sit well necessarily with one of the senators in question, Senator Tom Tillis, reposting that on X to say the president made it clear today that the so-called anti-weaponization fund is still alive, which is exactly why we are attempting to formally end it. He says those who assaulted police officers on January 6 are not great American patriots who are victims of government abuse, Joe.
So I guess it's going to be an acting attorney general for the foreseeable future. They met just yesterday.
With
it was
Todd
said
Blanche.
to be a pretty good meeting, so I don't quite understand where this is going.
What's incredible is that Tom Tillis consistently says that they've been working with Blanche, and that Blanche is not the problem. In his X post, he says Blanche has been forthright, thoughtful, and patient. It's a shame his confirmation, I'm quoting Senator Tillis directly, has hit a snag only because an incompetent personal advisor to the president refuses to amend the bogus settlement.
That's always the tack. It's the people around the president
Right.
when you talk to Tom Tillis. Let's see what our panel thinks. Jeannie is back with us today. Jeannie Shanzano, our Bloomberg Politics contributor, Democratic analyst, and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center, alongside Leslie Shedd, a Republican strategist, president, Rising Communications fellow at the Atlantic Council. Leslie, should Todd Blanche get comfortable with this acting title? We heard the president articulate the same spirit of that post in the cabinet meeting today. This is a deal breaker, right?
I mean, I think it's really unfortunate because Todd Blanche is incredibly qualified. He's incredibly experienced. You know, he's been doing the job. He's proven that he will be a fantastic attorney general. So I would really like to see him get fully confirmed. I know that he would too. And you have to keep in mind that there are some limitations that are placed on acting rather than fully confirmed attorneys general. So, you know, the quicker that we can get him confirmed, I think the better.
Well, so who is it that needs to blink here then, Leslie? Is it Mr. Blanche? Is it the White House? Is it these senators?
I think that's the great question here, right? Look, President Trump is by far the most popular, most powerful person in the Republican Party. So he has this capability to contact senators and to, lobby them hard to find out what it is that he needs to do in order to get his attorney general across the finish line. I think that he's going to be frustrated about having to do this, but at the end of the day, getting Todd Blanche fully confirmed will be a huge victory for the Trump administration. And so I think he should try to work with the Senate to get that done.
What's going on here, Jeannie? Is the DOJ aware of the president's feelings on this? Because they were said to be making progress.
Yeah, I think they are. And I think we should take a step back and look at what is going on here. Is that the president is unwilling to allow Todd Blanche to put something in writing that he confirmed during his confirmation hearings, that this weaponization fund, or anti-weaponization fund as it's called, is in fact dead. And as Tom Tillis said today, the language of the president on Truth Social this morning in the cabinet meeting today, as he waxed poetical and with great concern over the January 6th people who raided the Congress, who raided the legislature on Capitol Hill on January 6th, were convicted, many of them put in jail and then pardoned by the president. He's very concerned that they were maltreated. And yet, what is this really about? This is because the president of the United States wants a deal that no other American can ever get, which is immunity from past and future IRS investigation for him and his family. Of course, he already enjoys immunity as president. He wants that for his family. As we sit here recognizing the 250th anniversary of the United States, I think we should all remember that this is the stuff of kings and monarchs. It is not the stuff in a democracy of an executive leader. And that's why this corruption is at an extraordinary level. And the idea that he's willing to throw Todd Blanche over the bus is astonishing. And of course, his plan to do it in January hinges on a lot of things, including who takes the Senate and who's on the Judiciary Committee come the next Congress. He doesn't know what that's going to look like, and Todd Blanche may end up as acting until the rest of his term.
Well, and I guess the question becomes whether or not, if it's not to be Todd Blanche, Leslie, any other future nominee is going to have this same problem, because what they're trying to extract is not necessarily just a promise from Blanche. It is from the Department of Justice. So anyone tapped to run the DOJ, to be the top of the DOJ, I would imagine is going to face the very same thing, if not from Cornyn and Tillis, potentially from Democrats who have the majority, or from other more moderate Republican senators.
And I mean, you're making the exact right point, and Jeannie made the right point too, right? Which is, we don't know what the Senate will look like next year. I think Republicans will absolutely retain control of the Senate, but we don't know who will be on Judiciary Committee. We don't know how much we will have control of the Senate. And on top of that, this isn't about Blanche. They've made it clear it is about this, weaponization fund and the IRS issue, and they're going to hold on to that through the end of this Congress. So, to me, I think the president is a notoriously good deal maker. He makes deals. I think he should reach out directly, use his considerable sway within the party, figure out what he can do to get them to a yes, and then do it.
Interesting to watch this cabinet meeting, Jeannie, because we saw Jay Clayton in the room, the president's new DNI, although I guess he's not actually, because he's not been sworn in, right? Bill Pulte was also at the other end of the table. He's got Pulte on the same side of the table as the president of the United States, and it was floated, as we, I think, discussed yesterday, that, well, maybe that's one way to unstick this whole thing. President Trump does it again. He puts Bill Pulte in as acting attorney general. See how bad you want Todd Blanche on a day like that. Do you see a maneuver like that coming?
My goodness, I hope not. And so I guess Bill Pulte will be the person you put in as being so unqualified and objectionable that anybody is better. I can't imagine he goes in as acting attorney general, but I've seen everything if he does. But we know that he is reportedly, according to at least Politico, wants to stay in the post of acting DNI as long as possible. And it looks as if today that he is. You got to feel a little bit bad for both Jay Clayton sitting there and Todd Blanche. Jay Clayton, who got confirmed and is just waiting to be allowed to take the post, and wondering where his predecessor as acting is going to land, because he's certainly not going to go very far away.
Well, Jay Clayton being confirmed was supposed to be, even if I guess there wasn't necessarily the stipulation that he also had to be sworn in and Bill Pulte had to be out, but I guess that's probably what Democrats were hoping to see. Wasn't this supposed to unlock, at long last, the reauthorization of FISA Section 702? Jeannie, are we going to see that before the recess? It doesn't seem so. It doesn't seem like there's really any urgency around it on either side, frankly.
I agree totally with that, Kaylee. I think that there's not a lot of urgency to get FISA done at this point, and I don't see the Senate moving in that direction. I think that was the talking point before Clayton's nomination was confirmed, but since we haven't heard a lot about it, because of course the Senate has so much else on its desk before they go on this recess, much of which involves fighting with the White House, whether it's the Save America Act, whether it's the Todd Blanche nomination, so much. And of course, John Thune at the center of it all. So I think FISA, if we get it, I think it's going to probably be after the midterm. I hope it gets done. We need it, particularly at a time when we are at war. But I don't think there's much energy in that direction, at least in the next, few hours as we're looking at it now.
Hey, Leslie, what do you think about this Bill Pulte situation? Typically, you're confirmed by the Senate. They swear you in a couple of hours later. You'll photo op. You're out having dinner with your new colleagues. Spectacularly bizarre is how Senator Ron Wyden describes the fact that Bill Pulte's hanging on there for longer. Senator Mark Warner called it amazing in a horrible way. It's baffling. What's the president doing here?
I mean, I don't think it's really that uncommon to have somebody that's been working in a role to stick around for a week or two and try to help the new incoming person. That's usually a really good way to transition, instead of having one person out the door immediately, having him there.
You could still swear in the new guy, couldn't you?
Pardon?
You could still swear in the new guy, couldn't you, though? And
yeah, I'm not sure why they haven't sworn him in yet. It would make sense to go ahead and do that. It could just be perhaps the president is traveling. He wants to be the one to swear him in. He wants to be there. There could be a myriad of reasons as to why they haven't sworn him in yet. I don't think it's nefarious. I think the president is very excited about having Jay Clayton come in. I'm certain that Bill Pulte would love to stay because, look, I can tell you from personal experience, working in foreign policy and national security is really fun. It's really interesting. But I think that we're all ready to get Jay Clayton in there, and having a little bit of a transition will only help.
All right, Leslie Shedd and Jeannie Shanzano, our political panel on this Friday. Thanks for joining us on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Speed, analysis, context. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. President Trump at a cabinet meeting at Camp David in the past hours, taking credit for what he calls a deal with Israel and Hamas.
Nobody thought that would be possible, to disarm Hamas. That shows you how much success we're having with Iran.
Hamas says it will disarm only later if a Palestinian state is created, something Israel adamantly rejects. On Iran's military, Trump repeated it's been, his word, obliterated.
They've got some left, but soon they won't have some left.
Spain's government and local officials say about 60,000 migrants crossed the border, entering a Spanish region from Morocco in the past 24 hours. Local officials say about 48,000 have gone back voluntarily. FBI investigating a suspected Iranian cyber attack on Minnesota water systems. Officials saying hackers knocked offline dozens of water systems. Shortages caused by the Iran war led to American oil and gas companies reporting massive spring profits. This is ABC News.
The news doesn't stop on the weekends, and now neither do we. This is David Gura. Join us on Bloomberg This Weekend. Watch and listen to the new show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI, because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era. Learn more at everpuredata.com.
America is built with perseverance, resilience, and determination. Now you can put that same strength to work in your portfolio with BAM Mutual Insured Bonds. BAM protects municipal bonds that finance the backbone of our country. Roads, schools, clean water, and so much of the infrastructure we rely on. Invest with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Insured Bonds.
Trade your portfolio with the power of prediction market probabilities. With Interactive Brokers, trade prediction markets on election, climate, and economic outcomes, right alongside stocks, options, and bonds. Prediction market prices reflect probability, and correct predictions receive $1 per contract. Plus, earn interest on your position. Prediction contracts are not suitable for all investors. Visit ibkr.com/predictions.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, Victoria Fernandez of Crestmark Global Investors.
Look, Tom, it's got to be how they're going to invest around tech, right? Do we buy chips? Do we not? Do we buy memory? Do we not? With the volatility that we're seeing in these markets, I think that's going to be the biggest conversation people are having. And really and truly, we need to be tactical. It's what we're doing for our investors. There is so much going on underneath the surface right now.
Right.
Even though you've got a VIX that's like an 18 handle, the correlations are not high in anything except energy and utilities. You don't have high correlations, so stock picking is important.
Bloomberg money question then. We'll do that at 12 noon today. Victoria Fernandez, what does it mean for rebalancing? Do you less rebalance and let tech go, or do you have increased scrutiny on rebalancing a portfolio?
I think it's going to be more of the latter, Tom. And I think that's because of what we're talking about in regards to these correlations. I mean, every day a stock can change, right? I mean, we've seen that with Microsoft. We've seen it with SK Hynix. We've seen it with a ton of names. You have to be able to be tactical. So little bites at the apple is what we're saying. Don't go in and make big bets because it can turn around the next day and kind of bite you in the rear. So little bits and pieces here and there. When the stock comes down, add a little bit to your portfolio. When it runs high, say thank you very much, take some profits off the table. That's what we're doing for our clients. I think that's the best way to approach this volatility we're seeing in the tech sector.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are seeing a rally in the world's biggest tech companies. Amazon, after earnings, surging by 14.9%. That's lifting the NASDAQ 100 index up 0.8%. NASDAQ Composite Index also up 0.8%. The baseline, the S&P 500, it is up now by 0.6%. Dow Industrials up 289, a gain there of 0.5%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 2.2%. 6 out of 7 members are higher. The lone decliner, Apple, after earnings, Apple down by 9.6%. 10-year currently trading at 4.74%. The 2-year 4.28%, and the 30-year 5.27%. Gold down $52 the ounce to $4,051 for the precious metal. A drop now of 1.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude 84.70 a barrel. WTI up 1.3%. Barrel of Brent right around $90, up by 1.1%. Crypto-linked companies such as Strategy reported a second quarter net loss of $8.2 billion as Bitcoin prices declined point in the quarter. Shares of Strategy down now by 4.2%. Coinbase also reported last night. Coinbase down now by 9.8%. All of this with Bitcoin just below $63,000, trading down today by 2.6%. Again, recapping. Dow higher by 0.5%. NASDAQ 100 index up by 0.8%, being led higher by Amazon up 14.8%. Joe and Kaylee, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you, sir. He'll be back at the top of the hour with more on the markets as we kick off Bloomberg Business Week daily at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. 95 days to the midterm elections. Pretty remarkable as we consider the markets that we're looking at here and the impact of inflation. The issue of affordability is something that's following candidates all over the country. And with interest rates on the rise, we're looking at the 30-year at now 5.27. It's pretty interesting to see stocks holding up to the extent that they are because oil prices are higher too, and that helps to increase interest rates. All of this leading to a conversation about inflation that our colleague David Weston has this evening at 6 p.m. Eastern with Jason Furman, the professor of practice, Harvard Kennedy School, former NEC director in the Obama administration, about the root cause of this inflation, whether it's the war in Iran or something more broad. Listen.
That's what the Fed is trying to figure out right now. And there's a few mechanisms for that. Some of it is direct, just the cost of jet fuel goes up, so airplane tickets go up. That's not the biggest concern. The big concern is if it gets built into expectations, and the way that manifests itself is economy-wide wage setting and economy-wide price setting. So if you see prices go up faster, and that leads to wages going up faster, and wages going up faster leads to prices going up faster, and you end up with a sort of persistent cycle. That is so far where I am cautiously optimistic. We're not seeing the wage growth commensurate with this type of inflationary economy, again, in the way that we saw it a couple of years ago. But that is where we would see the broadening out if it really starts to show up, not just in specific prices, but across the board prices, and especially in wages.
Do the numbers coming out of the labor market cut both ways? There was a time not too long ago, there was a lot of concern on the Fed that, in fact, there was a loosening of the labor market. We needed to really keep rates low for that reason. That does not appear to be true now. It's more stable now than it was 6-9 months ago. Does that give the Fed actually some license to increase to address the inflation question?
Yeah, it absolutely does. The Fed has two mandates. The employment mandate right now is in better shape than I can almost ever remember. Normally the unemployment rate is either too high and it's coming down, or maybe it's too low and it's rising quickly or something like that. It's just been amazingly stable. It peaked in November of last year. It's fallen a bit since then. It's basically the same place for the last 2.5 years, and it's not clear what would dislodge that unless there was some big exogenous shock to the economy, say the AI bubble burst. And I don't think there's any reason to expect that to happen anytime soon. So yeah, the Fed really just needs to worry about the one side of its mandate right now, which is inflation.
The former NEC director, Jason Furman, in conversation with our colleague David Weston, the host of Wall Street Week, which of course airs tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern here on Bloomberg TV and radio. And while Mr. Furman says that the Fed really needs to focus on the one side of the mandate, the inflation side, there is the labor market question as well. And we're going to get our latest read on that next week with Jobs Day, of course, coming up on Friday. It's just one of the many calendar items on what is shaping up to be a pretty busy week. And it'll be a busy one in politics as well. Tuesday, especially, is its primary day across a number of states. But the one we will all be watching is Michigan, where the Democratic Senate primary is hotly contested and could give us a signal as to what direction the party is going. It's, of course, Abdul El-Sayed, who's a progressive, who the Democratic Socialists are campaigning for, even if he says he's not formally part of it, versus the establishment-backed Congresswoman Haley Stevens. And the latest poll out from Emerson College has Haley Stevens down 15 points to El-Sayed at this point. And Emerson's director of polling, Spencer Kimball, is joining us once again on Bloomberg TV and radio. Spencer, welcome back to Balance of Power. This number raised a lot of eyebrows, a 15-point gap in a race that a lot of people have said is pretty tight, could be a nail-biter. So is he just going to run away with this and surprise people?
Well, we're going to see on Tuesday night, Kaylee, if it is going to be a nail biter. But the data suggests that Saeed has been able to build a coalition of younger voters, particularly under 50, and been able to make inroads with educated voters. And that coalition looks to be a pretty successful recipe here in the Democratic primary.
Well, I'll tell you, watching these numbers evolve is incredible. The way you present numbers from January, April, and July. El Sayed goes 16% up to 24%, now at 54%, and it's been a little bit less optimistic for Haley Stevens. She was in the teens back in January. She's at 39% now, and I'm sure that you've heard people call this poll an outlier. I was talking to a Democratic campaign operative here in Washington, D.C. last evening who was apoplectic about this poll. You've probably been hearing from some of them. What has happened in the last month or two to justify this huge increase in support?
Well, there was another candidate in the race, Mallory McMorrow, and she was polling pretty well in our numbers in April, and she drops out of the race. And the idea there was that her vote would go to one of the two candidates, Stevens or El Sayed.
Now we know.
It looks like that vote has essentially split itself, not really coalescing around one of the two candidates. And because of that, El Sayed's been able to maintain that edge he's had over Stevens in all of our polling, really since April. In January, we had Stevens a little bit higher, but she's been struggling in our numbers.
Well, and of course, she is backed by the establishment and has establishment Democrats like the one Joe was speaking with apoplectic, because the concern is that she's the one who would be able to beat Mike Rogers in the general, and that he would potentially be the victor in the other scenario. And I wonder, Spencer, if that's what your polling bears out.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up, because we saw that come across the newswire this week, that general election polling that had the two Democrats against Mike Rogers. What was interesting in there is that they didn't measure the primary, which is this week. And that kind of raised an eyebrow from the Stevens camp that why wouldn't you put out that primary number unless it's not a good number? And the better number to look at would be the general election. We see this all the time with viability. We talked about President Trump. Is he a viable candidate back in 2016 for general elections? It's what the campaigns will use to try to find a message to move the needle in their direction. I'm not sure it's going to be enough here for Stevens.
Do you have head-to-head numbers for a general election?
We haven't pulled a head-to-head since January, which we had it as a tight race as well with El Sayed.
Yeah.
But that's been 7-8 months ago.
The fact of the matter is, if your name is Mike Rogers, you're just hanging out listening to this interview, enjoying every minute of it, right?
Well, I'm not so sure Mike Rogers has got this thing in the bag. I know the Democrats are fighting right now and it's divisive, but it's kind of like on the other side down in Texas, the Republicans, with Tellerico, everybody tries to line up their opponents thinking, oh, maybe Paxton would be easier than Cornyn. Here in Michigan, maybe El Sayed would be easier than Haley. But at the end of the day, I think after the primaries, the candidates, they'll work together. The divisiveness usually, fades away and we'll see a coalition build. So I don't put too much stake into that at this time.
Well, as we consider the dynamics for November, regardless of who wins, how high will the conversion rate be among Democrats if their preferred candidate in the primary loses to then go out and vote for the person who is victorious in the general? Or is there a likelihood of lower participation in that scenario?
Yeah, that enthusiasm gap is something that we're going to keep an eye on. But it looks like the Democrats are really going to rally around whoever the nominees are, because they're the party out of power. And generally, that's what we see. But don't forget, in 22, we had some races for the Republicans in Pennsylvania, Arizona, that ended up not going in their direction because of candidate quality. So we'll see, obviously, who gets these nominations. But then let's reset the race in September, and we'll give you some fresh numbers at that point.
Would love to move to South Carolina and the numbers that you have on the special Republican primary for U.S. Senate. This is, of course, the seat that was held by the late Senator Lindsey Graham. Got to be honest here, Spencer. I'm surprised Darlene Graham is not first. Ralph Norman is at 22%, followed by Graham at 19%, Russell Fry at 12%, Mark Sanford at 11%. Darlene Graham does not have a name recognition issue, right? What does this say about her chances and Ralph Norman's candidacy?
I guess some would call it another outlier, but we're just looking at our reality here. And we've done this poll now twice. We did it 2 weeks ago as a hypothetical. And now that the candidates are in there, remember, this race is in a week. South Carolina has a truncated process here where if nobody gets to 50% on August 11th, there's going to be a runoff on August 25th. So this is all happening really fast. And it looks like Lindsey Graham's sister, who is now the senator, is struggling to get name recognition and viability come the general election. And we saw South Carolina not necessarily line up with the Trump endorsement in the gubernatorial race. We're going to see what happens here in this Senate special election. And in South Carolina, you were talking about the economy. We just looked at those Republican voters, and they're blaming President Trump for the high gas prices. And that's something that the Republicans are going to be concerned about coming to these midterms. They're still blaming President Biden for grocery store prices, but those gas prices that are hitting the wallets, that might become a bigger issue. So we learned that as well out of South Carolina.
Well, you mentioned the gubernatorial race, which Ralph Norman, of course, ran in, although he didn't come close to winning it. But how much of his numbers could be carryover from the name recognition that he was already on the ballot?
Well, Mark Lynch was carrying that. You can see he's the fifth guy on the list. He's the one who ran against Graham last time and got 28%. He's now down to 7%. So you can see name recognition goes in both directions. But yeah, I do think Norman does benefit from that early stages at this point. But again, it's only a week until, 2 weeks until the election. It's going to take a lot of effort to increase name rec. And what's interesting is Graham's sister already has Trump's endorsement. So is Trump going to come to South Carolina? It's going to be really interesting to watch the dynamics of that race play out.
You might have seen the memo from Doug Sosnick, Spencer. Pretty interesting. He's predicting a blue wave election, citing the party's overperformance in elections over the past year or two, the president's all-time low approval numbers, economic dissatisfaction, the war in Iran. Is he on the right track?
Yeah, our national generic ballot test has had the Democrats up by double digits for a few months. That tells me it's kind of baked in, that 10, 11-point spread. And that's a very large spread when we think about historically where we see these generic ballot test numbers. And that's why the Democrats are a little bullish in Ohio, in Texas, in Alaska, because now if those numbers get to double digits, states that look to be out of play come into play. And there you could have that blue tsunami that people are looking for. I think the House is one story. We'll obviously have to wait. As I mentioned, the candidate quality in the Senate is going to play a factor in those races, more so than in those House races.
Just quickly, Spencer, as we talked about the Republican primary in South Carolina, is there a remote chance that actually doesn't stay a Republican seat?
I guess there is a remote chance. The Democrats have put up a strong candidate, but this is South Carolina. It's going to be Lindsey Graham's seat. But I can tell you from looking at the data that there is definitely concerns about the Trump administration, and having that connection to the administration is a plus and a minus for these Republican candidates, because you need that Trump endorsement, generally speaking, in the primaries. But come the general election, that could end up having an impact. Remember when Lindsey Graham ran against Jamie Harrison, a couple cycles ago, that was supposed to be competitive, but Graham still win by 10 points. So hard to think.
Hey, Spencer,
South Carolina.
It's good to have you back. Spencer Kimball, director of the Emerson College Polling Center. Regards to my alma mater. We'll meet you on the late edition of Balance of Power. Kaylee will be here with myself, 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg. Make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast. In the meantime, get to Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and listen anytime at our website. It's Bloomberg.com.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
With high pressure now in control, the weather will enjoy sun, though there could be an isolated shower this afternoon. It's kind of leftover energy from the storm that impacted us earlier this week. We're near 80. Clear tonight, 65 to 70. Sunshine tomorrow, a few clouds and 85. Sunday's going to be partly sunny, 80 to 85. There may be a few showers and thunderstorms around late Sunday night. I'm Rob Carrollton with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Breaking news first. The Fed decides.
No change in rates, 9 in favor, 3 dissents.
All 3 of those voting for an interest rate hike.
Where necessary and appropriate, we will not hesitate to act.
Reaction first to the Kevin Warsh press conference.
The market is trying to tell you the direction of travel is going to be higher.
I do think we do get rate hikes in September.
They're starting to migrate towards tightening policy.
For the latest headlines from the Fed, stay with Bloomberg 92.9.
Next week on Leaders with me, Francine Lacqua. I speak with investor and entrepreneur Amanda Stavely on the boldest deal of her career.
That was brave.
Walking away from Newcastle.
It was the toughest decision. I've made it.
And what she's looking for in her next football club.
I just want a challenge, and that's what excites me.
Listen and watch Leaders with me, Francine Lacqua on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Hi, Jose Minchero here, Head of Portfolio Analytics Research at Bloomberg. Are you looking for a risk model that adapts quickly to today's volatile markets? One capable of providing accurate risk forecasts and efficient optimized portfolios, all while mitigating those pesky correlations between idiosyncratic and factor returns? If so, look no further than the Bloomberg Mac 3 risk model. Visit bloomberg.com/risk-modeling to learn more.
Why wait through boring and irrelevant topics on AM radio
when you can listen to Bloomberg 92.9 FM for stories that matter? Breaking global news and the context you need. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better. This is WBOS. WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Bloomberg 92.9. Programming paid for by Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, a very good afternoon. Yes, indeed, we are across Bloomberg platforms right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We are the final trading day of the month of July. Feels like it was kind of, I don't know, we've been bouncing around. I feel like we were going out with a little bit of a whimper, but we are higher and on all the major indices.
We are, for the month, down ever so slightly on the S&P 500. I mean ever so slightly, down 0.3%. The NASDAQ, though, down about 3.5% on the month. You know what, though? What? Zoom out. We're still higher, close to 10% on the year for the S&P 500.
Go inside the S&P, folks. It is an even split, pretty much. 240 names to the upside, 262 to the downside. So that's kind of what's going on. Amazon, though, is your top gainer in the S&P, and I think in the NASDAQ 100 as well. It was earlier. So you can see what's leading the way. This is stuff that we're going to get into, certainly later on. I have to say, ahead this hour, Tim, it is kind of all AI in one form or another, and we're actually going to weave it through the next 3 hours on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, who is Leopold Aschenbrenner? Why is Wall Street watching everything he is doing too. We know a lot of you already have been reading about it on the Bloomberg. It's among our most read stories, if not the most read. There's been a lot of reporting about it, but we've got to dig into all of this, and there is obviously a big AI connection here.
Yeah, we're going to be talking situational awareness, where the firm, or where the fund, I should say, goes from here. We got Hema Parmar joining us in just a minute. Also AI related, the week that was for 4 of the Mag 7 companies that reported earnings, how we're thinking about that AI CapEx spend today.
Yeah, we're going to get into that. Plus, with another AI angle, the CEO of Vion on keeping Ukraine connected over more than 5 years of war pressures from another hot war in Iran. SpaceX, Starlink, they have some deals there, and how the company is building with and using AI. There's your AI connection. All right, folks, just a reminder to big thanks to all of you who've been sending in questions. We love it. Exclusively for Bloomberg.com subscribers and terminal clients. And Tim, it's really easy to do.
It's easy. All you got to do is go to Bloomberg.com/AskRadio. That's Bloomberg.com/AskRadio. It's available for Bloomberg.com subscribers and terminal subscribers as well.
All right, let's get to the markets on this Friday, as we like to say. Charlie Pellet, take it away.
Hi, thank you very much. And right now we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. We are seeing a rally in the world's biggest tech companies. Case in point, Amazon.com after earnings, surging now by 15%, certainly leading the NASDAQ 100 index higher. However, holding back that index is Apple. Apple after earnings down now by 9.7%. So the S&P up 0.6%, Dow Industrials up 288, that to a gain of roughly 0.6%. NASDAQ up 0.8%, with the NASDAQ 100 index up 0.8%. Not a broad-based rally, though. The Russell 2000 index of small-cap shares slumping right now by 0.3%. But the SOX is advancing. The Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index up now by 1.5%. All of this with a VIX below 17 and a 2-year at 4.28%, the 10-year 4.74%, the 30-year 5.27%. Gold, meanwhile, down $49 the ounce to $4,053, down 1.2%. An advance for crude, WTI now at $84.68 a barrel, up 1.3%. Barrel of Brent crude, $90.04. Brent crude up by 1.1%. Bitcoin, meanwhile, down 2.4%, 63,182. 6 out of the 7 Mag 7 names have reported earnings, and right now we have got shares of Amazon advancing by 15%, Apple lower by 9.7%. Tim and Carol, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thanks so much. We'll come back to Charlie throughout the hour for Check on Trading on this Friday. Hey, I don't know if it's a sign perhaps of the AI trade that we've all been pretty worried about, or you certainly have seen it play out in the markets with leverage going on, the high flyers, the unknowns when it comes to ROI. We got some reads on that and some different reactions in the market when it comes to some of the hyperscalers. It is all about the roller coaster ride, Tim, that is the AI spend and build.
We're talking about Leopold Aschenbrenner's hedge fund, Situational Awareness. It sold a chunk of its AI-related public equities this week and saw its assets slump sharply from $45 billion to $10 billion. The fund's sharp sell-off in AI-related stocks, it's highlighted the risks, Carol, behind some of the market's biggest AI bets. Ken Griffin, Citadel purchased a significant portion of these holdings.
Feels like he got a deal on that, but we'll kind of dig into this.
Time will tell.
Exactly. Good point. All of this, though, has been asking, who is Leopold Aschenbrenner and why is Wall Street watching? With more, Bloomberg News hedge fund reporter Hema Parmar. This is her world. She's been watching. So good to have you here with us. It is amazing how all of a sudden everybody just wants to find out what's going on here. It is among our most read stories on the Bloomberg. Who is this guy? Why are we talking about it so much?
Yes, talk about a roller coaster the past couple days, even just the past 24 to 36 hours. Why we're talking about it? This, Leopold is 24 years old. He runs a hedge fund that had $45 billion in assets. Even with this huge decline, they still run $10 billion. It still makes it one of the world's biggest hedge funds. But what's gone down in the past few days is them needing to sell off assets in order to meet margin calls. They had this huge exposure to AI investments. They had a ton of leverage. It's a story we've seen time and time again. The risk that we see in the market with these levered up bets, them needing to seek a buyer to get some liquidity to meet the margin calls. They found it in Citadel with Ken Griffin, who bought a chunk of their stock portfolios. Interestingly, they even were considering selling off some of the private assets, these valuable Anthropic stakes. So it shows just how dire things were hours ago.
Who were the investors in this fund?
Yeah, so that's a really good point, because typically hedge funds have big institutions, sovereign wealth, endowments, foundations. This hedge fund, even given its size, didn't really have a lot of those investors. In fact, some of those investors opted to not invest in the fund because they looked at it and was like, oh, I don't know about those risk management skills. It doesn't seem super professional. So the investors that we're seeing are founders, they're tech, more Silicon Valley individuals, they're wealthy, high net worth. But it's not the typical sort of LP we see in the hedge funds that we write about very often.
Ken Griffin coming in, right? And there are other people who kind of passed, right? Who maybe looked or briefly looked.
They had conversations with Millennium, with Jane Street. Citadel is the one that got the deal at a discount. This is what Ken does. He jumps in when you see firms in distress, gets a good deal. We've seen him do this many times in the past, either buying up assets at a distressed firm or taking talent. So this is part of his playbook. It's what he does.
Who is this 24-year-old? I don't know what you guys were doing at 24. I think I was getting my first broadcast job. But I'm just like, who is he?
You didn't have a hedge fund worth $45 billion, Carol?
No, okay. I didn't go to college at 15. I didn't.
You were in valedictorian at 19?
I was not, and I didn't work for some really well-known people in firms that are out there, and very much a part of, I feel like, our world.
Yeah, going to college at 15. He founded Columbia's Effective Altruism group, which is this like philanthropic avenue. He helped run Sam Bankman-Fried's philanthropic arm of FTX. He worked at OpenAI for a couple years, then got fired. His claim to fame is the manifesto, Situational Awareness, which really put him on the map. People began following his 13 Fs. He had sort of like a cult following about his key points around AI and the risks and the rewards. A very large manifesto. He named his hedge fund Situational Awareness after this paper that he put together, and he's been closely watched. Raised a ton of assets, has lived all of the...
Who's closely watching him? This is the thing who are the investors who are closely? Is it retail? Is it really institutional? Is it folks in Silicon Valley? Like, who is it?
Less institutional, more individual founders, more Silicon Valley type of people.
The same who are investing in him.
And maybe the ones that are investing in companies like Anthropic or like that are employees of these firms, you know?
What were some of the public equities he bet on?
Yeah, so he bet on companies like SK Hynix, Bloom, SanDisk, a lot of AI bets, highly concentrated, highly levered. That's not a good mix.
How different is this from a typical, this is your world, how you cover hedge funds. How difficult was his typical or different was his strategy from the typical hedge fund?
Yeah, no, that's fair. So he did take short bets, which does make him a hedge fund. He does publics and privates, which we see a lot of hedge funds do. On the flip side, a lot of leverage on a concentrated amount of AI stocks. A lot of the hedge funds that we think about as public privates, we don't think that they use that much leverage on these positions. That's a bit of an outlier. If we look at Viking Global in the past couple months, like they've been very vocal about not making big AI bets. Now that's been a bit of an outlier. A lot of hedge funds are riding this beta wave. They're posting strong returns over the past year or so because a lot of them are concentrated. But it's the leverage factor. It's the fact that 4 to 5 times on highly concentrated bets. We like to not see that in our space.
It works when stocks go up.
It's fine, but
Carol, that's a good segue for you to talk about the banks. You came by my desk this morning. You're like, come on, we got to talk about the banks.
Well-known banks on Wall Street, JP Morgan among them, who are willing to lend him capital to do this.
Exactly, and he was trying to have more conversations to get more financing in recent months.
Just to wrap up here. Is there a problem? Is there a takeaway? He's still got a $10 billion hedge fund.
Still got a $10 billion.
So is there something that we should take away? Because we keep looking for canaries in the coal mine when it comes to the AI spend and trade.
Yeah.
Is there anything here, or what are you watching for what's next here?
Yes.
What should we be watching?
We're going to be watching to see which other hedge funds are seeing pain as we get through the end of this month. We have a rally, today, so we will see maybe some better performance at the end of the month, but also it's been incredibly volatile. So we're going to be watching the numbers that are coming out next week to see who made money, who lost money. We're going to be looking at Citadel. Their numbers have been somewhat middling over the past year, over the past 6 months. So what kind of a dent or improvement will this deal have on their returns? It should lift the returns. It should be a sweet deal for them and for their investors.
It's just fascinating. Like we said, he's still doing okay, but it's interesting, and certainly not where he was a few months ago. No. Hema, thank you so much. Hema Parmar, she's going to be back in our 3 p.m. hour. We want to continue to stay on this story. She's Bloomberg News hedge fund reporter. We're going to stay on AI.
We are. It's being told through Mag 7 earnings, at least this week, when 4 of the big companies reported. Amazon shares surging after the company reported cloud computing revenue accelerated for a 5th straight quarter. It eased investors' concern that it won't produce a return on huge expenditures to meet the booming demand for AI. And then, Carol, there's Apple.
Tumbling after component shortages weighed on the company's sales forecast, signaling that industry-wide supply constraints are taking a bigger toll than anticipated. He's been one of the voices guiding us through all of these earnings this week and really last. Ed Ludlow, host of Bloomberg Tech in the Bloomberg San Francisco bureau. Ed, Amazon and Microsoft were cheered. Apple and Alphabet, not so much. Is there a clear AI narrative, or is it all company-specific?
There was a note that hit my inbox from Azuo this morning that had an image at the top of it that said, it was a red hat that people will be familiar with something else, but it said, make fundamentals great again. And it was trying to kind of apply that. You know, I think we should probably strip out Apple from the hyperscalers, right? Because it's muddled. Fair. But, you know, why is it that Alphabet was punished and the other 2 really cheered? It's hard to answer that, because one of the things that the street liked about Microsoft was there was stuff beyond the top line growth. So they gave data around Copilot and how well that's doing. You know, Amazon gave us the extra figures of revenue run rate for the AI business and revenue run rate for the chips business. But Alphabet also gave us stuff like that. They told us about Gemini and tokens per minute. And for one reason or another, you know, it just wasn't enough. But in general, all 3 of them showed increased commitment to spending. Microsoft said it will protect free cash flow, and they all showed massive cloud growth. And that's the summary, if you just take away whatever the market reaction was in any case.
So yeah, the market reaction for each of these on their own notwithstanding, but the narrative, Ed, hasn't changed at all since before Alphabet reported last week?
Not really. I mean, like, there's a lot of specifics that are worth discussion. Amazon raised CapEx by $20 billion for this year, in large part because the cost of building infrastructure is going up. Right, so it's gone from $200 billion to $220 billion. But what Andy Jassy said was that's largely because of higher memory prices. It's not necessarily raising CapEx because they feel like that would make them move faster on the infrastructure. But the cloud growth is there. You know, AWS growth of 37% was pretty handsomely above street expectations. Azure's growth of 43% was near it to being in line, but it was like really cheered for one reason or another. Nothing's changed. Spending go up, cloud growth go up.
To put it simply.
I love that. Qualcomm, I don't know. Should we bring? Is there anybody else we
could
need?
bring in Rivian. I do want to talk Rivian.
Okay,
but
let's
even
go.
though it's not one of the mag, because Ed had a great conversation with the company's CFO.
He did, yeah.
Ed, we'll talk more of the Mag 7, but I want to talk to you about Rivian, because this is a company you followed since literally before it went public. You understand this industry better than pretty much anybody else. But the fact of the matter is Rivian's facing the same problems that Ford is facing, that General Motors is facing, that Tesla is facing, and that's, well, what is the appetite for EVs in this country?
Yeah, I mean, the EV market generally has slowed over a number of years in America. Enthusiasm is gone, even with the short term of the war in Iran and what that's done for gas prices. It's not really changed trajectory. Rivian opened higher, 2%, and it's now down more than 7% in the session, but they had a good quarter where basically they've been losing money for a long time. Those losses have narrowed, and they launched their mass market product in a really small way at first, the R2, but they now like have something to show for it in the real world. So, you know, the conversation I had with Claire McDonough, the CFO, was very much like, okay, this is it now. You're to your mind, you're in the bigger leagues. When are you going to start seeing some financial returns on that? And, you know, the back half of this year is the answer.
Right. Every kind of growth company or new company has to grow up at some point, become a teenager and an adult, essentially. Hey, I want to, sorry, well, it's true. It's the reality, right? I do want to go back to Apple. Yeah. You know, we talked about Apple kind of looking smart regarding cash flow and CapEx spend, and yet we have seen the stock under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, you also mentioned Qualcomm in passing a second ago, so there's something common there, but this is like a really profound reaction in the stock from Apple. Yeah. You know, it's down 9.5%, but put a better way, it's the biggest drop since the world shut down for COVID in 2020, March 16th, 2020. And the story, put the numbers aside, was that Tim Cook, in his final ever call as CEO of Apple, made an admission that they'd got it wrong in the supply chain. So it's not just that memory chip prices are higher. They said those will continue to be higher into the September quarter. It's that they basically said they misjudged demand and they placed the wrong volume of orders for lead edge processors with their suppliers. And so in the end, the demand is there for iPhones. They couldn't build enough of them because they got the math wrong on supply of components.
Ed, just 10 seconds. I mean, will demand still be there when they raise prices at the next round?
Well, you know, Anurag made this point with us, right? That he felt the iPhone cycle for the 17 generation had one good quarter left in it. When you get to September and then suddenly you're in the release of the iPhone 18, that's where the higher memory pricing issue will show up. So I don't know really, I can't really answer that. The guide was that revenue growth in the September quarter will be 9% to 11%, and the street was looking for 12%, which was already taking into account a very tough environment. And so Apple's projection came in below that. There was no sentimentality for the fact that it was Tim Cook's final call. You know, that's not what the market trades on.
Well, as the guy who oversaw supply chain, right, that's a rough way to go out.
He's still there. He's not out.
He's not out, but you know what I mean. Ed Ludlow, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yep, host of Bloomberg Tech out there on the West Coast. We're going to the C-suite when we come back.
Get the Bloomberg Business Week newsletter, BW Daily, delivered to your inbox every weekday. It's the power of Business Week in a handy form. Sign up at Bloomberg.com/newsletters. That's Bloomberg.com/newsletters.
Big Tech reports earnings.
Apple earnings, third quarter revenue, $109.42 billion. That's a beat.
Microsoft, everything is in the cloud growth, better than expectations.
And Bloomberg brings you the headlines first.
Amazon Web Services net sales, that's a beat.
Meta Platforms did miss estimates.
For breaking earnings news and expert analysis.
The AI euphoria is being questioned across the board.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg 92.9.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40 and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th, as global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power. You'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Get the latest Bloomberg headlines anytime with Bloomberg News Now. Listen on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Weather is brought to you by Dell Technologies.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now from $699 with exclusive student pricing from $599. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Mostly sunny this afternoon, but there will be a little cloudiness around, and a few of us may see an isolated shower before the day is done. Highs will be near 80. It's clear overnight, 65 to 70. Partly to mostly sunny, a little warmer tomorrow, 85. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy, 65 to 70. Partly sunny Sunday, highs are 80 to 85. Could have a few showers and thunderstorms Sunday night. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
I'm Lisa Mateo, inviting you to join us for Bloomberg this weekend. Catch the show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. Make Bloomberg #1 on your weekend to-do list. Watch and listen on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are rallying on the final trading day of the month. It has been a turbulent month. Right now, though, we have got the S&P 500 index at 7485, up 47 points now. That is a gain of about 0.6%. The Dow likewise up 0.6%, up 325 points. The Nasdaq 100 index up 0.7%. Nasdaq, meanwhile, up by 0.8%. Optimism over Amazon's results is offsetting worries about Apple. Right now, we do have Apple shares plunging by 9.4%. Amazon leading the Nasdaq 100 index higher, up now by 15.3%. The 10-year yield, 4.28%, with the 2-year yield, 4.28%. It's the 10-year at 4.74%. But look at the 30-year now at 5.27%. Gold down 1.3%, 4,050 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude 85 a barrel, WTI up by 1.8%, Brent 90.12 a barrel, up by 1.2%. ExxonMobil and Chevron have been plowing profits into debt reduction rather than huge buyback increases, in a sign of big oil's caution about how long war-driven price rallies will last. ExxonMobil, after earnings today, trading a lower, down 1.3%. Chevron, after earnings, up 2.1%. ConocoPhillips reports next week. ConocoPhillips up by 0.9%. Carol and Tim, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, we want to get to a company that recently, actually this morning, reported earnings. We're talking about Vion. And we did see the stock rally at their intraday high today. This is after coming out with financial quarterly results. Company raised its fiscal year revenue growth outlook and its fiscal year EBITDA growth. And the company, it's kind of a story about Ukraine. It's about telecom. It's about wireless. It's also about becoming a super app, Tim, and more.
Kaan Terzioglu is with us, CEO of the publicly traded and Dubai-based Vion Limited, $3.6 billion market cap wireless telecom company. It's the parent company and majority shareholder of the Ukraine telecom company Kyivstar. Kaan joins us from New York. Kaan, first, just clarify the relationship between Vion and Kyivstar, because I understand the majority shareholder part, but since Kyivstar is a separate publicly traded company, how is Vion still considered the parent company?
Well, we decided to actually take Kyivstar to NASDAQ a year ago, and we are just celebrating its first year anniversary of being listed in NASDAQ. Actually, last Monday, we rang the bell, closing bell in NASDAQ for Kyivstar. And we just listed 18% of Kyivstar. We still own 82%. We are very proud to be basically serving Ukrainian people in Ukraine. And it is a stellar company. I think you should also have Sasha one day here to tell about his story and his growth.
We've spoken to Sasha in the past.
Yeah, we have.
Oh, you have? Great. I think, if you have noticed, we are in Ukraine, we are in Pakistan, we are in Bangladesh, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan. Practically, the countries that we serve is 600 million people. These countries have one common characteristics. They are underserved. And that's why, we do not define ourselves as a telecommunications company. Telecommunications is not the destination for us. It's a foundation. We are a digital operator. We do not sell number of gigabytes, number of SMSs, number of minutes. We would like to provide meaningful digital services to our customers in financial services, entertainment, healthcare, education, enterprise services.
So this
I'm so happy.
So this is about infrastructure, right? More broadly, because my understanding is you guys also think of yourself as kind of an investment vehicle for investors who want exposure to the reconstruction in Ukraine, for example.
Absolutely true. I mean, I think, VEON and Kiev as two stocks, they are a unique opportunity for American investors to participate in the growth story of these markets. But it's not only about the infrastructure and, building roads or fiber optic cables or data centers, but it's also about the digital reconstruction of industries like healthcare, education, transportation, logistics, e-commerce. And those areas are where we are investing heavily. For example, you would not expect Kyivstar to have a ride-hailing business or a marketplace or a healthcare service provider. But most of our growth today comes from these businesses. If you look to our Q2 results, 17% growth, 27% of our business is actually coming from digital services that I mentioned, and it's growing 53%. And that's really makes me excited because our strategy is working. Actually, in these markets, if you can reach out to customers, provide a low-cost distribution platform, you have a unique advantage.
So again, and my understanding, because we're trying to understand, because you guys are in a lot of stuff. I think this came from a Reuters story that I was reading in preparation for this. You guys are expanding in areas such as entertainment, financial services, super apps, which combine multiple digital services on a single platform like China's WeChat. Is that what you're trying to become?
Well, on top of our telecommunications foundation, we have three businesses. One is financial services. The second one is digital life, which actually includes from marketplaces to healthcare solutions to ride-hailing businesses. Anything that touches the daily life of a customer is in that category. And the third one is digital enterprise, which is cloud and data center services for our enterprise customers. And those three businesses, together with the telecoms, is defining our total business.
Con, on the infrastructure side, particularly in Ukraine, and we all understand, some more so than others, about the challenges that the country faces being in its more than 5 years of war. But from an infrastructure perspective, when it costs so much to actually build this stuff out, and then in some cases, sadly, it is destroyed in a war, how do you do that when it costs so much money and when you don't know if it's going to survive as a result of the bombing or whatever's happening in that particular theater at that moment?
So, Tim, it's been 5 years, and we have 4,000 heroes working in Ukraine for Kyivstar, and we have kept 95% of our network up and running. And during this time, we had numerous challenges, from cyber attacks to energy outages to direct hits. And unfortunately, we lost 5 people during this process. But we never lost our path in terms of keeping Ukrainians safe and connected. And we have even gone the extra mile because we have integrated our terrestrial networks with satellite platforms of Starlink. Today, 5 out of 10 customers of Starlink Mobile is our customers in our countries. Actually, we have enabled direct-to-cell capabilities so that our customers in Ukraine can connect and communicate, even if there is no energy in an area, even if the area is landmined so that it cannot be serviced properly. We have the ability to serve our customers. I think that's really the concept of how to make sure that the customers are connected. And on top of that connection, how customers can really consume meaningful digital services.
One of the things that we also like talking with your team at Kyivstar, but getting an idea of what it is like in terms of life. You mentioned some of this in Ukraine as this war with Russia is now in its 5th year. What is life like? Is there reconstruction going on, or can there not really be until this war is put to an end? I'm not quite sure. There was a point in our life that we talked about it a lot more. Obviously, the U.S. war in Iran has shifted some of our conversations dramatically, but this war continues.
First of all, it's needless to say, war is a terrible thing and it changes lives, livelihoods of people. But in Ukraine, the morale of the people and the livelihood of people has never been, I think, lost. Frankly speaking, the reconstruction is a perpetual work. They are resilient and they continuously, every single day, ready to build what is destroyed. And I can say you this. I have a flash forward, and in that flash forward, what I see, Ukraine is winning. And the people who will be investing in Ukraine now will be even winning bigger. Because reconstruction of Ukraine, I have no doubt that in 15 years, it's going to create the most prosperous nation in Europe.
We follow a lot of what's happening with SpaceX and what SpaceX is doing with Starlink. And there was a report out of Semaphore earlier this week about SpaceX being interested in buying spectrum and starting to compete, at least in some parts of the world, with the telecom providers like T-Mobile in the US, Verizon in the US, AT&T, and shares of those companies fell as a result of this news. Do you guys use any Starlink or SpaceX technology right now to supplement what you offer in different markets?
Absolutely. We are the biggest partner of Starlink in the countries that we operate in. As I mentioned you, globally, Starlink, I think, announced that they have 10 million customers on direct-to-cell technologies. 6 million of those customers are our customers in Ukraine, in Kazakhstan, in Bangladesh. And I do not see Starlink as a substitution. We are their partner, and we work very closely together, and we are proud to bring integration capabilities of terrestrial networks and satellite platforms in the countries that we are operating in. Now,
so you're not worried. You're not worried about competition eventually from Starlink or SpaceX?
In my countries, absolutely not. We are the licensed operators in these countries. There are reasons why we are licensed. We hold spectrum ourselves. I do not see any intents of Starlink to come and do the groundwork of this type of business. To be frank, if you look to our financials, while we are extremely profitable and cash generative company, we know how to operate in low cost, low price markets. And I think, these markets are unique, and we are the main players in these markets, which will be partnering with Starlink to make sure that people are connected at all times.
You are based in Dubai. That's your official headquarters. How has the U.S. war with Iran impacted you guys?
What I can tell you that Emirates is such an amazing place. They actually took care of their people, their visitors, the expatriates, the companies there, completely informed and protected in an incredible way. So hats off to them. Of course, it's not easy to be in a hot zone like that. But I remember none of my flights got delayed, canceled, and there was no impact, negative impact to our business or to our life during even those difficult times.
We appreciate you weighing in. Khan, we've only got 30 seconds here. You guys just opened up some offices here in New York City, Rockefeller Center, very well known to anybody in and around the New York Metro. Just quickly, 30, 40 seconds, why and why now?
Well, the office we opened is actually a connection point for us to communicate to American investors that there is a market, and the only way to invest in that market is, well-governed companies like Kyivstar and VEON. And if they want to participate in the growth in Ukraine or in frontier markets, we are looking forward to talking to them. And that office will be the heart of that transactions and discussions.
All right, great to check in with you. Look forward to future conversations. Kaan Terzioglu, he is CEO of the publicly traded Vion Limited, joining us right here in New York City. All right, when we come back, we've been following this here at Bloomberg. FIFA. World Cup is over, but they're digging in big time on
now
privatization.
The drama is starting.
It does
the
feel
World
like
Cup is over, but now's the real drama.
the drama off the field, right?
Yeah, UEFA versus FIFA.
All right, we're getting into that when we come back. This is Bloomberg.
Faster, smarter, better. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. President Trump at a cabinet meeting at Camp David expressing frustration after recently describing negotiations with Iran optimistically, but
I'm losing faith in them because they do lie and they do misrepresent. Well, the other day, the 5 missiles were shot. We knocked them down, but we were in the midst of a negotiation.
On Iran's military, Trump repeated it's been obliterated.
They've got some left, but soon they won't have some left.
The president taking credit for what he calls a deal with Israel and Hamas. Hamas says it will disarm only later if a Palestinian state is created, something Israel adamantly rejects. Spain's government and local officials say about 60,000 migrants crossed the border entering a Spanish region from Morocco in the past 24 hours. Local officials say about 48,000 have gone back voluntarily. Shortages caused by the Iran war lead to American oil companies reporting massive profits. This is ABC News.
Today's AM radio is stale and repetitive. Stay with Bloomberg 92.9, your best source for news on the FM dial, and get breaking global news with context. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI. Because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era. Learn more at everpuredata.com.
You research your investments, you analyze markets, but have you researched your broker? For the past 3 years, Interactive Brokers' individual clients averaged a 24.3% annual return, beating the S&P 500. Lower costs, competitive rates, and access to 170-plus global markets help investors keep more of what they earn. The broker you choose matters. Interactive Brokers, member SIPC. Learn more at ibkr.com/performance.
A new chapter in global growth is being written, and much of it is happening in Africa.
Africans need to invest.
There are deals to be done and business to be won.
I'm Jennifer Zabasaja. Every week on the Next Africa podcast, we track capital flows and political shifts shaping the continent's future.
The digitalization of Africa is going to power its growth.
Ridding the world of something like HIV is possible.
Population growth is so enormous in Africa.
Listen to Next Africa on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand, and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Masters in Business podcast, my conversation with Toronto-based Sam Saif, founder and CEO of Purpose Investments, managing $40 billion for Canadian investors.
As long as I can remember, architecture was my kind of goal, and that fundamentally was something that just inspired me. I loved the mix of the creative side of my brain and the, call it, systems and structural mathematical side of my brain, and bring them together. And just design was always something exciting. The interesting thing was that, so now you're faced with this decision. You apply to, school for architecture and for engineering. And then in my, I went and spoke to a couple of architects, and every single one of them said, this is a stupid career choice. You won't be doing anything that you think you'll be doing. It'll be grunt work. You won't enjoy it. And there's no money in it. And I, of course, said, whoa, what am I signing up for? So I said, okay, I'm going to go do engineering with the idea that maybe I'll switch. And fundamentally, that was not going to happen. And I was in first year of engineering and said, okay, what is my second choice? What else? And, I really loved the concept of strategy and finance. I didn't know anything about finance and hadn't been learning anything about it, but I got excited about investment banking and things like that. And so, ultimately I decided that was the path I was going to pursue. And coming out of an engineering degree, I ended up, luckily, just a timing really uniquely at the end of 1998, got an opportunity to join the biggest bank in Canada, RBC, in their investment banking division.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Masters in Business podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. U.S. stocks holding close to session highs. Final trading day of the month. August right around the corner. S&P higher by 43 points. Now that is a gain of 0.6%. We are seeing a rally in the world's largest tech companies. Case in point, shares of Amazon after earnings up by 15%. Apple after earnings, very different story. Apple now down by 9.4%. But bottom line, NASDAQ 100 index holding on to a gain of 0.7%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up by 0.8%. The Dow up 0.6%. And the S&P 500 Index, keeping it all in context as a baseline, up by 0.6%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up 2.3% today. The SOX up 1.1%. 2-year yield 4.28%. The 10-year yield 4.74%. And the 30-year yield 5.27%. We've got gold at $4,050 the ounce. Spot gold down 1.3%. A rally for crude today. WTI 84.63 a barrel, up 1.2%. Barrel of Brent just above 90 now, up by 1.2%. Among semiconductor names today, we're seeing shares of Qualcomm down almost 2%. Nvidia up 1.9%. Micron up down 4.3%. Advanced Micro Devices is higher. It reports earnings next week, up now by 0.6%. Again, recapping, we've got the SOX higher by 1.2%, S&P up 0.6, the NASDAQ 100 up 0.7. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. Carol and Tim, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks so much. Well, a most read story on the Bloomberg: FIFA digging in big time and will proceed with plans to privatize its commercial business despite spreading threats from regional footballing organizations in Europe, Asia, and North America that they could boycott the World Cup. They're digging in.
All right, they're digging in. We're going to dig into it, too, with
Yes.
Vanessa Perdomo-Maglione and Bloomberg Business Week, a business of sports, Bloomberg News senior reporter Randall Williams with us. Vanessa is the co-host of the Business of Sports podcast and a Bloomberg News sports business reporter. They both join us here in the studio. So they're moving forward with this despite all of the outcry from leagues around the world, Vanessa?
They are going to move forward with it. They're going to have a vote, with their 211 members in September to see if they decide to take this $20 million check that would come their way if they do end up going through with this plan. But right now, they're going through, Gianni Infantino's going through with the next few steps as he can.
The motion of going through.
Okay.
It's not done. Them saying we're going to charge forward does not mean that they're going to break through the door.
What will keep them from breaking through the door?
Well, UEFA represents a good portion of the European countries. Of course, you have CONCACAF that represents some as well. And so they combined are above 90 countries. You have 90 countries that say no, and very quickly it gets a tight race.
Yeah.
Couldn't we see like a schism here? Where, let's say FIFA does decide to do this, then there is some sort of boycott of the World Cup. The UEFA teams get together with other leagues around the world.
What is FIFA without them?
Exactly.
Nothing.
Vanessa.
They're not. FIFA is nothing without UEFA. UEFA is by far the most important part of FIFA, most important part of global soccer that there is. So if all of those teams come together and say, we will not partake in the World Cup, then you will have asterisks on the next World Cups because the real winner won't be there.
So let's think about it in terms of the rounds of the World Cup. You had Portugal, you had Croatia, you had Spain, you had France, you had England, you had Germany, who, they got out very, very early. Belgium as well, who beat us. So you get all of these bigger countries who are well established out of the World Cup. And what does this look like? We also have, I don't believe we've heard from South America. And if we have,
South America hasn't weighed in yet.
But if South America weighs in and says we're out on this, then it's dead. Brazil not playing, Argentina not playing, those are titans. Now all of the world titans are out, and we're not going to be watching a World Cup with whatever small countries that would participate. It's just not going to be popular.
So who has the power here? Is it the regional? Like, is it FIFA? Like, tell me, understand, for those who don't know, me included, like, explain the structure of how this works and who makes decisions, who determines the partnerships, the sponsorships, the money part of it. Like, help me understand this.
I mean, the real power is technically with the teams. Like, if you want to look at it in terms of maybe American sports that people could understand, it's that NBA is the entity, but the players are the face and they have the power, which they've been, exercising a lot in the last few years, right? You have no league without us, so we can go here, and we can go there, and we can do whatever we want and jump teams. So if the big power teams in FIFA say, we don't want to play, then they're going to have to really pivot. I don't imagine a world where they're going to go forward without UEFA. I don't imagine.
So does that mean FIFA doesn't do this?
I don't. I find it hard to believe that this will go through. Now,
Okay.
But going back to your question,
Yeah.
UEFA controls the Champions League. They have the Euro Cup, which are two tournaments that are based in Europe. Then you have the Copa America, which is controlled by the South American, I believe CONCACAF as well, that participates. And then you have the World Cup. That is FIFA's main event. Now they've tried to do the World Cup, the Club World Cup, which of course is with clubs. Think of Inter Milan and FC Barcelona, those clubs. But those aren't big money making events the same way that the men's and women's World Cup are. And so what they're trying to do now is like, listen, we'd like to make more than just our big event every 4 years.
Which, by the way, is one of the other reasons why UEFA is probably against this entire deal, because it does encompass the Club World Cup, which involves their teams, and it then directly competes with what Randall was saying when they're competing against the UEFA Champions League.
Any of the big players weighed in on this, or is it just the leagues?
I mean, I would say that in some aspect, with UEFA saying no, that is the players. If someone was going to say yes, like the players aren't going to be getting this $20 million, and you're talking about countries that probably generate this very easily. England, France, Spain, Belgium, all of these countries are competitors with this. This $20 million is not going to go that far for them. But you think about Cape Verde, that could go far for them. But is it going to make them a contender tomorrow? Remember, this $20 million is not every single year. It would be stretched over 4 years. And then let's get to the distribution of things. Do you trust every single football federation's head official to then distribute that to youth places?
Randall, of course we do. So FIFA had to know putting this out there was going to cause this kind of turmoil and debate, not even debate or pushback. So why did they do it?
I mean, it remains to be seen. We did have a report today, and one of the FIFA executives come out and said that this is solely a Gianni Infantino plan, said that this was also kind of a surprise for the rest of their organization.
So ego?
What I would say is you have to, in order to understand what's happening here, I would say go back to December and really even farther than that if you want to. Like, look at the way that Gianni Infantino has cozied up with President Trump. A peace prize. We go to war. We seize the Venezuelan president 30 days later. 60 days after that, we're with war in Iran. And then, of course, you had the Flo Balogun controversy. And now you have these deals. All of this was in the works very, very early on. And so in his mind, he's like, I've generated $15 billion. This was the most successful World Cup of all time. And by the way, we're all going to get so much more money, but he's upset a lot of people with this. It isn't just President Trump cozying up. You have the hydration breaks as well that UEFA has said, we're not going to be doing that in our events.
Oops. We made a mistake. Hey, we don't want to wrap up without your interview that you did with Mark Klaus of the Washington Commanders, the president. Tell us about that interview.
So Mark Klaus, he took the job at the end of 2024.
This is the real football.
The American football.
I'm going to get
Johnny is not going to like that comment. But the Commanders, with Josh Harris taking over, have quickly become one of the more popular teams of the NFL again. They had an unsuccessful season last year, but they have a new stadium. They have the NFL draft coming to Washington, D.C. next year. And so Mark, of course, is tasked with leading the stadium efforts, bringing the draft there, and then maybe someday there will be a Super Bowl in Washington, D.C. So we talked about all of that on Wednesday, and it was great.
All right. We apologize. We're running out of time. We can't really run the clip. Is it all in your weekend podcast, Business of Sports? You guys post it.
It is on the Business of Sports podcast feed, and go check it out for sure.
And you can find it on YouTube. If you search Mark Klaus Bloomberg, I'm sure it'll pop up.
Anything else on the podcast?
We also have the Racing Bulls Formula One team CEO on the podcast this week, and we know Bloomberg loves the F1. So
yeah, you put an F1 story, it becomes like one of the most.
It's a big one.
You guys have the coolest job. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
And look forward to it. Be sure to check out the Business of Sports podcast. You can find it on the Bloomberg at Bloomberg.com or wherever you get your podcast feeds.
A big thank you to Vanessa Perdomo Maglione, Bloomberg News sports business reporter, co-host of the Business of Sports podcast.
Look at how colorful they are. What's with us? We're like in these dark, dismal colors, and look at them. They're like
just like people who work in sports.
A ray of sunshine.
And that was Randall Williams, Bloomberg News senior reporter, also co-host of the Business of Sports podcast. Thanks, guys. Happy weekend.
Yeah, happy weekend, guys. Hey, when we come back, a check on trading. Also, some stocks on the move on this Friday. I'm Carol Messer, along with Tim Stanovic. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We're back in a moment.
Get the latest news whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Top stories from our global team of reporters at the click of a button. Get Bloomberg News Now on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get essential news on the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers. Hi, I'm Ed Ludlow. Join me for Bloomberg Tech, a daily podcast focused exclusively on technology, innovation, and the future of business. Every weekday, we bring you the latest insights on Silicon Valley's top companies and conversations with tech's biggest decision makers. Listen to Bloomberg Tech on your commute home and stay ahead of the news cycle. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes. Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Weather is brought to you by RockAuto.com.
Oh, Ben Tyrod, what are you going to do?
I'm way ahead of you. I'll be on RockAuto.com before you can even finish this commercial.
He's right. RockAuto.com. Parts when you need them.
All the parts your car will ever need. Rock Auto.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure moving from the Ohio River Valley towards New England, resulting in sunshine and a few clouds through the rest of the day, maybe an isolated shower. Temperatures near 80. It'll become clear, 65 to 70 overnight. Tomorrow, a fair amount of sun. Will be up around 85. Sunday's going to be partly sunny, highs anywhere from 80 to near 85. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
The news doesn't stop on the weekends, and now neither do we. This is Christina Raffini. Join us on Bloomberg this weekend. Watch and listen to our new show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, getting ready to wrap up the trading day, the trading week, the trading month, if you will, here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Just got a little bit more than 60 minutes to go to wrap up, as we said. S&P 500 hovering near its best levels of the session. That means up about 0.2% or up almost 49 points. Dow Jones Industrial Average, 315 points to the upside. That, too, is up up about 0.6%. NASDAQ 100 outperforming on a percentage basis, up 0.8%, up 221 points. It is off its best levels of the day. We've talked about kind of an even split when it comes to winners and losers in the S&P 500, almost an exact even split there.
Not an even split when it comes to the stocks. The stocks up about 1.3%, 25 stocks of the 30 in the stocks higher, 5 are lower. Monolithic Power, Coherent, and Astera Labs lead the way in terms of the green. NXP Semiconductors down 5%, Micron down 4%, and Qualcomm, just after reporting earnings this week, down 1.6%.
Looking at the Mag 7 as a whole, that group is up about 2.5%. There are obviously 7 names in that index. 6 are higher, 1 is lower. Do you care to guess?
Which one's lower? Yeah, I know which one's lower. It's Apple.
Because
if you don't know that Apple's lower today, you haven't been paying attention.
That's so true. Amazon, though, leading the way in a big way. Alphabet too. Microsoft. I mean, it's just interesting to see the trade as we get ready to wrap up the week. So we'll keep an eye on it, see if anything changes in the last hour.
I'm Tim Stanovic along with Carol Masser. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. We've got Bloomberg News Markets Live strategist Tatiana Dare. With today's stock movers, let's start with the big one.
Well, yeah, the biggest one. Apple shares down 10% today. It would mark the biggest move since March 2020 on a closing basis. It is down $500 billion in market cap today, and this is on very high volumes, more than 100%. Its 3-month average. Investors are really punishing the company here for a lackluster revenue guidance, forecast to rise 9 to 11% in the fourth fiscal quarter. Analysts were expecting 12%, so a notable divergence there. And importantly, this will be the debut quarter for the next iPhones. There's a lot of jitters about the price points. Will they have to raise prices for that? You can see those when you look at the gross margin estimates on the terminal. You can see that data has been going up and up and up, and now starting next quarter, it is going down. That tells you investors are really, really concerned about there. But Apple's saying this is not a demand issue. It is actually a supply issue because we can't get our hands on those processors, on those memory chips. Nonetheless, investors not really rewarding that part.
The bad news is I have to upgrade my iPhone 13.
You do?
Oh yeah. I do. I was trying to show Scarlett a text message yesterday. I couldn't even open the phone.
Seriously?
Yeah, but I want to wait until the new one comes out because, you know.
Yeah, right. At this
why
point,
buy an iPhone
At this point, you might just wait, right? Because it's not much longer. You know what's wild? I'm looking at the DES page on Apple, and yesterday, before earnings, we were touting how much the stock was up this year and really outperforming. It was up more than 20%. And now you're looking at a stock still up for the year, up about 11%. But man, it's just amazing. 24 hours or even less, the change.
Well, that's part of the story, though, I think.
I think you're right.
What is the performance that Apple has seen this year in its shares and going into yesterday's print. And, you know, it was the best performing of the Mag 7 year to date.
And the other thing is, these guys are great on their supply chain. Yeah. That's historically kind of their bread and
Tim Cook does.
And cash cow. Let's not forget, $32 billion in free cash flow. That is more than all the hyperscalers combined, with the footprint that 2 of them reported negative cash flows. So you're really only talking about Microsoft there.
Should we talk about Amazon, the other one, actually having a very bullish day?
Well, you mentioned the Magnificent 7 ranking. Actually, if you look at it year to date, now Amazon has claimed that top spot, up about 17% year to date with today's move. Of course, they are up 15% just today in its largest rally since April 2012 on a closing basis. So what Apple is losing in market cap, Amazon has almost added
the market giveth, the market taketh away, as we like to say.
Exactly. Revenue here jumped nearly 40%, more than $40 billion at AWS, which generates a fifth of the company's revenue, but right now is the biggest source of profit growth, and this would mark the fastest pace of growth since late 2021. And also the cloud posted accelerating growth here for a 5th straight quarter, so investors are really rewarding that, which helps ease concerns that this big CapEx plans, which they've also boosted for the new year, are paying off. But curiously, they didn't do that for Alphabet, right? Alphabet posted 80% growth for that segment, for the cloud segment. Amazon's growth was lower, and Amazon's negative cash flow was steeper. So to me, this is a conundrum.
All right, let's go to Novo Nordisk.
Outside of the tech space, Novo Nordisk here, another big mover, down 10%, the most since February, after its experimental drug failed to reduce the risk of heart attacks. In a large study, the shot reduced the protein that it was targeting, but did not translate into clinical significance. And this is a real blow for this company as it's trying to diversify away from obesity and the diabetes space, where it's been the pioneer. So it really has been looking to diversify. If you look at its stock and zoom out, it's clear why they need to do that. So shares under pressure.
Trying to build out that pipeline. All right, Tatiana, thank you so much. Tatiana Dare, she is Bloomberg News Markets Live strategist. Check out our Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes, big winners and losers. Find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast.
We got a great program coming up on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. The latest with situational awareness next.
I'm David Weston. This week on Wall Street Week, Harvard's Jason Furman on the Fed decision. The European Union moves to reform its merger regulation, but will it get the tech industry going? Johnson & Johnson gets into the robotic surgery business a bit late, but with what it thinks is a better mousetrap. And what are all those think tanks doing?
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, tonight at 6 at your number one source for news on the FM dial in Boston, Bloomberg 92.9.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Programming paid for by Bloomberg. Now, an update from our partners at ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. He's losing faith in the Iran negotiations, says President Trump at a cabinet meeting at Camp David. He has been describing the talks optimistically, but mentioning his special negotiator and defense secretary.
I'm waiting for Steve to call me. How's the negotiation going? And instead I got a call from Pete that they just shot 5 missiles at one of our bases in Jordan.
On Iran's military,
we have obliterated their military capacity. Again, they've got some left, but soon they won't have some left.
The U.S.-Iran conflict has reduced tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz to a trickle. In response, the major oil companies have raised the price of their refined products, pushing gasoline past the $4 mark. For U.S. and European oil companies, the strategy has worked. Most reported massive increases in second quarter profit as the war drags on.
ABC's Jim Ryan. The president taking credit for what he calls a deal with Israel and Hamas. Hamas says it will disarm, though only if a Palestinian state is created, something Israel adamantly rejects. Demands by Republican senators that Todd Blanche agree in writing that a plan to pay claims, potentially of January 6th rioters, is dead, is delaying his confirmation as Attorney General. Spain's government and local officials say about 60,000 migrants crossed the border, entering a Spanish region from Morocco the past 24 hours. Local officials say about 48,000 have gone back voluntarily. This migrant says there are no opportunities in Morocco.
My dream is Spain. I want to come here from study, from live good life. You know, my country is war. Now, everything fight.
Thousands of people swimming around border fences or using boats. A number of them we know have drowned. Spain has deployed its military to try and restore order here. Why is this happening now? Spain's Supreme Court ruled that those who reach the area by sea cannot be immediately returned without due process.
ABC's James Longman. You're listening to ABC News.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Storm system that's been impacting the area the last several days now well up north and east of the area. We've got drier weather filtering in. Still have the last vestiges of the upper level system over us, so we're still just a little bit unstable. That's going to result in a little bit of fair weather cloudiness this afternoon, and a few of us may see an isolated shower. Otherwise, we're just partly to mostly sunny with temperatures around 80 degrees. Tonight, skies will become clear. We'll fall back to 65 to 70. High pressure builds across the area tomorrow. We'll enjoy partly to mostly sunny skies. It should be very close to 85 tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow night, skies are partly cloudy. Lows are 65 to 70. We'll hang on to partial sunshine into Sunday. Sunday's highs are going to be 80 to 85. Then a new storm system tracks towards the region for Monday. Showers, thunderstorms, they may arrive across the area as early as Sunday night. I'm Rob Carolyn, and that's your Bloomberg 3-day forecast. Now back to the latest headlines from ABC News.
The state's investigation into the controversial 4th of July death of teen Nolan Wells continues. This from ABC's Sophie Flay.
Officials familiar with the investigation say the medical examiner has now completed the official autopsy, but it's not been made public. The report will be sent to a grand jury for review. The family's attorney says his team is analyzing audio tapes and ocean data from the day Wells disappeared to try to determine how he died.
Federal regulators are going full throttle as Amazon seeks to get their fully autonomous ZooX vehicles out on the road. ABC's Dave Packer.
No driver, no problem for Chloe who took a ride in a Zoox in Las Vegas.
It's kind of scary at the first time, but when I just got used to it, it's really cool and chilling. I really love the music and how you can adjust temperature.
But there's little else she can control. Amazon Zoox vehicles have no steering wheel, no pedals. Jonathan Morrison of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says Zoox got an exemption from the rules, but
we have the ability to pull the exemption if we see unreasonably risky behavior on the road.
Dave Packer, ABC News.
Florida man facing manslaughter charges in the death of his neighbor. His story, he mistook the neighbor for a bear and fatally shot him. Police in New Jersey on the hunt for several Pokemon card thieves who targeted several stores over the past few months. Latest grab and go reported around 1:45 a.m. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just about 55 minutes away from the closing bell on Wall Street. Yes, indeed, it is Friday, July 31st, 2026. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenivek live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, getting ready to wrap up the day, the week, the month. Hard to believe we've got a little bit of a rally going into the weekend, up about 44 points on the S&P 500, up 0.6 of a percentage point, up about 0.5% on the Dow, NASDAQ 100, that tech-heavy index, that is up 185 points, up 0.2 of a percentage point. It's off its best levels of the session.
It's pretty remarkable that the S&P 500 can still be higher even if Apple is having its worst day going back to 2020
That's a good point.
And is weighing on the S&P and the NASDAQ.
All right. Yeah, exactly. Hey, we are kind of obsessed with this one story. It's among the most read. And our own Hema Parmar, who was on in our 2 o'clock hour, is back. We're going to talk to her again in just a moment. She's out with a new story. And it's entitled it kind of kicks off with, you're in trouble when Ken Griffin calls. We're talking about Ken Griffin of Citadel.
Has he called you, Hema? And you haven't been in trouble?
He has not called.
Okay, not yet. All right, maybe after this story he'll call you.
He did call situational awareness, though. So this is all in the latest piece from Hema. We're going to bring her in just a second.
Also, Ed Zitron is back with us. He says concentration risk is huge when it comes to the hyperscalers. If you back out OpenAI and Anthropic spending, what else is there, he asks.
This gets at the heart of so much, I feel like. Hey, and we're going to be joined in our 4 p.m. hour by Mark Morial. He's president and CEO of the National Urban League. We're going to talk about owning a home, really being a part of the financial system and structure for Black Americans. And we know that there are still a lot of barriers out there.
Hey, and a reminder, a big thank you to everybody who continues to be part of our daily discussions on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Keep your questions coming. You can submit questions for our team to answer live on air. Bloomberg.com/askradio to send in your questions. Listen to us on Bloomberg Radio. Watch on Originals and on YouTube. We'll answer those questions. Bloomberg.com/askradio.
It's been a lot of fun for us to do that. All right. Keep them coming. Right now, though, let's get an update on the trade, some of the specifics. Here's once again Charlie Keller.
Hi, thank you very much. Indeed, 53 minutes to go until we wrap up the week and wrap up the month. It's on to August right around the corner. We're looking at a weekly gain on the S&P 500 index of 0.9%. Today, in advanced tech lifting stocks, the S&P 500 index up 0.6%. Dow Industrials also up 0.6. NASDAQ up 0.8%. The NASDAQ 100 index higher by 0.6%. That index being led higher right now by Amazon after earnings, up 15.2%. Apple after earnings, it is plunging by 8.8%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 2.5%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, up 0.9%. The VIX below 17, and a 2-year currently yielding 4.28%, with a 10-year 4.74%, and the 30-year 5.27%. Gold down 1.3%, $4,049 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate Crude, $84.63 a barrel, up 1.2%. Barrel of Brent, $90.12, up by 1.2%. Amazon shares surging, as I mentioned, up 15.3%. The company reported cloud computing revenue accelerated for a fifth straight quarter. Shweta Kajuria is senior research analyst at Wolf Research, and on Surveillance this morning, she was asked if Amazon is becoming a cloud computing company that happens to have a retail arm tacked on.
At low to mid 30% margins, assuming that's the normalized state of their margin profile, it is amazing that that would be about 2/3 to 70% of their total company level operating income. So vast majority of their enterprise value would be coming from AWS. So yes, I would think so in characterizing it as more of a cloud computing AI company than retail.
Again, Amazon up now by 15.2%. Apple after earnings down 8.7%. We are on track for a winning week for the U.S. equity market. The S&P so far this week up 0.9%. Carol and Tim, that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thank you, Charlie. It's practically an adage on Wall Street by now. You know you're in trouble when Ken Griffin calls. This time the call came for situational awareness. It's a high-flying hedge funder. Well, it is still high-flying, I think it's fair to say.
It's still got $10 billion it's playing with. That's, I think Hema told us it was the largest hedge fund, or one of the largest.
The bigger one.
It's a big deal.
Suddenly, though, it's come crashing down to earth. It's just the beginning of the latest piece from Bloomberg News hedge fund reporter Hema Parmar. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Why were so few people surprised that Ken Griffin swooped in to pick up the pieces of this?
So this is a classic Citadel playbook. You know, it's what he does. It's what Citadel does. They've been doing it for decades, which is to see these distressed companies, these firms, and take the opportunity to either buy assets at a discount, snap up talent at a discount, provide some sort of emergency funding with attractive terms. He did this with Amaranth. He did this with Melvin Capital, most famously, and most recently. He's done this with other hedge funds, and Enron, he snapped up talent like within hours of the bankruptcy of that company. So it is not surprising when the news broke that this was Citadel. I think the industry was like, yeah, that makes sense.
Is it a charitable move?
It is not always a charitable move, rarely. The move is financial. It's strategic. It is to snap up things at great prices. Talent, if people are moving, they will take a job, and you don't need to be too competitive. And keep in mind, for multi-strat funds, talent is the most expensive part of running a hedge fund. Assets, when you can get them at a 10% discount, which is what this deal was at, then it is a significant move and an opportunistic investment for these guys.
Okay, dumb question incoming.
Yeah.
Is there a way, I mean, obviously there's not, but explain for people who might say, well, why not try to unwind some of these positions on the open market?
Well,
were they too big and concentrated to do that?
They're big, they're concentrated, and as soon as you start selling some of these things, you create a spiral, right? People see that these asset prices are falling, and then the more you sell, the more you're going to be losing. So people like to do these block trades where they find a buyer, they sell it all in one chunk to somebody else, and it spooks the market less, still at a discount for sure, because that buyer has the negotiating power to demand what they seek. So it'll spook the market less, it'll protect your assets more, and you can do it a little bit more quietly, and ideally before the market opened, which is what took place here.
Right, exactly, right? I mean, I think about this even during the financial crisis. I'm not making a comparison, but when we know that there were problems at different banks or institutions, you wanted the least to get out, especially if you were trying to negotiating a deal, because things were rapidly becoming cheaper or not even, having a value. You report, it's unclear exactly what equity Citadel purchased, but you do point out that many of the biggest names in situational awareness's public book rallied yesterday. So CoreWeave jumped nearly 22% that day. Bloom Energy jumped 26%. Again, we can't make any conclusions, right? When will we know? Will it be...
So we'll know
in terms of what Citadel,
so
and maybe what Citadel picked up,
so they would have taken a huge, significant chunk of the assets. So you would assume that the fund is profiting on how these shares are doing now. We'll get a better sense of returns early next week as they start to tell their investors numbers, as information starts to flow on how these firms are doing. Citadel has done kind of mediocre so far this year. This month, as well, kind of flat, less than 50 basis points. So this sort of deal should really lift the fund's return a significant amount, is the expectation.
When a firm like situational awareness has a big drawdown such as this, or a large decline in value, and has to make block trades to offload some of its assets because of margin calls, what typically happens to the investors who still have money there? Do they say,
great question,
I'm done?
So the investor's reaction will depend on when they got in. If you were an early investor in situational awareness, you probably did okay. You're still up. The fund is up 80% so far this year. So if you got in January, you might still be fine. If you're an investor that got in June, you've gotten the past couple months, you're not doing too well because you got in right ahead of this decline. The stocks have fallen. They've exited these assets or sold it off at a discount. So you're not pleased. So there's going to be a huge spread in the kinds of returns you're seeing for each different type of LP.
Do we know if it was the type of fund that you could just get in and get out of when you wanted to?
I don't think we know the liquidity terms of this fund. Because some of the investments are privates, there will likely be a side pocket or some sort of restraint on your ability to get out of the Anthropic stakes, for example. Those chunky private positions are also what's allowing the firm to be this stable, because you have this stuff that you can't sell really fast, generally speaking.
Right, exactly. You have a great little quote. I guess, did you speak to Cliff Asness?
He wrote in, there was a public comment that he had made back in 2007 where he described what it was like to get the call from Citadel. Would you like to read it?
Yes. No, do you want to read it?
I looked up and saw the Valkyries coming and heard the Grim Reaper's scythe knocking on my door. I did my best to run to the light, is what he said.
I'm trying to also, Hema, what's your view on what this means for AI? I mean, interesting that Citadel, they like a bargain.
Yeah.
It's going to juice their returns. It'll be interesting to see how long they hold on to this.
Yes, exactly.
These positions, they've got to be careful too on the unwind.
Right.
But in a market where things are swinging a lot, we're trying to understand this AI trade and spend an investment. Is there a takeaway from this? That Citadel was at least interested?
Well, the Citadel and other multi-strats tend to be, they're supposed to be market neutral, meaning they have less exposure to the market if it makes big swings up and big swings down. They also trade a lot of assets that do different things in separate little individual teams. And so that structure should protect you from big swings. Granted, they just bought this huge portfolio, but also keep in mind Citadel's $71 billion. So whatever size they bought, it's still going to be a fraction of total firm assets. When you look at firms and hedge funds that are more concentrated, say long-short equity funds, say tech-focused funds, and you see these big swings, we have seen some funds make and lose a lot of money based on the month. So that's when you see more risk. And again, to this point, situational awareness was highly levered. That's another factor to look at. A lot of the funds don't have as much leverage as we've seen situational awareness.
I keep thinking this could have been so much worse.
It could have been if they didn't find a buyer.
Right.
They were looking at selling both their public stocks and their private books. It sounds like they were looking at selling whatever they could to get out as fast as they could.
Right.
And that is not a good position for a $45 billion fund to be in. That can really scare the market. It can scare investors. And we saw the tumult yesterday really ripple through until markets calmed once we got a sense of who the buyer was.
Real quickly, 20 seconds, the fund is still up a lot this year.
Citadel?
No.
Situational?
Yeah.
Situational is up a lot this year. For the month, it's down a lot.
Okay.
I would judge it based on when the investor got in. If you're a recent investor, you're not too happy. If you're early, you might be fine.
Timing is everything, isn't it?
Timing is everything.
So great to have you here and really helping us through this story. Bloomberg News hedge fund reporter Hema Parmar joining us in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Thank you. Ready for another story?
Let's do it.
All right, everybody, stick around. We're going to continuing. We're counting down to the close. And what we're going to do is talk a little bit about the U.S. defense picture, stockpiles, the costs. We are so lucky. Our Wayne Sanders is actually going to join us. We're going to pick his brain. This is a deep dive, folks. You're not going to want to miss it. Stick around. This is Bloomberg.
Never miss a Bloomberg Business Week story. Become a subscriber today. You'll unlock deep reporting and analysis from reporters around the world, including unlimited access to Business Week. Check out offers right now at Bloomberg.com/subscribe now.
Breaking news first. The Fed decides.
No change in rates, 9 in favor, 3 dissents.
All 3 of those voting for an interest rate hike.
Where necessary and appropriate, we will not hesitate to act.
Reaction first to the Kevin Warsh press conference.
The market is trying to tell you the direction of travel is going to be higher.
I do think we do get rate hikes in September.
They're starting to migrate towards tightening policy.
For the latest headlines from the Fed, stay with Bloomberg 92.9.
This is the Bloomberg Real Estate Report. I'm Denise Pellegrini. Looks like mortgage rates are taking a big bite out of home sales again. Pending home sales have just fallen to the lowest level in months. Redfin says pending sales in the recent 4 weeks fell the most in San Diego, Denver, Phoenix, Seattle, and Houston, where pending sales or contracts signed plunged more than 15% compared to year-ago levels. Nationwide, tours of home listings are up almost 15% since the start of the year. Last year at this time, they were up more than 30%. And as part of all this, prices are falling in some metros, with drops in the median price in San Jose, Seattle, Austin, Orlando, Charlotte, Portland, and Dallas notable. On the other hand, prices are still on the rise in some places, including West Palm Beach, Newark, Detroit, St. Louis, and Virginia Beach. And pending home sales jumped almost 6% in Sacramento, 8% in Pittsburgh and Cincinnati, 9% in Boston, more than 15% in West Palm Beach. And that's the Bloomberg Real Estate Report. I'm Denise Pellegrini.
Hi, how can I help? Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager. I see. Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning? Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better. I feel better already. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
With high pressure now in control, the weather will enjoy sun, though there could be an isolated shower this afternoon. It's kind of leftover energy from the storm that impacted us earlier this week. We're near 80. Clear tonight, 65 to 70. Sunshine tomorrow, a few clouds and 85. Sunday's going to be partly sunny, 80 to 85. There may be a few showers and thunderstorms around late Sunday night. I'm Rob Carrollton with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Say goodbye to old school AM radio. Listen to Bloomberg 92.9 for speed, analysis, and global context on the biggest stories. Your best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide, goldencrestmetals.com/guide. We are seeing a rally in the world's largest tech companies. That is lifting stocks, putting the S&P 500 index on track for a weekly gain for the week, looking like a gain now of just about 0.9%. 38 minutes to go until we wrap up the trading week and the month. The S&P now at 75.01, up 63 points. That is best level of the day right now. We got the S&P up 0.9, the Dow up 0.7%, NASDAQ up 1.1%, the NASDAQ 100 index up just about 0.9%. Amazon lifting the index up 15.2%. Apple down by 8.5%. The VIX just above 16 now. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, up by 1.3%. 2-year 4.28%. The 10-year 4.73%, and the 30-year 5.26%. Gold down 1.3%. $4,049 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude $84.86 a barrel, up by 1.5%. Amanda Agati is Chief Investment Officer at PNC Bank, and on Bloomberg Open Interest this morning. She talked about the market backdrop following earnings from 4 of the Mag 7 names this week: Amazon, Apple, Meta Platforms, and Microsoft.
The AI story continues to be top of mind, certainly front and center for investors. But I think what's been different this earnings season is just what I wrote, right? The band is breaking up. There may be a reunion tour, so let's not give up on them just yet. But I think it's been very interesting that they are not trading and behaving in this sort of pack formation, right? With this herd mentality, there's been a really significant distinction between winners and losers.
Amanda Gotti of PNC Bank. Again, Amazon shares ripping higher now after earnings last night. Amazon up 15.2%. Very different story for Apple, down now by 8.5%. Carol and Tim, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie Pellet. Well, the cost of war can be measured in so many different ways. Just last week, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the U.S. war against Iran has cost the U.S. about $37.5 billion. Now, too, at least 18 U.S. service members have died in a war that Nancy Cook, our colleague at Bloomberg News, recently wrote, quote, is being waged by a president who railed against America's involvement in Iraq and Afghanistan during past campaigns.
Yeah, there's also, of course, the cost to America's weapons stockpile, what's referred to as the nation's magazine depth. The Washington Post just reporting this week that in June, Secretary Pete Hegseth met with more than a dozen of the top defense firms, tech firms specifically, in the country, and told them that the Pentagon needed them to help rebuild the nation's weapons stockpile. So it's something we've been focused on a lot here at Bloomberg.
And we want to talk to Wayne Sanders about it. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Defense Analyst. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Wayne, this story from the Washington Post got our attention for a few reasons. One is because, as the story points out, the U.S. typically relied on just a handful of established defense contractors for this type of work. We're going to get to all that. But give us the state of play right now. These are confidential figures. They're confidential numbers. But what have you been able to garner about the status of U.S. munitions?
Yeah, normally what ends up happening, right, is we kind of look at a consensus in terms of what we know what the production rates were for a lot of these companies that were building these up until this point. And then we start looking at some of the open source reporting in terms of how many of these interceptors that we've actually used, right? So it really is just kind of a speculation to be able to do that. We obviously don't want to be reporting that, we are completely out of missiles or anything like that. And the U.S. government obviously has a lot of stockpiles, even on the classified side, that they don't want to talk about, specifically for national security reasons. So for that, though, we do recognize, though, that a lot of the interceptor depth, the magazine depth, as Carol's talking about, I think is really important, is because the amount of exquisite capabilities that have been used up until this point normally would take care of itself in some type of, near peer capability. But now that they were being used against drones, they were coming against our stockpiles.
I want to take a step back. Are you shocked by the amount of wars that the U.S. is involved in at this point, or the military actions that we've seen during this second term of President Trump?
Yeah, I think I am shocked, I think, just in terms of the longevity of it, right? In terms of what we went in to do, I think that there was a necessity, right? The Gulf states were really looking for us to be able to kind of cut out some of Iran's capabilities at that point in time, right? They pretty much had a monopolistic, type of capability advantage over the rest of the Gulf states based off their ballistic missile capacity, as well as, the concerns for nuclear enrichment. So it is a fight that needed to be fought, but how long that fight was going to take place and how long we're going to continue without these off-ramps is something that I don't think a lot of the planners were originally looking at, especially when we start talking about the cost, not only the depletion of munitions, but then also just the budget requirements, because while certain things are normally what we call, ops and sustainment kind of functions on that, you still have a lot of other requirements that are now in surge capacity and burning through the budget.
I wonder, just, we'll get to more on magazine depth and munitions in a second, but you brought up the question about an off-ramp here and how that could affect the budget. What's the analysis that you're doing at Bloomberg Intelligence right now, Wayne, about when this could realistically be over? Because time is money.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, you have to be able to look at the geopolitical side of the fact right now. We had General Clark was on Balance of Power earlier today, and he was talking specifically about some of the geopolitical portions that are on this, and where Iran comes in and saying, okay, look, we've taken your best punches, and we're going to continue to take those best punches. So at this point in time, I don't think it's going to be the Iran capitulation piece of it. It's going to be the other Gulf states, which are now getting more involved. You saw Saudi Arabia and others. I think these are some of the key areas in terms of you have to take those into consideration as you start looking at a potential off-ramp. The off-ramp may actually just be something as simple as we hit them one last time. We had our our strikes that are tied into this, and we're then going to open up the straits. Anything that happens in the straits after that point in time would not be tied to the U.S.
Yeah. It's just amazing that we're still talking about this war. I just feel like in terms of the takeaway. Hey, Wayne, I want to continue the discussion. We want to continue the discussion. I want to get, though, to something that President Trump said earlier today at his cabinet meeting at Camp David. Listen up, everybody.
We're also making that investment and looking forward to getting $1.5 trillion next year. And people see now how important it is. We want to keep a safe country. We have to keep a safe country. And the good news is all of that equipment is made in the USA. So we're making it here. It's jobs. And each one of our defense groups are building literally at least 4 new massive plants as we speak, because we want them to move faster. We have the best equipment in the world, but we want them to move faster.
All right, that again was President Trump earlier at his cabinet meeting at Camp David. So $1.5 trillion, we know, we've talked about this massive budget for defense spending that he wants here, Wayne, a lot of money. Is he right, though, about these 4 new massive plants? I mean, are we doing do we already produce and manufacture pretty much of our defense here? And are we continuing to build that out? And do we need $1.5 trillion? Is that for just the replenishment, or is that just the state of the world that we now live in?
I think there are a couple of key things, right? There's been a lot of work done over this administration over the last year and a half, so it wasn't even tied just to Iran. But you start looking at what they call multi-year framework agreements, as well as large lot procurement programs. What that is President Trump and the administration really trying to push the demand signal to industry to say, we are going to survive some of these demand signals that we're asking you for. We're going to put this in that goes beyond what they call the FIDEP, which is the 5-year development plan, right? It's normally how Congress comes in and how they actually build out and appropriate funds to these contractors. The problem is sometimes they don't want to throw another line in if they think that another administration is going to come in and then say, oh, well, that demand is going to go down. So these framework agreements and these large lot procurement programs are these policies that are being put in to say, we're going to put money and contracts in that are going to go beyond 5 years. And so even when you look at Lockheed's $58 billion for PAC-3 interceptors, those contracts are tied to these agreements. And you started seeing those in some of the earnings calls as well from these contractors, because they're saying, hey, look, you are putting your money where your mouth is. You are starting to show us that demand is going to sustain. And some of the policies that are in there as well is these make whole provisions that say, hey, government, if you go back on your word, you're still going to pay me 2,000 interceptors for PAC-3 interceptors to Lockheed at $4 million. They're locking some of this stuff in to say, that's why I need you to build additional plants. And so separate from that, you asked me about these manufacturing plants. You're seeing a lot across these. General Dynamics has a $2.5 billion investment in roads industry to support Navy submarine construction with 1,500 jobs. Lockheed Martin, $60 million to double the Archibald, Pennsylvania facility. Hanwha's doing it in Philadelphia to expand shipbuilding. So you are seeing that amongst the primes, but you're also starting to see it in tech disruptors, because Anduril has their Arsenal One in Columbus, Ohio as well. So you're seeing it across the board.
Oh, Wayne, you're reading my mind, because this is exactly where I want to go. I want to go to Anduril. I want to go to Co-Aspire. I want to go to Castellion. I want to go to Shield AI. The supplement, complement, replace the primes? No, not yet. Not even close.
No, at this point in time, it's really additive, right? So you're still seeing the money that's going to go to the contractors. The near term right now is still going to go to the defense primes because the primes right now have the hot lines, right? They're the ones that are actually being built right now. Those are the ones that are putting all these things out. So you're seeing that as the primes winning that short game. But tech disruptors can win that next gen low cost mass contract model because in May, some of the multi-year contracts, like you said, Anduril, Castellan, Leidos, Coastfire, and Zone 5, they're targeting 10,000 low-cost cruise missiles that are a part of this, and that's an important piece of this. But they still have to create the scalability for some of those, and that's where a lot of times they end up partnering a lot with the defense primes as well.
Do you see, just to kind of wrap up here, about a minute or so, warfare in terms of how we fight continuing to change, continuing to be disrupted, as we've already seen in the last couple of decades?
Absolutely. And I think the low cost munitions is one of the key pieces. What Iran has shown is that, hey, you can not take down a superpower, I apologize, but you can actually degrade capability for such a superpower as the United States right now by these low cost drones and the interceptors that are on there. So a lot of the research and development right now, low cost interceptors like BAE's APKWS, the Advanced Precision Kill Weapon System, as well as directed energy, high powered microwave as well. So these are magazine depths that say, I don't need to spend $4 million on an interceptor. I'm looking for lower cost solutions. So you're going to continue to see this drive in that direction.
Fascinating stuff. We were hoping to do the deep dive and we did it. Wayne, you rock. Thank you. Always appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Wayne Sanders, he's a Bloomberg Intelligence senior defense analyst joining us from our bureau in Washington, D.C.
Hey, coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, we're speaking with Kim Forrest over at Boca Capital Partners. There are quite a few stocks making big moves right now. I want to get her thoughts on not just Amazon up more than 15%. Apple at one point today having its worst day going back to 2020. Now its worst day since last year.
Still a haircut, a major haircut.
8.3% to the downside right now.
She has a nuanced idea too about how AI might play out, so I'm curious what she means by that. So stick around, folks. We're counting down to the close on this Friday. This is Bloomberg.
Speed, analysis, context. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. President Trump says he's losing faith in the Iran negotiations after having described the talks for some time as optimistic and saying Iran desperately wants to make a deal. On Iran's military,
we have obliterated their military capacity. Again, they've got some left, but soon they won't have some left.
Rising oil prices worsen worries about inflation squeezing the bond market. Huge spring profits reported by the American oil companies. The president taking credit for what he calls a deal with Israel and Hamas. Hamas says it will disarm only if a Palestinian state is created, something Israel adamantly rejects. Spain's government and local officials say about 60,000 migrants crossed the border entering a Spanish region from Morocco. Local officials say about 48,000 have gone back voluntarily. This migrant says there are no opportunities in Morocco. He says, I want to stay, but
your people don't want us.
This is ABC News.
Hi, I'm David Gura, inviting you to join us for Bloomberg This Weekend. Catch the show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. Make Bloomberg #1 on your weekend to-do list. Watch and listen on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
You're still glowing,
flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
On a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast, Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway speak with Brian Kalachi, chief economist at the Open Markets Institute, on how franchise restaurants open the door to the gig economy.
We have all this new technology, and Joe and I have done plenty of trucking episodes where we talk about, tech that monitors whether people's eyes are open and things like that. Does that new technology play a role in, exerting more control over some of these franchises?
It absolutely does, and it started in the 1990s with broadband internet and is accelerating now with AI for sure. So think about the 1960s, right? You want to have this legal structure where this independent operator is operating the restaurant. They kick me back a royalty. I try to control everything they do, but how can you really control it? There's fax machines, there's telephones, you can send secret shoppers, but there's only so much you can really do. By the 1990s, particularly with broadband internet connected to the cash registers through point of sale systems, there's a steady data stream now going back to headquarters where they have an intense amount of control. And I think one of the interesting things about that technological change is, first of all, in terms of the motivation for these kinds of outsourced industrial structures, it's usually technology is a story. But they started doing this way before the technology. But now that technology exists, it allows, just think about like a truly vertically integrated corporation like U.S. Steel or General Motors in 1950. The control they have over all of their plants is less than McDonald's that they own. And they employ, those hundreds of thousands of industrial workers. McDonald's now hardly employs anybody, but they have way more control because they're able to get that stream of data. And now the AI has made that surveillance of workers themselves. And by the way, you don't have to fire them if they're too slow at the register. You just send a note to the franchisee, hey, so-and-so, they even know the names of the employees, is a little too slow. Do something about that.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. In fact, the Dow Jones Industrial Average up now by 0.7%. S&P right at 7,500, up 0.8%. But let's head over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. And here she is, Jordan Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Charlie. The main U.S. averages are advancing in a continuation of yesterday's rally off of more big tech earnings. The S&P cash is up 0.8%, as is the NASDAQ 100. The NASDAQ 100 is set to close for its worst month since March 2025. Taking a look at the Dow, Amazon, Google, and Nvidia leading, with Apple, Boeing, and Sherwin-Williams leading to the downside. Amazon is set for its best day since 2012 after results, with Apple shares sinking from Tuesday's record high on its weak forecast and mixed print. In commodities, Exxon and Chevron reported disparate earnings, and oil futures are rallying on intensifying conflict in the Middle East. Short sellers, meanwhile, are piling into SpaceX ahead of next week's lockup expiry and first earnings report. Wrapping up, gold and Bitcoin both rising, and the 10-year yield is at 2025 highs. I'm Jordan Fitzgerald. All yours, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Jordan Fitzgerald. Have a great weekend, and to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg-type squawk, SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Daddy, can I drive?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Get behind the wheel, we'll go driving.
Do I look like I drive a minivan?
Shut up and drive.
Don't drive angry. Don't drive angry.
You're going my way. I want to drive it all night long.
I'll drive. Shotgun.
This is the Drive to the Close.
If you had access to a car like this, would you take it back right away?
On Bloomberg Radio.
TikTok, everybody. 18 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade. We are doing it for the week, for the day, and for the month of July, which is pretty staggering. It's been a crazy month of some big swings in particular names. But what?
But the S&P 500 isn't even down 1% for the month.
I know.
That's like you're right. There have been big swings. It's been volatile, but for this month to date on the terminal, S&P 500 is flat.
Yeah, I know.
It is flat.
Right, which is why you go internally. And listen, how many days that we've seen the index up, but most names are down, or the index down, but most names are up. Like you could feel the churn, especially as we make our way through some earnings of some really big names. And I got to say, that's kind of where we want to go. Let's get to the drive to the close. Kim Forrest is with us, founder and chief investment officer at Boca Partners. She joins us from Pittsburgh. They've got about $35 million in assets under management. We love talking with her. We can get into specific names, and they do disclose that she or her family and the portfolios that they run may own some of the stocks we talk about. Kim, good to have you here again. How are you?
I am fantastic. I am so happy July is coming to a close. For a sleepy, summer month, it has not been that. Not at all.
Yeah, it's pretty staggering. All right, so talk to us about some of the big tech names that we've been all over in the AI trade. Where should we begin? Talk to us about maybe some names you were putting money to work, taking some money out because of some of what we heard.
Sure. Well, I mean, like everybody else, I'm sure that, we're all very, very exposed to technology. And the biggest names really got clubbed. And, most of the time I've been wondering why. And here's where you teased that I was going to be nuanced in my AI theory. And it's because I was a software engineer before I started being a sell-side analyst and then a portfolio manager. So I spent time actually developing AI software. So I know it well. And it's going to take a long time to develop. And in fact, all of the memory makers and a lot of the high-end chips are sold out. So I was not one, the sell-off in these things just made no sense, right? And as you said, maybe the whole averages weren't down, or the indexes weren't down, but some of the components were, and it was a real head scratcher. But I'm on the side that believes that we're probably not going to have quite as many data centers built as everyone thinks, although I do think AI is going to really get rolling, and it's going to change the way we work and live our lives. So that's the nuance, is I don't think LLMs win in the long run. We have them, but they are not the big drivers that, need us to eat every inch of America with a data center on it.
Well, then what is the big driver?
What is the big driver? It's always productivity, right? You're going to have not just these large language models that help you interface with a computer, but smaller models that are solving specific problems. And those smaller models have a smaller footprint. They need smaller amounts of data, and they provide big productivity, but for fewer dollars. And I think there's going to be a lot of those, and maybe AI makes those automatic, because it's very, very difficult right now to build a good model. Just ask Palantir.
Good point. I mean, I'm thinking about all the small problems I have that I need AI to solve, and I got a list.
Yeah, but how much will you spend to have those problems fixed? Right, that's what it's coming down to.
Right now, I spend 0.00 per month on AI.
Right. But at some point, these companies, these CFOs have got to be looking at, okay, what is this costing and what are you using it? I'm sorry, Carol, you're using your notes to create an outline for a panel. Very useful for me. I love it. Saves a lot of time. But what's the cost of that?
Exactly. And this is the thing that drives me completely insane up to now, that people have not actually done that calculus, right? We're spending billions on this stuff to be able to write a sympathy note. Are you kidding me? Is that the greater good for this? That, you don't have to write your emails with quite as much thought. No, it doesn't make any sense. So that's why I'm predicting that we're going to have these smaller, more targeted models that are solving business problems, maybe problems in our own life, but I think mostly enterprise sort of solutions, because they're the people that have the paycheck and they want increased productivity.
When does the wait, I got to ask you, so when does the party stop and how does it stop, in your view?
I hate
to call it a party,
but party stop?
But it just.
Well, I think Meta is going to be part of that, right? Because do you scratch your head? Why are they developing this thing? Where are they going to use it in their their suite of products, and who's going to pay for it? I think, when they throw in the towel, that'll be one of the record scratch kind of things.
You said when they throw in the towel, not if they throw in the towel?
Yeah, I think when they throw in the towel.
What does it look like for them to throw in the towel? Just say
something else will come along.
Okay.
Like how are we not living in the metaverse?
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. I mean, we talked about this yesterday, Kim, because it's like, okay, well, they renamed the company Meta, and everybody's then it's another pivot, and the pivot's completely different to AI. So
and they make tons of money doing what we all kind of love them for. I don't know that I love Instagram, but I'm on it. So
I think all of us want to be on it less. You could take the Carol Master approach, which is just don't engage at all, which I am very respectful.
Well, I don't engage. I have the weirdest, I don't think we want to talk about this. It's just dogs.
Oh, no, we do, Kim. We do. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't get into battles because I'm looking at people's dogs, their horses, and their kids. Like, what's there to fight about? Ooh, that's an ugly horse. I mean, it's not going to happen.
Oh, my God, I love you. What's a recent buy that you did for your clients? Just got about a minute left here. Or sell.
Well,
Two sides to the trade.
Everybody sold Micron a little bit. They should have in June. But we love the smaller companies. And one of the smaller companies that we love is a local company, Coherent. Now, that has had a tremendous run up. I think that was way overdone, but the company is really interesting. They have Midwestern values. They're going to deliver on their promises, and they just do what they do well, which is make exotic materials that are used in optical networking and semiconductors.
Yeah, up more than 40% year to date. Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, still like them more at this price than a month ago.
I have to say, I do like some of those animal posts I do go through Instagram occasionally.
You just got to hope they're not AI.
With my coffee on the weekend.
Hope they're not AI.
Yeah. And I always like peg all these things. Oh, yeah, I should buy this. And then I don't buy any of it. I just don't. I walk away. Walk away.
Yeah.
Kim Forrest, you have a good weekend. Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chief Investment Officer, founder of Boca Capital Partners, joining us from Pittsburgh. Ready to do this?
I'm ready to do this. It's our cross-platform coverage of the market close next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Bloomberg is now in your dashboard with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Want access to every Bloomberg podcast, live audio feeds, and headlines at the click of a button? Just download the latest version of the Bloomberg Business app right now.
Bloomberg This Weekend. News, politics, and the lighter side of Bloomberg.
What's better on a warm day? Some ice cream, maybe?
Sure.
Okay. How about ice cream dipped in butter?
Butter.
For $9.50 a cone.
And then another treat that I get is the vanilla ice cream with olive oil.
That I can get down with. So butter, why not then?
Why not? If asked, I will try it.
Bloomberg This Weekend. Saturdays and Sundays on Bloomberg 92.9, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI, because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era. Learn more at everpuredata.com.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th, as global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power. You'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Join us for Bloomberg Power Players on September 10th in New York. Set against the backdrop of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, Bloomberg convenes the leaders shaping the future of sports business. From athletes and team owners to commissioners and investors, hear the market-moving conversations driving the multi-trillion-dollar sports economy. Register now at BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio. That's BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Mostly sunny this afternoon, but there will be a little cloudiness around, and a few of us may see an isolated shower before the day is done. Highs will be near 80. It's clear overnight, 65 to 70. Partly to mostly sunny, a little warmer tomorrow, 85. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy, 65 to 70. Partly sunny Sunday, highs are 80 to 85. Could have a few showers and thunderstorms Sunday night. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Why wade through boring and irrelevant topics on AM radio when you can listen to Bloomberg 92.9 FM for stories that matter? Breaking global news and the context you need. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just about 7 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Friday, July 31st, 2026. Carol Masser, Tim Stenovec, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. If perchance you're just joining us, waiting to see how we wrap up on this Friday, S&P 500 near its highs of the day, up almost 0.9%. So we've seen some buying in the last half hour or so of trading. You've got a NASDAQ 100 moving up towards its almost best levels of the session. So it's up just shy of 1%, up 276 points with just a few minutes to go.
Okay, a couple of stories on my radar. I do want to mention one. This crossed a little over an... Oh, no, this was at 320, this cross. This is an AP story. The Marine Corps says that the pilot of an F-35B stealth fighter is expected to live after ejecting from the jet before it crashed in California. The jet went down Friday near the Miramar Air Base in San Diego. A Marine statement called it a Class A mishap. It's a single F-35B fighter jet. They cost about $109 million each.
All right, so we're glad that everybody's okay. Or that he's okay.
Yeah, the Marine Corps said in a statement, quote, "The pilot ejected was transported to a local medical facility in stable condition for evaluation and treatment of non-life-threatening injuries."
All right, so good to know that again coming from the Associated Post. If you want to know what the most read story is in the past 8 hours, traders cut ties with Radiant World amid fake invoice concerns. This is a deep dive, a Bloomberg exclusive, and this has to do with Vittle Group and Cargill. They've stopped trading with Radiant World, a private firm that's rapidly risen to become one of the world's largest iron ore traders, while Glencore is no longer doing new business with the company, according to people familiar. This is a very true Bloomberg story.
I'm thinking about a $47 million penthouse in the Miami St. Regis.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
I love how you think.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about.
And it's a New York couple.
This is also a most read.
Shocking.
This is also a most read story.
It's a New York couple.
I see where you go. You see where I go.
I've been here a really long time, so I just kind of gravitate towards those, like, in the weeds. But this is actually a very Bloomberg story, too. It's by Anna Kaiser on the Bloomberg. A New York couple will pay $47 million for a penthouse at a St. Regis branded condo building in Brickell, Miami's financial center. Price point just shy of the condo record for mainland Miami, with a pair of penthouses at the planned Mandarin Oriental residences having got under contract for a record $49.9 million each.
Okay. A rush of wealthy newcomers seeking lower taxes has been raising the ceiling on high-end real estate.
Was it like a BOGO, buy one, get one free?
In Miami. It's recently been outpacing traditionally pricier markets such as New York and San Francisco when it comes to ultra-luxury sales. There have been 24 home sales over $30 million in the greater Miami market this year compared to 2 back in 2019.
Didn't we just talk about living in Florida has gotten more expensive?
Yeah, the cost of living has gone up. Things are getting more expensive, but that's the way supply and demand works.
Yeah,
when a lot of people want to buy something, the price for those things go up. When those people move there, things get more expensive.
This is my favorite part. I love real estate. If I wasn't doing this, I'd be doing real estate. I love reading about real estate.
What would you do in real estate?
I don't know. I don't know. I would be selling or doing something. I love looking at properties and looking at valuations. Bottom line, supply, demand, there's ultimately a fixed supply. There's so much land you can build on. I know it feels like you keep seeing new, but it's just, I don't know. I love it. I love it. This 2-floor penthouse that just sold to be used as a family home, of course, has 5 bedrooms, 10,000 square feet of interior space. It also comes with a rooftop deck with a private pool, spa, and outdoor kitchen. Yeah.
So you'll take 2 of them?
I live in a very old house. It's a row house. It's narrow. There are no closets This is my dream. It probably has so many closets. I have a house of armoires.
5.
As I say, armoires.
How much was it?
I don't know. $47
$47 million. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. So maybe you can buy the other one.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe this has to do with the new tax on highly valued second homes here in New York. Everybody's running and buying $40 million plus condos. I don't know. Most read story. Stick around, folks. We're heading over to TV. The closing bell starts right now.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Bloomberg 92.9. Programming paid for by Bloomberg. The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Emily Grafale. We're taking you through to that closing bell. It's a global simulcast. Carol Masser, she pops up on the screen. Tim Stanovic, he's there too. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio, our partnership with YouTube.
Would this be better?
I don't know. For all you radio folks, cover your ears because Carol, who knows what Carol's about to do. A mixed day here on Wall Street. We should point out S&P up, the NASDAQ up, the Dow up, though we're seeing Russell 2000, mid-caps, transports in the red, closing out the week and closing out pretty much what across the board is a down month for at least the major benchmarks here in the U.S.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see. I mean, so much movement, I feel like, this last month, but nonetheless, I don't know, we're wrapping up. Overall, little change for the month. I've been looking at the Mag 7. It's up about 3.5% in today's session. So once again, investors moving into these big tech names. Not if you're Apple. Apple's having a really rough day, but everybody else, they're up.
So that's the thing. Tech stocks have had a rough month. It's been a very volatile month, but we are actually completely flat month to date on the S&P 500 right now, despite the ups and downs over the last 4 weeks.
Yeah, the VIX is down as well, at least for today. It's interesting, but, you know, this is kind of what we expect for a July, a summer month. Not too much movement on the index level.
I love your optimism. You are definitely glass half full kind of people. The NASDAQ composite is down 3% month to date. The NASDAQ 100 is down 6.5% month to date. The Russell 2000 is down 3% month to date. The SOX, 21% month to date. Dow Transports, 3% month to date. And we can take the month to date out now because the month has officially ended, at least when it comes to trading here in the cash session for U.S. markets. On the day, definitely a reason for optimism. The Dow adding about 280 points, or 0.5%. The S&P adding 52 points, or 0.7%, closing just shy of that 7,500 mark. The NASDAQ composite up 1% even on the day. The NASDAQ 100 adding about 0.6%. The Russell 2000, though, is going to sit this one out down about 0.5 percentage point.
All right, guys, and the S&P 500, I mentioned we've been talking about this, almost an even split, a little bit more names to the downside, 281. But I just want to do a really quick thing. Bear with me, Emily, because I just pulled up the S&P 500.
She's actually writing some code right now. She's vibe coding.
What do you think is the big? You guys are wacky. What is the biggest gainer in the S&P 500 for the month overall?
I don't know.
Cognizant Tech Solutions.
I was going to say PayPal.
I
35%.
would not have got that.
PayPal's number 2. Very nicely done.
I was going to say Alphabet, but then I
What do you think is the worst performer in the S&P for the month?
A chip name.
No.
Chip related.
Yeah, that's memory.
It's optical.
Corning.
Corning?
SanDisk.
Corning?
SanDisk.
Oh, you guys, this is a fun game. Corning is the second worst performer, down 37%. Okay. Well done, Romaine. Yeah. But even better is
Does this conversation
Emily.
get
better? Where are we going with
down
this?
40% in the month.
Is SanDisk. SanDisk. Right?
SanDisk.
Okay,
Yeah.
Tim and
So
I got it.
Emily gets the credit for that.
And
I think I said it first.
You did.
Congratulations, Emily. Thanks for keeping us on
then
track.
Carol
By the way,
said
we
no.
get SanDisk earnings next week, too.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
I just think that's an interesting story. But Emily, let's go to the map.
Okay, let's go to the IMAP. It was a really mixed bag. We have some red on one side, but we also have green on the other side. What was dragging it down? It was information technology, materials, utilities, real estate. Energy was higher. We have seen, on the day, on the month, oil prices moving higher today along with yield. So you do see that energy sector up, industrials as well. Again, a mixed bag. Consumer discretionary also a leader here, at least on the sector level for the day.
All right, I'm feeling really group effort. So I want each of you to go SPX index DES.
No, there was going to be homework.
And do NDX index DES. Look at the 1, 2, 3 top gainers in both of those index.
Yeah, well, without even looking, I know where you're going with this.
But they're exactly the same. So
Well, that's the world we live in right now.
I know.
It's an AI world.
Amazon, Dexcom, and then you've got Monolithic Power Systems. Those are the number 1, 2, 3 gainers in the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100. Thanks for playing along, everybody. All right, so Amazon, let's get to it. Up 15%, man, just surging. The company, we know the story, reported second quarter results that beat expectations on key metrics, including revenue at AWS, Amazon Web Services. That revenue jumped 37% to $42.2 billion. So important. Most of the operating profit for Amazon comes from AWS. They raised their projection for 2026 capex to $220 billion from a previous estimate of $200, so up by $20 billion. CEO Andy Jassy saying most of that spending would go toward AI, but nonetheless, investors love. There was so much in that report, but so much that investors liked. And again, that's up 15%. All right, number one gainer in those two indexes, as I mentioned. Number two gainer is Dexcom. That stock also moving today, up almost 12%. This is after the diabetes device maker boosted the lower end of its revenue forecast for the full year, following better than expected results in the second quarter. Stock's had a pretty good year. It's up about 25% year to date. Several analysts raising their price targets on the stock, including Piper Sandler, Wells Fargo, Stifel, Baird, Citi, a lot of them. And then the third top gainer in both the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100, Monolithic Power Systems soaring as much as 19% intraday, but finishing the day with a gain of more than 8%. It's a semiconductor device company, reported second quarter results that beat expectations, and they gave a revenue forecast that is above the analyst consensus. Our BI, Bloomberg Intelligence team, said the results validate the thesis that the company's expanding penetration and diversification across data center infrastructure build-outs are driving growth.
Okay, I got the decliners, and I'm going with all superlatives today. We got to start with Apple tumbling after component shortages weighed on the company's sales forecast. Shares of Apple fell by 7.3%. At one point, this was going to be the worst day going back to March of 2020, which was the COVID panic. Now worst day since April of 2025, which was the so-called Liberation Day panic. The company's services growth will decelerate in the September quarter. It warned of an impact from regulatory changes to its App Store business model in the EU and elsewhere. Shares of Apple once again down by 7.4%. Worst day ever for Roblox since going public back in 2021. Shares just tumbled 27%. Go ahead, Romain.
Yeah, this whole Roblox story, I mean, just going back the last couple of years, just absolutely fascinating. Just, I don't know what the management is doing over there.
Well, I mean, the safety issue is huge, and Bloomberg Business Week has done a great job covering that and what the company.
But they've had so many opportunities to address this.
And maybe now it's starting to hit because you have parents saying, well, we're not going to let our kids on the platform. Daily active users missed analyst expectations. The company's users fell short of those estimates. Bookings also came in lower than expected. Also, the worst day ever for Reddit. This after the company failed to announce any new data licensing agreements in its latest earnings report. Reddit shares fell, Romain, by 21%.
All right, let's take a quick look at yields, of course, coming off that big jump up higher that we saw on Wednesday. That subsided on Thursday, but the trajectory back in place here on this Friday. In fact, you take a look at the 30-year yield, where it is today and where it was a month ago. In fact, the biggest jump that we've seen on a monthly basis in at least 2.5 years. All right, guys, what do you want to chat? I mean, let's just let Carol do it because she's just going to go in her own direction. I've been following this FIFA story.
Yeah.
From the man who interrupts all the time.
The potential
but take it away.
own goal that the FIFA president and Peace Prize giver is doing here with this backroom deal with Joshua Kushner to basically sell off a stake in the commercial arm of the World Cup, and all of the soccer federation, not all of them, but at least the bigger ones like UEFA and CONCACAF basically saying, what the heck, dude? And I mean, this doesn't seem like this is going to blow over.
No, I don't think it's going to happen.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, what's to stop him?
Well,
all these.
You should say,
Yeah, UEFA boycotting the next World Cup.
Yeah.
That's what's going to stop him.
Well, that's what they say. That's 4 years
so
from now.
without, as Randall Williams and Vanessa Perdomo Maglione told us earlier, without UEFA, FIFA's got nothing.
Yeah, right. Well, they know their power. I guess the question is, are they going to stand by that, or maybe they cut a deal? I don't know.
But they also said the regionals make a lot of money off of their own little, not little, but own tournaments and matches and stuff. So, what are they giving up if they accept?
I just love the drama here, and it just seems like I don't know. I guess he felt Infantino felt like, hey, he's coming off of this high of putting on this great World Cup that was a huge success, despite a lot of the hand wringing, and now he's trying to play that hand into whatever this deal was that he struck without consulting.
I'm hearing we need to take a hydration break.
You seem pretty invested in this.
I am actually.
Yeah, I feel it.
I'm a big, huge international football fan.
We understand you got a lot going on
least
that
every 4
side,
years.
so we're going to let you go.
All right,
have
see
a
ya.
great and
I
safe.
think we should have left like 45 seconds ago.
That hurts us.
Oh, I love you. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, I love you too.
Yeah.
All right,
Nice
Emily,
being
we're
here.
so glad you're here.
Yeah.
All right, that is a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We do call it the closing bell. Emily and Romaine back there on the close on TV. Tim and I back here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily on radio. We'll see you again, same time, same place on Monday.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, and Bloomberg Originals.
I would say Romaine had his Wheaties.
Yeah.
We all get into that Friday mode. Right? What's not to love about Friday?
This was I will admit it. I was not following soccer before the World Cup.
You were really, but you and your son really got into it. It's very sweet.
Even my 3.5-year-old daughter was
into it.
She was into it too. Yeah, she wore a full Argentina kit to school this week or last week. But I could not believe the sponsorship levels.
Yeah.
And the rules and regulations around branding. You couldn't call it MetLife Stadium, right? It was New York and New Jersey.
I know. I thought that was really bizarre.
It's hard as somebody who's used to talking about these stadiums as the corporate entity has sponsored it for 20 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, one of the cool things, maybe I'm just kind of excited because we have a super favorite person in town. She's normally in London. She is known all over the world for her coverage of food, beverage, and restaurants, knows that space so well, but now CEOs are also dishing it out to her.
We're talking about Kate Crater. She's Bloomberg Pursuit's food editor. She's behind the CEO Diet. It's a monthly series in Bloomberg Business Week in which executives from around the world tell Kate how they manage their time in and out of the office.
Is this fun?
It's become really fun. You feel like a CEO therapist, psychiatrist, telling you, they're telling you how they get through their day with their AI.
Some of them are taking mushrooms. That's what I like. I had to Google those mushrooms, Kate. Those are the legal kind of mushrooms.
Yeah, exactly.
That you wrote about with this one CEO.
Yeah, he was.
Is the True Med Payments or True Payments CEO?
I think that's right. Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think what was that? That was what was that? His meditation.
Yeah, that was how he psychs up for a big. He psychs up for a big moment.
Oh my God, Tim, you're going to have to be the editor of CEO Diet now.
Oh, sorry.
Well,
that one just really stuck with me because
some of them,
they get pretty candid.
You know which one was a big, it was actually kind of fun also because it came with a picture. We did a really good one a couple months ago, what was your first job and what did you learn from it? And David Solomon, his first job was scooping ice cream in New York, in the Westchester County at a Baskin Robbins. And he said it taught him to interface with people. He realized how much he enjoyed talking to people, but also getting the order right. So he knew he had to respond. He had to know what people were saying. And then this guy, Billy Hult, I think he's at TradeWeb. He worked at an off-track betting. And he learned to count money really quickly.
Isn't that funny how these things that you do when you're younger that really kind of lay the groundwork for where you end up?
And you never know, right? The path you never ever know.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a bunch of stories, Kate. Go where you want because it's you and you can do whatever you want. But there's how 12 bosses use AI for time-saving productivity and success, how 13 CEOs and bosses psych themselves up for their big moments, which is kind of interesting because I think sometimes you assume somebody gets to a certain position and they just go for it, but they still kind of have to get themselves somewhere. And then there's biggest money regrets in their careers.
Those were fantastic. I do think psyching yourself up for a big moment is so helpful. There was one, and the answers ranged, like from taking psychedelic mushrooms to like having that same sort of. Some of it is not surprising, right? You know that you just have to know you have to. It's as if you're going on stage for a concert. You know, as if you're BTS and you're going on stage for a concert. And you want to just know everything backwards and forwards and make sure that there's no room for error. And then another CEO said she gets a blowout. She just makes sure she's got her best face forward, and that's how you do it. But we had this was
I have to just tell you, I officiated. I've done. Two of my nieces, Claudia and also Sarah, have gotten married, and I officiated. And it's been
Carol's available for hire.
Oh my God, that's good.
She will travel to weddings.
Wow.
But it's been an honor, and it's people I love tremendously. But the second one, I'm like, I need to get a blowout because I'm used to feeling my work face and my, and it was really important to me to get a blowout too for your wedding,
Tim,
Sarah,
blowout?
and
now
Tim.
You know.
Now I know, that's the secret. All right, you'll see me on Monday.
Okay. With blowouts, you can conquer the world.
No, you really do feel like what she said is that you have your best face forward. Yeah. She felt like if you're presenting with your best, with a face, with an appearance that you feel really confident in, that you've worked on, then you really are, then you're game ready.
There's one person I think who talked about they have to make sure they get time to go to the gym. I think about you. You love your workout. And whether we're on a remote or something, you're like, I'm going to go get a workout.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Carol,
I'm sharing.
Carol, you can go do that by yourself. I'll be at the gym.
I'm getting my workout.
Yeah, it is important though, and I think I think a lot of people can relate to that. I want to talk about some money mistakes.
Yeah,
because this was I like these ones because a lot of them are relatable. Mm-hmm. Some of them are not relatable at all. Like letting selling a huge chunk of California Pizza Kitchen to PepsiCo for what almost $100 million.
Yeah, exactly.
I did that last week.
but that I mean I think everybody remembers the if you're of a certain age you remember how hot CPK was. Mm-hmm. Pepsi bought into it. Then Pepsi was like, we're getting out of the food business, and what that meant for the folks who founded it.
Yeah, this guy Rick Rosenfield was a co-founder of it, and he was really forthcoming with this information. He was a former defense attorney, and then he decided to help America discover gourmet pizza. And you're right, in the 80s, California Pizza Kitchen was huge, and I think it was in '92 they sold it to PepsiCo for I think $92 million, and a huge amount. And they realized they thought they had a blank check and they thought they could expand super quickly. Yeah. And it ended up, they lost the confidence of a lot of employees. Things, you might have seen it coming. Things went wrong. And that was one of his it was a huge, obviously literally huge, a huge regret he has with about a huge amount of money. But there was somebody else, another CEO, regrets that he didn't buy Tesla stock in 2010. He has the number down. He would be several $1 million richer right now if he's the CEO of Red Savannah, I think. And
it's nice to know that they have those regrets, right? Because I think
you still think about it.
Yeah, George Morgan Grenville was that CEO.
Yeah. But that's the fact that he knows exactly how much he was going to buy and what that stock was, would have been worth when he cashed out. It's
well, Mark Pincus shared that story with us. His story. He was like a seed investor in what is now Meta, and he's a very wealthy man because of Zynga. But he said that was the best investment I ever made. I just sold it too early, and he would have had more than $1 billion worth of shares of Facebook.
It's like knowing when to sell or knowing when to hold. I don't know. It's really kind of wild. Go wherever. We've got about a minute or so left here.
This guy JB Orichia, who has a tech platform called Savvy Money, which does credit scores. He was actually fascinating. So I think he produced a movie called Rock Slide. SLYDE that you've never heard of and I know you never saw. And he said, no, that's not my biggest money regret because I went into it with my eyes open. I knew it probably wasn't going to be a success, but it's something that I wanted to do. And what he said people should focus on is the kind of things you talk about doing but don't do, like buying a house. Like if you sort of are like, oh, we should get, or refinancing your mortgage even, and you talk about it, and all of a sudden it's too late. Like now, right? Mortgage prices are climbing. And if you don't put a date on it, if you don't go into something with your eyes wide open, that's the regret that you'll have.
I love that idea of like not locking in a mortgage. Like you think these folks have figured it all out, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've all been there. It's like, why did I wait? It's just kind of amazing.
Matt Navarro of Stanley 1913 regrets not studying abroad in college.
Yeah,
I
that's
love that one.
That's the one we can all relate to,
Yeah.
right? Like he was like, I need to stay here. I need to build up my bank account. My fraternity brothers are going away to France, but I'm going to stay here. And now, like, I really feel like that's inspiring.
I feel like I'm talking about my family. It's exactly why my daughter went abroad, because I didn't do it. There was a school I wanted to go to, and she's like, I'm going to do that. And she did it.
You can still go,
Aggie.
Carol.
Kate Crater.
So good to see you guys. No regrets. No money regrets for us.
No. Kate Crater, Bloomberg Pursuits food editor, and so much more. Stick around.
Catch complete coverage from the world of politics and the world of business on Bloomberg Balance of Power. Tune in for Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons tonight at 5 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and television.
I'm David Weston. This week on Wall Street Week, Harvard's Jason Furman on the Fed decision. The European Union moves to reform its merger regulation, but will it get the tech industry going? Johnson & Johnson gets into the robotic surgery business a bit late, but with what it thinks is a better mousetrap. And what are all those think tanks doing?
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, tonight at 6 at your number one source for news on the FM dial in Boston, Bloomberg 92.9.
This is the Bloomberg Business of Entertainment Report. 6 years after Nintendo's Animal Crossing New Horizons became a lockdown phenomenon, the company's scoring another major hit worldwide.
Let's see how you could be living the dream.
In Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream, players oversee virtual islands where customized avatars interact with each other. The life simulation game is a surprise hit for Nintendo and racked up over 3.8 million units in global sales within 2 weeks of its release in April, outpacing Pokemon Simulator Pokopia. It topped sales charts in Japan for the third straight month in June, making it the country's best-selling game in the first half of the year, according to gaming magazine Famitsu, while in the U.S., according to market tracker Sakana, it ranked 7th in dollar terms through June. The game's ability to bring people together showcases Nintendo's skill in revamping simple styles of play into global entertainment properties. Karen Moscow, Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, how can I help? Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure moving from the Ohio River Valley towards New England, resulting in sunshine and a few clouds through the rest of the day, maybe an isolated shower. Temperatures near 80. It'll become clear, 65 to 70 overnight. Tomorrow, a fair amount of sun. Will be up around 85. Sunday's going to be partly sunny, highs anywhere from 80 to near 85. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
The news doesn't stop on the weekends, and now neither do we. This is Lisa Mateo. Join us on Bloomberg this weekend. Watch and listen to the new show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. An up Friday, an up week as well for the S&P 500 index, up by just over 1%. And it is on to the trading month of August. Now, for the month of July, the S&P 500 index was lower, a little change, down by 0.1%. Bottom line, we wrap up a turbulent month. The S&P 500 index wraps up July at 74.89, heads into the weekend, had a gain today of 0.7%. Dow Industrials up 276, up 0.5%. NASDAQ today up by 1%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 0.6%. But despite all of the gains, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares did decline by 0.5%. The NASDAQ 100 index today led higher by shares of Amazon after earnings. Amazon up by 15.3%, weighing on the NASDAQ 100 index. Apple after earnings down 7.4%. The SOX little changed on the day, up under 0.1%. The VIX now below 16. 2-year yield 4.26%. The 10-year 4.71%. The 30-year 5.25%. Gold down $55 the ounce to $4,047 for the precious metal, a drop of 1.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%, 84.51 a barrel. Brent crude $90.12 a barrel, up by 1.2%. Reddit shares had their worst intraday drop ever, plunging 21%. This after the company failed to announce any new data licensing agreements in its latest earnings report. Recapping, S&P 500 index wraps up July at 74.89, higher today by 0.7%. Carol and Tim, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic live in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Ed Zitron of Easy Primary Research coming up in just a moment. On that, join us for the conversation as we've been talking about exclusively for Bloomberg.com subscribers and terminal clients. All you have to do is submit questions. Just go to Bloomberg.com/AskRadio. You can send us your questions and we'll bring them into the conversation. Then, of course, listen to us. We're on radio, we're on YouTube, we're on Bloomberg Originals. So again, just go to Bloomberg.com/AskRadio and we'll bring it into the conversation with Ed. He's coming up in just a moment.
It is the perfect time to bring back Ed Zitron because we've got a lot to talk about with him. We spent a lot of our first couple of hours today talking about the drama around situational awareness, selling a chunk of its AI-related public equities. Then there's the latest from the Mag 7. We did see shares of Meta fall 8% yesterday after it gave that disappointing quarterly revenue forecast. At the same time, though, Carol, aggressive AI spending plans by Amazon, Microsoft, and Alphabet gave fresh evidence that demand for chips and related equipment will remain strong and offered relief to a sector that's been battered just in the last few days.
Can't wait to see what he has to say. Ed Zitron is back with us, CEO of Easy Primary Research, host of the Better Offline podcast. He also writes the Where's Your Ed at newsletter. To say he's an AI skeptic would be putting it lightly. Some might say he's an AI hater. Either way, we're always interested in his perspective. He joins us in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Where are we in terms of the AI narrative in your view, and what's the reality?
Well, I think investors have to ask a question right now. What am I getting into when I invest in Microsoft, Google, and Amazon? So UBS estimates that 27% of Google Cloud's revenue this year will be OpenAI and Anthropic, increasing to over 48% next year. That is a remarkable amount of money. It's going to be over $124 billion next year. Everyone is buying into these stocks because they believe all of that capex is going towards diverse and spread out AI demand, when in fact what it's actually doing is helping create infrastructure for two unprofitable, unsustainable companies.
So the other one would be Anthropic.
Yes.
You argue. So give us more data because you have you're citing Microsoft, but what about AWS?
Well, that was what I was saying. So Barclays actually says that this year, 13% of AWS revenue will be both OpenAI and Anthropic, and next year will be 18%. AWS, much bigger business than Google Cloud. Now, just to be clear, when I was saying that 27% this year and 48% next year for Google Cloud, I meant both Anthropic and OpenAI. Okay. Most people don't know that OpenAI is a large customer of Google Cloud. It's not a well-known fact, but this was actually mentioned by UBS's Stephen Ju.
So where would those companies be right now without Anthropic and without OpenAI?
Well, I have serious questions about that. So in calendar year 2025, according to my own reporting about OpenAI's numbers, 69% of the year-over-year growth of Microsoft Intelligent Cloud segment was actually from OpenAI. Without that, it would have only grown 8% year-over-year, which is barely beating inflation. And so everyone is being sold what I consider kind of a lie. It's honestly kind of a scandal.
So this goes back to, I feel like we have companies, the circular financing, the circularity of it all, and kind of creating demand for their products. So when does it start? When does I asked this earlier with a guest, when does the party end in your view? Like, yeah.
So with OpenAI's IPO, I think that could be one of the flashpoints. Remember, this company was meant to go public this year. They filed about a month or two ago. And now the New York Times has reported that they are delaying until 2027. That's lethal for a number of people, but OpenAI and Anthropic need continual flows of capital. They do not pay their bills out of existing cash flow. So when anything happens to that cash, I think that's the first kind of domino to fall. But then again, there's also the overall problem of data centers just not getting built very fast, taking about 12 to 36 months, depending on how small or large a data center is actually being built at. And the problem is that everyone believes that AI is coming out of cash flow, that AI is coming out of just this diverse revenue base, when it's really not. It's extremely narrow. The information reported a few months ago that 89% of the largest AI companies, well, their revenue comes just from OpenAI and Anthropic. It's heavily centralized.
Doesn't it have to be centralized to some extent? This is expensive to do, or no, in terms of data center build out and so on and so forth? And what's going to make AI, generative AI, the ability for it to be really, really good is having access to lots of information. So doesn't it have to be, to some extent, Ed, concentrated?
Well, when I say concentration, I mean concentration of revenue in these two companies.
No, I understand, but to make it good, so doesn't it make sense that those who are exposed the most, it's going to be concentrated to some extent?
Well, I mean, when we're talking about, so Sightline Climate said that they saw back in February about 190 gigawatts worth of data center capacity being built in the next few years. It was it's built or under planning. Now, if you work that out with a PUE, so just the efficiency rating of 1.3, you're coming out to 12 million a megawatt, over $1.6 trillion of annual revenue needed to satiate those data centers. Having two customers is not going to do that. Even their most spendy, Anthropic and OpenAI, well, they can't afford anything. They need venture capital, but they're only going to spend $400 billion a year, and that's if they get that far, which I don't believe they will.
How much do we know about their balance sheets, really? Really?
Well, I say from personal experience, a great deal about OpenAI's, because I reported their audited financials for the Financial Times.
Right.
And it's a company just burning cash. They lost $20.9 billion in 2025, and things are only getting worse. And what's crazy as well was over $800 million of OpenAI's revenue came from SoftBank for their Crystal Intelligence, and yes, that's really what it's called, their Crystal Intelligence program, which I can find no evidence of actually anything happening. And SoftBank, a large shareholder of OpenAI with no board seats.
Go ahead, Carol.
One more question, though. Like, you talk about, for Google Cloud, the exposure, right? And you said 48% next year in terms of these two customers. I have to say, there are smart people running these companies. And normally you would say your exposure to just a handful of customers is not a great thing. Do you say that these companies that aren't doing their due diligence, be it Alphabet or, pick your hyperscaler?
I think they did their due diligence in the sense that they said, we are going to create our largest customers and we're going to own large parts of them. And on top of that, we're going to own all of their infrastructure. Google has they have a nice thing going here.
Yeah.
They buy TPUs Broadcom sells TPUs to Google. They are then sold to Anthropic and then rented back to Anthropic through Google. Google gets to double up on revenue. This sounds really good right up until you realize that Anthropic and OpenAI are unsustainable.
Yeah.
So what they may be, and the problem is with saying these are smart people, is it immediately makes me think of Enron, the smartest guys in the room.
Yeah.
Not saying anything like that's happening.
But I'm just saying you have a fiduciary responsibility. And you're right.
Yeah.
You go back to Enron or WorldCom.
Sure. I think the point I'm making is, with Google, they probably thought there would be more customers. I imagine with Azure and with AWS, they thought would be more large players. But the problem with Anthropic and OpenAI is they've raised $200-300 billion of funding, but they've actually raised more because OpenAI and Anthropic got all of their infrastructure built for them by Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. They didn't have to pay. I think in the Sam Altman, Elon Musk trial, one of the Microsoft executives said that they cost $100 billion. So call it like $70, $80 billion of infrastructure.
Yeah.
So the problem is that nobody else can get as big as them. No one else can get that much compute. No one else could afford that compute and have the chance to do the pre-training runs necessary. Except now China's coming up behind them.
Right.
And it's unclear how anyone really deals with any of the problems I've been listing for years, which is unsustainable, unprofitable, and also not really finding the ROI in AI.
We're speaking with Ed Zitron, the CEO of Easy Primary Research. He joins us on set in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Ed, play this out for us, because I think a lot of people think, okay, for there to be some sort of ROI on this, one thing has to happen. And like the best case scenario for all this money being spent is that productivity increases, fewer people are needed to do more things. There are some serious implications if that were to come true, and to the labor force. And Dario Amodei of Anthropic has talked about this in the past. Maybe he's talking his book. I don't know. The other side of this is, well, if that doesn't come true, then what does it mean for these stocks that have gained so much on hopes that they would be responsible for some of this productivity increase? Like, how does the shoe drop? What happens?
Well, the thing is, if you think about what Amazon, Google, and Microsoft have done, and Meta to some extent, but they're not selling compute capacity yet, is they have gone from being these cash-heavy, these cash machines. They just spill out money, low cash burn, high revenue, low assets, into these bulbous, GPU-filled asset mongers who are just full of these semi-built data centers for 2 customers or 3 customers at best, so that they can do what? Rent them out so that they can rent their models. And it isn't really clear what the plan is at this point. And the problem is, for me to be right, it doesn't even have to go that badly. OpenAI and Anthropic have to grow so large to be able to make all of this data center capacity good. I mean, Google's, I think, the UBS estimate was like $76 billion in 2027 of Google Cloud's revenue will come from Anthropic. How's Anthropic going to afford that? They burn tens of billions of dollars. So it's not just that these companies are unprofitable and unsustainable, but they have to grow so very large to make AI pay off, because otherwise there just isn't demand for compute at scale.
We're going to continue with Ed Zitron, CEO of Easy Primary Research. So hold that thought for a moment. We were just checking on a story that was crossing the Bloomberg terminal. This is coming from the New York Times. That Kevin Warsh, of course, Fed chair, is considering reducing the frequency of Fed policy meetings. We know that they have met at least 8 times a year for decades. Reducing the number of meetings would represent the biggest change by Kevin Warsh since he became chairman. He's talked about cutting back communications. That would be a big cut, Tim.
Yeah, Colby Smith and Ben Castleman at the New York Times reporting that Kevin Warsh left the impression that a revised schedule could be decided on before the next meeting in mid-September, even if the changes would not be carried out until later. The Fed did decline to comment to the New York Times. It would be very consequential if he were to reduce the number of Fed meetings per year.
Yeah, less communication, certainly less impact, and a lack of ability to be more responsive in terms of inflation and changes in the labor market. So nonetheless, this was a story just crossing the Bloomberg from the New York Times. We're going to come back, though, with Ed Zitron. He is CEO of Easy Primary Research. Stick around, everybody.
Faster, smarter, better. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Creating a stir, 60,000 migrants who crossed the border entering a Spanish region from Morocco in the past 24 hours. Though Spain's government and local officials say about 48,000 have gone back voluntarily, the initial wave sparked debate and an accusation from the U.S. chief executive.
If we're not in office, our country will be invaded at levels that made Spain look small time.
On the ground, officials are describing it as absolute chaos, with the head of the local security force describing it as a border collapse.
ABC's Britt Clennett. President Trump says he's losing faith in the Iran negotiations. Rising oil prices worsen worries about inflation. Huge spring profits reported by American oil companies. The president announcing a deal with Israel and Hamas, but Hamas says it will disarm only if a Palestinian state is created, something Israel rejects. This is ABC News.
Today's AM radio is stale and repetitive.
Stay with Bloomberg 92.9, your best source for news on the FM dial, and get breaking global news with context. Bloomberg 92.9, faster, smarter, better.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI. Because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era. Learn more at everpuredata.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Balance of Power podcast, Bloomberg Politics contributor Patrick McHenry on the push and pull over AI regulations in Washington.
Well, Mythos was a defining moment, and it shifted the debate in Washington and among corporate players on the use of AI. We see the token tracking that every corporate is now engaged in. CFOs went from spend at all cost on AI to now let's make sure we're getting something for this engagement and this extraordinary cost on tokens going to the frontier labs. We've seen a large shift this calendar year, distinct from what we saw last year. Last year was all about the build and the competition with China to make sure that we're ahead. This year, we're seeing a shift post-Mythos to ensuring we have competition on the frontier and in the second generation and on with the use of AI and the rising use and need for open models and open weights so that we have open source as a key player to balance out this rising cost of AI usage. So there's a lot happening here. This Microsoft story is absolutely fascinating because it's one of the long-term old players in tech and still had such a massive move today. You're seeing something likewise in Washington policy circles that the shifts on AI, the uncertainty on what AI will mean for the economy, that's a huge driver of our politics, not just the day-to-day stuff, but this is going to be the large debate within the parties and with the electorate.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Balance of Power podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with a developing story. Headline at this hour, right off the Bloomberg Professional Service, Fed Chair Kevin Warsh is said to be considering reducing the frequency of Fed policy meetings. Now, that's according to the New York Times. As Bloomberg listeners know, the Fed's policy committee, made up of 12 people, does meet 8 times a year. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advanced today. We had the S&P wrapping up the week, heading into the weekend and heading into a new trading month at 74.89, below 7,500, up 52 today, a gain of 0.7%. Dow Industrials up 276 on the Dow, a gain of 0.5%. NASDAQ today rallied 1%. NASDAQ 100 index today higher by 0.6%. A leading gainer in that index, Amazon, after earnings earnings up 15.3%. The laggard, Apple, it was down 7.3% after earnings. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index surged today by 3.2%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, eked out a gain of under 0.1%, had been up a whole lot higher during the trading session. The VIX now below 16, two-year yield 4.25%, the 10-year 4.71%, the 30-year 5.26%. Gold down $51 the ounce to $4,052, a drop there of 1.2%. Big move for crude today, up 1.1%, $84.55 a barrel. Brent crude 90.12, up today by 1.2%. Again, recapping, S&P 500 index today up by 0.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. Carol and Tim, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. I want to get right back to Ed Zitron, the CEO of Easy Primary Research, who joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Ed, we're going to talk more. We'll talk SpaceX, Musk. We'll get more into the nitty gritty, but sort of an existential question first. Last time you were on with us, we got a really incredible response, to be honest. And a lot of people who weren't typical viewers or listeners of our show saw what you did and listened to what you did. And it really seemed like there's this, what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people. Like it was almost like there's this anti-AI fervor that's out there. And I'm just curious why you think that is.
So I'm not sure it is anti-AI, don't get me wrong, but I think it's also anti-financial shenanigans. I think everyone sees the circular financing. I think they see that Microsoft, Google, and Amazon gets basically all of their AI revenues, either through products they're pushing on their customers or indeed compute spend from Anthropic and OpenAI. And the average person's existence right now is so expensive, so hard, so difficult. Getting a mortgage as a regular person is so difficult. But if you're standing up a theoretical data center in 36 months full of NVIDIA GPUs, the banks fall over themselves to give you the money. CoreWeave just raised, a 9% bond? I mean, you can raise anything if you have a data center. And I think regular people can see that AI does not deliver what people promise. They can see the opulence of the people at the top of the AI industry. And they can also see that they're being lied to and being deliberately scared on top of all of this egregious circular financing.
So you think people are actually lying? Or do you think people...
Specifically?
I don't know. Is it the companies at the hyperscalers, the CEOs, the bankers? Do you think, and to be fair, we really should reach out to everybody. But I mean, is that what you're saying? That
I believe...
Or do they not really know?
I think they're overstating things. Okay. I think lying would suggest a certain malice, what have you, that I don't want to accuse anyone of. But I believe that they are massively overstating what AI will do. You'll notice that AI people tend to speak in the future tense. They tend not to say, oh, well, today it can. It's always AI will, AI will. Oh, we're going to get the singularity. Oh, AI will do this and that. That's because when they talk about what's happening today, it's pretty mediocre outside of code. And on top of that, these things are horribly unsustainable and unprofitable, and on top of that, they've got these destructive data centers, these massive eyesores that poison black communities, these massive eyesores that need billions of dollars at a time when it's hard for a regular person to get a dime from the banks. So yeah, I think that there is, beyond just the misleading, this general sense of unfairness that AI taps into. And on top of that, if this all goes pear-shaped, these people are going to realize that there was an authority crisis happening, that so many people got beguiled by hyperscaler promises. And what it ultimately is, and I'm quoting Ed Elson of Prof G Markets here, our media, I believe, has a cult-like worship of the wealthy, that they believe that whatever the wealthy says will come true. And in the past with the tech industry, that's kind of come true, except it stopped really coming true about 10, 11 years ago. And we exited the era of hypergrowth. And that's all AI is. AI is an attempt to restart hypergrowth for hyperscalers who don't have a new Google search, who don't have a new iPhone, and certainly do not have a next Amazon Web Services.
The narrative and the conversation, though, around AI, I mean, we've been covering it from day one. I can remember, the Microsoft and OpenAI investment, and our world changed in terms of every conversation that we've been having. But as of late, easily the last 6 months, maybe longer, this idea of return on investment, which wasn't there initially. If the companies weren't, their CapEx wasn't growing, they weren't spending, every company wasn't talking AI, you got punished. Now it's getting a little bit more discriminating, if you will, or specific in terms of looking at cases and what are we getting at. We had an investment advisors earlier, and she said the same thing, companies are starting to look at what is the cost of tokens? What does it cost to have all these models for our employees? What are you using it for? Really? Just do that on your own. So the conversation narrative is changing. Don't you think it will continue to change, and it might be uncomfortable in terms of how it plays out in financial markets?
I think
because as the reality comes, in your view?
Yes, I think this conversation is only going to accelerate. OpenAI didn't cut prices because they found some mystical way of making things cheaper. They make something 80% cheaper. They saw the danger from China and they saw the competition from Anthropic, and they said, well, we're allowed to burn billions of dollars, so why don't we just cut prices and then make it up in volume for an unprofitable product? I think the ROI conversation is only going to accelerate too, because we should have really had it years ago. We really should have had it immediately. But again, people believe everything the tech industry says, and they just thought, well, they wouldn't say this and be wrong, would they?
Where, in your view, does Elon Musk and SpaceX fit into this conversation? I bring it up because we learned this afternoon that Elon Musk's net worth has fallen to $684 billion, which, yes, is a lot of money. It has erased, though, the IPO gains from SpaceX. And we haven't been with you. You haven't been on with us.
Still the world's richest.
Still
if
the
you
world's
go to
richest.
Rich Go on the Bloomberg.
Okay. You haven't joined us since SpaceX IPO'd, but there's a data point there for, at least in the short term, reception to a public company that has pretty significant exposure with AI.
Well, I think SpaceX is kind of the proof point you need. We have someone who can sink unlimited capital into this, who can hire anyone, who can theoretically stand up as much capacity as possible, breaking multiple laws at the same time, not getting the permits. And what did we get for it? We got Grok. And what is Grok? Well, it's a third, fourth, fifth tier LLM that really only some people use by accident when they turn on Twitter. So we have this thing where we've had our third Anthropic and OpenAI. We've seen someone else try it. We've had what should be the proof point that AI is an industry, that we can have many AI labs and, 1,000 flowers will bloom. And what we have is manure. We have a company that loses billions of dollars to do what? I don't know.
So should the U.S. be in an arms race with China for AI?
No. I think that the arms race with China in and of itself is a marketing ploy. What? Oh no, what's China going to do? Make a cheaper and better LLM? Uh-oh, it already happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. China.
What about the security risks that these LLMs or some of these agents are exposing? Those from OpenAI and those from Anthropic.
Well, I think the biggest risk with OpenAI and Anthropic's agents is they don't appear to do basic security practices. They don't appear to take care of how they're using their systems. OpenAI say, I actually question this entire story, that their agent ran autonomously for multiple days, burning what sounds like unlimited compute. Either this company is run so terribly that they were running up millions of dollars of bills to randomly do stuff, and also they don't watch what it's doing. Software does what it's told to do. We don't know the prompt, we don't know the training, and they're not releasing the model.
But it doesn't change the fact that these agents reportedly found weaknesses in code that, if not exposed, or that could be vulnerable. Like, what I'm saying is, if there's an idea that if this gets into the wrong hands, then systems could break down. Briefly.
One thing, it's already in the wrong hands. OpenAI and Anthropic, they've shown they do not have the responsibility to make security tools. They should not be making them. They don't know what they're doing. It's blatantly obvious. And on top of it, they brute forced a hacking agent. They shoved as much compute power into it as possible. You can also pay hackers to do that. It's illegal. Also, this all sounds illegal. I'm no lawyer, I'm no judge, but I don't know why they're allowed to do this. Yeah, these things are dangerous if they're allowed to be trained on cybersecurity measures and execute against them. I find the whole thing repugnant because everyone is saying, ooh, look at the scary LLM versus looking at the companies that run it.
We got to run 20 seconds. Anything that would change your mind and make you say this is real quickly?
Not really.
No. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. There was a lot of conversations this week, and it was great to get your input. Ed, thank you. Ed Zittrain, he is CEO, EZ Primary Research, right here in our studio. We got to talk about this Time story.
Yeah, breaking news coming from the New York Times. The Federal Reserve, or rather Kevin Warsh, is considering reducing the number of regularly scheduled meetings at which the Fed sets interest rates. This from the New York Times. I want to bring in Kate Davidson, Managing Editor of U.S. Economic Policy. She joins us from Washington, D.C. Kate, this would be a very significant shift for the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, this would be, as the Times says, a seismic change. It would certainly be the biggest change that Kevin Warsh has contemplated or undertaken. We've seen some, what seemed at the time, big changes, shortening quite a bit the Fed's post-meeting policy statement, and he has suggested that he could reduce the number of press conferences that he delivers after Fed decisions, but reducing the number of meetings would be a very large break with precedent, and I think certainly would could potentially rattle markets and leave them, I suppose, guessing more about what the Fed is going to do next, which, we saw this week. They don't really like not knowing where the Fed is heading.
Yeah, I mean, is this a result of the meeting not going so well? Or at least the interpretation? I mean, the timing is kind of interesting here, Kate.
I mean, I really couldn't speculate. We obviously are asking all of our sources to help us confirm this. According to the report, Kevin Warsh brought it up at the meeting this week, and they reported he suggested this could be a decision that's made before their next gathering in September. That would be surprising, a decision that consequential to be made that quickly. In other areas, when Warsh was asked or has been asked about potential changes, he's kind of signaled that he's going to leave a lot of the discussion on these bigger questions up to the 5 task forces that he's assembled to look at different areas of how the Fed conducts policy. So I don't know, but it would certainly seem to be a very quick decision if it was made before the next Fed meeting.
Kate, would it make the Fed less nimble to react quickly? Because they can just do emergency rate moves. We've seen that in recent history. They don't have to meet to do this.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, I think they would probably argue that it doesn't. Anytime they need to respond to changes in the economy in between their meetings, they can hold emergency meetings, and they've done that.
That's a really good point. I mean, I do remember when we used to get surprise moves. I think about that, and it sounds like, oh, remember the days.
Well, it wasn't even that long ago. During COVID, we got it.
That's true. But I mean, and it really would have an impact on the markets, right? And I do feel like, I wonder what's next. Does he limit the Fed members from speaking, because they speak a lot? Like, if you want to limit communication, or is that a useful tool in kind of getting some of the message out or differing points of views?
Sure. The communications piece of it, there has been a really big question. We talked to a lot of people because Warsh, of course, had made these comments and floated these ideas even before he was confirmed as the chairman. And, most people seem to agree or believe that you can't really restrict other policymakers from getting out there and speaking. So I think that, we expect that they will continue to. Now, it seems like there's been it's been a little bit quiet lately. That does tend to happen in the summertime. So it's a little early to tell whether there has been any kind of influence. I mean, there could be a little bit of a grace period or deferring a bit for some of them to the new chairman. But I don't think we would be very surprised if we saw a big change in as you say, maybe the number of public remarks from other officials.
Things change.
Well, it raises the question, too, about the communicating, because communication happens a lot of different ways. One of the ways is when Fed speakers are out there and they're allowed to speak, and they're all able to say really whatever they want to the press and to give press conferences, or to give speeches rather, do interviews. The other part of it has to do when the Fed chair actually speaks, and that's certainly when everybody tunes in at the same time. So there's no, it's not really, I think people could argue, well, the members of the Fed would still be able to communicate, even if there were fewer press conferences and they met fewer times.
Sure. And if those members wanted to give guidance on where they see the economy headed and where they see interest rates headed, they could certainly do that, even if Kevin Warsh couldn't. So it's hard to know what the argument really would be, and then to argue the counterpoint when we don't fully know what would be the reasoning behind this. But we'll keep asking and reporting it out ourselves.
Yeah, sorry, that means some work for you guys this weekend. I'm just going to say we're late tonight. Kate, thank you so much. Really appreciate you weighing in here and giving us some analysis. Kate Davidson, she's managing editor of U.S. Economic Policy. She's out there in the Bloomberg News DC bureau. All right, guys, we're getting ready to wrap up on this Friday. Just a reminder, we saw the markets close for the day. S&P near its highs, or just off, up about 0.7%, and a 0.6% gain on the NASDAQ 100. But what we really want to get to is some of what's been on the move this past week.
I'm Tim Stanivek along with Carol Masser. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move. We're joined by Avalon Purnell, equities reporter for Bloomberg News. Hey, Avalon.
Hi. We have to start off with Amazon. That's ticker AMZN. Definitely some good news for the Mag 7s today. It soared 17% to not just best weekly jump since 2015. And that's after the company reported its 5th straight quarter of iCloud computing revenue acceleration. Morgan Stanley saying that AWS delivered accelerating growth, surging profitability, and a better backlog to give the market even more confidence in the return on investment cost ahead.
Yeah, and it's interesting when we think about cloud, these were the guys who did it originally. And I think it was either Anurag who said this to us or Mandeep, in our analysis, or maybe even Ed Ludlow. Like, these were the guys, AWS, in terms of enterprise and cloud, were out there from the get-go, and they have a more diverse customer base, if you will, and have been doing it longer. So it's interesting, as everybody else has jumped on the cloud bandwagon, it's a good reminder of that they've been doing this for a long time. All right, so Amazon had a great week.
Yes.
Talk about Roblox, not so much.
Not so much. That's ticker RBLX. It fell 25% to close out its worst weekly drop since 2022. And that's as weaker for third quarter bookings guidance spurred several downgrades across the street. Bloomberg Intelligence may be putting it best, noting that the third quarter bookings guidance really shows that those mandatory age checks are weighing more than expected on near-term growth for the company.
Yeah, I mean, this one's, they've been a little tortured lately, right?
Yeah, it's been a challenge. With their Bloomberg Business Week and Bloomberg News teams have done a really good job on reporting about challenges that the company's had with moderation on the platform.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Down 56% year to date.
See how?
Not a good week, but not a good year either. Chipotle, Mexican Grill.
Ticker CFG. It jumped 17% to close out its best weekly gain since 2021 this week. And that's as the Tex-Mex chain reported better than expected comparable sales for the quarter. They also boosted their annual guidance after bringing back its popular honey chicken and introducing new rewards. Though they do say that Cyclospora is going to potentially impact, even though it doesn't impact their lettuce, it is going to impact diners coming into their restaurants. You're already expecting a little bit of a haircut, but
Give me that.
Good news.
It's not keeping me from doing.
I thought about this. I got in bed. I'm like, I've had so much salad this week.
Well,
I can't step away.
Tell me in another week.
Carol won't be in
How
this
you're
week.
feeling?
I'm feeling fine.
Yeah.
Is it just iceberg or is it any?
I don't know. I think my brother just sent this link about recalled products, and it's like 50 pages long.
Stop it.
And I don't feel like going through it.
Stop it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I know my husband does it. Is this get this from out of the
we just
pantry.
eat the farmer's market lettuce in Brooklyn.
That's
Carol,
what I do. That's exactly what I bought. Nice mixed.
So far, so good.
It was really yummy.
But you know what? That works in the summer in the Northeast, but it doesn't work in the winter.
We're not there yet. Can you just slow your roll here? I want to stay in summer for a little bit. Avalon Purnell, thank you so much. Stocks on the Move, Stock Movers Podcast, 5-minute episodes. Find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. We have had quite a week. I got to thank our team, Brendan, Mark, Ryan, Alice, back today. We love having you. Derek, Katie, Justin, Sophie, Lauren, Bijan, Austin, Sebastian, another Justin, Elizabeth, Anna, Talia. Am I leaving anybody out, guys? Okay. Talia, Anna. You guys give us fun things to do. You do everything. You really do. Who? What? Heart emoji from us. I don't know about you guys, but I'm so ready for Friday. Hey, folks, have a good and safe weekend.
Tune into the weekend show.
Yes.
Bloomberg This Weekend, 7 a.m. on Bloomberg TV and Bloomberg Radio.
This guy's going to be there.
It's my bedtime now.
I'm going to be napping. Balance of Power starts now.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Bloomberg 92.9. Programming paid for by Bloomberg.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
Tonight, losing faith. President Trump says he's losing confidence in Iranian negotiators, teasing more strikes now against Tehran as the conflict drags on. CBS now reporting strikes on energy infrastructure could come as soon as this weekend. We'll talk it out with Aaron David Miller, senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. We'll talk about the war and a new framework aimed at demilitarizing the Gaza Strip. And that's a wrap. A volatile session capping a turbulent week and month for stocks, roiled by Chair Warsh's Fed message, the war with Iran, and a split verdict on big tech's massive AI investments. And breaking after the bell now, Warsh reportedly considering reducing the number of Fed policy meetings in what would be a major shakeup for the central bank. And speaking of AI, shoot for the moonshot. A new Chinese AI model is raising fresh questions about whether U.S. chip controls are slowing China's technological advance. Bloomberg reporting shows how Beijing is still tapping American technology to compete with the world's leading AI systems. From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lyons.
And Joe, we kick off tonight's coverage with the first at Camp David. President Trump convened the first ever televised cabinet meeting from inside the presidential retreat, taking questions on everything from the economy and Congress to, of course, the war with Iran. The president renewing his threat of further strikes.
We'll be hitting them. We'll be hitting them very hard. And, at some point they're going to say, we just can't take it anymore. They're being decimated. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft. Doesn't mean they don't have any capability.
And CBS now reporting the U.S. and Israel are planning what would be one of the harshest bombing campaigns to date against energy infrastructure targets in Iran, with strikes possible throughout the weekend. Joining us now for more from the North Lawn of the White House is Bloomberg's Jeff Mason. So, Jeff, if we're talking energy infrastructure here, this obviously would be a big escalation and one that likely would come with political consequence and market consequence, certainly.
Yeah, absolutely, Kaylee. And in terms of the consequences, that's something that has dogged the president from the very beginning of this war, with the impact on energy prices and the increase in oil and gasoline prices having political ramifications for him going into the midterms. But the president has largely dismissed that as a concern whenever we ask him about that, saying that this is a broader goal and that he's proud to take it on and to do something that previous presidents haven't done. But in terms of that CBS report and even the foreshadowing that you just played from the president's quote at Camp David, he's clearly looking at additional strikes, and this war is obviously going to keep going probably for some time.
I want to ask you about the president's anti-weaponization fund, if it still exists. Jeff, kind of hard to tell after the conversation that we heard today at Camp David when reporters asked him about this. Of course, this is the very reason why his attorney general nominee did not get a confirmation vote this week, with some senators, including Tom Tillis and John Cornyn, who want a written guarantee that it's dead. The president was asked about this. Here's what he said.
Do you agree with the acting attorney general that the anti-weaponization fund is dead? And why not just put that in writing?
It is dead, but, I wish it weren't, to be honest with you. I think people were horribly treated, horribly abused. This has nothing to do with that. This was me. Horribly abused. And I'd like to see them compensated for the pain. They lost their families. They committed suicide. Many people committed suicide. They went down for an innocent journey. And I'm not only talking there, I'm talking about not even having to do with that. The way they were treated. The Biden administration and the Obama administration weaponized government and destroyed lives.
So, Jeff Mason, if the president wishes it weren't dead, is it?
Yeah, I think that's a very astute question, Joe. And I think if you are a cabinet member, particularly if you are the acting attorney general, and you hear him say, I wish it weren't dead, that sounds a lot like a signal that he wants it to be revived, or at least to stay on life support, which would explain why he is openly considering taking the nomination for Todd Blanche as the actual attorney general, or as a confirmed attorney general, off the table for now. It's kind of like saying the quiet part out loud, that is in fact, or it looks like that's perhaps behind his thinking about not wanting to push this nomination because he doesn't want to risk giving up parts of that deal, including both the fund for people who were involved in January 6th and others that he believes were targeted by the Biden administration, and that IRS tax deal for his family.
Just quickly, Jeff, before we talk to Aaron David Miller, the president was also asked about this new framework, this deal with Hamas to demilitarize the Gaza Strip. Is this a formal deal?
Well, yeah, I was glad that he got asked about that, because there are times when this president or this White House may announce something that's not fully baked in, and that may be the case here, because Israel came out and said that it was not going to change its position unless Hamas did, and those two sides have not confirmed that this is a done deal. So that's my answer to your question. The president has painted it as a big breakthrough, and the White House has, and if it were finished, then it would be. But you need to have confirmation from those two parties to make that clear.
Great to have you, as always. Jeff Mason, live from the White House. Have a great weekend, Jeff. With us now for more is Aaron David Miller, Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. It's always great to have you, Aaron, on Bloomberg TV and radio. We obviously have a lot to talk about here, and I would love your thoughts on a demilitarized Gaza Strip. This breaking news, though, from CBS suggesting the president has yet to give final go orders for a strike, but they are looking at what would be one of the harshest bombing campaigns to date. If he does green light this mission, will it make a difference?
Well, let me link the two. If the CBS reports are true, that the Israelis and the Americans will resume and escalate and expand their target sets to energy infrastructure, then several things are going to happen. You're going to get retaliatory strikes by the Iranians on Gulf infrastructure. To some degree, they've done that already, but we haven't seen the sort of massive destruction focused on energy entrepôts, pipelines, refineries, some of it. That's number one. Number two, if the Israelis get involved, it's almost inevitable that they will resume their strikes against Hezbollah, and Hezbollah, acting in concert with Iran, is going to strike northern Israel. Pro-Iranian Iraqi militias will get involved in this fray. The Houthis already have demonstrated their capacity to block a second checkpoint. So yes, inflationary cycles, the price of oil is going to skyrocket. And the real question here, you could forget any progress in Gaza, which frankly, given the circumstances, as far as I see it, was a sort of thought experiment anyway, because Hamas is not going to significantly demilitarize until the Israelis commit to withdrawal, and the Israelis are not going to commit to withdrawal. So these strikes, if they're true, the CBS report, will focus on the main event, which is not Gaza. It's how to extricate the United States from this war. The core question is, will this ramping up an expansion of the target set change Iran's calculations on the core issues? Will it produce enough pain to produce a different Iranian approach to the Straits of Hormuz? Or is it simply going to convince them that this is an existential struggle that is designed to change the regime and to basically harden their positions? I think we really are at a moment here that could see a major and drastic expansion of this war on the weekend.
So regional war could be the end result if the president gives the go-ahead for this, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it already, but we haven't seen all of its component parts energized and activated at the same time. The Israeli-Lebanese front, Iran striking Israeli population centers, the Israelis responding with their own ballistic missile inventories against Iran, Iran striking Gulf civilian infrastructure and energy infrastructure, the Houthis trying to close the Bab el-Mandeb, which is the second choke point. I mean, we haven't seen all of that. And if that's what the president wants to visit on the Iranians, I think we all better be prepared for what's to follow.
Well, this could be a heck of a weekend, Aaron David Miller. Should every Middle Eastern nation that's been struck so far expect to be hit again in that world? I'm talking about Egypt. I'm talking about Kuwait, Jordan, UAE. This would be a regional war pretty quickly in the scenario that you're
anywhere
outlining.
that there's an American military base. Jordan, Kuwait. The Iranians have spared, at least over the next past few weeks, the Emiratis. We have a very important air base there.
And Iran has the missiles to do all of that?
Further strikes on U.S. military bases. But again, the Gulf is the point of leverage for the Iranians. And I wonder, to the degree to which the administration is briefing and preparing the Gulf states for what's coming. Unless this, guys, is just some elaborate psyops on the part of the administration, the latest effort to somehow press the Iranians into believing that if they don't give up their core position on the Straits, they want to turn it into an ATM machine, that they'll have to use any number of the president's expletives. They're going to be hit very seriously, unless this is psychological ops. But frankly, I don't think rhetoric will do it. If that's what the administration wants to do, to escalate along the lines that CBS is indicating, and involving the Israelis in this, which the president, I think, had been reluctant to do all along. We're in for a whole new sort of, we've turned the page in a different kind of war.
Well, I guess we'll have to see what this weekend brings. To return to the subject of Israel and Hamas and Gaza, Aaron, you were describing how Hamas, before de-arming itself, wants to make sure Israel withdraws. Israel has its own conditions on that. It seems, not to belittle it, but that this is a real chicken and egg kind of issue in terms of what ultimately has to come first. So what's the likelihood that this actually works out as the president has described?
I think it's, frankly, very unlikely. The basic problem all along with all of these ceasefires and well-intentioned agreements on Gaza is that the basic challenge is to reconcile this Israeli government's vision for Gaza with Hamas's vision. And frankly, over the last 3 years, every ceasefire has essentially cratered or not been able to move forward and expand because of this problem. And Hamas is, remember, you have Hamas tunnel infrastructure, which is probably, the Israelis have destroyed quite a bit, but it may still be, 40% as long as the New York subway system. You have Hamas laboratories making IEDs. You have Hamas weapons factories, homegrown to be sure. You have smuggling. Hamas's mission is struggle. And also inflicting, through terror, a level of pain on the Israelis that on October 7th, they have never experienced before. And Hamas is going to be reluctant to give all of that up. I think they want to throw the ball into the Israeli court to see whether or not Donald Trump couldn't or wouldn't press Netanyahu to withdraw. But if Trump is now enlisting Israel as a partner in a ramped up military campaign, the last thing he's going to want to do is to try to pressure the Israelis to withdraw from Gaza. And the Israelis, if in fact you do see this escalation, will be battening down the hatches for their own protection and the prospects of additional terror strikes throughout the region, by the way, against our assets as well.
I don't know how wide you're willing to open the aperture here in our lens, Aaron, but there was an event this week that caught a lot of people by surprise when Ukraine decided to strike an Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea. Should we be including actions like this when Iran decides to make good on its retribution list?
I mean, possibly, but the Iranians are going to be spread pretty thin, particularly if the Israelis join this fight right now. And I think, look, the IRGC, the guys running the railroad, the guys who control the guns, the money, the oil, they now believe, and if we escalate, and I suspect the president may well, that this will for them mean what they have thought all along: regime change. They're out to break the regime. And if that's the case, I suspect they're going to want to double down and drill down in order to protect their assets and inflict the maximum amount of pain that they can on the points of vulnerability that they now control, which is to encourage. The Houthis are not on automatic pilot. They're not traditional proxies. But Iran, I suspect, if hit along the lines that the CBS report suggests, the Houthis will double down as well on the Straits. Pro-Iranian militias will begin to strike American assets in Iraq, and you're going to end up with an Israeli-Hezbollah war to boot.
Well, as we're having this conversation, Aaron, some fresh reporting just hit from the Wall Street Journal that President Trump has ordered a fresh attack on Iran that could begin as soon as this weekend and would last, according to U.S. officials that the Journal is citing here, a few days. Now, it's unclear whether or not this would be the energy infrastructure that CBS was reporting about, but the Wall Street Journal is saying here that Trump has ordered these fresh attacks. And I wonder what you will be watching for over the course of the next few days, if indeed this happens, the first signs of retaliation that you might expect. I know you talked about all of the different areas in which this could expand, but where is Iran likely to try to strike first?
Again, they can't vertically escalate. They can't match the U.S. or Israeli military missile for missile, drone for drone, but they can and they will focus on what folks call horizontal escalation. It's maximizing their geographic advantage and weaponizing geography. It will most likely be U.S. military bases, key Gulf states, if the administration goes after infrastructure. I'd also point out why would the administration want to put out, if in fact this is really a ramping up? Why do they want to say that this would go on for a few days? I mean, this is serious stuff, but I just, having worked for Republicans and Democrats and voted for Republicans and Democrats, I just sort of don't understand the public messaging here. It seems to suggest that the president really doesn't want, it's a few days rather than 2 weeks, which is the time frame of choice for the administration and for the president. It's 2 weeks this, 2 weeks that. Why would he want to do that? If he really, really wants to get their attention, he'd leave it open-ended on the assumption that this is going to be a campaign that would last weeks, if not months. And it sort of suggests that there's a real risk aversion piece of this. Look, guys, I think that the reality is we're stuck in a box. And the president has two options, neither of which he wants to accept. Number one is massive escalation, including perhaps the deployment of ground forces to seize Iranian territory, to use them as negotiation pawns in any further negotiation. He doesn't want to do that in a 4 or 5 month long campaign. The other, he doesn't want to allow the Iranians to basically control the straits. So he's not prepared to cut a deal which gives them that advantage. So he's left with what you see, which is the middle option, which doesn't change Iran's calculation and won't.
All right, we'll leave it there. Aaron David Miller of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Thanks for joining us on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 5:18 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Fed Chair Kevin Warsh said to be considering reducing the frequency of the central bank's scheduled policy meetings. That's according to the New York Times. The paper says Warsh raised the proposal to change the frequency of meetings at this week's gathering of the FOMC. Now, as Bloomberg listeners know, policymakers currently meet 8 times a year for a 2-day meeting with a Fed Chair news conference after every meeting. It's a busy week ahead for economic data, including a jobs report a week from today. This past week, Fed policymakers voted to leave the benchmark rate unchanged. Phil Camporiale is Chief Investment Strategist for Wealth Management at J.P. Morgan Investment Management.
I think the federal funds rate is priced to move 1 or 1.5 times by the end of the year. And it's kind of interesting because when we have our strategy meetings, you have the bond people on one side and they're like, oh my goodness, look what's happening. And then you have the equity people and they're like 20% equity earnings growth, right? And this is a trade that we still like. And that's really the disconnect here. Yes, there's a lot of consternation in the bond market this week, but the equity trade continues, we think, to have momentum and legs.
Fed Phil Camporiale of J.P. Morgan Investment Management. Again, repeating a story we have been covering right here on Balance of Power. President Trump said to be ordering an attack on Iran as soon as this weekend, that according to the Wall Street Journal. S&P wraps up July at 74.89, up today by 0.7%. The Dow today up 0.5, NASDAQ up by 1%. Balance of Power continues now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew. As we turn to Wall Street, managed to finish a rather turbulent week with some gains as a rally in Amazon helped to offset losses in Apple, along with rising Treasury yields and higher oil prices. Let's get details in Power Moves with Bloomberg's Nora Melinda live from New York. Nora?
The end of a turbulent month on Wall Street. We did see stocks ending higher on the day. We saw the S&P 500 up about 0.7%. The Nasdaq 100 following closely behind, up about 0.6%. But this was a really bumpy month. We did see essentially AI euphoria meeting reality. Questions as to whether or not this spending on artificial intelligence is justified, and not so much the spending, but the companies that are actually making money back from it. That's where the focus was really. And we saw the Nasdaq, of course, taking a bit of a beating this month, down about more than 6%. But where the focus was chip makers. We saw the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index down more than 20%. Actually seeing its worst month since 2008. So there was a large emphasis there. And not only in the equity market, we did, of course, see stocks finishing decently on the end of the month, but there was a bit more of a cautious story when you take a look at the Treasury market. We saw yields continuing to climb. The Fed, of course, leaving rates unchanged, and that really begging the question about where inflation sits right now, knowing that we did get a cooler than expected inflation report. But what that means for the bond market, especially when we think about the long end yield, sitting still at their highest level since 2007. So stocks essentially heard AI earnings, the bond market seeing inflation as not necessarily dead. And then we've also got what's going on in the Middle East, that continuing to be in focus. We see Brent crude currently sitting around $90 a barrel. That headline just coming through on the Bloomberg terminal that Trump ordering an attack on Iran as soon as this weekend. The focus now going toward next week, where we're going to get earnings out of names like Palantir, AMD, and SpaceX.
It's going to be a big week again. Bloomberg's Nora Melinda, thank you so much. And we did get breaking news on the Fed in the last hour. The New York Times reporting that Chair Kevin Warsh is considering reducing the frequency of policy meetings at which the Fed sets interest rates to potentially fewer than the current 8 times a year. The Times reporting that Warsh raised the idea at the Fed's meeting this week and left the impression that a revised schedule could be decided on before their next meeting in mid-September, even if the changes would not be carried out until later. All of this according to 4 people with knowledge of the discussion. And with us now for more in our Washington bureau is Bloomberg's Enda Curran. So we know, Enda, that this chairman wants the Fed to be communicating less. This pullback would be in keeping with that, but it would be certainly perhaps tumultuous for the market, which is used to getting more frequent messaging from the Fed.
It would be a big move, and certainly the biggest move by new chairman Kevin Warsh so far. As you mentioned, coming via the New York Times, at the moment the Fed is meant to hold a minimum of 4 meetings a year. They hold 8. It's down to the chairman for when they set a schedule of those meetings. 3 others on the Fed committee can also, by the way, call a meeting. They can put down a date for that. But if this does go ahead, if the Fed chairman does reduce the number of meetings, it comes at a time when, as you say, they're getting blowback for trying to minimize communications under Fed Chairman Warsh. He wants less speeches, less press conferences. And it comes at a time when the Fed is under pressure for not being seen to do enough on inflation at a time when inflation remains well above their target. So it could be a hard sell to the public, this move.
Obviously, we don't know exactly what he's going to do here or how many meetings they'll end up having, but directionally speaking, it's been a change of course here from what was many years of increasing transparency, adding the news conference. Remember, that was a huge deal when that happened with Bernanke, introducing the dot plot, some of the other things that we've seen. This would sort of codify that turn to a more discreet Fed.
It would. It certainly would gel with Chairman Warsh's public pronouncements that he wants, less is more.
Yeah.
Now, to be clear, there are plenty of people who say there is too much Fed speak at the moment. Mm-hmm. Too many officials are out there speaking.
Absolutely.
You don't need all this communication. Just tell us what's important and when. So there is a case for that. But nonetheless, getting the balance right between overkill on Fed speak and then falling into the trap of being accused of lacking transparency, that's a very tricky one. And clearly, Chairman Warsh is going to have to tread carefully on that.
We just have 30 seconds left, but we got statements from the dissenters at this week's meeting. What was the common thread through the 3 of them?
Bottom line is they feel inflation is too high. They feel the Fed needs to act and act soon, and that's why a lot of people are thinking there's pressure on the Fed to raise interest rates again at some point over the coming months.
Great to have you, Enda, as always, with breaking news. Bloomberg's Enda Curran live in Washington with us here on Balance of Power. Coming up, another big story today. Moonshot back in the headlines, inking a deal with Alibaba to use some 20,000 chips made by NVIDIA. despite the administration's restriction on China using NVIDIA's tech. How'd it get there? What the president has to say about it, and more on the current tech landscape straight ahead on Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 5:26 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. President Trump has ordered an attack on Iran for as soon as this weekend. This, according to the Wall Street Journal, it says an attack on Iran would last a few